A mere human ant dares to dream of entering my Chan's sect. A voice laden with mockery slipped lightly into Li Xian's ears. Li Xian jerked his head up. What entered his sight was an old man with crane-white hair and a childlike face clad in a Bagua Taoist robe. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, standing high upon white jade steps shrouded in mist, his gaze brimming with contempt. This was none other than the renowned Nanji Xianwing, seated beneath Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Chan sect. And at his feet, clothes in tatters, body covered in wounds and grime, lay Li Xian, who had traversed to this primordial world 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. In his previous life, he had worked 996 overtime, dying at his workstation in the company. Crossing into the primordial wilderness, he became one of the first innate humans casually molded by Nüwa Yang, with no backing and no patron. Li Xian knew all too well that in this Honghuang world where saints walked everywhere and Luo beings were as common as dogs, ordinary humans were but lambs waiting for slaughter. To grasp a single thread of survival, he resolutely departed from the ancestral land of the human race, relying on the memories of his past life. Step by painstaking step, he crawled toward the legendary homeland of 10,000 immortals, Kunlun Mountain. Through a century of wind and frost, he evaded the claws of ferocious beasts and skirted the brutish might of the Wu tribe, surviving 9 deaths to finally arrive outside the Jade Void Palace. Yet he had never imagined that before he could even glimpse the face of a saint, a single disciple's venomous words would crush to dust the 100 years of perseverance and hope he had carried. Nanji Xianwing snorted coldly. With a casual flick of his horsetail whisk, an invisible wave of force blasted Li Xian off his feet, hurling him heavily to the ground. Humph! A creature who knows nothing of heaven's height or earth's depth. He sneered. When my Chan sect accepts disciples, lineage is paramount. You, a weak human of acquired turbid chi, are inferior even to those furred, horned, or spawned from damp eggs, yet you dare come to our Kunlun holy land. The filth upon your body has defiled the white jade steps of the Jade Void Palace. Such a crime deserves 10,000 deaths. Get out now. Every word struck directly at his heart. Li Xian felt a surge of rebellious blood rise in his chest, a metallic taste flooding his throat. He was not angered by the personal humiliation, but by this nakedly entrenched hierarchy, by the arrogance and prejudice of a doctrine that worshipped lineage above all. Just then 3 streaks of immortal light approached from afar, descending and coalescing into 3 peerless fairy maidens, graceful in bearing and suffused with immortal charm. The leading woman wore simple yet elegant palace attire, her demeanor dignified. Seeing the bedraggled Li Xian, her delicate brows knit slightly as she spoke in a gentle voice, Nanji Dao, brother, why wield such heavy hands against a mere mortal? Beside her, a woman in an apricot yellow Taoist robe echoed, indeed, he merely seeks the Tao with sincerity. Why must you treat him so, Tao brother? The last, a young maiden in green, was far more forthright. Hands planted on her hips, she fired back directly. Hey, is this how your Chan sect bullies people? He struggled so hard to climb this mountain. If you will not accept him, then simply refuse. But what honor is there in beating him? The 3 were none other than the Sanxiao Yang of the Jia sect, Yunxiao, Chongxiao, and Bixiao. Nanji Xianwing cast them a sidelong glance, his arrogance undiminished, as he sneered, 3 junior sisters, this is the internal affair of my Chan sect, and has nothing to do with your Jia sect. I am merely carrying out our teacher's decree, guarding the mountain gate, and cleansing filth. Where lies the error in that? He deliberately stressed the words Chan sect, his tone dripping with sectarian pride. Moreover, my Chan sect is the orthodox lineage of Pangu, devoted to the mandate of heaven's inheritance, unlike certain other sects that accept all sorts of rabble and plunge themselves into chaos. At those words, the complexions of the Sanxiao sisters darkened at once. He was clearly cursing, by implication mocking their master Tongtian Jiaozhu's creed of teaching without discrimination. Red blossoms, white lotus, green lotus leaves. Were not the 3 teachings originally one family? Saying such things, do you intend to sow division among the 3 teachings? They challenged. Nanji Xianwing replied, I merely obey our teacher's orders and guard the mountain gate. How have I spoken of division, junior sister? Gazing upon Nanji Xianwang's lofty, condescending countenance, the fury in Li Xian's heart was finally utterly ignited. He struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and did not look at Nanji Xianwang. Instead, he lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, as he stared toward the 9th heaven veiled in cloud and mist. Within his body, the Mythical Great Luo System's activation prerequisite was to astonish a mighty being of the primordial wilderness. He had originally planned to proceed with slow, careful steps, but now he changed his mind. No destruction, no creation. Today he would pierce a hole in the very sky. Ha ha! Li Xian suddenly burst into loud laughter, harsh and hoarse, yet carrying a madness that would rather die than bend. Well said. A fine doctrine of lineage decides all. a fine claim of Pangu's orthodox lineage. He thrust out his hand, pointing straight at the 9 heavens, and roared his question, his voice like blood-weeping steel. I ask but one thing. With Heaven's Dao above, what is fairness? We humans were created by the Saint Nüwa, born frail and weak. Does that make our very existence a sin? I endured 100 years of peril, survived death time, and again, all for a single method of transcendence. Is this heart that yearns for the Tao truly inferior to the innate bloodlines and lineages of those demons and monsters? If lineage is everything, then what need have we for the great Tao? What need have we for cultivation? If all is ordained at birth, then why struggle at all? Why strive? Born a god, eternally noble. Born a man, forever a slave. I refuse to accept. Those final 3 words Li Xian screamed out with every shred of strength in his body. Boom. At the very instant his voice fell, the winds and clouds over Kunlun's summit changed color. High above the 9 heavens, the once clear sky split open with a colossal rift, and a cold, indifferent eye emerged within. Endless Xianhuang qi surged and boiled while thunderous Dao sounds rolled forth as though answering Li Xian's question born from the depths of his soul. The mockery on Nanji Xianwing's face froze, instantly replaced by boundless horror. A mere mortal had actually stirred resonant response from the great Dao itself. How could such a thing be possible? The Sanshao sisters' beautiful eyes widened, lips parted slightly, utterly stunned by the scene before them. This went far beyond human backbone. It was words becoming law, touching upon the supreme principles of heaven and earth. At that very moment, a vast purple qi surged from the east, flooding back over 1,000,000 li of Kunlun. A wild, unrestrained laugh shook the firmament. What a splendid lineage is inferior to Dao heart. This one, I Tongtian, shall take. Before the words died away, a towering figure in a cyan Taoist robe, his whole body wrapped in boundless sword intent, appeared out of thin air above Yushu Palace. His gaze was like lightning. A single sweep of it sent Nanji Xianwing staggering back, as if struck by a thunderbolt, several steps in a row, his face pale as paper. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Goddess Sect, the sage of Shangqing Tongtian. Senior uncle. Nanji Xianwang's voice trembled, and he could barely keep hold of the fly whisk in his hand. Tongtian did not even bother to look at him. He merely snorted coldly and flicked his finger. Swoosh! An almost imperceptible streak of a mortal-slaying sword qi flashed across the air and was gone in an instant. Crack! The countless silver threads at the tip of the post-heaven spiritual treasure fly whisk in Nanji Xianwang's hand were sliced cleanly in half. Your fly whisk has also been stained with filth. I will help you clean it. Tongtian's tone was indifferent, yet carried an overbearing authority that allowed no refutation. Nanji Xianwang was both horrified and furious. This fly whisk had been personally bestowed by his master, and now that it was destroyed, it was a total humiliation. But facing a sage, he did not even dare to breathe a word. At that moment, an even more majestic, ancient, and indifferent will awaken from the depths of Yushu Palace. A blurry sage avatar slowly materialized. Runes of the Heavenly Dao revolved around him, and his voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Third brother, you have crossed the line. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Second brother Tongtian turned around, facing Yuanshi's avatar. Without yielding at all, I merely came to take on an apprentice. How can that be called crossing the line? Yuanshi's gaze fell on Li Xian, and he said coldly, this child is stained with acquired turbid qi. His roots are lowly, and he cannot be shaped. He is unworthy of setting foot in my Kunlun sanctuary. Ha ha ha. Tongtian threw back his head and roared with laughter. Second brother, you are still the same as always. When I Tongtian take a disciple, I look only at the Dao heart, not at origins. This child's Dao heart is so unyielding that it is rarely seen in 10,000 ages. He perfectly matches my GSX creed of seizing a thread of life from heaven. I want him, and that is final. The two sages clashed in their principles, and their terrifying sage might collided above Kunlun, causing every living being in the entire primordial world to feel a shiver of dread. In the end, Yuanshi Tianzan's avatar gave a cold snort and slowly dispersed, leaving behind only one sentence. Hump, foolish beyond remedy. Taking in this trash will certainly corrupt your GSX fortune one day. You had better look out for yourself. Tongtian cared not at all. He had no fear whatsoever of butting heads with Yuanshi. He descended and came before Li Xian. The overwhelming sage pressure forced the 3 Shao immortals to fall back involuntarily. Only Li Xian, though his legs trembled, still kept his spine straight. Good, good, good. Tongtian said 3 good words in succession, his eyes full of appreciation. What is your name? This junior. Li Xian. Li Xian, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master and join my Jia sect? The happiness came too suddenly. Li Xian suppressed his excitement, knelt directly on both knees, and kowtowed 3 times with utmost solemnity. Disciple Li Xian pays homage to master. Ha! Excellent. Tongtian was in an excellent mood. He He took out a jade token engraved with the characters Shangqing from his sleeve and tossed it to Lixian. This is the personal disciple token of my Jia sect. From this day forward you are my 5th personal disciple. The moment Lixian's fingertip touched the ice gold jade token. Ding. The host has successfully become the disciple of a sage. The condition of shocking a great power has been fulfilled. The Mythical Great Luo check-in system is officially activated. Newbie gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 origin embryo of the Force Demon God. Boom. An earth-splitting heaven-rending pain exploded without warning in Lixian's frail body. It was absolutely not gentle energy. It was like an entire miniature chaos universe. It ruthlessly forced its way into Lixian's 5 organs and 6 viscera, madly tearing apart his mortal meridians. It was trying to forcibly carve out an inner world inside him, one vast enough to hold the 3,000 demon gods. SSS. Lixian clenched his jaw so tightly that the tip of his tongue was bitten in an instant and the thick taste of blood filled his mouth. Relying on the terrifying willpower of someone who had lived 2 lifetimes and struggled at the bottom of the primordial world for 1,000 years, he actually swallowed the scream. He could not expose himself. He absolutely could not fall apart at this critical moment. Enduring the agony of 1,000 cuts, he still maintained the posture of respectful kowtow on the surface. Only the veins suddenly bulging on his forehead and the cold sweat pouring down like raindrops betrayed his weakness at this moment. Tongtian looked at the human youth before him, who seemed so excited that his whole body trembled and he was drenched in sweat. Not only did he fail to suspect anything, but he smiled with satisfaction. For a mortal body to face sage might, to still straighten its spine and utter those words of heaven-shaking, ghost-weeping power. Now that he had formally entered the tutelage of a sage, it was only natural that his heart would surge and his strength would fail. This unyielding tenacity is 10,000 times stronger than those wastrels who only know how to bully the weak by relying on their bloodlines. Tongtian found him more and more pleasing and waved his hand grandly. A gentle Shangqing immortal light lifted Lixian up and instantly smoothed away the wounds on his body. Xianer, you have just set foot on the immortal path and your mortal frame is weak. Rest and recuperate in Kunlun first and establish your foundation. Your master has sensed a flicker of heavenly opportunity and needs to go into seclusion to comprehend it. Yinxiao, this disciple is here. Immortal Yinxiao immediately stepped forward and slightly bowed, a gentle smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Tongtian pointed at Lixian. Take your junior brother to Shangqing Peak and settle him in. Remember, do not let certain overly conceited fellows disturb your junior brother's quiet cultivation. These words were obviously meant for the Chan sect immortals hiding in the shadows. This disciple humbly obeys your command and will make sure junior brother is well taken care of. Yinxiao respectfully accepted the order. Tongtian nodded slightly. His figure shifted and turned into a streak of cyan sword light, vanishing into the void. In the very same instant Tongtian left, the system sounded again in Lixian's mind. Ding. Detected current location: the core of Mount Kunlun's spiritual vein, a supreme grotto heaven and blessed land. First check-in location confirmed. Host, would you like to proceed with the first check-in now? Lixian sucked in a cold breath, forcibly suppressed the surging chaos embryo churning inside his body, and screamed frantically in his heart. Check-in. Check-in right now. Kunlun Mountain, Shangqing Peak. Compared to the gilded splendor and oppressive solemnity of Shanjiao's Yushu Palace, every corner radiating authority and hierarchy, the range where Jiejiao resides feels far more spontaneous and at ease with nature. Waterfalls cascade and springs sing, cranes cry out into the air. The hills are carpeted with exotic blooms and herbs that exhale a heady, innate spiritual energy. Yet Lixian has no leisure to admire these immortal vistas. Bai Xiao supports him as they travel upon the wind. Within him dwells a forced demon god embryo. Lixian feels as if he has swallowed a living volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Junior brother, why do you look so pale? Did that old bald codger from Nanji damage your root? Bai Xiao scolded, wagging her small fist as she stared at Lixian's paper-white cheeks. If he dares to strike from the shadows, I'll tear out his whiskers. Third sister, don't be ridiculous. Yinxiao shot Bai Xiao a gentle glare, then turned and guided Lixian into a secluded cave dwelling, seating him on a bed of cold jade and helping him assume a meditative posture. Xiao drew near her, moist eyes full of pity. She sighed and said, junior brother is after all a mortal frame. Kunlun Mountain's innate spiritual energy is too violent. His meridians are as fragile as paper. How could they endure such a torrent? Elder sister, we must hasten to help him establish his foundation and cleanse his marrow. If we do not, his body will rupture from the spiritual pressure without anyone laying a hand on him. Yinxiao nodded solemnly. She was not stingy in the least. Her pale wrist flicked, and a few radiant treasures appeared in the hollow of her palm. A single 9,000-year pan tao emitting a rich, intoxicating fragrance. 3 Tai marrow refinement pills that shimmered with daoic resonance, each gilded with light. And a vial of San Guang divine water cradled in a jade-cleansed bottle brimming with vivid life force. Bai Xiao could not help swallowing with awe. Elder sister, you've spent dearly. These were Master's personal rewards, and you never even let yourself take them. Yin Xiao smiled softly, and as if bestowing treasures that would make an ordinary Deluo Jin Xian green with envy, she piled them all into Li Xian's arms without hesitation. No treasure, however precious, outweighs the bond of our fellow disciples. Today, junior brother stood outside Yushu Palace and took a fierce measure for Jiejiao's honor. Yin Xiao's fingers, like polished jade, tapped his shoulder lightly. She spoke gently. Junior brother, your mortal frame is frail. An empty vessel cannot receive crude supplements. This pan tao and those marrow pills must be divided into hundreds, even thousands of small takes, chewed and refined slowly. We sisters will stand guard outside the cave. Do not be greedy or overreach, understand. Seeing the concern in the 3 fair maidens' eyes warmed Li Xian's heart. In his past life's novels, he had thought Jiejiao deeply united and harmonious. Now he found it to be so, indeed far dearer than the cold Chanjiao. Thank you 3 senior sisters for your generous gifts. I, your junior, will not fail your expect. Li Xian forced a grateful smile, his voice trembling. Once he nodded assent, the 3 sisters withdrew without further disturbance, laying down a Shangqing formation outside to isolate the cave's breath. The moment the heavy doors sealed, the weakness drained from Li Xian's face, as if snatched away. I was suffocating, he muttered to himself. He snatched up the 9,000-year pan tao, did not peel it, and with a snap bit into it fiercely. What empty vessel cautions! What careful 1,000-fold refinement! None of that mattered now. I have a system sent by Mother Earth. With the fruit's flesh swallowed, a terrifying torrent of spiritual power erupted inside Li Xian. As that force threatened to shatter his fragile meridians, Li Xian slammed his eyes shut and called out in his collect Kunlun first sign reward. A chime rang ding. Kunlun's spiritual vein first sign successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a Dao level concealment cultivation method. Wuxiang Hundun Jing, formless chaos scripture. The system detected the host's demon god embryo. The Wuxiang Hundun Jing automatically ran at full power. Thunder rolled. Within an instant, Li Xian's body seemed to undergo a cosmic detonation. The Pan Tao's overflowing spiritual power that would have burst an ordinary mortal's body was pulverized and purified under the scripture's operation, becoming tendrils of chaotic ash gas and funneling into the bottomless force demon god embryo. He then seized the 3 Tai marrow refinement pills and swallowed them like candy and drained the San Guang divine water as if quenching a vast thirst. A deluge of spiritual energy poured in, and not a single ripple rose before it was wholly devoured by the ravenous demon god embryo. This was in essence a fragment of Pangu's primordial might. A few pills and a fruit could not even fill it. Not enough. Far from enough. Li Xian's eyes burned red as he fixed them on the dense innate spiritual energy suffusing the cave. If the external provisions are spent, then draw upon Kunlun's earth veins. Wuxiang Hununjing absorb. He roared. A hum rose up. A horrific devouring force detonated from Li Xian's center, yet the Wuxiang Hununjing perfectly concealed that power within his body. From outside the cave, everything remained calm and still, with no trace of spiritual fluctuation leaking forth. Li Xian's body had become in effect a black hole that only took in, never gave out. His mortal form showed no outward change, but within his inner world the force demon god embryo thrashed wildly, strand by strand, world-shattering chaotic might began to root itself in his flesh and bone. He vowed to grow stronger in secret and astonish everyone. Chanjiao mocked him as weak. Then he would use this frail human husk to nurture 3,000 chaotic demon gods capable of making the primordial heavens kneel. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight pierced the mist and fell upon Shangqing Peak. Outside the cave, Yin Xiao, who had kept watch all night, slowly opened her eyes, a trace of worry crossing her exquisite face. It's been a whole night. Why is there not so much as a ripple of spiritual refinement coming from inside? Could it be that junior brother dared not take them and is merely enduring? Bai Xiao beside her also grew anxious. Elder sister, a mortal's meridians are too weak. If he has suppressed injuries, it will be disastrous. We must go in at once and see. Yin Xiao nodded. She too felt uneasy. She waved away the defensive formation and gently pushed open the cave's heavy stone door. Junior brother, you. Yin Xiao's words had scarcely left her lips when her whole body froze as if struck by a petrifying spell. She stood rigid in place. The instant the stone door opened, the closed loop that the Wuxiang Hundun Jing had tightly locked was broken. A wild primeval aura slipped through the crack and vanished in a flash. In that moment, Yinxiao felt her scalp go numb and her blood run cold. Even her Tai golden immortal Dao fruit trembled uncontrollably, as if seized by fear. This breath was brutal, overbearing, pure to an absolute. It was more terrifying by orders of magnitude than the ancestral shaman chiefs of the Wu tribes. Yinxiao's face drained of color as she stared at Li Xian seated cross-legged on the cold jade bed. A storm of doubt and awe surged within her. Could this truly be the frail human who had been toyed with by Nanji Xinwang at Yushu Palace? That fleeting monstrous aura a moment ago, what in heaven's name was it? The moment the stone door swung open, a torrent of pure violent energy surged through. Yunxiao's Dao fruit trembled and her legs froze in place. Li Xian abruptly opened his eyes, immediately halting his recitation of the Wuxian chaos scripture. The embryo of the power demon within him instantly fell silent, firmly locking that wild energy deep within the world. The cave returned to a deathly stillness. Junior brother. Yinxiao regained her composure and quickly approached. She reached out to check Li Xian's pulse, but only sensed the weak meridians of an ordinary mortal. However, these meridians seemed slightly wider than yesterday. Yinxiao was filled with doubt. Could that fleeting aura earlier have been an illusion? Or was it a result of the clash of the three light divine waters' medicinal power causing a spiritual energy turmoil? Li Xian lowered his head to look at himself. Although the energy consumed by the power demon embryo was completely drained after devouring the heavenly treasures last night, a thick layer of black filth still seeped out from his skin, emitting a foul smell. Elder sister, thank you for the treasure. My mortal shell is too weak to endure too much spiritual energy and has expelled quite a bit of impurities. Li Xian raised his arm and said, I want to find a water source to wash up. Yinxiao felt relieved and retracted her fingers. There is a Kunlun spirit spring on the back mountain. If you follow this mountain path, you will see it. It's good to wash up and clear your mind. Remember not to wander too far after the fright you experienced in front of the Yushu Palace yesterday, lest trouble arises. Yinxiao pointed in the direction outside the door. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the cave. Kunlun's back mountain. This spirit spring is located at the junction of the two peaks of the Xuan and Jie sects. Above the spring, the spiritual energy was rich, and a layer of faint white mist floated above the water surface all year round. Li Xian walked down the stone steps to the edge of the spring, just crouching down to wash the mud off his arms. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps came from the path behind him. Two Taoists dressed in Yuling 8 trigrams robes approached. The Taoist in front had a stern expression and wore a purple gold crown. The Taoist lagging half a step behind was short and stout, sporting two curly mustaches. He was none other than Guang Chengzi, the head of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, along with his junior disciple Zhu Lusan. Guang Chengzi halted, his gaze landing on Li Xian's back. He immediately recognized him as the person who had angered the South Pole immortal yesterday, causing Uncle Tongtian to lose face in front of his own master. A postnatal insect suffocated by filthy air dares to touch the spirit spring of my Kunlun back mountain. Guang Chengzi stopped 3 steps away, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Li Xian did not stop his actions, scooping up the spring water to wash away the dirt on his arm. He casually retorted, Kunlun is the Taoist ground of Pangu. When did it become the private property of your Chan sect? Guang Chengzi stepped closer, the soles of his shoes making a crisp sound against the stone slab. A mere mortal donning the skin of a disciple of the Jie sect truly believes himself to be something special. Uncle Tongtian emphasizes inclusiveness, taking in all sorts of rubbish, which is a disgrace to the name of the saints. Guang Chengzi waved his wide robe sleeves. Guang Chengzi senior brother, why waste words with such a worthless insect, even less than a beast? Since Uncle Tongtian hasn't taught him the rules of Kunlun, we as senior brothers should properly discipline him. Zhu Lusan rubbed his hands together, fanning the flames. Li Xian straightened his body, shaking off the droplets of water, and faced the two men directly. Guang Chengzi's lips curled upward as he unexpectedly released the aura of a Tai golden immortal. He did not summon any magical treasures, relying solely on the pressure of his realm. He struck directly at Li Xian. This force was enough to crush the bones of an ordinary person, forcing Li Xian to kneel in the dirt, utterly humiliated. The pressure descended like 100,000 mountains. The surrounding innate spiritual herbs were instantly pressed flat against the ground. Even the spring water of the spirit spring ceased to flow, the water surface being forced downwards. Li Xian stood in place. The moment the pressure made contact with his skin, he immediately began to madly circulate the Wuxian chaos scripture within. Countless cells within his body instantly transformed into a multitude of devouring whirlpools. As Guang Chengzi's Tai golden immortal pressure just began to invade Li Xian's body, it was directly shredded by those whirlpools hidden deep within his flesh before it even touched the edges of his meridians. Converted into the purest energy, it was inhaled into the embryo of the power demon in one go. Not only was there no pain, but it felt more like experiencing an extremely pleasant high-end massage. Li Xian did not even change the curvature of his knees. His legs stood straight, like iron pillars rooted in the ground. Guang Chengzi was stunned. He had thought that this strike would make Li Xian fall to the ground screaming in agony. Yet this mortal hadn't even furrowed his brow. Zhu Lusun also dropped the mockery on his face, approaching with suspicion, sizing Li Xian up and down. Is this the strength of the head disciple of the Xuan sect? Li Xian brushed off non-existent dust from his Taoist robe. Guang Chengzi felt a rush of embarrassment. How could such a prominent Tai golden immortal not be able to overpower a mere mortal? If this were to spread, how could he, the head of the 12 golden immortals, hold his head high on Kunlun mountain? He raised his right hand, gathering a trace of true essence in his palm. Guang Chengzi, do you still care for your old face? A chubby figure abruptly descended before Li Xian. The newcomer wore an oversized, ill-fitting Taoist robe, and played with several gleaming copper coins in his hands, completely blocking all of Guang Chengzi's aura. It was the great disciple of the Goddess Sect, Duobao Taoist. The esteemed head of the 12 golden immortals came to the back mountain to bully a mortal junior brother who just joined yesterday. Is this how the rules of your Xuan sect imply shamelessly bullying the weak? Duobao tightly clenched the copper coins in his palm. Guang Chengzi immediately withdrew his right hand, placing both hands behind his back, adopting the demeanor of an enlightened being. Duobao, I merely saw that this new junior brother's aptitude was exceedingly poor. I kindly wanted to help him loosen his muscles and bones so he wouldn't embarrass the 3 teachings when he goes out in the future. Since you don't appreciate kindness, then so be it. Guang Chengzi took a step back. Loosen muscles and bones. Using the true essence of a Tai golden immortal to loosen the muscles of a mortal. Duobao stepped forward, showing no signs of retreat. Guang Chengzi met Duobao's gaze, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. The Goddess Sect, taking such waste as its direct disciples, is indeed the laughingstock of the wilds. There is no point in us arguing over this matter here. Guang Chengzi turned his head, looking at Li Xian behind Duobao, throwing out a bet. In 100 years there will be the 3 Teachings Demonstration Conference. Since Li Xian is a direct disciple of the Goddess Sect, he must take the stage to spar with disciples from all sects then. Guang Chengzi extended a finger, pointing directly at Li Xian's face. Li Xian, in 100 years I don't care what elixirs or miraculous medicines you consume, nor do I care how much power Uncle Tongtian bestows upon you. If at the 3 Teachings demonstration you cannot even defeat the lowest ranked, named disciple of my Xuan sect, then roll out of Kunlun mountain yourself. Do you dare to accept? Duobao Taoist turned his head, quickly grabbing Li Xian's arm. Junior brother, you must not fall for this trick. A mortal cultivating immortality, let alone 100 years, even 1,000 years, will struggle to reach the earth immortal realm. The named disciples of his Xuan sect are at least at the peak of the celestial immortal realm. He is deliberately digging a pit for you. Duobao spoke quickly in a low voice. However, Li Xian showed no hesitation, directly shaking off Duobao's hand. He was worried about how to decline various social engagements on the mountain, wanting to find a legitimate reason to stay hidden in the cave and cultivate in peace. This Guang Chengzi was simply a great benefactor delivering a pillow. 100 years. For someone with a system like him, let alone a mere celestial immortal. Even if a Tai golden immortal stood before him, he could still slap him into the mud in 100 years. Li Xian stepped out from behind Duobao, facing Guang Chengzi directly. I accept this wager for the demonstration in 100 years. Li Xian's tone was calm. Guang Chengzi threw back his head and laughed, 3 times the sound echoing through the surrounding trees. He turned with Zhu Lusun and strode towards the Yushu Palace. Remember your words, in 100 years I will personally watch you roll out of Kunlun mountain in disgrace. Guang Chengzi's voice floated away. Duobao watched Guang Chengzi's retreating figure, turned around, and sighed heavily, his facial flesh shaking with emotion. Junior brother, you are too impulsive. Now that this wager is set, public opinion will be like gold. In 100 years you won't be able to hide, even if you wanted to. It seems our Goddess Sect's reputation is about to take a big hit this time. Duobao patted his thigh repeatedly. Li Xian lowered his head, not responding. On the surface he appeared to be regretting his impulsive agreement to the wager. In reality, all his attention had already focused on the system panel deep within his mind. This was the spirit spring of the back mountain, long occupied by the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect. Li Xian silently thought to the system, signing in at a place where Guang Chengzi showed off should yield generous rewards. Right. Ding. Successful sign-in at the spiritual spring behind Kunlun mountain. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 2nd demon god embryo space demon god from the Yangmei lineage. A crisp system notification echoed in Li Xian's mind. He forced down the corners of his mouth that were wildly rising and clasped his hands behind his back. Daoist Duo Bao stood to the side, a troubled expression on his chubby face. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Little junior brother, you are being foolish. Guangqingzi is a peak Tai golden immortal, and among his registered disciples the weakest one is at the celestial immortal realm. What does it mean to be a celestial immortal? That is an existence that has shed its mortal shell, capable of calling the wind and summoning the rain, moving mountains and filling seas. You, a mere mortal, struggle to even draw qi into your body over 100 years. How can you compete with them? If we lose this bet, it will be a complete disgrace for our sect. The people from the Xuan sect will definitely seize the opportunity to spread rumors that we, the Jie sect, are a collection of rubbish. If Master is displeased, I, as the senior brother, will also face the blame." Li Xian looked at Duo Bao's anxious expression and understood that this senior brother genuinely cared for him. He reached out and patted Duo Bao's broad shoulder. "Senior brother, don't worry. Since I dare to accept this bet, I naturally have my plans. 100 years is enough." Duo Bao stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening as he stared at Li Xian. "Enough? What do you have that is enough? You don't even have a cultivation technique. All right, I will go seek Master and ask him to annul this bet. At worst, I can swallow my pride and apologize at the Yusu Palace." Duo Bao turned to leave. Li Xian pulled him back. "Senior brother, don't go. This matter arose because of me. I will handle it myself. I will return to my cave to cultivate." After saying that, Li Xian did not give Duo Bao a chance to speak and quickly walked towards the direction of Shanqing Peak. Duo Bao stood in place, watching Li Xian's retreating figure, heaved a heavy sigh. Upon returning to the cave, Li Xian immediately shut the stone door and activated the defense formation. He walked to the cold jade bed and sat cross-legged. System: extract the space demon god's essence. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of silver light appeared out of thin air in Li Xian's inner world. This ball of light contained endless spatial laws. Li Xian immediately operated the Wuxian Chaos Sutra. The silver light erupted and transformed into countless tiny spatial blades that ruthlessly scrubbed Li Xian's limbs and bones. These blades did not damage Li Xian's skin, but acted directly on the microscopic cellular level. Li Xian gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the edges of the cold jade bed tightly, his nails leaving deep white marks on the hard jade. He allowed the spatial laws to shred his cells repeatedly, and under the repair of the Wuxian Chaos Sutra, they were reassembled time and again. Each reassembled cell now contained a tiny folded space. After half an hour, the second demon god embryo took shape deep within Li Xian's inner world. This embryo was entirely silver-white, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Along with the previous strength demon god embryo, Li Xian now possessed two sources of mythic level power within him. However, problems also arose. The powers of the two demon gods were extremely domineering. The law of strength emphasized breaking through myriad laws with brute force, while the spatial law focused on cutting and folding. The two forces clashed within Li Xian's inner world, refusing to yield. Li Xian's meridians began to swell, and a layer of fine blood beads seeped out of his skin. His body felt like a powder keg that could ignite at any moment. Once these two forces completely erupted, his mortal body would instantly turn to ashes. He must find a way to harmonize them and establish a cycle of power. Li Xian opened his eyes and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A formation. Only a formation can perfectly integrate different powers. Li Xian stood up, pushed open the stone door, and walked towards the direction of Baiyu Palace. In the side hall of Baiyu Palace, the Master of Heaven sat cross-legged on a mat, his sword intent swirling around him. Sensing Li Xian's arrival, he withdrew his aura and slowly opened his eyes. "Xian, why are you not resting in your cave, but seeking your master?" Li Xian stepped forward and respectfully performed a deep bow. "Master, my mortal body is weak. Although I have taken the treasures given by several senior sisters, my meridians still struggle to endure the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I wish to borrow the comprehensive array summary of our GS sect to see if I can comprehend some techniques to strengthen my body and regulate my qi." The Master of Heaven was taken aback. He looked at his determined disciple below and was momentarily at a loss for words. The way of formations was obscure and difficult to understand. Even the mighty ones in the primordial era took millions of years to glimpse but the tip of the iceberg. Many golden immortal disciples would become dizzy just from a glance at a formation diagram, even falling into madness. A mere mortal who hasn't even touched the immortal path wishes to look at the comprehensive array summary to strengthen his body. This is simply absurd. But the Master of Heaven thought to himself, although this disciple has a poor foundation, his Dao heart is resilient, daring to think and act. His words outside the Yusu Palace yesterday proved he has an extraordinary comprehension. This unconventional disposition is exactly to the Master of Heaven's liking. Even if he only uses the formation diagram to prop up a table corner, the Master of Heaven would be willing to indulge him. Good. Since you have this heart towards the Tao, I will naturally support you. The Master of Heaven waved his hand. A bamboo scroll emanating ancient Tao rhythms flew out from his sleeve and landed steadily in front of Li Xian. This is a formation I have been recently deducing called the 10,000 Immortals formation. This formation is not yet perfected, and the principles contained within are incredibly complicated. Take a look at it. If you don't understand it, don't be discouraged, you can always return it to me. Li Xian took the bamboo scroll with both hands, his heart filled with ecstasy. The 10,000 Immortals formation. This is the future grand formation of the GS sect. Although it is only a fragment, it is more than enough to help harmonize the two demon god embryos within him. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the technique. Li Xian bowed again and quickly exited the side hall with the bamboo scroll. Upon returning to the cave, he eagerly unfolded the scroll. The bamboo scroll was filled with dense Tao symbols, each one containing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. If an ordinary mortal were to glance at it, their spirit would be instantly shredded by these symbols. But Li Xian was different. He possessed the comprehension of a mythic-level being. In Li Xian's eyes, these profound primordial formations were merely rough sketches. With a higher dimensional perspective, he instantly deconstructed this fragment of the 10,000 Immortals formation. So that's how it is. Using 10,000 Immortals as the formation eye and the spiritual veins of heaven and earth as the formation base, gathering the power of all beings. The idea is good, but it relies too much on external objects. Li Xian's lips curled into a smile. He did not need to set up a formation externally. He would carve a miniature version of the 10,000 Immortals formation within his own body. Li Xian closed his eyes and fully operated the Wuxian Chaos Sutra. He transformed each of his cells into the formation eyes of the 10,000 Immortals formation. The meridians connecting the cells became the formation patterns. This process was fraught with danger. A slight misstep could result in the meridians being directly severed by the power of the formation. Li Xian focused entirely, controlling his spiritual power, serving as the master, sculpting the most complex formation diagram in his body. When the last formation pattern was completed, the two raging demon god embryos of strength and space were forcibly pressed into their formation base positions. Boom! A silent explosion erupted in the inner world. The 10,000 Immortals formation instantly took shape within Li Xian's body. The previously clashing laws of strength and space became obedient under the operation of the formation. The two forces formed a perfect internal cycle along the meridians. The innate spiritual energy from the outside world was pulled in madly by the formation, continuously flowing into Li Xian's body, nourishing the two demon god embryos. The frequency of the embryo's pulsation increased, and the speed of hatching multiplied. Li Xian let out a long sigh of relief. The crisis was averted and the foundation was established. Meanwhile, in the side hall of Baiyu Palace, the Master of Heaven was preparing to continue his closed-door training. Suddenly, the Qing Ping, sword of protective treasure, symbolizing the fortune of the GS sect beside him, erupted with intense buzzing. Zheng. The crisp sound of the sword echoed throughout Baiyu Palace, even causing the surrounding space to be cut with thin cracks by this sword intent. The Qing Ping sword's blade trembled violently, as though it had encountered something it desperately craved, emitting a series of dragon-like cheers. The sword tip automatically adjusted its direction, pointing firmly at Shangqing Peak, where Li Xian's cave was located. The Master of Heaven suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the Qing Ping sword. He felt it. A naturally formed, perfect formation aura was subtly emanating from Li Xian's cave. Although this aura was weak, its underlying logic was countless times more perfect than the 10,000 Immortals formation he had been deducing for half a yuan meeting. The Master of Heaven gasped, grabbing the violently trembling Qing Ping sword, his voice slightly trembling from extreme shock. How is this possible? A mere mortal not only comprehended it, but actually completed the 10,000 Immortals formation. Within the side hall of the Baiyu Palace, the Tongtian patriarch stared intently at the violently trembling Qingping sword. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart. He did not rise to investigate the Shangqing Peak. Since the little disciple wished to conceal his abilities as master, he naturally had to help cover up. Tongtian waved his hand, casting a beam of Shangqing celestial light that directly shielded the heavenly secrets around Shangqing Peak. Seasons changed. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. At the alchemy room of Shangqing Peak, waves of heat rolled forth. Duo Bao Daoist, drenched in sweat, shook a tattered fan in his hand. He crouched in front of the enormous 8 trigrams bronze furnace, fanning the flames vigorously. Little junior brother, the time is right. Prepare to add the herbs, Duo Bao shouted. Li Xian stood beside the bronze furnace, a pile of freshly picked mortal-grade herbs laid out in front of him. He grabbed a handful of perilla and licorice and tossed them directly into the open furnace. Over the past century, aside from stabilizing the miniature Wuxian formation in his cave-dwelling, Li Xian spent the rest of his time learning alchemy from Duo Bao. He had his own plans. He wanted to test something. He wished to see if the domineering laws of force within him could detach from his physical body and attach to external objects. "Cover the furnace," Duo Bao said, tossing aside his fan and standing up. Li Xian grasped the heavy bronze lid with one hand and forcefully brought it down. Just as the lid was about to close tightly, his fingertip twitched slightly. The miniature Wuxian formation, composed of countless cells within him, began to operate quietly. A barely perceptible law of force was forcibly extracted and flicked into the boiling potion through his fingertip. The law entered the furnace. The originally stable 8 trigrams bronze furnace suddenly shook violently. A blinding red light illuminated the furnace walls. "Something's wrong." Duo Bao's face changed drastically as he rushed forward. He quickly formed hand seals and cast several spells attempting to stabilize the furnace, but it was utterly futile. That sliver of law of force was too heavy. The alchemy furnace forged from mortal iron could not withstand the crushing force of this dimension. Crack! A gap 2 fingers wide split open on the surface of the furnace wall. "Step back." Duo Bao yanked Li Xian's arm, dragging him back forcefully. With a deafening roar, the 8 trigrams bronze furnace exploded into pieces. Black smoke shot up into the sky, overturning the roof of the alchemy room. A violent gust of air mixed with scalding potion debris splattered everywhere. Duo Bao was pushed back 3 steps by the blast covered in soot. Li Xian stood in place, waving his hand to disperse the black smoke in front of him. A wisp of gray, peculiar alchemical energy drifted lazily into the air. In midair, a common crane happened to flap its wings as it flew by. It was merely a lowly bird from Kunlun Mountain, lacking even the spark of intelligence usually subsisting on insects. The crane crashed headlong into the wisp of gray alchemical energy and instinctively inhaled. It froze in midair, its bones cracking like popping beans. Its disheveled feathers instantly became snow white and glossy. In the blink of an eye, its body doubled in size, and its wings spread to a width of 3 zhang. A powerful aura belonging to the Earth immortal realm erupted from its body. It had directly leaped over the prolonged accumulation of Qi introduction, divine transformation, and void return, achieving immortality on the spot. With its intelligence unleashed, the crane's eyes flashed with a hint of human-like astonishment. It immediately concealed its aura, flapping its wings and quietly landing within the crown of a nearby ancient pine, hiding its body among the dense foliage. This bizarre scene was just missed by a flash of escaping light flying from a distance. The light landed and transformed into a middle-aged Taoist clad in an apricot yellow robe. He had a sharp monkey-like face with a goatee. It was none other than Huang Longzhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect. Huang Longzhenren was the least favored disciple of the Xuan sect. He had no powerful magical treasures, no disciples to serve him, and was not even given a chance to speak at the Yushu Palace. His favorite pastime was to come over to the Jia sect, lowly praise their strengths, while belittling their faults, trying to regain some sense of superiority as one of the 12 golden immortals. Huang Longzhenren glanced at the chaotic alchemy room and pinched his nose, fanning away the black smoke in front of him. "I thought who had caused such a commotion? Oh, it turns out to be the treasured personal disciple of Master Tongtian." Huang Longzhenren raised his voice, his tone filled with glee. He stepped forward in an exaggerated manner, kicking aside a piece of shattered bronze at his feet. "With only a few days left until the centennial competition, instead of seeking blessings, you hide here, setting off firecrackers. The training methods of your Jia sect are truly unique." Duo Bao spat out a mouthful of black-gray phlegm and pointed at Huang Longzhenren's nose, cursing. "Huang Long, why are you here at Shanqing Peak making such a ruckus instead of staying at the second immortal mountain? Get lost." Huang Longzhenren was not angry at all. He flicked his broad sleeves and chuckled coldly. "Duo Bao, don't think you can use the Master Brother's authority to suppress me. You can protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime." Huang Longzhenren turned his head, staring at Li Xian, inspecting him from head to toe. "A mortal is just a mortal. 100 years have passed, and you haven't even touched the threshold of Qi introduction. Just a casual word from Senior Brother Guanxing can expose your true form. And now you can even blow up a furnace while refining a mortal herb. You've utterly disgraced the Jia sect." Huang Longzhenren grew more and more animated, his voice rising, afraid others wouldn't hear. "If I were you, I would have long since taken my own life to avoid embarrassing myself on the competition stage of the 3 teachings. A useless person like you doesn't even qualify to guard the entrance of my Xuan sect. Duobao was so furious he trembled all over, already clutching a golden money dart in his hand, ready to hurl it directly at Huanglong's foul mouth. Li Xian reached out to stop Duobao. He brushed off the dust from his robe and looked directly at Huanglong. Senior brother Huanglong is truly meddlesome. Li Xian spoke in a flat tone without the slightest fluctuation. I blew up the furnace while refining pills. It was Shangqing Peak's furnace that exploded, and it's my GS Sect's firewood that burned. But you senior brother Huanglong, a dignified 12 golden immortal, don't even have a proper mount. Every day you run here to Kunlun Mountain on your own 2 legs to seek scorn, don't your legs get sore? This statement struck directly at Huanglong Zhenren's sore spot. He was known for being extremely poor, something everyone on Kunlun Mountain was aware of. Other golden immortals traveled in carts pulled by exotic beasts, while he always flew around riding a broken cloud. Huanglong Zhenren's face turned red, his finger trembling as he pointed at Li Xian. You a dying man, still dare to be sharp-tongued. Huanglong Zhenren roared through gritted teeth. Li Xian took a step forward, continuing to strike back. If senior brother Huanglong truly lacks a mode of transport after the competition, I can give you a few of Shangqing Peak's local dogs. Though they may run slowly, at least they can save you some effort. Don't mention it, the GS Sect believes in aiding the weak and helping those in need. Impudent. Huanglong Zhenren was so furious he jumped, his hairpin coming undone. As a dignified Tai golden immortal, he was actually being offered local dogs by a mortal in front of him. He truly wanted to slap Li Xian dead, but due to Duobao's presence, he didn't dare to act. Good? Very good. Huanglong Zhenren sneered repeatedly. On the day of the centennial competition, I will see how this waste dies on the stage. At that time we will see if you can still laugh. Huanglong Zhenren flicked his sleeves, summoning a rough cloud of mist, and flew off in a huff, his back appearing extremely disheveled. Duobao watched as Huanglong vanished into the horizon, frowning as he turned around. Little junior brother, why did you provoke him? Though this old slippery eel is a waste, he has an extremely small heart. You embarrassed him today. During the centennial competition, those registered disciples of the Xuan sect will definitely aim to take you down. Duobao sighed and shook his head repeatedly. Li Xian turned around, looking at the scattered pieces of iron, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Big senior brother, don't worry, I have it under control. This test was very successful. The law of force could not only detach from the body, but also directly transform living beings. As long as he controlled the amount well, this would definitely be an unexpected trump card. Duobao shook his head and turned to the storeroom to find a new alchemy furnace, still muttering about the competition. Only Li Xian was left in the courtyard. A faint rustling sound came from the crown of the ancient pine tree. The white crane that had transformed into the earth immortal realm hopped down from a branch. It folded its wide wings and walked up to Li Xian. It imitated a human's manner, clasping its wings in front of its chest, bowing deeply. The white crane opened its sharp beak and spoke human words. Master, do you need me to pluck the feathers from Huanglong's mount tonight? Li Xian gazed at the mutated white crane and waved his hand dismissively. Not yet. Huanglong doesn't even have a mount to ride. Whose feathers do you plan to pluck? Pluck his own. The white crane tilted its head, nodding as if grasping the meaning, yet not quite. Li Xian continued, issuing orders. Go and watch the Changjiao sect closely. I'll report any developments immediately. Remember, you are now a celestial immortal of the earth realm. Do not mingle with those unenlightened birds. It would only diminish your standing. With a sweep of its wings, the crane transformed into a streak of white light, soaring skyward before vanishing into the clouds. Li Xian turned and walked back toward his cave abode. The century-long deadline was fast approaching. He paid no heed whatsoever to Guangchengzi's wager. His sole purpose now was to complete his final metamorphosis. He approached the cold jade bed and sat cross-legged. The stone gate thundered shut, the defensive formation activated in full force. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep within his body. Inside his inner world, the miniature myriad immortals formation, woven from countless cells, spun with frenzied intensity. Though outwardly he had cultivated no Honghuang cultivation arts over the past century, the formless chaos scripture had ceaselessly devoured the primordial spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain. Honghuang cultivation followed the Dao of heaven, absorbing spiritual energy, forging a golden core, condensing a nascent soul. But Li Xian walked the mythic path of the Great Luo, bypassing all such tedious stages entirely. What he sought was absolute power. At the formation's heart, the embryonic form of the god of strength was now crisscrossed with countless fine fissures. Thin streams of gray chaos energy seeped forth along those cracks, coursing through Li Xian's limbs and meridians. This force was overwhelmingly domineering. His bones emitted low resonant groans. His muscle fibers tore apart under the chaos energy, only to reassemble instantly. Each reformation doubled the strength of his physical body. Excruciating pain drenched him in cold sweat, but not a single wrinkle furrowed his brow. Almost there. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian pressed his palms tightly against his knees. The tremors within his inner world grew ever more violent. Crack! A massive shard peeled away from the embryo's surface. Then, its entire shell exploded. An immense torrent of chaos energy detonated across Li Xian's inner world. From the roiling chaos rose a colossal towering silhouette. The god of strength, awakening for the first time. The phantom figure snapped its eyes open. An utterly terrifying aura of primeval wilderness swept across the inner world. Li Xian's inner world expanded violently under that force, transforming into an endless stardust chaos cosmos. Every cell became a tiny luminous star. Mythic celestial immortal realm. He had leapt past the long arduous accumulation of Honghuang cultivation, embarking instead upon a wholly distinct mythic path of the Great Luo. Li Xian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi. He opened his eyes and rose to his feet. A thunderous rumble echoed from within his body. Every inch of flesh and blood now brimmed with power capable of shattering heaven and earth. Li Xian extended his right hand. He gently gripped the edge of the cold jade bed. He employed no arcane energy, only the innate strength of his physical body. Snap! The impossibly hard sandier cold jade crumbled instantly beneath his fingers. Fine jade dust trickled silently through the gaps between his knuckles. He could clearly sense that his current physical fortitude rivaled that of an ordinary Yubei golden immortal. Outwardly, however, he still appeared to be nothing more than a lowly qi refiner, barely surpassing the earth immortal realm. No trace of arcane energy emanated from him. Yet should he choose, a single fist, relying solely on raw physical might, could obliterate an entire mountain peak. At the very instant Li Xian broke through, an anomaly erupted above Kunlun Mountain's heavens. The Honghuang Heavenly Dao sensed the birth of a force alien to this dimension. 10,000 li of clear sky darkened instantly beneath a sea of pitch-black tribulation clouds. Fierce winds howled. Within the dense clouds, violet lightning, woven from celestial laws, coiled and surged. The lightning locked unerringly onto Shanqing Peak. Tribulation clouds pressed down like a crushing dome. Even the spiritual energy of all Kunlun Mountain momentarily stilled. Outside the Jade Void Palace, Nanji Xianwing stood holding his whisk, gazing toward the tribulation clouds gathering over Shanqing Peak, his lips curling into a cold smile. Celestial lightning, tribulation. So some feathered or furred disciple of the Zhejiao sect has rashly forced their breakthrough and drawn heavenly retribution. Guang Qingzi stood beside him, nodding in agreement. Master Tongtian's disciples are all arrogant fools who know neither heaven nor earth, deserving death by lightning. Tomorrow is the Century Grand Contest. That Li Xian will surely suffer utter humiliation. These rabble of the Zhejiao sect will inevitably be driven from Kunlun Mountain. Inside the Shanqing Peak cave abode, Li Xian raised his gaze toward the ceiling. He felt the destructive aura of the tribulation lightning. Should that law-infused lightning strike, his mythic celestial immortal secret would be fully exposed. If Guang Qingzi, the old miser, learned his true strength, he would surely fabricate excuses to void the wager. You wish to strike me, Li Xian sneered. Instantly, he activated the second source of divine essence within his body. Spatial laws danced across his fingertips. Since the Changjiao sect so prized lineage, and delighted in raising these feathered and furred beasts, let the Heavenly Dao's tribulation lightning purify their bloodlines instead. Li Xian's hands moved swiftly, weaving seals. Spatial laws intertwined at his fingertips. He raised his hand and slashed decisively at the void above him. A nearly imperceptible spatial rift formed instantly. That rift unfolded like an invisible net, enveloping the entire tribulation aura hovering over Shanqing Peak. Reverse. Li Xian uttered a low command, then sharply flipped his palm. Space folded. The law-bound tribulation lightning, locked onto him, was forcibly rerouted to the rear mountains of the Changjiao sect's Jade Void Palace, their sacred beast garden. There dwelled the rare and exotic beasts tamed by the 12 golden immortals. Boom! A violet lightning pillar ripped through the void, striking the garden's exact center without warning. Wild raging thunder instantly submerged the entire valley. Wails of agony rose in waves. Flames shot skyward. Those haughty immortal birds and mythical beasts, who once lorded over others, now scurried about in panic, heads tucked beneath their wings. Guang Qingzi's immortal deer lost half its antlers to the blast. Tai Jinren's 9 nether dark tiger had its tail singed black. Li Xian brushed his hands together, suppressing every trace of his aura. The formless chaos scripture resumed its circulation, masking him once more as an utterly ordinary mortal. He reclined again upon the cold jade bed, and slept. At dawn the next day, a furious roar shattered Kunlun Mountain's serenity. Who did this? Who dares do this? My nine-nether dark tiger, reduced to charred cinders. That was Tai Yizhenren's voice. Chanjiao Sect descended into chaos. Countless streaks of light whirled above the sacred beast garden. Li Xian calmly adjusted his Taoist robe and pushed open the stone gate of his cave abode. 3 figures stood outside. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. Today the 3 senior sisters wore not their usual casual palace robes, but formal Jiejiao Sect ceremonial attire. Their expressions were grave. The century-long deadline had arrived, the day of the 3 sects' Taoist contests. Yunxiao looked upon Li Xian, her divine sense scanning his frame. No trace of arcane energy. His meridians remained frail and undeveloped. After 100 years, her youngest junior brother had truly made not a single step forward. A bitter pang tightened Yunxiao's heart. Indeed, the mortal body could never bridge such a celestial chasm. Today's contest would offer the Chanjiao Sect no mercy in humiliating the Jiejiao Sect. Qiongxiao gazed at Li Xian, her mouth opening then closing again. Bixiao clenched her fists, her voice brimming with indignation. Little junior brother, fear nothing. If Guangchengzi dares strike to kill on the arena, I'll leap in first and tear him limb from limb. Yunxiao sighed deeply and stepped forward. Little junior brother, the Chanjiao Sect suffered lightning strikes last night, and now seethes with suppressed fury. Once you step onto the contest arena, Nanji Xianwang will certainly dispatch someone to target you. How do you intend? At the entrance of the cave abode, Li Xian looked at Yunxiao, whose face was filled with worry, and adjusted the hem of his Taoist robe. Sister, don't worry. When soldiers come, we will fight, and when water comes, we will bury it with earth. Li Xian's tone was calm, showing no signs of tension. Bai Xiao was anxiously stamping her feet. Junior brother, that old man from the South Pole, is very cunning. You are just a mortal. If he sends a celestial being, you won't even stand a chance. Qiongxiao sighed in agreement. She fished out a few protective talismans from her sleeve and stuffed them into Li Xian's hands. Take these. If you can't win later, just crush the talismans and admit defeat. Your life is the most important. Li Xian accepted the talismans without rebuttal. Let's go, we shouldn't keep Master waiting. Li Xian took the lead and walked toward the central arena. The Kunlun Central Arena was vast. The ground was paved with white jade bricks surrounded by auspicious colors, and the spiritual energy was so dense it turned into mist. At this moment, the arena was already packed with people. Disciples of the clarifying teaching and the intercepting teaching were lined up on either side, clearly divided. On the clarifying teaching side, 12 golden immortals had an impressive presence. They rode on extraordinary beasts with celestial children fanning them, and their treasures radiating heavenly light. Although the intercepting teaching had many disciples, they were casually dressed and stood in a disorganized manner. In the air, 3 giant auspicious clouds floated. Laozi was riding a green ox, meditating with his eyes closed. The primordial heavenly venerable sat majestically on the 9 dragons' incense seat, wearing an arrogant expression. The ceremony officially began. The primordial heavenly venerable looked down at the crowd from a high position. Today, the 3 teachings demonstrate their skills to assess the cultivation of the younger generation. The primordial heavenly venerable paused for a moment, scanning the intercepting teachings camp. My Kunlun is a place of tranquility, and cultivation emphasizes one's inherent talent. If there are those unworthy of attention, they should recognize the reality early on and not bring shame to the 3 teachings. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the intercepting teaching all changed their expressions. The Master of Heaven snorted coldly, shaking the Qingping's sword in his hand. Second brother, one can only know the difference in cultivation after a match. What use is mere talk? The primordial heavenly venerable did not respond, merely slightly raised his chin. Below, the South Pole elder immediately understood. Holding a whisk, he strode to the central platform of the arena. The South Pole elder first bowed to the 3 pure ones, then turned to the direction of the intercepting teaching. Master Tongtian, 100 years ago your sect's personally taught disciple Li Xian made a wager with my sect's disciple Guangchengzi. The South Pole elder emphasized the words, personally taught disciple. The wager states that if Li Xian loses to our sect's lowest-ranking disciple on this day, 100 years later, he must leave Kunlun Mountain voluntarily. The South Pole elder turned to look at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi immediately stood up from the beast he was riding and loudly confirmed, this is indeed true. The disciple Tuobao was also present that day and can testify. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Disciples of the clarifying teaching laughed heartily. A mortal dares to accept such a wager. He truly seeks death. Is this the brain of a personally taught disciple of the intercepting teaching? It's laughable. The real person Huang Long had just suffered a loss from Li Xian the previous day and was now the most vocal. The disciple Tuobao was also present that day and can testify. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Disciples of the clarifying teaching laughed heartily. The Taoist Tuobao was furious, rushing to the front of the crowd. He pointed at the South Pole elder. South Pole, stop spouting nonsense here. Guang Qingzi, a dignified Tai golden immortal, is forcing a mortal to make a wager. Does your clarifying teaching have no shame left? The South Pole elder completely ignored Tuobao. He looked up at Master Tongtian. Master, the wager has been established, and the heavens witness it. The intercepting teaching would not go back on their word, would they? Master Tongtian's face darkened. He knew this wager was real, but he did not expect the clarifying teaching to use it as an opening act. Li Xian was a disciple he valued highly. Though 100 years had passed, he remained immortal, yet his Dao heart was unmatched. He would not allow Li Xian to be humiliated on the platform. Master Tongtian was about to speak and forced the wager to be void. However, the primordial heavenly venerable spoke first. Third brother, since it is a rule set by the younger generation themselves, let them resolve it themselves. As elders, if we intervene, we would be lowering ourselves. With these words, the primordial heavenly venerable placed Master Tongtian in a difficult position. Master Tongtian's hand gripping the Qingping sword showed visible veins. He greatly despised the clarifying teaching's bullying tactics. Seeing that the primordial heavenly venerable was backing him up, the South Pole elder felt even more confident. He turned around and waved at the clarifying teaching's disciples. Bai He Tongzi, come up here. A young boy dressed in a white Taoist robe flew out from the crowd and landed steadily on the platform. The boy had an arrogant expression surrounded by celestial energy. Above his head, the faint outline of 3 flowers gathered at the crown was visible. He was at the true immortal realm. The entire audience gasped. Taoist Tuobao erupted in anger. Old thief South Pole, Bai He Tongzi is your personal attendant who has long entered the true immortal realm. Are you calling this the lowest ranking disciple? The South Pole elder stroked his beard, speaking unhurriedly. Bai He is not formally apprenticed, so he naturally counts as a named disciple. He has been cleaning my courtyard for years with low cultivation, just suitable to guide disciple Li Xian. This statement was simply a heart-wrenching blow. A true immortal guiding a mortal. This was nothing less than a one-sided massacre. A mere ounce of pressure from a true immortal could turn a mortal into mush. Bai He Tongzi stood on the platform, arms crossed. He held his chin high, completely looking down on the disciples of the intercepting teaching. Disciple Li Xian, please come up to the platform. Don't worry, I will leave you a breath of life. Bai He Tongzi deliberately emphasized the words disciple with heavy sarcasm. The disciples of the clarifying teaching erupted in thunderous laughter. On the intercepting teaching's side, the crowd was furious. Bai Xiao drew her long sword ready to rush onto the platform. I will fight for junior brother. You shameless dogs. Yun Xiao grabbed Bai Xiao, her face pale. The platform was arrayed with formations and the rules of the ceremony were strict. Substituting was simply not allowed. In midair, Master Tongtian suddenly stood up. The Kuei Nyo let out a deafening roar. Master Tongtian was completely furious. He didn't care about any rules today. If anyone dared to harm a single hair on Li Xian, he would turn this central arena upside down. Just as Master Tongtian was about to draw the Qingping sword, a hand lightly patted Yun Xiao's shoulder. Li Xian stepped out from behind Yun Xiao. He walked steadily without a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Li Xian passed by the furious Taoist Tuobao and the sword drawing Bai Xiao. Alone, he walked out of the intercepting teachings formation. The entire venue instantly fell silent. All eyes were focused on this mortal who had no cultivation. Li Xian looked up at the imposing Bai He Tongzi on the platform. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile. All right, then I invite Bai He disciple to take it easy on me. Li Xian raised his foot and stepped onto the white jade arena of the central dojo. His ordinary blue Taoist robe fluttered gently in the breeze. No formations were triggered, no waves of magical energy rippled out. He walked step by step like an ordinary person taking a leisurely stroll after a meal, slowly making his way to the center of the arena. The white crane boy stood in place, arms crossed over his chest with his chin held high. He watched Li Xian approach, a highly contemptuous smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Li Xian, master uncle, the martial arts of the law conference are blind to fists and feet. If I were to take the initiative, I could easily turn your mortal flesh and bones into a puddle of blood. The white crane boy leisurely pulled out a palm-sized golden shield from his sleeve. He casually tossed it into the air. The magical energy of the true immortal realm infused within. The golden shield expanded in the wind, instantly transforming into a size of 30 feet, hovering above the white crane boy's head. A heavy golden barrier poured down like an inverted golden bell, enveloping him in the center. The surface of the barrier was adorned with dense Yuqing runes, exuding an unsettling defensive aura. This is the tail-level defensive immortal weapon, the Honghuang Golden Light Shield, personally bestowed by my master, the Antarctic Immortal. The white crane boy beckoned to Li Xian through the barrier. Don't say I don't understand the rules and bully my elders. I will stand here without moving and let you strike 3 times first. If you can make this barrier shake even a little, I will consider myself defeated. As soon as the white crane boy's words fell, the Changjiao faction erupted in laughter. Real person Huang Long laughed so hard, he doubled over, pointing at the arena and shouting, "White crane, this is too much bullying. With a tail-level immortal weapon, even if a mortal attacked for 10,000 years, they wouldn't leave a scratch." On the back of a strange beast, Guang Qingzi nodded repeatedly while stroking his beard. What White Crane has done is quite appropriate, showcasing the magnanimity of our Changjiao, while avoiding the reputation of bullying the weak. The disciples of Changjiao whispered to each other, their tones filled with mockery. This Jiejiao disciple probably has never even seen what an immortal weapon looks like, right? Let him strike 3 times. His mortal fists hitting an immortal weapon would likely break his bones immediately. The atmosphere on the Jiejiao side became extremely tense. Daoist Duo Bao's flesh trembled violently, his hands gripping the railing in front of him, crushing the solid wood railing to pieces. Antarctic old thief. You even bestowed a Tai immortal weapon, do you have no shame? Duo Bao shouted angrily, making as if to rush onto the arena. Zhao Gongming grabbed Duo Bao's waist, pulling him back with all his might. Master brother, calm down. We cannot break the rules of the arena. If you go up, the little junior brother will be declared defeated immediately. Bai Xiao's eyes turned red with urgency, her long sword half-drawn, only to be forcibly pressed back by Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao fixed her gaze on Li Xian in the arena, her palms slick with cold sweat. She couldn't understand why the little junior brother hadn't admitted defeat yet. This was simply unassailable. In midair above 3 clouds, Yuan Shitian Izun watched the farce on the arena, shaking his head slightly, his face revealing unabashed disdain. Tongtian, if your disciple kneels and admits defeat now, he can suffer less physical pain. Tongtian Jiao Master ignored Yuan Shitian Zun. He sat cross-legged on the back of a Kuei Nyo, leaning slightly forward. The Qing Ping's sword resting on his knees was thrumming wildly in its sheath, emitting a piercing sound. Tongtian Jiao Master focused on Li Xian's back. He was ready to strike at any moment. As soon as Li Xian suffered any substantial harm, he would definitely cleave that broken shield with one sword, and incidentally, send the white crane boy along with the Antarctic immortal to the ground. At that moment, the ever-meditating Laozi suddenly opened his half-closed eyelids. A rare flicker of confusion passed over his normally placid face. Laozi's gaze fell upon Li Xian. As a saint of Ta Ching, he could see through the causal lines and flow of magical energy in the primordial universe. But to him, Li Xian at this moment seemed like a black hole. No causality, no magical energy, not even the trajectory of fate was clear. Strange. Laozi muttered softly, his body involuntarily sitting up a bit straighter. On the arena, Li Xian finally reached the front of the golden barrier. He was less than half a step away from the Reneged light curtain. He stopped his steps. He did not summon any treasures. He did not make any hand seals. Not even his Taoist robe stirred in the slightest. He simply slowly raised his right hand. Fingers together, the index finger slightly extended. This action was extremely casual, as if he intended to poke a soap bubble. The white crane boy watched Li Xian's feeble motion, unable to hide his scorn any longer. Master Uncle Li Xian, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't even have a sword forged from mortal iron. Or do you think you can poke my Tai immortal weapon with your mortal finger? The white crane boy burst into laughter, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Li Xian ignored the mockery of the white crane boy. His mind had completely sunk into the inner world. In the chaotic starry sky made up of countless cells transformed into tiny stars, the miniature 10,000 immortals array was operating at a terrifying speed. At the center of the array, the towering phantom of the demon god of strength slowly opened its eyes. A pure power capable of collapsing the primordial universe surged within the phantom. Li Xian exerted great effort to control this power. It couldn't be too much. Just a bit more, and the central dojo, along with half of Kunlun Mountain, would be instantly reduced to powder. He only extracted 1/10th of the power from the phantom of the demon god of strength. Even this 1/10th of power flowed through Li Xian's limbs and bones along the patterns of the 10,000 immortals array. Li Xian's bones emitted a very faint humming sound. This power was too heavy. It was so heavy that the surrounding space began to undergo extremely slight distortions. But all of this was tightly locked within Li Xian's body by the Wuxian Chaos Sutra, not leaking even a trace of aura. His index finger had already touched the edge of the golden barrier. The white crane boy looked at that utterly non-threatening finger and shook his head. Master Uncle, haven't you eaten? This little strength isn't even enough to scratch me. Li Xian looked at the white crane boy, whose face was full of mockery behind the barrier. He slightly curled his lips, revealing a kind smile. Indeed. I have only eaten a speck of chaotic dust. As the words fell, Li Xian gently poked forward with his index. Li Xian lightly poked forward with his index finger. The tip of his finger steadily landed on the golden light curtain inscribed with jade-clear runes. The Bai He Tongzi stood within the protective barrier, wearing a mocking expression. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, not even channeling the true immortal power within him. The Honghuang Golden Light Shield was a Tai immortal artifact inherently equipped with a defensive formation. Don't mention mortals, even Earth immortals would take 3 days and nights to break this layer of skin. Put in more effort, have you not eaten? Bai He Tongzi taunted loudly. Laughter erupted from the disciples of the Xuan sect. Even the Huang Longjinren took out a spirit fruit from his sleeve, munching while enjoying the spectacle. Li Xian remained silent. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no blinding flashes of spells. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed across the quiet arena. Bai He Tongzi froze for a moment. He looked down towards the source of the sound, where Li Xian's fingertip had touched a pinprick-sized black dot appeared on the indestructible golden light curtain. Shortly after, the black dot expanded into a tiny crack. Impossible! Bai He Tongzi's heart sank. Before he could react, crack, crack, crack. A myriad of cracks spread across the entire threes-hang-sized protective barrier like a spider web. Those jade-clear runes imbued with the laws of heaven collapsed within the fissures, turning to nothingness. Bang! The Honghuang Golden Light Shield, said to be unbreakable even by Tai golden immortals, shattered like a fragile sugar figurine, exploding into a storm of golden dust. Without the protection of the light barrier, Bai He Tongzi faced the overwhelming force of the power of the demon of 0.001%. It was an utterly pure physical force. There were no fluctuations of spells, no suppression of laws. It was simply weight. The hidden force pierced through the air, smashing violently into Bai He Tongzi's chest. Bai He Tongzi couldn't even let out a scream. His sternum instantly collapsed, and he vanished like a giant stone shot from a cannon. The speed was too fast. So fast that not even an afterimage was left behind. The tens of thousands of cultivators present only heard a series of deafening sonic booms in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Bai He Tongzi's body directly crashed through the defensive formation's light curtain at the edge of the arena. Then he broke through more than 10 thick white jade pillars surrounding the venue. Finally, with a tremendous roar, he slammed straight into a Kunlun mountain wall tens of thousands of zhang away. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled violently. A bottomless humanoid pit appeared on the mountain wall. Massive cracks radiated from the pit, countless fragments rolled down, raising a billowing cloud of dust. Bai He Tongzi was firmly embedded deep within the mountain, unable to be pried out. Silence. The vast central venue fell into a deathly stillness. The wind stopped and the clouds dispersed. The disciples of the three teachings seemed to have been collectively affected by a stasis spell. On the Xuan sect side, the Huang Longjinren dropped the spirit fruit in his hand. He maintained the pose of chewing the fruit, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. Guang Qingzi sat atop the beast, his body stiff. The beast beneath him was so frightened by the previous commotion that its legs went weak, collapsing to the ground and throwing Guang Qingzi off in a tumble. The wind stopped and the clouds dispersed. The disciples of the three teachings seemed to have been collectively affected by a stasis spell. On the Xuan sect side, that was his Tai immortal artifact, nurtured over tens of thousands of years. Was it shattered just like that? By a mortal with just a gentle poke of a finger, reduced to dust? How could this be possible? On the Jie sect side, Taoist Duo Bao was still maintaining the forward posture, while Zhao Gongming clung tightly to his waist. The two of them were frozen in place. Big brother, did you see that? Zhao Gongming stammered. Taoist Duo Bao's flesh quivered slightly as he swallowed, and replied, I saw it. Junior brother, he just shattered the Tai immortal artifact. The sword in by Xiao's hand clattered to the white jade bricks. Xiong Xiao dropped the few protective talismans she was holding, scattering them across the ground. Yun Xiao's red lips parted slightly, her mind blank. She had originally thought that junior brother would undoubtedly lose once he took the stage, even preparing to rush up and rescue him at the cost of punishment. But the result was a finger-flicking instant kill. In midair, the atmosphere on the three clouds became extremely bizarre. Yuanshi Tianzuan was playing with the three treasures Rui. The moment the protective barrier shattered, his movements suddenly halted. The Rui hung in midair, slightly trembling. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned as dark as water. He fixed his gaze on Li Xian on the arena, seemingly wanting to see through this mortal. Laozi still kept his eyes closed, but his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Tongtian Jiaozhu sat cross-legged on the back of the Kuei Niu. He had already placed his hand on the hilt of the Qingping's sword, ready to split the barrier and rescue him at any moment. As a result, he was stunned. He was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then, ha! A burst of unrestrained laughter erupted from Tongtian Jiaozhu. The laughter transformed into rolling sound waves directly overturning the clouds above Kunlun Mountain. Kuei Nyo roared in response, shaking the heavens. Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly stood up, pointing in the direction of the Chan sect, laughing, until tears almost streamed down his face. Second brother, oh second brother. Your disciple really can't take a hit. With a turtle shell on his head, he can't even withstand a finger poke from my mortal disciple. Is this what you call noble lineage? Is this what you call a pure disposition? Tongtian Jiaozhu's words landed like resounding slaps, harshly striking the face of the entire Chan sect. The faces of the celestial beings from the Chan sect turned ashen, yet they could not refute a single word. On the arena, Li Xian stood still, not moving even an inch. He slowly retracted his right hand. Looking down at his index finger, there was no break, not even a hint of redness. He clapped his hands and raised his gaze towards the Chan sect. He looked past the pale-faced Nanji Xinwing directly at Guang Qingzi, who had just gotten back up. Li Xian spread his hands, letting out a sigh. Guang Qingzi, didn't you say that even if he stood there and let me hit him 3 times I still wouldn't be able to break through his defense? I didn't even use half a move. How is he weaker than a mortal? Next, why don't you come? Li Xian stood upon the Bayou arena, his hands hanging at his sides. He fixed his gaze on Guang Qingzi across from him. The muscles in Guang Qingzi's face were drawn tight. He sat upon the limp back of the strange beast, unable to utter a word for a long moment. A venerable Tai golden immortal, he admitted to himself that even he might not have received that strike so lightly. This was no power a mere mortal should possess. At the distant Kunlun cliff, the dust had not yet settled. Several Chanjiao disciples rushed over in chaos, frantically prying at the rubble. They strained mightily before finally extracting Baihe Tongzi from a crevice in the stone. Baihe Tongzi was drenched in blood, his Dao robe shredded into strips. His sternum had been completely caved and his limbs hanging limp. The true immortal realm's power had utterly dissipated. The 3 undeveloped flower buds above his head collapsed into motes of light. Huanglong Jinren stood nearby, the spirit fruit in his hand having fallen to the ground, yet untouched, his mouth agape. Master, junior brother Bei's foundation is ruined. A Chanjiao disciple cradled Baihe Tongzi and shouted loudly, the pit is bottomless. Junior brother Baihe is embedded inside, his bones shattered to dust. Another Chanjiao disciple's voice trembled. Nanji Xianwang's face went instantly ashen. He sprang to his feet, the duster in his hand quivering violently. You mortal, what sorcery have you used? Nanji Xinwang pointed at Li Xian on the arena and cursed. The Hunyuan Golden Light Shield is a Tai immortal artifact. With your paltry cultivation, how could you possibly break it? You must have resorted to some covert venomous trick to ruin my Chanjiao disciple's root. Today, I will make you answer for it. Nanji Xinwang raised his right hand, and a blinding Yuqing immortal light coalesced in his palm. He stepped forward, intent on striking down toward Li Xian on the arena. Before Li Xian could move, Duo Bao Daoren acted. His rotund body, like a mountain of flesh, planted itself directly before Li Xian. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao drew their long swords at once, forming a triangular guard to shelter Li Xian on both sides. Old thief Nanji, have you no shame? Duo Bao pointed at Nanji Xinwang and scolded. On the arena, life and death are left to fate. He himself agreed to stand and take 3 strikes. Now that skill has failed him, you would bully the weak with the strong. The immortal artifact your Chanjiao produced was defective, and my junior disciple pierced it, and now you turn the accusation back on us. If you want to touch my junior brother, you must first get past me. Duo Bao Daoren held several coin darts at the ready, poised to erupt at the slightest provocation. Nanji Xinwang paid him no heed. The immortal light in his hands swelled ever greater. In midair, Tongtian Jiaozhu emitted a cold snort. The sound carried no flashy magical ripple, yet it bore the supreme pressure of a sage. The immortal light in Nanji Xianwang's palm collapsed in an instant. He was struck as if by a heavy blow, his chest buckled backward, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Nanji Xinwang staggered back a dozen steps, knocking over 2 Chanjiao disciples before he could steady himself. Nanji, do you think I do not exist? Tongtian Jiaozhu gripped the Qingping sword and coldly regarded the Chanjiao direction. Guang Qingzi, Tai Junren, and the other 12 golden immortals rose to their feet, fully on guard. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat upon the Jiulong Qinxiang palanquin, his fingers clutching the sambao, Yu Rui growing slightly pale. His most cherished disciple had been publicly oppressed by Tongtian. Shanjiao's honor had been cast into the dust today. He looked toward Li Xian on the arena. He would never permit a variable in the primordial world to slip beyond his control, especially one that originated in Jiejiao, from a mortal he so despised. A mere mortal without cultivation had shattered a Tai immortal artifact with a single finger. This defied all reason. Yuan Shi Tianzuan secretly circulated his power, connecting with the Zhaohua jade disc fragments within him. He intended to see for himself what secret the mortal concealed. The Zhaohua jade disc fragments emitted a faint glow and by Yuanshi Tianzhen's will silently enveloped Li Xian. A chime sounded in Li Xian's mind. Ding. Detection of a sage-level power probe. System highest-level shielding has been activated. As Yuanshi Tianzhen's perception brushed the edge of Li Xian's body, the scene before his eyes abruptly shifted. There were no lines of causality, no river of fate, no past nor future. Only a swath of chaotic mist remained. From that fog emanated an extraordinarily ancient aura of the great Dao, older even than the primordial heaven and earth. Yuanshi Tianzhen was startled and sought to force his way through the mist. Suddenly from its depths came a terrifying backlash. That force leapt across spatial distance, riding the Zhaohua jade disc's link, and struck Yuanshi Tianzhen's spirit with brutal force. His body rocked and he emitted a muffled groan. He forced down the metallic tang rising in his throat. His face went deathly pale. Second brother, are you all right? Laozi turned his head and looked at Yuanshi Tianzhen. Yuanshi Tianzhen tightened his grip on the Sanbao Yurui and shook his head. No matter the cultivation method, simply misfired. He looked at Li Xian again, waves of alarm rolling in his heart. Could some reclusive elder of the primordial chaos stand behind this mortal? Laozi asked no further questions. He gave Li Xian a long probing glance. In that instant he had felt Yuanshi Tianzhen employ the Zhaohua jade disc, and had also sensed that fleeting counterblow. This direct disciple of Jiejiao harbored a great secret. That even Yuanshi Tianzhen was foiled by the Zhaohua jade disc proved this was no ordinary opportunity. Laozi withdrew his gaze and flicked the duster in his hand. First match, Jijiao's Li Xian prevails. His words decided the outcome of the duel. The assembly will take a mid-session recess. After one Shurchen, we shall commence the second half with the raid duels. Having spoken, Laozi closed his eyes and ignored the crowd. Yuanshi Tianzhen's face remained cold as he swept his sleeve. Let us go. He led the Changjiao immortals away from the central Dao stage and returned to Yushu Palace. From the Jiejiao side erupted a thunderous cheer. They had long borne Shanjiao's slights. Today at last they avenged that grievance. Well done, junior brother. That so-called Tai immortal artifact is nothing but paper. Zhao Gongming roared hoarsely, junior brother mighty. Duo Bao Daoren wrapped an arm around Li Xian's shoulder and patted him hard. Junior brother, you are astonishing. That one finger has unleashed all of Jijiao's prestige. Bixiao stepped forward and appraised Li Xian up and down. Junior brother, be honest. Did you secretly hide a treasure beneath your fingernail? Yinxiao pulled Bixiao aside, gesturing for her to stop asking. Li Xian smiled without answering. He had been testing the system's shielding all along. If even a sage could not see through the demon god system, he could act henceforth with greater assurance. Just then Tongtian Jiaozhu descended from midair. Ignoring Duo Bao, and the three Shao Tongtian seized Li Xian's arm. Come with me. He led Li Xian to a deserted side hall in the corner of the Dao stage. The side hall's doors were firmly closed. Tongtian casually laid down an isolating array. He turned and fixed Li Xian with an intense stare. Li Xian felt distinctly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. He knew that the finger strike would breed suspicion. Immortal shattering an immortal artifact had no rational explanation in the primordial world. He had rehearsed several explanations in his mind to face his master's interrogation. Before Li Xian could speak, Tongtian rubbed his hands together and his eyes gleamed. He leaned close and lowered his voice. Obedient disciple, tell your master, did you just use the lost Pango body refining technique? Inside the side hall, Lord Tongtian's eyes gleamed with intense light as he fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon Li Xian. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Pangu body refinement art. This elder truly possessed an astonishingly vivid imagination. Yet this spared him the trouble of fabricating a lie. Li Xian feigned bewilderment, scratching his head. Master, what is this Pangu body refinement art? I have no knowledge of it, master. A century ago, I found a luminous fragment of bone on the cliffside behind Kunlun mountain. Intricate patterns adorned its surface. As I gazed upon them, my body moved instinctively, practicing without conscious thought. Indeed. Lord Tongtian slammed his thigh so hard the side hall trembled with resonance. The Dao numbers 50. The heavens manifest Fortunin. Though born a mortal human, you bear the sacred legacy of Father Pangu himself. A fortune so extraordinary it defies heaven's own decree. Lord Tongtian laughed heartily, clapping Li Xian firmly on the shoulder. My worthy disciple, this secret must remain buried within your belly, never uttered to another soul. If you ensure that old wretch were to learn of it, his very entrails would twist in bitter regret. Li Xian nodded compliantly, playing along seamlessly, with Lord Tongtian's imaginative interpretation serving as cover. His future displays of unparalleled physical might would now carry full legitimacy. The 1-hour intermission swiftly drew to a close. Li Xian stepped out of the side hall and returned to the central cultivation arena. Instantly the GS sect erupted in fervent excitement. Duo Bao Daoren clasped Li Xian's hand, his broad face crinkling into folds of mirth. Zhao Gongming pounded his chest, emphatically vowing that should anyone dare harm Li Xian, he would hurl his sea-stilling divine pearls without hesitation. The three Xiao sisters gathered closely around Li Xian. Yin Xiao meticulously examined him, confirming he bore no injury. Only then did she exhale deeply in relief. Bi Xiao chattered animatedly about how utterly humiliated the Chan sect disciples had looked moments earlier. Li Xian exchanged a few perfunctory remarks before excusing himself under the pretense of needing fresh air, and walked alone to the edge of the arena. There stood a colossal stone pillar carved with the vermilion bird totem radiating waves of searing heat. Silently he intoned in his mind, "System, check in. Ding. Check-in successful at Kunlun Lihua Pillar. Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired third primordial demon god essence, embryo of the fire demon god." A crimson glow materialized within Li Xian's inner world. Wild, untamed laws of fire detonated instantly. Li Xian immediately activated the formless chaos scripture. His miniature myriad immortals formation spun with frenzied velocity. The fire demon god embryo settled steadily into the formation's core, aligning harmoniously with the embryos of strength and space, forming the triune configuration. Li Xian felt his entire bloodstream surge with incandescent vitality. Yet this fire embryo remained shriveled and emaciated, desperate for vast quantities of pure fire attribute spiritual energy to hatch. The ordinary spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain was laughably insufficient, even a mere crumb. Li Xian stroked his chin, pondering where he might obtain superior flames. Meanwhile, within the jade emptiness palace, silence hung thick as glacial frost. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat motionless upon his fragrant sandalwood palanquin, eyes closed, uttering not a word. Guangqingzi stood rigidly beside him, face darkened with suppressed fury. Tai Jinren stared grimly at the singed hem of his robe, his expression flickering with cold, venomous resolve. Last night his nine-dragon mystic tiger had been reduced to charred ash by lightning. Today Bai Hetongzi had been crippled by a single fingertip strike from Li Xian. The Chan sect's dignity had been trampled into dust, not by a cultivator, but by a mere mortal. That humiliation, he could not swallow it. Tai Jinren withdrew a yellowed, tattered formation scroll from his sleeve. It was an incomplete version of the blazing flame formation. He bit his fingertip, drawing forth a drop of vital blood. Then with a single hand seal he extracted a thread of primordial flame, the very essence of his nine-dragon divine fire cauldron. This was supreme divine fire reserved for Tai golden immortals. Contact meant instant dissolution, even the soul consumed to absolute nothingness. Tai Jinren mingled the sacred flame with his blood and silently infused it into the formation's core array node. Having completed the act, he glanced upward toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan remained still, eyes closed, as if he had witnessed nothing at all. Tai Jinren understood instantly his master had given silent assent. Li Xian, what use is your indomitable physique? Once ensnared in my killing formation, your spirit and soul shall be utterly obliterated. A cruel smile curled across Tai Jinren's lips. Dong! A resonant sonorous bell echoed across Kunlun Mountain. 1 hour had elapsed. The second half of the formation contest officially commenced. Laozi rode his azure ox back into the sky. For the second half, mastery of formation arts shall be tested. Disciples of each sect may ascend the stage freely. No sooner had the words faded than Tai Jinren shot forward like a streak of light, landing squarely at the center of the arena. With a flick of his wrist, the yellowed scroll unfurled in the wind. The scroll transformed into a miniature formation space, 10 zhang in diameter, hovering midair. Within it churned crimson mist, radiating palpable waves of heat. Tai Jinren held his whisk, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to lock unerringly onto Li Xian. Disciple Li Xian. His voice rang clearly across the entire arena. In the first half, your physical prowess astonished us all. Yet a cultivator who neglects spirit refinement and formation mastery walks only the path of heterodox arts. This incomplete blazing flame formation was acquired by me long ago. The GS sect boasts unrivaled formation expertise. Dare you, esteemed disciple, enter and test it? At these words the GS sect exploded into furious outcry. Duo Bao Daoren roared, Tai, you shameless hypocrite. You, a 12 golden immortal, dare test a mortal with your own formation? Zhao Gongming drew his twin maces. Face me instead. I'll shatter your pitiful formation. Bi Xiao unsheathed her sword outright, pointing it directly at Tai Jinren while unleashing blistering curses. Tai Jinren paid no heed to their clamor. His eyes remained fixed on Li Xian, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, does the GS sect's chosen heir lack even the courage to step inside? If fear grips you, kneel now and surrender. Then leave Kunlun Mountain forever. Lord Tongtian hovered in midair, his expression darkening. He sensed something amiss within the formation, and was about to intervene. But Li Xian suddenly raised a hand, gently restraining the enraged Duo Bao Daoren. He passed calmly through the crowd, and strolled leisurely to the arena's edge. His gaze rested upon the swirling crimson mist suspended above. Others sensed nothing, but deep within him the fire demon god embryo thrummed violently with ravenous hunger, an emotion of desperate primal yearning. This formation concealed a celestial elixir, pure, potent, and life-altering. Li Xian lifted his eyes to meet Tai Zhenren's, and smiled. Since senior brother Tai is so eager, this junior disciple gladly accepts. Junior brother. No. Yin Xiao cried, urgently trying to stop him. Li Xian met her gaze with quiet reassurance. Then without hesitation stepped forward and vanished into the formation space. The instant Li Xian's feet crossed the threshold, Tai Zhenren's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His hands snapped into seals, and he activated the formation's core node without delay. Boom. Within the formation, the tranquil crimson mist erupted violently. 9 spectral crimson dragons coalesced from thin air, radiating heat capable of boiling oceans and scorching heavens, engulfing Li Xian completely. Outside the formation, all spectators watched through its translucent barrier as the interior became a churning sea of fire. The terrifying heat began melting the white jade bricks surrounding the arena. Jade pure talismans flared erratically within the inferno. 9 dragon divine fire. Duo Bao Daoren's eyes bulged, his voice cracked raw with desperation. Tai, you treacherous villain. You've embedded the primordial essence of your 9 dragon divine fire cauldron into this formation. Yin Xiao turned deathly pale, swaying as if about to collapse. Bi Xiao's eyes burned crimson. She raised her sword ready to cleave straight through the formation itself. Across the arena, Huanglong Jinren laughed raucously, entering blindly. Death is his due. Guangqing Zi stroked his beard, chuckling coldly. Tai Zhenren stood before the formation, fingers idly tracing his whisk, his eyes alight with vindictive triumph. A mere mortal touched by 9 dragon divine fire would not even have time to scream. Certain doom. Inside the formation space, raging conflagration pressed in from all sides. Temperatures sufficient to reduce golden immortals to ash seared relentlessly at Li Xian's body. Yet not a single hair on his head curled. He stood motionless at the heart of the inferno, feeling the fire demon god embryo within him pulse with ecstatic jubilation. Li Xian drew a slow, deep breath, and the 9 dragon divine fires surged inward, splitting into 2 blazing serpents that spiraled up his nostrils. His miniature myriad immortals formation whirred at maximum velocity. The ferocious divine fire was instantly shredded by the formation, refined into purest elemental fire essence, flooding the fire demon god embryo with overwhelming abundance. The embryo swelled visibly, rapidly gaining substance. Li Xian stretched luxuriously. His eyes locked onto Tai Zhenren's smug, triumphant face beyond the formation, and his grin widened. Then he opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply toward the lethal 9 dragon divine fire surrounding him. A torrent of flame rushed inward like a celestial leviathan drawing water. Burp. Li Xian exhaled a loud, satisfied belch, releasing a plume of azure smoke flecked with glowing embers. Senior brother Tai, your fire lacks bite. Do you possess anything more potent? Li Xian let out a loud belch, releasing a puff of green smoke laced with sparks. Outside the formation, the smug look on Tai Zhenren's face instantly froze. The veins on the back of his hand gripping the whisk bulged. A mere mortal standing at the center of the 9 dragons' divine fire not only remained unburned, but even complained that the fire was not hot enough. This was an utter insult to him, the Tai Golden Immortal. Over at the Xuan sect, the 12 golden immortals who had planned to watch the show were all stunned. Huanglong Jinren dropped the half-spirit fruit in his hand, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. Guangqing Zi suddenly stood up from the back of the exotic beast, his brows knitted into a tight knot. Over at the GS sect, Taoist Duo Bao let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as the flesh on his face relaxed once more. Bai Xiao waved her long sword, pointing it at Tai Zhenren's nose and cursing loudly, old mud loach. That broken fire isn't even worthy to pull a cupping for my junior brother. Withdraw the formation and admit defeat. Tai Zhenren was trembling with rage. He quickly formed seals with his hands, biting the tip of his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of his vital blood onto the floating formation diagram. Arrogant brat. Today I shall make your soul perish. Tai Zhenren poured the Tai Golden Immortal's power into the formation diagram without reservation. Within the formation space, the previously rolling red mist instantly transformed into a blinding dark red. 9 crimson fire dragon phantoms merged in midair, forming a gigantic furnace of flames. The furnace was inverted, sealing Li Xian tightly in the center. The temperature around surged several times higher. Even the defensive light barrier at the edge of the arena began to twist and deform, with large areas of the white jade floor melting into magma. Li Xian stood at the center of the flame furnace, not even moving a step. He spread his arms wide, allowing the searing heat capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas to scorch his body. In the inner world, a microcosmic 10,000 immortals array composed of countless cells was operating at an overloaded speed. The dark red 9 dragons' divine fire flowed through Li Xian's pores, continuously surging into his body. As soon as these divine flames entered the meridians, they were forcibly crushed by the 10,000 immortals array, transforming into the purest fire-based essence. The embryo of the fire demon god floated in the center of the array, devouring these essences like an abyss. More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the withered embryo. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed in the inner world. The embryo exploded completely. A phantom of the fire demon god wrapped in gray, chaotic flames slowly stood up in the inner world. The fire demon god was awakened. As soon as this phantom took shape, it formed a perfect inner cycle with the power demon god and the space demon god. Li Xian felt an incredibly violent power filling his limbs and bones. He moved his neck slightly, and his bones let out a series of explosive sounds. After half a stick of incense, the temperature in the formation space began to plummet. The gigantic flame furnace turned transparent, having had its 9 dragons' divine fire essence completely devoured by Li Xian. Li Xian stepped forward, walking to the edge of the formation space. There a dim and lifeless Yuqing talisman floated, which was the core foundation of this residual fiery formation. Li Xian raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger producing a wisp of gray-red flame. This was chaotic fire mixed with the essence of the fire demon god. He flicked his finger. The flame gently landed on the Yuqing talisman. In the next second, the formation space suddenly contracted inward. Boom! An indescribably violent force erupted from the formation eye. The formation diagram suspended in midair shattered into countless pieces, turning into a cloud of flying ash. The violent airwaves mixed with the shattered remnants of the formation swept out in all directions. Dust and smoke engulfed the central arena. All the cultivators instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves from the blast. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, Li Xian patted the dust off his Taoist robe and slowly walked out from the ruins. His azure Taoist robe was intact, not a single hair scorched. Tai Zhenren stood in place as if struck by lightning. The formation he had nurtured for thousands of years was thus destroyed. Before he could react, the gray-red chaotic fire following the causal lines of the shattered formation directly crossed space and struck Tai Zhenren's face. Whoosh! The flame instantly ignited Tai Zhenren's proud long beard. He staggered back 3 large steps. He raised his hands, trying to pat out the flames on his chin. The flame not only failed to extinguish, but also spread along his palms to his wide sleeves. Tai Zhenren immediately summoned the Tai power within him, trying to forcibly extinguish this peculiar flame. As soon as the power came into contact with the flame, it was like hot oil poured onto dry kindling. The flames surged up 3 feet high, completely engulfing Tai Zhenren's upper body. This fire was actually burning his power. Tai Zhenren was utterly panicked. He quickly formed the fire avoidance seal with both hands, conjuring 3 streams of heavenly river water out of thin air to pour down on himself. The water fell onto the gray-red flames. Not even a wisp of white smoke appeared, instantly evaporating into nothingness. The fire grew larger, the high temperature burning through his protective celestial light, starting to scorch his flesh. Oh! Tai Zhenren let out a miserable scream. He disregarded the dignity of the 12 golden immortals and directly fell onto the white jade arena, rolling around frantically. A dignified Tai golden immortal was now like a plucked monkey rolling about chaotically on the ground. The Goddess Sect camp fell silent for a moment before erupting into earth-shattering laughter. Zhao Gongming clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Old thief Tai, how can your formation still recognize its master? Burning yourself so enthusiastically. Taoist duo Bao pointed at Tai Zhenren, who was rolling on the ground, and mocked loudly. Is this the 9 dragons' divine fire of your Xuan sect? I see it as roasted pig divine fire. The heat is just right, the skin is roasted to perfection. Bai Xiao laughed until tears streamed down her face, her long sword trembling in her hand. Senior brother Tai, your cupping technique is lacking. How did you end up igniting yourself? Over at the Xuan sect, everyone was petrified. Guang Xingzi drew out his long sword, wanting to help, but was forced to retreat repeatedly by the residual heat radiating from that gray-red flame. Huang Longjinren frightened hid behind Guang Chengzi, not daring to breathe. Nanji Xianwang's face turned ashen, his whisk in hand creaking under the pressure. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat on the Nine Dragons' sandalwood palanquin, his expression grim. Today the face of the Chan sect had been completely trampled into the mud. Tai Yizhenren rolled for over a dozen circles, still unable to extinguish the flames on his body. He suddenly bit his tongue forcibly, severing the layer of burning power on his surface. Taking advantage of the moment the power broke, Tai Yizhenren forcefully tore with both hands. Rip! His luxurious Chan sect gold thread Taoist robe was torn apart, thrown to the ground. As the robe fell, it was instantly burned to a pile of black ash by the gray-red flames. Tai Yizhenren got up from the ground. At this moment, he was only wearing a charred undergarment. Half of his hairband had burned away his disheveled hair, giving off a burnt smell. The meticulously groomed beard was completely gone, and his face was covered in soot. He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Tai Yizhenren glared at the unscathed Li Xian opposite him, his reason completely shattering. A great humiliation. He, a dignified 12 golden immortal, was actually forced by a mere mortal to the point of public embarrassment. Brat, I will kill you. Tai Yizhenren raised both hands. A red golden shield carved with 9 fire dragons broke through the air and hovered above the main body of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. As this supreme innate spiritual treasure emerged, the fire-based spiritual energy of the entire Kunlun mountain went into a frenzy. Tai Yizhenren disregarded the rules of the ritual, urging the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, and directly smashed it down towards Li Xian's head. He aimed to crush this mortal into a pulp with the spiritual treasure. Just as the 9 dragons' divine fire shield was about to fall in midair, a purple lightning hammer tore through the void, carrying the might of destructive thunder, and crashed onto the arena. The purple lightning hammer struck the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Clang! A huge sound echoed. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield was sent flying, its surface flames dimming instantly. Tongtian Jiao Zhu stepped out from midair, blocking in front of Li Xian. He held the Qingping sword, pointing its blade at Tai Yizhenren's brow. Tongtian Jiao Zhu's words struck the arena. Tai, do you think I am not here? Lord Tongtian's voice struck the arena like thunder. Tai, do you presume I am absent? Zhenren Tai collapsed onto the ground, trembling violently as he stared at the gleaming tip of Qingping's sword mere inches from his face. He sat bare-chested, his face smeared with soot, utterly stripped of the dignity befitting one of the 12 golden immortals. Master, save me! His shriek tore through the air, raw and desperate. Outrageous. A thunderous rebuke echoed from the heavens. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat upon the 9 dragons' sinking agar palanquin and swept his sleeve with furious grace. A 3-realm jade rui surged forth, a radiant artifact pulsing with tricolored immortal light, ripping through the void with a deafening roar as it slammed toward Lord Tongtian's Qingping sword. Clang! The collision of 2 sovereigns' divine power erupted in blinding brilliance. The central Taoist court trembled violently, a white jade pillar shattered into dust, sending shards spiraling through the air. Lord Tongtian twisted his wrist, deflecting the 3-realm jade rui with Qingping's sword. He raised his gaze to the heavens, eyes glacial. Second brother, what meaning lies behind this act? His voice was icy precise. Yuan Shi Tianzun rose, towering above Tongtian with imperious disdain. Tongtian, as a sovereign elder you dare strike down a junior without mercy. Where is your decorum? My Jiyun sect disciples merely engaged your disciples in a benign array contest. Yet you summoned the purple lightning hammer and drew your sword. Do you hold me, your elder brother, in such contempt? Lord Tongtian laughed, a sharp, bitter sound born of fury. He pointed fiercely at Tai Yizhenren sprawled on the ground and roared. Array contest. Yuan Shi ceased this pretense of ignorance. This wretch Tai concealed the primordial flame of the 9-dragon divine fire cauldron within a fragmentary formation. My disciple Li Xian is but a mortal, yet Tai deployed the core divine fire of a golden immortal to incinerate him. Tell me, is that contest? His voice rolled like celestial thunder across Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing these words, the Jiejiao immortals erupted in outrage. Duo Bao Daoren pointed toward the Jiyun sect and bellowed. Shameless. 12 golden immortals, paragons of virtue, scheming against a mortal. Your faces are thicker than Kunlun's ramparts. Zhao Gongming brandished his twin maces. The Jiyun sect is nothing but a den of hypocrites. When outmatched, you resort to murder. Then face me if you dare. Bi Xiao stamped her foot in fury. Today Tai the old eel must be crippled, flayed alive and stripped of sinew. On the Jiyun side, Guang Chengzi and the others stood grim-faced, speechless. Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance darkened. He knew full well Tai had intended murder, yet he would never permit Tongtian to publicly humiliate the Jian sect. Tongtian, cease your slanderous tongue. Yuanshi, Tianzuan sneered coldly. Li Xian stands here unharmed, whole and intact. Not a single hair disturbed. Tai merely tested his Dao heart. How can you call it assassination? Rather you, disregarding your station striking down a junior, have disgraced the very title of sovereign. Lord Tongtian's knuckles whitened around Qingping's sword. Ah, what a splendid test of Dao heart. What a magnificent not a hair harmed. Had my disciple not been blessed with extraordinary fortune, he would have been reduced to ash. Yuanshi, you boast of noble roots and heavenly mandate, yet behind closed doors commit acts fouler than thieves and adulterers. Today Tai will answer for my disciple, or I shall level your Yushu palace to rubble. An unspeakable sword intent erupted from Lord Tongtian's being. The spectral forms of the four swords of annihilation shimmered behind him, their lethal aura locking onto the entire Jian sect formation. Yuanshi, Tianzuan's wrath flared. Above his head the phantom of Pangu's banner materialized. Tongtian, you dare! Dare! Watch me dare! The two sovereigns stood locked in confrontation, their crushing aura suffocating every disciple present. Li Xian stood quietly behind Lord Tongtian, inwardly elated. Fight! Better still, split the three teachings now. Once the Sanxing part ways, he could depart Kunlun Mountain with legitimacy and venture into the vast, untamed lands of Honghuang to cultivate and claim his destiny. Just as the two sovereigns prepared to unleash cataclysmic force, a long, weary sigh drifted across the Taoist court. Laozi descended slowly upon his green ox floating down from the heavens. With a casual toss, he unfurled a yin-yang taiji diagram, black and white interwoven, its gentle rotation emitting harmonious dual energies that effortlessly dissolved the clashing divine powers of Tongtian and Yuanshi. Elder brother. Both Tongtian and Yuanshi cried out in unison. Laozi surveyed the two tense and poised for battle and shook his head. Enough. This three-teaching demonstration was meant as fraternal exchange, not fratricidal strife. Such conduct shames us all. He turned his gaze toward Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Brother 2, Tai's actions were indeed excessive. As an elder to conceal lethal intent beneath the guise of instruction, this violates fairness. Yuanshi, Tianzuan's stiffened jaw clenched in silence. Laozi then turned to Lord Tongtian. Brother 3, you too as an elder acted rashly, drawing swords at the slightest provocation. Where is your composure? Lord Tongtian snorted coldly and sheathed Qingping's sword. Laozi swept his gaze across the assembly, calm yet resonant with unassailable authority. Today's Taoist assembly concludes here. Li Xian of the Jiejiao sect has triumphed twice. Thus the Jiejiao sect claims victory in this three-teaching demonstration. At these words the Jiejiao ranks erupted in thunderous jubilation. The Jian immortals stood pale, and silent heads bowed low in disgrace. Laozi retracted the Taiji diagram and fixed Tongtian and Yuanshi with a profound, searching glance. Red flower, white lotus, blue lotus leaf. All three teachings spring from one root. Yet today reveals a truth: when Dao diverges, fellowship becomes impossible. Yuanshi, Tianzuan cast Tongtian a frost-laced glare, then swept his sleeve. Jian disciples, return to Yushu Palace. He departed the central Taoist court without looking back, leading the 12 humiliated golden immortals away. As he left, Tai Jinren fixed Li Xian with a venomous stare. Li Xian met his gaze unflinchingly, his lips curling into a faint mocking smile. He knew from this day forward he had become the Jian sect's most reviled thorn. But so what? Lord Tongtian turned, gazing upon Li Xian, and a warm, approving smile softened his features. Excellent disciple. You performed magnificently today. You honored your master's name. Duo Bao Daoren and the three Shaos gathered round, lavishing praise upon Li Xian. Come, back to Shanqing Peak. Tonight the Jiejiao sect holds a grand feast to celebrate this triumph. With a sweeping gesture, Lord Tongtian led his disciples in a triumphant procession back to Shanqing Peak. Back in his cave residence atop Shanqing Peak, Li Xian sealed the stone door and activated the defensive formation. Settling cross-legged upon the cold jade bed, a crystalline system chime rang clearly within his mind. Ding! Host has successfully ignited conflict among the Sanxing, advancing the great momentum of Honghuang. Congratulations, special sign-in quest unlocked. Quest location: ruins of Buzhou Mountain. Reward: fourth primordial demon god essence, blood of the chaos macaque. Li Xian snapped his eyes open, heart pounding. Blood of the chaos macaque, embodiment of the law of combat. If he could assimilate this essence, his physical fortitude and martial prowess would undergo a revolutionary transformation. Moreover, the ruins of Buzhou Mountain were famed as one of Honghuang's most perilous locales. teeming with ancient remains of fallen demon clans and Wu tribes, an unparalleled haven for resource gathering. It seems the time has come to descend the mountain. Li Xian stepped forward and walked straight into the grand hall of Shangqing Peak. The master of the Celestial Church was sitting cross-legged on a mat meticulously polishing the Qingping sword. Upon seeing Li Xian enter, he immediately put down his precious sword and waved at Li Xian. "My dear disciple, come here quickly." The master of the Celestial Church patted the mat beside him. "Today your finger at the Dao stage completely punctured the old man's face, and I felt great satisfaction." Li Xian walked up to the master of the Celestial Church and cupped his hands in greeting. "Master, I have come to ask for resignation today." The smile on the master's face instantly froze. The Qingping sword in his hand clattered as it fell onto the table. "Resignation? Where are you planning to go?" "I wish to descend the mountain and explore the vast wilderness of the world." Li Xian spoke in a calm tone. The master of the Celestial Church shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, directly waving his hand in refusal. "No, absolutely not. You stole the spotlight at the 3 teachings today, and those from the Xuan sect will definitely not swallow this anger easily." The master of the Celestial Church stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. Although Yuanshi was persuaded by the elder brother Guangchengzi and Tai are as petty as a needle tip. If you dare to step out of Kunlun Mountain, they will certainly strike at you from the shadows. Li Xian stood his ground, his expression unchanged. "Master, I cannot hide on Kunlun Mountain for a lifetime." "So what if you hide for a lifetime?" The master of the Celestial Church glared at Li Xian. "Our sect receives all the immortals, and Shangqing Peak is abundant with spiritual energy. You can ponder your Panga body refining technique here. Who would dare to trouble you?" Li Xian stepped forward, looking at the master of the Celestial Church. "Master, reading a myriad of formation techniques is not as valuable as walking through the vast wilderness. If I do not even have the courage to face storms and rain, how can I achieve the great Dao in the future?" The master of the Celestial Church was momentarily stunned. Reading a myriad of formation techniques is not as valuable as walking through the vast wilderness. He looked at his disciple, who showed no signs of spiritual power, and felt a surge of inexplicable shock. "Good. What a statement about walking through the vast wilderness." The master of the Celestial Church slapped his thigh. "No wonder you are my direct disciple. With such a Dao heart, I approve. Master, you cannot let the junior disciple descend the mountain." A hurried shout came from outside the hall. Yunxiao hurriedly entered, beads of sweat covering her forehead. She grabbed Li Xian's arm tightly, refusing to let go. "Junior disciple, are you crazy? Do you know what the situation is outside right now?" Li Xian patted Yunxiao's hand. "Elder sister, I am just going out to train for a bit." "Train my foot?" Yunxiao exclaimed anxiously. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai are currently forging the Slaughter Witch sword, and the demon master Kunpeng has issued a death order for the demon army to slaughter the human race freely in the wilderness. Yunxiao pointed toward the direction outside Kunlun Mountain, her finger trembling. "Outside there are nothing but human corpses. The demon race is crazily extracting the blood and souls of humanity to forge magical treasures. You are an innate human with no trace of spiritual power. If you go out, you will be a living target." The master of the Celestial Church stroked his chin and nodded. "Yunxiao has a point. Disciple, the demons outside are indeed bloodthirsty. How about this? I will send Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming to accompany you down the mountain as your guards." Li Xian shook his head. "Master, elder sister, if someone is there to protect me, then what kind of training is that? A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand a heavenly tribulation." Yunxiao held onto the sleeve of Li Xian's Dao robe, refusing to let go no matter what. "No, I will not let you go today, no matter what I say. Even if your physical body is strong, you cannot withstand the siege of the demon army. When you encounter those demon kings who can fly and burrow, you won't even be able to run." Li Xian looked at the concerned Yunxiao, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew that if he did not demonstrate some means of self-preservation today, this elder sister would never let him go. Li Xian's mind stirred as he sank into his inner world. The miniature myriad immortals formation slowly operated within him. The still unhatched spatial demon god embryo emitted a faint wave of laws. This wave was enveloped by the Wuxian chaos scripture, causing no disturbances in the outside world. In the next second, Li Xian's body vanished from the spot. There was no flow of spiritual power, no light from formations, and even the surrounding air did not ripple. Yunxiao's hand grasping the Dao robe fell empty. She was momentarily stunned, looking at her empty palm, and quickly turned her head to scan the surroundings. "Junior disciple, where are you?" The master of the Celestial Church suddenly stepped forward, his hand pressing down on the Qingping sword on the table. As a sage, he had not clearly seen how Li Xian disappeared just now. A hand gently patted Yunxiao's shoulder. Yunxiao was startled and turned around abruptly. Li Xian was standing 3 feet behind her, his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile on his face. Elder sister, do you now think I can escape? Yinxiao was stunned. She quickly walked up to Li Xian, reaching out to feel his arms and shoulders several times to confirm he was indeed a living person. How did you get over there? I didn't notice a single trace of your escape technique. Li Xian took half a step back, avoiding Yingxiao's hand. Elder sister, no more touching. I picked up some remnants on the back mountain when I found the bones and gained some insight into the art of shrinking the distance. The master of the Celestial Church laughed heartily, pointing at Li Xian and nodding repeatedly. Good lad. So you have this life-preserving card up your sleeve. You even grasped the essence of the spatial laws. With this means, even if an ordinary demon king comes, let alone Kunping himself, you could escape without him stopping you. Yinxiao looked at Li Xian, her cheeks slightly flushed. She knew that since the junior disciple possessed such ghostly means, he would indeed be safe. She pulled out a shiny golden talisman from her sleeve and forcefully stuffed it into Li Xian's hand. This is a life-saving talisman I condensed using the primordial golden dipper. Yinxiao closed Li Xian's fingers around the talisman. If you encounter something you cannot defeat, activate it directly, and it will help you withstand a strike from a great Luo golden immortal. Li Xian tucked the talisman into his sleeve, cupping his hands toward Yinxiao. Thank you, elder sister. He then turned and bowed to the master of the Celestial Church. Master, I take my leave. After speaking, Li Xian did not delay any further and stepped out of the grand hall of Shangqing Peak. He did not bring any attendants, nor did he ride any magical treasures, and simply followed the mountain path of Kunlun, walking alone toward the outside. As he passed through the protective formation of Kunlun Mountain, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. The originally rich and gentle spiritual energy vanished, replaced by a pungent smell of blood permeating the air. The wind across the world carried a hint of desolation. Li Xian oriented himself towards the direction of the Buzhou Mountain ruins and quickly advanced along a desolate canyon. He had just crossed 100,000 miles beyond the borders of Kunlun Mountain. Dark shadows quietly poked their heads out from the dark stone crevices on both sides of the canyon. A thick cloud of demonic energy gathered above the canyon, completely blocking out the sunlight. A tall man, 3 zhang in height, with a pair of black tiger ears, leaped out from behind a massive stone, landing heavily in front of Li Xian. The ground was stomped into 2 deep pits, and debris flew in all directions. The burly man extended his crimson tongue, licked his lips, and looked Li Xian up and down. Tisk, I didn't expect to encounter a lone innate human down here at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The burly man waved his hand. In an instant, dozens of demon soldiers with green faces and sharp fangs rushed out from both sides of the canyon, brandishing long spears and big knives, completely surrounding Li Xian. The burly man rested the ghost-headed big knife on his shoulder, grinning widely. Kid, do you want to bleed willingly, or shall I twist your head off to use as a wine cup? The burly warrior slung his demon-headed greatsword onto his shoulder and roared with laughter. Boy, will you bleed willingly, or must I wrench off your head to use as a wine bowl? Li Xian stood motionless, ignoring the warrior's taunts. His gaze swept past the man's broad shoulders, piercing deep into the canyon's shadowed heart. Scattered across the jagged boulders flanking the canyon lay countless mangled skeletons, their bones broken and incomplete, blood staining the earth crimson. Among them were elders, robust adults, and women. Their tattered garments clung to ravaged flesh. Their deaths had been grotesque. Some had been cleaved cleanly at the waist, entrails spilling across the ground. Others had been drained of vital essence, shriveled into desiccated husks. Still others lacked heads entirely. Only severed torsos dangled from withered branches. A cold wind howled through the gorge, carrying a nauseating metallic stench of blood straight into the nostrils. Li Xian's eyes grew colder layer by layer. He had transmigrated into the primordial chaos a century ago, and spent those 100 years hiding and cultivating atop Kunlun Mountain. Though he knew well the brutality of this realm, this was the first time he confronted such horror face to face. These were his own kin. Hey, mute now. The burly warrior, growing impatient at Li Xian's silence, rapped the flat of his blade against a nearby boulder. A thunderous crack echoed. The boulder exploded into dust, shards scattering like shrapnel. I'm speaking to you. Have you frozen in terror? At once, dozens of demonic soldiers burst into raucous laughter. A boar-headed soldier stepped forward, gripping a spiked mace slick with minced flesh. General Heihu, this youth is tender-skinned and frail. No trace of cultivation energy stirs within him. Likely just a newborn waste of flesh. The boar demon sniffed deeply, drool dripping from his tusks. Yet the blood and flesh of primordial humanity are supreme nourishment. General, once his vital essence is drawn dry, may we have his body to feast upon. General Heihu roared with laughter and slapped the boardman's skull hard with his palm. Rest assured, Lord Kunpeng, the demon sage himself, issued strict orders: only the vital essence and souls of primordial humans are required. This carcass serves no purpose. Once bled dry, divided among yourselves. At these words the demonic soldiers howled with frenzied delight. Thank you, General. His legs are mine. I'll roast them over fire. I'll take his heart and liver, raw they're most succulent. I want his brain. Sucking it will surely taste sweet. Step aside. The brain belongs to General Heihu. We'll be lucky to get broth. Unrestrained, the demons debated how to carve up Li Xian as though he were already a lifeless slab upon a butcher's block. Li Xian withdrew his gaze and fixed it upon General Heihu. You slaughter humans here to forge the demon-slaying sword. His voice was calm, utterly still, without ripple or tremor. General Heihu blinked, then widened his copper-coin eyes in astonishment. Oh, a powerless wretch like you knows of the demon-slaying sword. He drove his demon-headed greatsword deep into the earth, folded his arms across his chest, and smirked with cruel amusement. Since you know its name, you ought to understand. Being absorbed into that sacred blade is the highest honor any insect like you could ever attain. His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty Dongwang Tai shall wield it to slay the 12 ancestral spirits and unify the primordial chaos. Humanity was born to serve as our blood sustenance. To contribute to the grand cause of the demonic race is your sacred privilege. Surely you should rejoice. The general's pride swelled, his black tiger ears twitched with glee. Once the demon-slaying sword is forged, our demonic race shall reign supreme over all the primordial chaos. Then even those lofty celestial sages, who sit high above mortal affairs, shall bow before us and grant us due reverence. Li Xian said nothing. He took a step forward, then another. Several demonic soldiers blocking his path instantly raised their weapons, glaring at him with vicious intent. Halt, or seek death. The boar demon hefted his spiked mace, poised to crush Li Xian's skull. General Heihu raised a hand, halting the boar demon. A cruel smile curled his lips. Let him walk. I'd very much like to see what this trembling fool intends to do. Li Xian ignored their shouts. He approached the canyon's eastern cliff face and stopped. There a woman hung impaled upon the stone wall by a spear, her arms cradling an infant whose heart had been torn out. Her eyes were wide open, unblinking, unyielding in death. Her fingers clutched the cold, lifeless child, so fiercely her nails had pierced flesh and gouged bone. Li Xian gently closed the woman's eyes. He had never wished to entangle himself prematurely in the great calamity of the primordial chaos, only to quietly cultivate and grow stronger. But this sight had shattered his last restraint, the line that defined him irrevocably as human. His blood burned like molten iron. The miniature myriad immortals formation whirled violently within him. The embryo of the god of strength, sensing its master's wrath, unleashed a silent, earth-shaking roar within his inner world. Some things cannot be avoided. Some debts demand retribution. Li Xian turned, meeting General Heihu's gaze. You spared not even infants. The general sneered, waving dismissively. What of infants? Their vital essence is purest, their souls untainted, the most potent of all. The demon sage himself declared 1 infant's essence equals 10 grown humans. I shall not merely kill infants. I shall eradicate every last human, leaving none alive. Pointing a clawed finger at Li Xian, the general's expression twisted into utter cruelty. Boy, you've held your composure well. I'll grant you mercy. Slit your own throat, and I swear I'll extract your soul swiftly. No torment. Li Xian looked upon General Heihu, and a cold, contemptuous smile flickered across his lips. You asked me to slit my own throat. A mere early-stage celestial immortal of the Tai rank, a beast like you, dares presume such authority. Silence crashed upon the canyon like a tomb sealing shut. Dozens of demonic soldiers stared dumbfounded, as if gazing upon a madman. A mortal utterly devoid of cultivation dared insult a Tai, celestial immortal, a general of the demonic host. Was he eager to die that quickly? General Heihu's grin froze, then shattered. A sovereign of the Tai, celestial immortal rank, a pillar of the demonic host, publicly humiliated by a mortal. This was an unforgivable disgrace. He wrenched his demon-headed great sword from the earth. A savage aura of Tai celestial immortality erupted. Dense, churning black miasma coalesced overhead, roaring like a storm of malice. Shards of rock lifted into the air, pulverized instantly into fine ash by sheer pressure. Demonic soldiers staggered backward. Some weaker in cultivation collapsed to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Insect, how dare you defy death? The general bellowed, his eyes blazing crimson. I shall no longer extract your soul. I shall crush your limbs inch by inch and force you to watch as your own entrails are torn from your body. He lunged forward, one foot striking the ground, cracking it wide open. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he extended his massive black-furred tiger paw, claws gleaming, and slashed downward toward Li Xian's crown. The colossal paw tore through the air, shrieking with sonic fury as it descended upon Li Xian's celestial aperture. A single enraged strike from a Tai, celestial immortal, could reduce a mountain to dust, let alone a mortal man. The demonic soldiers watched eyes wide with anticipation, eager for the gory spectacle of splattered brains. Yet Li Xian remained rooted in place, not even flinching. He did not raise his eyelids. At the instant the monstrous claw grazed the threshold of his scalp, Li Xian parted his lips and uttered 4 words, icy and absolute. Strength, seal the prison. Force of power suppressed the abyss. The giant claw of the black tiger demon fiercely struck down. The wild boar demon soldier beside excitedly shouted, General so mighty. Crush this kid's skull. I want to drink his brain juice. Other demon soldiers echoed. They waved their weapons as if they could already see the scene of Li Xian's brain splattering. However, crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking abruptly echoed in the canyon. The cruel smile on the black tiger demon's face instantly froze. His giant claw did not crush Li Xian's skull. Instead, it felt as if it had gripped an unmovable chaos divine iron. The 5 sharp tiger claws broke at the roots, blood gushing out. The black tiger demon let out a shrill scream. He abruptly withdrew his hand and staggered back, his massive body crashing into a large rock behind him. The rubble rolled down. It fell on several demon soldiers who couldn't dodge in time, instantly causing a chorus of wails. The black tiger demon looked at Li Xian in terror, as if he had seen some kind of monster. What exactly are you? Li Xian did not answer. He slowly raised his head. Within his inner world, the miniature 10,000 immortals array spun wildly. The power of the awakening magic god of strength surged through his meridians into his limbs and bones. Behind Li Xian, the void twisted for a moment. A hazy gray phantom slowly emerged. That phantom towered to the heavens, emanating a terrifying aura of wildness, antiquity, and suppression of all. The phantom of Pangu, the magic god of strength. As this aura emerged, the air in the entire canyon instantly solidified. Dozens of demon soldiers were firmly pressed to the ground by this oppressive force. The wild boar demon soldier's wolf-toothed club dropped to the ground. He desperately tried to lift his head, but found that he couldn't even move a finger. What kind of pressure is this? The wild boar demon soldier was so scared that he wet his pants. Yellow liquid flowed down his thigh onto the ground. The black tiger demon trembled all over. The power of the Tai golden immortal seemed like snow melting in the face of the scorching sun, instantly dissipating. He finally realized that the seemingly powerless mortal before him was not prey at all, but an ancient ferocious beast clad in human skin. No. Impossible. You clearly have no power. The black tiger demon turned and fled. He didn't even bother to retrieve the ghost-headed big knife stuck in the ground. His mind was filled with a single thought: to escape. The further away the better. Li Xian looked at the fleeing figure of the black tiger demon and took a step forward. Boom. The pure physical power erupted. The ground beneath Li Xian's feet instantly collapsed into a bottomless pit. The surrounding space cracked like fragile glass, filled with black spatial fractures. Li Xian's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next second he appeared directly behind the black tiger demon, without using any divine abilities or spells. Li Xian extended his right hand and grabbed the back of the black tiger demon's neck. The black tiger demon was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, desperately activating the protective magical treasures within him. Shields shimmering with demonic light appeared around him. Li Xian's 5 fingers tightened sharply. Crack! Crack! Those protective magical treasures, which could withstand the full force of a golden immortal's attack, shattered in Li Xian's hand as if they were made of paper. Li Xian lifted the black tiger demon, who was 3 zhang tall, into the air with one hand. Let me go. The black tiger demon struggled desperately, his legs flailing in the air. Li Xian looked at him with a cold tone. Did you just say you wanted to crush my limbs inch by inch? Li Xian's left hand reached out and grabbed the black tiger demon's right arm, pulling it violently. Rip! A thick tiger arm was forcibly torn off, blood spraying like a waterfall. Li Xian did not stop. He grabbed the black tiger demon's left arm and pulled again with force. Rip! Another arm was torn off. The black tiger demon twitched in pain. The life force of the Tai golden immortal prevented him from dying immediately, forcing him to endure this extreme pain with clarity. You killed me. The demon lord won't spare you. The black tiger demon screamed in despair. Li Xian had an expressionless face. Did you just say that the blood of infants is the purest? Li Xian's voice was like that from the depths of hell. The black tiger demon shook his head madly. No, I never said that. Great immortal, spare my life. Li Xian grabbed the black tiger demon's shoulders. In your next life, do not become a demon. The power of the magic god of strength erupted without reservation. Rip! The chilling sound of tearing echoed through the canyon. The black tiger demon at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal was torn in half by Li Xian. A torrential rain of blood poured down. The two broken halves of the corpse hit the ground, with innards spilling everywhere. The black tiger demon's primordial spirit attempted to flee. It was directly shattered by the violent blood energy emanating from Li Xian, completely annihilating his soul. Li Xian casually discarded the severed limb. He turned his head and looked at the demon soldiers trembling on the ground. The wild boar demon soldier watched in horror as the black tiger demon was torn apart, his heart breaking with fear. He desperately tried to crawl away, but the terrifying pressure made it impossible for him to move. Great Immortal, spare my life. I want dare to eat people again. The wild boar demon soldier repeatedly kowtowed his forehead, striking the stone, blood flowing profusely. Li Xian looked at him, his eyes devoid of any compassion. You do not deserve to live. Li Xian snorted coldly. The violent blood energy within him surged outward like a tsunami. Bang! 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 Dozens of demon soldiers did not even have time to scream. Their bodies instantly exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. The entire canyon fell into a deathly silence. Only the strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Li Xian stood in the pool of blood, his blue robe stained with the blood of the demon clan. He shook his sleeves. A wisp of gray-red chaotic fire flickered from his fingertips. The flame landed on the black tiger demon's remains, instantly turning them to ash, leaving no trace behind. Li Xian turned to leave this place of calamity. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. The originally clear sky was instantly obscured by a rolling mass of golden demon clouds. The wind howled, sand and stones flew. The stone walls on both sides of the canyon trembled under the pressure, with stones constantly rolling down. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, directly locking down the entire canyon. A Daluo Golden Immortal. Li Xian halted his steps and looked up at the sky. The miniature 10,000 Immortals array within Li Xian automatically operated silently, dissipating the pressure of the Daluo Golden Immortal. On the surface, he pretended to be intimidated by the pressure, his body trembling slightly. From within the golden demon clouds, a refined man in a white robe, holding a feather fan, slowly appeared. The passing incarnation of the demon commander Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe stood on the cloud, frowning slightly. He glanced at the ashes of the demon clan scattered on the ground, then looked at Li Xian standing in the pool of blood. Bai Zhe slowly descended from the clouds, landing 10 zhang away from Li Xian. He scrutinized Li Xian from head to toe, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. A completely unskilled innate human. Bai Zhe shook his feather fan, his voice calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. Human, have you seen who killed my demon clan general? Bai Zhe fanned himself slowly with a feather fan, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze swept across the charred earth and bloodstains surrounding him. A black tiger spirit at the Tai Golden Immortal level, reduced to nothing, not even ashes. This was utterly beyond the capability of any ordinary cultivator. Li Xian lowered his head, his body trembling just enough, precisely calibrated, and concealed the coldness in his eyes behind a veil of perfect restraint. RR, return. Your great immortalship. Li Xian stammered, voice quavering. I fainted from sheer terror. I saw nothing at all. You lot. Bai Zhe's voice, though soft, carried the crushing weight of a Luo Golden Immortal. The residual energy from a Tai Golden Immortal's battle would have pulverized your mortal frame into viscera and mist. Yet you stand unharmed. Not even a thread of your robe is torn. Speak. Who did this? Li Xian cursed inwardly. This Bai Zhe, chief strategist of the demonic clans, was no fool to be easily deceived. He feigned oncoming tears and collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Mercy, great immortal. I truly know nothing. I only glimpsed, just barely, a figure clad in crimson Taoist robes. Bai Zhe's eyes narrowed sharply. Crimson robes? Describe them. Li Xian swallowed hard and wove his tail further. His face remained obscured, but in his hands were two swords, one radiating a sinister red light, the other a sickly green glow. As he slaughtered those demons, he chanted, "Kill heaven, kill earth, kill all sentient beings." Bai Zhe's hand froze mid-fan stroke. Crimson robes. Twin blades. The path of slaughter. These signs were unmistakable. The Lord of the Netherworld blood, see Mingi Laozu. Why would Mingi Laozu descend upon the foothills of Kunlun Mountain to slay demonic beings? Did he oppose the demon clan's forging of the demon-slaying sword? No, that could not be it. Bai Zhe fixed Li Xian with a gaze now glacial and sharp. Mingi Laozu devoured both soul and essence. He never left survivors. Why had this mortal lived? Boy, you are grievously dishonest. Bai Zhe sneered. This marshal has no time for your fables. Since truth eludes your tongue, I shall extract it myself, from your memory. Before Li Xian could react, Bai Zhe raised his right hand and pointed his index finger straight toward Li Xian. A strand of Luo Golden Immortal's divine sense coalesced into an invisible needle, ruthless piercing, plunging deep into Li Xian's mind. Soul-searching, a vile forbidden art. For mortals, soul-searching meant either irreversible madness or instant cranial explosion. Bai Zhe cared not a jot for the life of one insignificant man. He sought only truth. Within Li Xian's downcast eyes, murderous intent flared, sudden, incandescent. You spurn grace, so be it. He did not flinch. He let the divine sense pierce his brow. A faint contemptuous smile curled Bai Zhe's lips. A mortal's consciousness was as fragile as rice paper. He needed but an instant to strip bare every memory within. Yet, when Bai Zhe's divine sense surged into Li Xian's mind, that smirk froze rigid and grotesque. There was no fragile consciousness, no fragmented mortal memories. Before Bai Zhe's awareness stretched an endless expanse of ashen mist, within which spatial laws writhed and contorted violently. Within Li Xian's body, the miniature myriad immortals formation world at full power. The embryonic spatial god emitted a dull, grayish luminescence. Spatial labyrinth, activate. Li Xian whispered the command inwardly. Bai Zhe's divine sense was instantly sucked into a maze woven from infinite folded dimensions. Up became down, a left twisted into right. Bai Zhe's consciousness careened blindly through the labyrinth, like a headless fly lost forever in its own reflection. What infernal realm is this? Bai Zhe's divine sense shrieked in panic, and tried desperately to sever its tether to his true self. Too late. Li Xian's lips curled in icy silence. Annihilate. The spatial labyrinth collapsed inward. Countless spatial rifts snapped shut, like razor-edged guillotines cleaving Bai Zhe's divine sense without mercy. Outside, Bai Zhe's physical form hovering midair screamed, a raw, guttural cry of agony. His hands clutched his skull, his eyes bulged outward, veins throbbing black. To have a Luo Golden Immortal's divine sense forcibly shredded. This pain eclipsed bodily destruction by 100-fold. Pooh! Bai Zhe threw back his head and vomited a torrent of crimson blood. Blood flecked with pulped organ fragments. His Luo aura shattered instantly. His body plummeted, limp, lifeless, as if severed from its celestial strings, straight down to earth. Boom! He crashed into a heap of jagged boulders, carving a crater deep into the ground. Clutching his skull, he writhed in torment at the crater's bottom. His feather fan lay discarded nearby, dirted with mud and gore. Only after half an incense stick's time did Bai Zhe finally suppress the mind-rending agony gnawing at his thoughts. Gasping raggedly, he dragged himself up from the rubble. Mingi. It must be Mingi. His teeth clenched, terror burned in his eyes. Only those ancient quasi-sages who had once listened to Dao lectures beneath the Zixiao Palace could silently implant such a horrifying spatial trap within a mortal's mind, and cripple a Luo Golden Immortal in an instant. That mortal was no accident. He was bait, deliberately placed. Bai Zhe jerked his head upward, toward the spot where Li Xian had stood moments before. Empty. The young man in azure Taoist robes had vanished, utterly without trace. Only chaotic spatial turbulence remained, erasing every scent, every echo, every remnant of presence. Bai Zhe drew a sharp, shuddering breath. Terrifying. Even he, a Luo Golden Immortal, had failed to perceive the departure. No time to waste. I must report this to the demon sovereign immediately. Ignoring his wounds, Bai Zhe snatched up his fan and shot skyward as a streak of golden light, fleeing the canyon in abject haste. Meanwhile, millions of li away, a gray, formless void shimmered. Li Xian materialized within it, brushing dust from his robes, a cold, knowing smile playing upon his lips. A Luo Golden Immortal. Hardly impressive. Though he had not slain Bai Zhe outright, he had crippled 2/10 of his divine sense. It would take millennia for Bai Zhe to recover. And most crucially, the black mark now rested squarely upon Mingi Laozu's shoulders. Li Xian lifted his gaze toward the horizon. At the world's edge, a colossal fractured stone pillar pierced the heavens. Even across millions of li, its oppressive primordial aura pressed down, crushing, eternal. The ruins of Buzhou Mountain. Li Xian inhaled deeply. The primordial essence of strength within him stirred faintly. The fourth divine essence, I come for you. In a flicker of displaced space, Li Xian dissolved once more, hurtling swift and silent toward the fallen mountain. Li Xian continuously traversed through the void. The laws of space were utilized to their utmost. A distance of millions of miles was merely a few breaths away. Ahead, a broken colossal pillar loomed between heaven and earth. The remains of the Buzhou Mountain. Even though it was shattered, the oppressive force of Pangu still suffocated those who approached. In a radius of 100,000 miles, not a blade of grass could be seen. Not even a single bird was in sight. Even a typical Tai Golden Immortal would struggle to stand here. Even a great Luo golden immortal had to tread carefully. As soon as Li Xian landed, a terrifying pressure akin to 10,000 mountains crashed down upon him. The miniature array of 10,000 immortals within him shook violently. The phantom of the god of strength opened its eyes in the inner world, letting out a silent roar. The same source aura instantly spread throughout his body. That pressure capable of crushing golden immortals felt like a gentle spring breeze against Li Xian. Not only did he feel no sense of oppression, but it also made him feel comfortable all over. This panga pressure is quite nice for a bath. Li Xian stretched his neck and strode towards the abyss of Buzhou Mountain. The further he descended, the heavier the pressure became. The surrounding rock walls bore the scars of the ancient battle between the witches and the demons. Dried, dark red bloodstains and broken weapons lay scattered. Suddenly, several remnants of witch energy surged from the cracks in the stone. They transformed into ferocious phantoms of beasts pouncing towards Li Xian with bared fangs and claws. Li Xian didn't even glance at them. He waved his hand, and the laws of strength transformed into an invisible ripple that spread out. Bang! 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 The fierce beasts of witch energy didn't even have time to scream before they were obliterated into nothingness. With such feeble abilities, you dare to obstruct my path. Li Xian sneered and walked straight to the bottom of the abyss. Here lay a vast underground cavern filled with a rich flow of chaotic energy. System sign-in. Li Xian silently recited in his heart. Ding! Sign-in at the Buzhou Mountain ruins successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the fourth source of the demon god, 1/4 of the essence blood of the chaos demon ape. As soon as the words fell, a drop of dark golden blood appeared out of thin air in Li Xian's inner world. The moment this drop appeared, an incredibly violent battle intent swept through the entire miniature array of 10,000 immortals. Battle against heaven and earth. Unyielding. This was the law of battle of the chaos demon ape. Li Xian felt as though the blood in his body was about to ignite. Such domineering essence blood. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the abyss, operating the Wuxiang Chaos Sutra. The miniature array of 10,000 immortals spun at full speed, tightly wrapping the dark golden essence blood. Refine. The violent source of battle surged through his meridians, fiercely washing through Li Xian's limbs and bones. Each wash was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. Li Xian gritted his teeth, remaining silent. The face of the Antarctic immortal flashed through his mind, as did the sinister gaze of Tai Zhenren. Inferior origins. Mortal ants. Today he would use the essence blood of the chaos demon ape to completely shatter the theory of inferior origins in this primal chaos. He could clearly feel that his bones, muscles, and cells were undergoing a tremendous transformation. His originally resilient body began to emit a faint glassy sheen. In the inner world, the phantoms of the god of strength, god of space, and god of fire simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. The dark golden essence blood continuously rolled at the center of the array before erupting with a bang. A phantom of a demon ape covered in dark golden fur and wielding a giant club rose from the ground in the inner world. The god of battle coalescing. The four phantoms of the demon gods occupied each corner of the miniature array of 10,000 immortals, forming a perfect internal cycle of the four symbols. Boom! Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Two substantial dark golden beams shot from his eyes, piercing through the rock wall above the abyss. He stood up, clenching his fists. A layer of flawless glassy luster flowed over his skin. Chaos glass body. At this moment, even if he stood still and let a Tai golden immortal strike him with a top-grade spirit treasure, not even a white mark would be left. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming battle intent surging through him. Li Xian felt that he could now punch and shatter a star. Refreshing. Li Xian exhaled, and the bones throughout his body crackled like exploding beans. Just as he prepared to test the strength of his chaos glass body. From the darkness on the other side of the abyss, a heavy footfall suddenly echoed. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the entire abyss trembled violently. Accompanying the footsteps was a rough, furious curse. Which reckless demon dares to wreak havoc in our ancestral land of the witches? Li Xian turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. In the darkness, a towering man, 10 zhang tall and bare-chested, strode towards him. The man carried a gigantic axe and a bronze shield. With each step, his muscles bulged like rocks, exuding a wild and fierce aura. Demon race. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. He glanced down at his Taoist robe. He had indeed picked up a trace of the demon's residual blood aura while killing the black tiger spirit in the canyon. The man stopped 10 zhang in front of Li Xian, his copper bell-like eyes fixed intently on him. Kid, you have the stench of the demon race on you. The man raised his giant axe, pointing it at Li Xian's nose. Speak. Are you a spy sent by Di Jun, or a lackey sent by that mixed featherbird Dong, Huang Tai? Li Xian looked at the towering man before him, a playful smile tugging at his lips. So you are the great witch of the witch race? No kidding, the man roared angrily. I am the war god of the witch race, Xingtian. Since you dared to intrude into our ancestral land today, don't think you'll leave alive. Xingtian did not give Li Xian a chance to explain. He swung his giant axe, wielding a terrifying power that tore through space, directly striking down towards Li Xian's head. Die! Li Xian stood his ground, not dodging or avoiding. He looked at the giant axe descending upon him, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Just after summoning the god of battle, he was worried about not having anyone to practice against. This convenient punching bag had come to him. How could he let this opportunity slip? Li Xian raised his right hand, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. The chaos glass body erupted with dazzling light. He did not retreat, but advanced, meeting Xingtian's giant axe with a punch. Come at me. Today I'll use you to test my new body. A resounding boom echoed as Li Xian's fist struck solidly against the blade of the giant axe ganchi. There were no dazzling lights from a clash of magical powers, only the pure and ultimate force of the physical body colliding. A visible wave of white energy exploded from the point of contact between the two, instantly sweeping across the entire bottom of the abyss. The surrounding hard rock walls were battered by the shockwave. Large chunks of rock broke away, crashing down and turning into dust upon impact. Xingtian only felt a torrent of overwhelming power surge through the axe handle into his arms. His proud body of a great witch shook violently. His feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground as he staggered back for several paces before stabilizing himself. Good kid. How can your body be tougher than ours, the Witch Clan? Xingtian shook his numbed wrist, his big copper bell-like eyes filled with astonishment. He was a peak great witch of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, born with a powerful physique. That last axe strike could have cleaved an ancient divine mountain in two. The seemingly frail figure before him had actually received the blow with his bare fist. Not even a scratch. Li Xian retracted his fist and glanced at his unscathed knuckles. A faint glow coursed over the surface of the chaos-glazed body. What a thrill! Li Xian laughed heartily as the essence of the war god surged wildly within him. He pushed off the ground, causing it to collapse instantly. His form turned into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Xingtian. Come again. Afraid of you. Xingtian's ferocity was awakened. He simply tossed aside the ganchi giant axe and the bronze shield, charging in barehanded. The Witch Clan loved to fight, relishing this kind of close-quarters combat. Bang, bang, bang. The bottom of the abyss echoed with a series of muffled thuds. Both abandoned all defense. You threw a punch, I kicked back, and they wildly exchanged blows. Li Xian's fist struck Xingtian's chest, causing his ribcage to cave in. Xingtian retaliated by driving an elbow into Li Xian's shoulder, but it felt as if he had slammed into a piece of chaotic divine iron, sending pain vibrating through his bones. There were no fancy techniques. Only the most primal aesthetic of violence. The two fought from the east side of the abyss to the west. Wherever they passed, rocks crumbled and the ground shattered. What on earth did you eat to grow up? Your strength surpasses mine. Xingtian shouted as he swung his fists. Li Xian dodged a heavy punch and retaliated with a slap to Xingtian's back. Stop talking. Show me your true skills as a great witch. All right. Today I must bring you down. Xingtian roared, his muscles expanding once more. His fists flew like the wind, howling through the air as he wildly hammered down on Li Xian. Li Xian stood firm, meeting each blow with his fists. The two fought fiercely at the bottom of the abyss. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 300 blows. Xingtian grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that not only had Li Xian's strength not diminished, but it was actually growing stronger. Each punch carried a ferocious battle intent that sent shivers down his spine. That kind of battle intent was even purer than that of their witch clans fight against heaven and earth. What kind of monster is this? Could it be some ancient creature that has been hiding away? Xingtian clenched his teeth and threw out another punch. Li Xian did not dodge or evade, throwing a punch of his own. The two fists collided harshly in midair. Crack! The surrounding space couldn't withstand the force and split open several black fissures. The miniature myriad immortals array within Li Xian operated at full speed. The phantom of the war god roared within his internal world. A sense of terrifying pressure belonging to the chaos demon ape erupted explosively from Li Xian's fist. Xingtian's expression changed dramatically. He felt as though he was not facing a human, but an ancient demon god emerging from chaos. That oppressive feeling crushed his battle intent. Boom! Xingtian's massive body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the rock wall of the abyss. It created a huge human-shaped pit. Debris cascaded down, partially burying Xingtian. Li Xian withdrew his fist, exhaling a long breath. With the chaos-glazed body and the essence of the war god, his physical strength was simply invincible. He approached the pile of stones looking down at Xingtian. Are you still going to fight? Xingtian pushed the debris off himself and sat down heavily on the ground, breathing heavily, his body marked with bruises. No more fighting. No more fighting. Xingtian waved his hand, grinning broadly. You are a freak. Xingtian yielded. He got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his body. He strode over to Li Xian. I misjudged you earlier. Although you carry the stench of the demon race, the way you fight is definitely not like those soft-boned demons. Xingtian patted Li Xian on the shoulder. I am Xingtian, a great witch of the witch clan. Brother, what is your name? Li Xian smiled. The witch clan truly had a straightforward nature. Once they fought, they became brothers. Li Xian. Great. Brother Li Xian. Xingtian grabbed Li Xian's arm and walked toward the other side of the abyss. Let's go. Come with me back to the tribe. I had a thrilling fight today, and I must treat you to our witch clan's blood wine. Li Xian did not refuse, allowing Xingtian to lead him. The two passed through a dark passage at the bottom of the abyss and arrived at a vast underground cavern. Inside the cavern were dozens of large stone jars, each half a person's height. Surrounding them were several witch clan warriors who were practicing their skills. Upon seeing Xingtian bringing in an outsider, they all halted their actions, curiously looking at Li Xian. Great Witch Xingtian, who is this person? A witch clan warrior asked loudly. This is my newly recognized brother. Stronger than me. At this declaration, the entire cavern fell silent. All the witch clan warriors widened their eyes, staring at Li Xian as if he were a monster. Xingtian was the most formidable great witch of their tribe. This thin-looking kid was actually stronger than Xingtian. Xingtian ignored the astonishment of the crowd and walked directly to the stone jars. He lifted the lid of one of the jars. A strong aroma of wine mixed with the scent of blood surged forth. This is a drink brewed from the blood of over 100 ferocious beasts. By our witch clan, you outsiders cannot taste it. Xingtian hoisted the jar and directly poured it into his mouth. Li Xian was not hesitant either. He picked up a nearby stone jar and drank it down. The fiery liquor exploded like a fireball in his stomach. The violent power of blood surged through his throat into his limbs and bones. The miniature myriad immortals array within Li Xian operated automatically, instantly absorbing all of that power. Good wine. Li Xian wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and shouted. Haha, thrilling. Bring more. Xingtian felt even more admiration for Li Xian as he saw him drink the blood wine without flinching. The two of them took turns drinking, and in the blink of an eye they drained over a dozen stone jars. Xingtian burped and sat down heavily on the ground. He looked at Li Xian. His previously excited face suddenly fell, and his eyes turned red. Li Xian set down the stone jar and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Not enough to drink. Xingtian shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. He leaned closer to Li Xian and lowered his voice. Brother, you are so strong, you must have seen more than I have. Can you help us with a favor? Li Xian sensed something from Xingtian's demeanor. What favor? Xingtian raked his hair back, his face full of worry. Our Earth Mother ancestor seems to have gone mad recently. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything and just stares blankly at the edge of the underworld blood sea, watching the dead. No matter how we try to persuade her, it's useless. Can you please help us take a look? Li Xian put down the stone jar in his hands and stood up. Let's go, take me to have a look. Xingtian was overjoyed and hastily wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. He grabbed the dried giant axe from the ground and led the way. The two left the witch clan tribe, racing towards the direction of the underworld blood sea. On the way, Xingtian wore a worried expression, continuously murmuring, Brother Li Xian, you don't know Ho Tu was the one with the best temper among our 12 ancestors of the witch clan. She would dwell on even stepping on an ant for half a day. But since the war between the witch and demon clans began, the death toll has risen and she has changed. She runs to the edge of this blood sea every day, staying for decades. No one can persuade her. Even Brother Di Jiang was scolded back by her. Li Xian followed beside Xingtian, not responding. He understood in his heart. This was Ho Tu's deep compassion, sensing her own destiny, transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was an extremely important event in the primordial world, an indispensable part of the operation of the Heavenly Dao. Li Xian stroked his chin. He was troubled about how to secure a path for the human race, as the demon clan was rampantly slaughtering them. After the death of the human race, there was no place for them to return, only turning into wandering souls and wild ghosts in the wilderness, ultimately ending up in a state of shattered souls. If he could enlighten Ho Tu at this moment, not only could he share in a vast amount of Dao merits, but he could also invest in the underworld in advance. This deal was bound to be profitable. The two quickly arrived at the edge of the underworld blood sea. The stench of the blood sea hit them. The dark red seawater churned with countless lingering souls tearing at each other on the surface. This was the most polluted place in the primordial world. All the restless lingering souls, malevolent energy, and karmic debts in the world ultimately gathered here. Li Xian stopped and looked towards the cliff ahead. At the edge of the cliff stood a woman in a pale yellow long dress covered in mud, her hair disheveled as she clutched her hair tightly. It was Ho Tu, one of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. At this moment, she was in an extremely dire state. She trembled all over, repeatedly muttering a few phrases. Why can't I save them? They are all crying, they are all screaming in pain. Why is there no place for them in this vast world? Ho Tu suddenly reached out, trying to grasp a lingering soul from the witch clan floating in the air. But she was born with the malevolent aura of an ancestor witch. As soon as her hand touched the lingering soul, it emitted a shrill scream and instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke. Ho Tu stood frozen in place. Looking at her empty hands, she suddenly broke down and cried out, I killed him again. I killed him again. What should I do? Who can tell me what to do? Ho Tu suddenly knelt on the ground, her hands wildly pounding. The cliff was cracked by her blows. Fragments of stone fell into the blood sea below, splashing waves of blood over 10 feet high. Xing Tian anxiously pounded his thigh. Ho Tu, don't do this. Get up quickly. Xing Tian rushed over, wanting to pull Ho Tu up. Get away. Ho Tu turned her head sharply and waved her hand. A violent ancestral witch power erupted, smashing directly into Xing Tian's chest. Xing Tian's massive body was sent flying dozens of feet away. He crashed heavily to the ground, sliding out a long trench. Don't touch me. Don't let any of you touch me. Ho Tu held her head, sinking into a complete death cycle. She wanted to save these lingering souls, but her power would only destroy them. She could not find a way out. Her Dao heart was on the verge of collapse. Xing Tian got up from the ground, rubbed his chest that was still numb, and turned to Li Xian. Brother, you have to think of a way. If this continues, Ho Tu will surely go mad. Brother, don't go over. She doesn't recognize anyone now. Your small frame can't withstand her slap. Li Xian pushed Xing Tian's arm away. Watch from the side and don't make a sound. Li Xian's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Xing Tian was taken aback. He actually obediently closed his mouth and stood still. Li Xian stopped less than 3 meters away. Ho Tu sensed someone approaching and suddenly looked up. She glared at Li Xian, her hands on the ground like a wild beast guarding its food. Do you also want to advise me? Do you want to tell me that these lingering souls deserve to die, eh? Get lost. Get away from me. Ho Tu shouted angrily, raising her hand to strike Li Xian. Li Xian stood still, not even dodging. He did not use his chaos-glazed body, nor release the pressure of the war demon god. He simply slowly raised his right hand and extended one finger. Within his inner world, the miniature 10,000 immortals formation quietly operated. The embryonic form of the space demon god emitted a faint ripple. The gray spatial laws danced at his fingertips, leaving an arc in the air with his movement. Li Xian drew a circle in midair, connecting the beginning and the end, creating a cycle. As soon as this circle appeared, the raging malevolent energy of the blood sea was instantly isolated. The lingering souls that had been struggling and screaming in pain suddenly seemed to receive some kind of summons. They stopped struggling and lined up, slowly drifting towards the gray circle. As the first lingering soul passed through the circle, the malevolent energy and resentment on it were instantly peeled away by the spatial laws. The lingering soul became pure and transparent. The painful expression on its face disappeared, replaced by a sense of liberated tranquility. The lingering soul turned around, bowed deeply to Li Xian, and then vanished into the cosmos. Immediately after the second third, hundreds and thousands of lingering souls passed through the circle, shedding their burdens and returning to the cosmos. Ho Tu's hand raised in the air froze. She stared blankly at the gray circle, watching those lingering souls find release. The tangled mess in her mind seemed to be instantly untangled by an invisible hand. Li Xian retracted his hand, looking at the kneeling Ho Tu. He did not speak any profound Taoist terms. He simply stated in the plainest tone the words that would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of the primordial world: dust to dust, earth to earth. Since there is no place for them in this world, why not transform yourself into the underworld to build a place of reincarnation for these souls? Boom. This statement struck Ho Tu's mind like a divine thunderbolt. Transforming oneself into the underworld to build a place of reincarnation. Ho Tu trembled violently. She finally understood. She finally realized what her heart's unease and confusion had been for all these years. She was born without a primordial spirit and could not cultivate the Heavenly Dao. But she had this ancestral witch body left by the Father God Pangu. Since the Heavenly Dao is incomplete, she would use her own body to complete the final piece of the puzzle in this world. Ho Tu suddenly stood up. The mud and grime on her body instantly faded, and her disheveled hair automatically gathered up. A magnificent, compassionate, and sacred aura erupted from her being. The dazzling golden light of merit tore through the gloom of the blood sea, illuminating the sky within 100,000 miles in brilliance. This was no longer the malevolence of the witch clan. This was true great compassion of the Dao. Xing Tian watched from a distance, dumbfounded. He didn't even notice the axe in his hand fall to the ground. Ho Tu turned around to face Li Xian. She did not show the pride of an ancestral witch, nor did she care about the lack of cultivation fluctuations from Li Xian. She crossed her hands and bent her knees. Here was one of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, a top power of the primordial world, kneeling straight before Li Xian. Ho Tu bowed her head deeply to Li Xian. Your words are more profound than Hong Jun's teachings. Today Ho Tu has attained enlightenment and is willing to abandon the ancestral witch body to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ho Tu raised her head, her gaze resolute. If I attain the Dao, I will honor you as the Lord of the underworld. The fortunes of the underworld you shall claim half. Ho Tu knelt on the ground, reverently acknowledging Li Xian as the half-master of the underworld. Li Xian calmly accepted this bow. Ho Tu stood up, her gaze clearer than ever before. She turned her head to look at the rolling sea of ghostly blood, her figure slowly rising into the air. Xing Tian, go back and tell Brother Daijing. Ho Tu's voice echoed across the cliff. The witch clan lacks a nascent soul and does not cultivate the Heavenly Dao, but today I, Ho Tu, am willing to open a thread of hope for all beings in the wilderness. Xing Tian jumped anxiously below, waving his strong arms and shouting, Sister Ho Tu, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Brother said you can't run around. Ho Tu did not turn back. She stood above the sea of blood, her voice resonating throughout the vast wilderness. The great Dao is above. Today Ho Tu of the Pangu clan, feeling the souls of beings in the wilderness are lost after death, is willing to abandon the body of the ancestral witch and transform into the cycle of the 6 paths. From now on, the heavens and earth will be divided into yin and yang, life and death will have their cycles. The 6 paths arise. Boom. As Ho Tu's words fell, the entire wilderness trembled violently. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled. The will of the Heavenly Dao descended. Above the sea of blood, Ho Tu's ancestral witch body suddenly shattered, transforming into 6 gigantic black whirlpools. The Heavenly Dao sensed it descending, immeasurable merits of the great Dao. The golden light of merit became so dense that it turned into a tangible mass like a golden ocean, directly crashing into the sea of blood. 80% of the merits fell into the 6 black whirlpools, solidifying the cycle of the 6 paths. The remaining 20% of merits turned in midair, transforming into a golden dragon, heading straight towards Li Xian at the edge of the cliff. Xingtian's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Is this the merit of the great Dao? Why is it running towards Brother Li Xian? Li Xian looked at the overwhelming light of merit crashing down, his eyelids flickering. 20% of the merits of the great Dao. If this falls upon me, it would absolutely allow me to become a saint instantly. But Li Xian had no desire to become a saint, nor did he want to be targeted by the Heavenly Dao. System, give me the highest level of shielding against the heavenly secrets. Wuxian Chaos Sutra set it to the maximum. Li Xian roared frantically in his heart. Ding. The system has activated the highest level of shielding the Heavenly Dao cannot probe. The miniature 10,000 immortals array within him instantly operated beyond its capacity. In the inner world, the demonic god of strength, the demonic god of space, the demonic god of fire, and the demonic god of battle, all 4 phantoms roared towards the heavens simultaneously. The golden dragon, formed from 20% of the merits of the great Dao, rushed right in front of Li Xian. Before it could even radiate its brilliance, it was swallowed whole by a miniature black hole that appeared at Li Xian's chest. Not a trace left. Not even a speck of golden light remained. Li Xian let out a muffled grunt, his face flushed. This was 20% of the merits of the great Dao, containing extremely terrifying energy. As soon as the merits entered the inner world, they were forcibly shredded by the miniature 10,000 immortals array. They transformed into the purest primal power, frantically flooding into the unhatched demonic god embryos. The originally silent inner world instantly boiled. Hundreds of demonic god embryos began to throb violently under the nourishment of the merits. Time, demonic god embryo destruction, demonic god embryo creation, demonic god embryo. Each embryo greedily absorbed this power, and the speed of their development increased 100-fold in an instant. Li Xian felt his physical strength surge again. The chaos-glazed body emitted an even deeper luster. So refreshing. Li Xian shouted wildly in his heart. This hidden windfall was simply a massive gain. Taking the benefits and running away, this is the highest principle of survival in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the saints of the wilderness were completely unable to sit still. At Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly opened his eyes wide, nearly crushing the Sanbao Yujing in his hands. Hutu transforming into reincarnation. How is this possible? The witch clan does not cultivate the nascent soul. How could she understand how to comply with the Heavenly Dao? Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately summoned the fragments of the creation jade tablet and began to calculate frantically. Who is it? Who has enlightened Hutu from behind? I cannot calculate it. The heavenly secrets are shrouded in chaos, as if some terrifying existence has forcibly erased that segment of causality. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face turned ashen, and he stood up abruptly. 20% of the merits of the Great Dao have vanished into thin air. Could it be that those ancient chaotic beings have made a move? This matter must be investigated. Guangqingzi, come to see me quickly. At Shouyang Mountain Beijing Palace, Laozi stopped his alchemy, his brow furrowed. The Taiji diagram slowly rotated above his head, deducing the heavenly secrets. 20% of the merits of the Great Dao have vanished. A flicker of shock passed through Laozi's eyes. To evade the probing of the Heavenly Dao and forcibly swallow 20% of the merits of the Great Dao, such means are something even my master may not be able to achieve. What uncertainties lie hidden in this wilderness? At Golden Ao Island Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed heartily, shaking the entire hall with a resonant sound. What a Hutu! What a 6 paths of reincarnation! That old coot Yuan Shi must be furious right now, calculating away, but even if you can calculate the heavens, you won't be able to figure this out. Tongtian Jiaozhu didn't even consider Li Xian. In his view, although his precious disciple was physically formidable, he was still just an ordinary person without any powers. How could he possibly be related to such a great event in the wilderness? At the edge of the ghostly blood sea, Xingtian looked at the empty half-space, then glanced at the unscathed Li Xian, scratching his bald head. Brother, where did that golden light go just now? How did it vanish in a flash? Li Xian patted his robe, calmly making up stories without changing his expression. What golden light? You must have misseen that was just the reflection of Sister Hutu transforming into reincarnation. Xingtian rubbed his eyes, half convinced. Is that so? I thought that light was coming straight for you. Just an illusion. Li Xian waved his hand and turned to leave. He had already secured the benefits, and his identity as the half-master of the underworld was solidified. If he didn't leave now, once the Heavenly Dao reacted, or if those powerful beings came to check the situation, he wouldn't be able to escape. Xingtian Hutu has already transformed into reincarnation, and the witch clan has a retreat. You should hurry back to the tribe and report to Daijing. Li Xian urged as he walked. Xingtian nodded, grabbing the giant axe lying on the ground. Brother, you are right, I need to hurry back and tell brother. Thanks to you today, you will be our witch clan's eternal brother. Xingtian transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the witch clan. Li Xian watched Xingtian leave, letting out a sigh of relief. He sank his consciousness into the inner world, observing the rapidly developing demonic god embryos, a satisfied smile creeping on his lips. This wave of hidden wealth is simply amazing. I need to hurry back to Kunlun Mountain and hide. Once these demonic gods hatch, even a Tai Golden Immortal is nothing. I could punch a Luo Golden Immortal to bits. Li Xian took a step, the spatial laws activating, preparing to directly shrink the ground and escape. Just then the originally calm sea of ghostly blood suddenly began to churn violently. Boom! A blood wave soaring to 10,000 zhong rose into the sky. Within the blood wave, 2 piercing sword lights tore through the void, carrying a devastating killing intent, directly locking onto the cliff where Li Xian stood. One radiated red light, the other green light. Yuan 2. Abi. Following closely, an old man in a blood-red robe rose from the depths of the sea of blood, treading on blazing red lotus. The ancestor of the underworld river had been in seclusion at the bottom of the sea of blood, witnessing the 20% of the merits of the Great Dao fall upon this ordinary person with no cultivation on the cliff. He was so envious that he nearly bled from his eyes. An ordinary person actually dared to snatch merits at the doorstep of the ancestor of the underworld river. The old man fixed his greedy and furious gaze on Li Xian. Which rodent dares to steal merits at the front of my blood sea, old ancestor? Which rat dares to steal merits in front of the blood sea of the ancestor? The roar of the ancestor of the dark river was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the entire blood sea of the underworld to churn violently. He stood upon the 12th grade flames of karma, wielding the innate killing swords Yuan 2 and Abi, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xian at the edge of the cliff. His crimson eyes brimmed with greed and murderous intent. 2 portions of the Great Dao's merits. He, the dark river, had lingered in the blood sea for countless Yuan meetings, pondering daily on how to attain sainthood. Even imitating Nüwa to create humanity resulted in him earning not a single merit. And today a mere mortal without a hint of magical fluctuation dared to swallow 2 portions of the great Dao's merits right at his doorstep. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Li Xian stood at the cliff's edge looking up at the ancestor of the dark river in the air, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Steal it. Li Xian brushed the dust off his robe, his tone flat. Old bat, have you been sleeping foolishly beneath the blood sea? This merit was bestowed upon me by the Heavenly Dao. How could it be considered stealing from you? Impudence. The ancestor of the dark river laughed in anger. A mere ant dares to speak to the ancestor like this. Hand over the great Dao's merits, and out of kindness I shall extract your soul and light a heavenly lamp, leaving you with a complete corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying quasi-saint pressure descended like 10,000 ancient divine mountains crashing toward Li Xian. This pressure was mixed with the endless murderous aura of the blood sea, capable of crushing the primordial spirit of an ordinary great Luo golden immortal in an instant. The ancestor of the dark river wore a sinister smile, anticipating Li Xian to kneel in surrender, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. However, Li Xian stood his ground, not even blinking. The miniature array of 10,000 immortals within him was operating frantically. The phantom of the war god roared to the heavens in his inner world, unleashing a violent battle intent that surged forth. The surface of the chaos-glazed body shimmered with a faint dark golden sheen. The quasi-saint pressure that could crush a great Luo golden immortal fell upon Li Xian akin to a gentle breeze, passing by, barely lifting the corners of his garments. The sinister smile on the ancestor of the dark river's face instantly froze. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Li Xian. You actually are unharmed. What kind of monster are you? How could a mortal withstand the ancestor's pressure? Li Xian cracked, his neck bones popping like firecrackers. Quasi-saint pressure. Is this all you have? Li Xian beckoned to the ancestor of the dark river with his finger. Have you not eaten? Put in more effort. The ancestor of the dark river trembled in anger, the flames of karma above his head shaking violently, seeking death. He ceased the banter and directly swung the Yuan 2 sword in his right hand. A blood-colored sword light stretching for 10,000 zhang tore through the void, carrying the laws of destruction toward Li Xian's head. With this strike, the ancestor of the dark river meant business. He intended to cleave this bizarre mortal in half and extract the merits from within him. Li Xian gazed at the descending sword light, his expression slightly tense. He understood very well that with his current strength he had no chance of defeating an established quasi-saint. However, he did not need to confront it head-on. Force quake. Li Xian stepped back half a step with his right leg, his waist suddenly exerting force, his spine springing up like a great dragon. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he surged toward that Tintha sword light, delivering a punch. The power of the awakening war god exploded forth without reservation. Boom! The fist, wind, and sword light collided violently in midair. There was no dazzling clash of magical powers, only pure extreme violence crushing down. That blood-colored sword light, capable of splitting ancient divine mountains, was actually deflected by Li Xian's punch. The sword light grazed past Li Xian's body, directly flattening a mountain range tens of thousands of miles behind him. The ancestor of the dark river's eyes were nearly popping out. Bare-handed against an innate killing sword? What kind of physique do you have? Have you practiced Panga's body refining technique? The ancestor of the dark river was completely flustered. In his long life apart from the 12 ancestral witches of yore, he had never seen anyone with a physique as formidable as this. Moreover, this kid's power was even more bizarre than the ancestral witches. I can't let him escape. The ancestor of the dark river swiftly formed seals with both hands and pressed down fiercely. Blood sea, great formation, seal heaven and lock earth. Boom. The entire blood sea of the underworld instantly boiled. Countless blood-red light pillars shot into the sky, weaving into an impenetrable net in midair, completely sealing the space within 100,000 miles. The ancestor of the dark river stood on the flames of karma, looking down at Li Xian with a smug expression. Kid, the ancestor admits your physique is strong. But within the ancestor's blood sea great formation, the space has been utterly sealed. Even if you sprout wings, you won't be able to escape. Just submit to death. The ancestor of the dark river raised both swords, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Li Xian glanced around at the sealed space and suddenly smiled. Sealed space. Old bat, you know nothing of spatial laws. Within Li Xian, the embryonic form of the spatial war god emitted a grayish glow. He slowly raised his right hand, aligning his fingers, and gently drew a line in the void before him. Sizzle. A sound like tearing silk rang out. That blood sea great formation, claimed to be unshakable even by great Luo golden immortals, was unexpectedly torn apart by Li Xian as casually as if he were ripping paper, leaving a spatial fissure several zhang long. Behind the fissure was a violent torrent of chaotic space. The smug expression on the ancestor of the Dark River's face instantly froze, transforming into extreme terror. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The ancestor's blood sea great formation can trap even quasi-saints. How could you tear it apart with your bare hands? Li Xian stepped half his body into the spatial fissure and turned to look at the ancestor of the Dark River in midair. A quasi-saint's formation is only fit for me to use as a backyard. Li Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Old bat, you just gifted me a sword. It's only proper that I return the favor. I shall gift you a little present as well. Li Xian flicked his left finger. A wisp of gray-red flame shot from his fingertip, gently descending toward the roiling blood sea below. That was chaos fire blended with remnants of the nine-dragon divine fire. The moment the flame touched the blood water, boom, the entire blood sea of the underworld erupted in a blaze of fire, as if ignited in an oil pot. Chaos fire burns everything, even the filth and murderous aura within the blood sea, which was said to be impervious to all laws, crackled as it burned. The fire spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it reached beneath the ancestor of the Dark River. The ancestor of the Dark River let out a piercing scream. The 12th grade flames of karma beneath his feet were actually charred black at the edges by this strange flame, suffering a great loss of spiritual energy. My red lotus. My blood sea. The ancestor of the Dark River abandoned the pursuit of Li Xian, frantically urging his magical power to extinguish the flames beneath him. But he despairingly discovered that the fire couldn't be extinguished. The more he used magical power to suppress it, the more it blazed. Li Xian stood within the spatial fissure, watching the ancestor of the Dark River's wretched state, clapping in satisfaction. Take your time to roast and don't hold back. With that, Li Xian stepped into the fissure. The spatial fissure closed instantly, erasing his presence completely. Only the ancestor of the Dark River remained raging helplessly in the sea of flames. No matter who you are, the ancestor will never rest until I have you. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain atop the Qingqing Peak, deep within the Bo Palace, the Tongtian cult leader who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of confusion flashed in his gaze, and he quickly calculated with his fingers. The Tongtian cult leader stroked his chin, a strange smile appearing on his face. My dear disciple, didn't you go down the mountain for training? How did you end up in the blood sea of the underworld, provoking that madman of the Dark River? And you even set fire to his blood sea. In the back mountain of the Shangqing Peak within Li Xian's cave abode, a black spatial rift suddenly appeared, and Li Xian stepped out from it. The spatial rift quickly closed behind him, and the surrounding spiritual energy dispersed like white mist. Li Xian patted the dust off his green Dao robe and let out a long breath. The miniature myriad immortal formation within his body slowly operated, compressing the auras of the demon god of strength, the demon god of space, the demon god of fire, and the demon god of war deep into the formation's foundation. With the Wuxiang Chaos scripture opened to its maximum, he transformed back into an ordinary mortal, without any fluctuation of power. Li Xian calculated the time with his fingers. The ancient times do not keep records. It had been nearly 97 years in the outside world since he embarked on this journey of experience, first visiting the Wuzhou mountain ruins, and then the blood sea of the underworld. Only 3 years remain until the 100-year assessment bet he made with Guang Qingzi at Kunlun's spiritual spring a century ago. 3 years is enough to stabilize the essence of these few demon gods within me again. Li Xian muttered to himself and walked to the stone table in the cave, pouring himself a cup of spiritual tea. Just as he was about to drink, the door of the cave was pushed open from the outside. Yun Xiao, wearing a moon-white long dress, quickly walked up to Li Xian. She looked him up and down, grabbing his arm and carefully examining the aura around him. Junior brother, you finally returned. Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing. You've been gone for almost 100 years, and the outside world is in chaos. The demon race is slaughtering the human race everywhere to forge slaughtering swords. I was truly worried about you. Li Xian set down his teacup, allowing Yun Xiao to check him. Sister, don't worry. I'm back safe and sound, not a single hair is missing. Once Yun Xiao confirmed that Li Xian was indeed unharmed, she let go of him. It's good that you weren't hurt. Although you have a superficial understanding of the laws of space, there are countless powerful beings in the ancient times, so you mustn't be so reckless in the future. Meanwhile, deep within the Bo Palace at the summit of Shangqing Peak, the Tongtian patriarch sat on a mat, stroking his beard thoughtfully. A strand of Saint's divine sense silently swept through Li Xian's cave. Sensing the tightly concealed mortal aura emanating from Li Xian, the Tongtian patriarch nodded in satisfaction. This kid went out for a stroll, and his aura is even deeper now. It seems that the Panga body refinement technique has improved quite a bit. He hasn't embarrassed his master. The Tongtian patriarch withdrew his divine sense, and continued to meditate, having no intention of intervening in his disciples' cultivation. In the cave, Yanxiao was preparing to tell Li Xian about recent events at Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Daobao Daoist rushed in covered in sweat, and with his Dao robe in disarray. "Junior brother, you've finally returned. Something big has happened." Daobao rushed directly to the stone table without pausing to drink water. Li Xian poured Daobao a cup of tea. "Senior brother, don't be anxious. The sky can fall and master will hold it up. What's got you so worked up? What tea are we drinking? Your bet with the Chanjiao has only 3 years left." Daobao slammed his hand on. I know. The martial arts stage will be where we meet in 3 years. I haven't forgotten. You may not have forgotten, but the Chanjiao certainly hasn't. Daobao gritted his teeth and pounded his fist on the stone table. 100 years ago, during the 3 Teachings demonstration, you defeated Bai Tongzi with a single finger and burned Tai Jinren with fire. Yuan Shi Bo and the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao were utterly humiliated. In these last 3 years of assessment, they have no intention of following the rules. Yanxiao frowned. "Senior brother, what trick is the Chanjiao up to? What was agreed 100 years ago was to let the registered disciples compete against junior brother." Daobao sneered. "Registered disciples? Guang Qingzi and Yu Dingjinren have long since changed the rules. I just gathered news from the Chanjiao. Yu Dingjinren recently brought back a powerful demon from outside the ancient realm and directly accepted him as a true disciple. This demon possesses the bloodline of an ancient beast and has already reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal upon joining the Chanjiao. That ancient beast has an incredibly strong physique. Even ordinary top-grade spirit treasures can't harm it at all." The more Daobao spoke, the angrier he became, his chest heaving violently. "Guang Qingzi has already declared that for the assessment in 3 years, this new disciple of Yu Dingjinren will face you. This isn't an assessment. They clearly want to kill you in the arena to regain the face they lost 100 years ago." Yang Xiu's expression changed instantly. A Tai Golden Immortal level ancient beast. How could the Chanjiao be so shameless? How many years has junior brother cultivated? They're using a Tai Golden Immortal level beast against a mortal. This is to put junior brother in a deadly situation. Yanxiao turned to Li Xian, grabbing his sleeve. "Junior brother, we won't participate in this assessment. I'll go find Master right now and have Master confront Yuan Shi Bo at the Yusu Palace. At worst, we will leave Kunlun Mountain and return to Jinao Island." Daobao nodded in agreement. "Junior brother, a hero doesn't seek immediate gain. That ancient beast possesses divine strength. Even if your physique is strong, you absolutely cannot withstand a full force strike from a Tai Golden Immortal. I'll go to the Bo Palace and ask Master to intervene, directly nullifying this bet," Daobao said as he started to walk out. "Senior brother, sister, wait." Li Xian called out to the two. Sitting at the stone table, he showed no signs of panic, even leisurely pouring himself another cup of tea. "An ancient beast of the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. Not long ago, I tore apart a black tiger demon of the same level with my bare hands at the Wuzhou Mountain ruins. I also exchanged over 300 blows with the peak Tai Golden Immortal the Great, with Xingtian. Now that I have gathered the essence of the 4 demon gods within me and cultivated the chaos glazed body, I've been worried about not finding a suitable punching bag to practice with. The Chanjiao is actually sending a target right to my door." Li Xian took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and looked at the worried expressions of Daobao and Yanxiao. A faint smile appeared on his face, revealing a harmless demeanor. "A beast with an ancient bloodline. Senior brother, do you think if I roast it, Yuan Shi Bo will explode in anger?" 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the center of Kunlun Mountain, the martial arts arena stood surrounded by dense golden prohibitions, enveloping the arena spanning tens of thousands of feet. In midair, 3 enormous auspicious clouds hung high. Laozi Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiao Zhu, the 3 revered saints, sat once more atop the clouds. Beneath the arena, disciples from the Chan and Jie sects were clearly divided, the atmosphere tense and charged. "The century mark has arrived." Yuan Shi Tianzun slowly opened his eyes, his voice like a great bell resonating throughout Kunlun Mountain. "Tongtian, where is your prized disciple? Could it be that he is afraid and dares not descend from the mountain?" Tongtian Jiao Zhu coldly snorted, just about to speak. "Master uncle, are you jesting? Did I not come here?" A languid voice floated from the back of the Jie sect's camp. The crowd turned to look. Li Xian, clad in a faded blue Daoist robe, leisurely walked out with his hands tucked into his sleeves. He exhibited no trace of magical power, resembling an ordinary mortal. A flicker of disdain flashed in Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes. A century ago, it was this powerless ant who had incapacitated Bai Tongzi with a single finger and burned Tai Jinren, bringing disgrace upon the Chan sect. Today he must die? "Since you have arrived, let us begin," Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke indifferently. Yu Ding, let your newly accepted disciple take the stage. Yes, master. Yu Ding Zhenren of the Chan sect stepped forward with a smirk on his face. Behind him followed a towering man 3 zhang tall covered in black scales. As soon as the giant appeared, a violent aura of demonic energy swept across the arena. Early stage Tai, golden immortal. The giant grinned, revealing a set of sharp fangs, his crimson tongue licking his lips as he fixed his gaze on Lixian. Disciple Tongtian pays respect to the master ancestor. The giant cupped his fists towards Yuan Shitianzun. Yuan Shitianzun nodded slightly, acknowledging him. The GS sect erupted in an uproar. Shameless. Daoist duo Bao jumped out, pointing an accusing finger at Yu Ding Zhenren. Yu Ding, have you no shame? A century ago it was agreed that only named disciples would compete. Where did you find such a Tai golden immortal level monster? What kind of named disciple is this? Zhao Gongming also drew his long whip, glaring furiously. The Chan sect truly knows how to calculate. Using an ancient beast at the Tai golden immortal level to fight our little disciple, a mere mortal. You might as well let Guangqingzi take the stage. Bai Xiao was even more furious, her pretty face flushed as she scolded the Chan sect disciples. Master Yuan Shi, you are a saint. Can you really just stand by and watch the Chan sect disciples cheat like this? Isn't it your Chan sect that usually looks down on the demon race? Now just to win you have thrown all principles aside. Enough. Guangqingzi stood up, shouting loudly. Disciple Tongtian is a true disciple recently accepted by Yu Ding. How can he not represent the Chan sect in battle? Rules are dead, but people are alive. If you GS sect are afraid, then have Lixian kneel and admit defeat rolling out of Kunlun mountain. You speak absolute nonsense. Daoist duo Bao directly exploded in anger. You Chan sect usually refer to us as the fur-clad and horned ones, and now to win you have even lost your face, absurdly accepting a monster as a true disciple. You are attempting to kill and destroy the heart. The GS sect disciples were indignant, their shouts shaking the heavens. The Chan sect disciples were equally unyielding, retorting fiercely. What? Is it not said that your GS sect welcomes all immortals? Can't even handle a newly initiated disciple. Exactly. If you dare not fight, hurry up and leave. The martial arts arena was in complete chaos. In midair, Tongtian Jiao Zhu's face turned ashen as he stood up abruptly. Second brother, what do you mean by this? Using a Tai golden immortal level alien beast to deal with my utterly unremarkable disciple. Do you truly think I am made of clay? Tongtian Jiao Zhu gripped the hilt of the Qing Ping, sword, a sharp sword intent bursting forth into the heavens. Yuan Shitianzun remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Tongtian, your GS sect is not said to have no favoritism. How come now you disdain the demon race? Since Tongtian has joined our Chan sect, he naturally qualifies to participate in the assessment. If your disciple dares not respond to the challenge, admitting defeat is the only option. Laozi, sitting in the middle, frowned slightly, but did not speak to stop it. He also wanted to see what secrets Lixian was hiding. Tongtian Jiao Zhu was furious, about to draw his sword. Master, calm your anger. Lixian strolled leisurely to the edge of the arena, cupping his hands towards Tongtian Jiao Zhu in midair. Since the brothers from the Chan sect are so interested, I will play with them. Tongtian Jiao Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Disciple, that is a Tai golden immortal level ancient beast. You. Do not worry, master, I am well aware. Lixian smiled, turning his gaze towards duo Bao and the others. Senior brother, sister, do not scold anymore, save your strength. Little junior brother. Are you crazy? Yun Xiao grabbed Lixian's arm, her eyes turning red with anxiety. That Tongtian beast possesses innate divine strength. Its physical body is incredibly powerful. You cannot withstand it. Quickly tell master you admit defeat. We can always return to Jin Ao Island. Lixian patted Yun Xiao's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Sister, when have I ever undertaken something I wasn't confident about? Today I will let the Chan sect see what true ruthlessness is. After saying this, Lixian broke free from Yun Xiao's hand, his hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely onto the arena. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Lixian as if he were a dead man. A mortal facing an ancient beast at the early stage of Tai golden immortal actually dared to step onto the stage. Was this not asking for death? Yu Ding Zhenren sneered coldly. Tongtian, since your little master uncle is so spirited, play with him well. Remember, do not kill him at once, leave him breathing. Tongtian twisted his neck, his bones cracking loudly. Rest assured, master, I particularly enjoy eating the human race. This tender, delicate flesh must surely have a good texture when chewed. Tongtian strode to the center of the arena, looking down at Lixian. Kid, you have quite the nerve. But do not worry, I will not let you die too quickly. I will bite off your limbs piece by piece, allowing you to watch as I devour you. Lixian stood still, not even casting a glance at Tongtian. He lowered his head, seemingly sensing something. In the inner world, the mass that had absorbed a portion of the great Dao's merits began to violently stir. A primal instinct for hunger spread throughout his body along the miniature myriad immortal array. The phantom of the devouring demon god was about to break free. Hey, I am talking to you. Have you been scared, silly? Seeing Li Xian's silent Tongtian, thought he was terrified and burst into wild laughter. Since you are eager to be reborn, I shall grant you that. Roar. Tongtian suddenly let out a deafening roar towards the sky. His black scales stood erect, his body swelling in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a terrifying beast over 1,000 feet long. The beast resembled a Tongtian emanating a nauseating stench of blood. Its massive mouth suddenly opened wide, directly overshadowing half the sky of the arena. The mouth was dark as if it could devour even light. A violent suction erupted from the giant mouth, shattering the hard stone slabs of the arena as they were swept into the air. Human race blood food die. The voice of the Tongtian beast boomed like thunder across the martial arts arena. The faces of the Goddess Sect disciples turned pale. Daoist Duo Bao's eyes nearly bulged out as he roared and charged towards the arena. Little junior brother. At that critical moment, Li Xian, who had been keeping his head down, slowly raised it. He looked at the vast blood-filled mouth above him, showing no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a glimmer of pity passed through. Li Xian's lips curled into a strange arc, his voice not loud, yet it clearly echoed throughout the arena. Competing with me in devouring humans? No competing with me in devouring. The howling wind roared. The massive blood-filled maw of the devourer beast suddenly snapped shut. Li Xian stood still, not moving an inch. He was swept away by the violent suction, transforming into a streak of azure light that directly plunged into the devourer beast's gaping mouth. With a loud crack, the devourer beast's jaws clamped shut with a thunderous sound. The training arena fell into a brief silence. Immediately, the disciples of the Xuan sect erupted with thunderous cheers. Huh. I thought this kid had some trump card, turns out he's just a scared fool. Real Master Yuding laughed heartily, unable to hide his smug expression. Guang Qingzi sneered repeatedly, turning to the Tongtian cult leader in midair. Master Tongtian, it seems your prized disciple isn't very bright. Not even trying to dodge, does he really think the devouring divine power of the Tai Golden Immortal is a joke? Tai Real Master shouted excitedly, his body trembling as he gritted his teeth. Burn my hair. This is retribution. He deserves to be devoured alive. The atmosphere on the Goddess Sect's side plummeted to freezing point. Little junior brother. Young Xiao's face turned pale as tears streamed down, nearly collapsing to the ground. Daobao Daoist's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his long sword. Yuding, I will kill you. Zhao Gongming summoned 24C stabilizing pearls, his roar echoing throughout Kunlun. The Xuan sect is too much. Today we might as well go all out for revenge for little junior brother. The Goddess Sect's disciples were enraged, brandishing their magical artifacts ready to charge onto the stage. In midair, the Tongtian cult leader's expression darkened to its peak. He suddenly stood up, gripping the hilt of the Qingping sword. Clang! A clear sword cry resonated through the skies. The pressure of the saint exploded, causing the entire training arena to creak and the surrounding golden barriers to twist violently. Yuan Shi, you allowed your disciples to act violently and plotted against my disciple today. I must slay this monster. The Tongtian cult leader furiously drew his sword, pointing it at Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat calmly in the clouds, his expression unchanged, not even lifting his eyelids. Tongtian, in a life-and-death competition, each must accept their fate. Your disciple sought his own death. Who can be blamed? Yuan Shi Tianzuan's voice was cold. If you dare break the rules, do not blame me for not remembering our brotherly bond. The old man sitting in the middle frowned and shouted, everyone stop. The situation is still undecided. What are you arguing about? At this moment, inside the devourer beast, a separate space formed here, surrounded by dark red flesh walls. A strong, nauseating stench wafted through the air. Below was churning dark green gastric acid, crazily corroding Li Xian's protective qi. Li Xian stood in the center of the gastric acid, looking at the writhing flesh walls around him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The gastric acid of a Tai Golden Immortal. Is this all the corrosive power it has? Within him, the miniature 10,000 immortals array was operating wildly. The devouring demon god embryo, which had absorbed 20% of the great Dao's merits, finally welcomed the moment of hatching. Crack! Inside the inner world, the embryo shattered. A shadow of a demon god enveloped in a black hole rose from the ground. The law of devouring complete. Li Xian suddenly spread his arms wide, a fist-sized black vortex appearing at his chest. Want to refine me? Let's see whose appetite is larger. As soon as the vortex appeared, it erupted with a terrifying suction force 1,000 times stronger than the devourer beast. Outside on the stage, the devourer beast proudly patted its round belly, letting out a loud belch. Master, this kid's meat is too lean, not enough to even fill my teeth. The devourer beast grinned, reporting its success to Real Master Yuding. Real Master Yuding beamed, no matter as long as you can digest it. Today you have made a great contribution to the Xuan sect, and I will reward you handsomely. Just as the words fell, the smile on the devourer beast's face suddenly froze. It widened its eyes in shock, clutching its belly tightly, as its massive body began to tremble violently. Oh! A piercing scream erupted from the devourer beast's mouth. The cry was filled with uncontainable fear and pain, shaking the barriers surrounding the arena with a low hum. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, staring dumbfounded at the sudden turn of events on the stage. They saw the devourer beast's 1,000-foot-tall body visibly beginning to shrivel. The originally iron-hard black scales instantly lost their luster, large patches falling off. Its internal blood, vitality, and even spirit were being frantically drained by a terrifying force. What is happening? Real Master Yuding's face changed drastically as he rushed to the edge of the stage. Devourer, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? The devourer beast rolled around frantically on the stage, smashing the hard stone slabs to pieces. It desperately opened its mouth, trying to spit out what was inside its belly. But its throat felt like it was stuck, the terrifying suction from within completely locking it down. Master, save me. The devourer beast reached out its withered claws, desperately grasping towards Real Master Yuding. He is eating me. He is eating me. Eating you. The entire assembly of immortals gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. A mere mortal inside the belly of a tiny golden immortal monster was turning the tables and eating the monster. What kind of absurdity is this? Yuan Shi Tianzuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, disbelief filling his gaze, nearly dropping the 3 treasures Jade Rui in his hand. The Tongtian cult leader's hand gripping the Qingping sword froze in midair, staring in bewilderment at the stage. On the stage, the devourer beast's screams grew fainter. In just 10 breaths of time, an ancient beast at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal was actually reduced to a desiccated corpse, nothing but skin and bones. Bang! The 1,000-foot-tall corpse crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The entire training arena was deathly silent. Even a needle dropping could be heard clearly. The mocking expressions on the faces of the Xuan sect disciples completely solidified, transforming into deep terror. The Jie sect's disciples gaped, even forgetting to put away their magical artifacts. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, a fissure opened on the corpse's abdomen. A pale hand reached out, easily tearing the hard corpse apart like paper. Li Xian dusted off his Dao robe and leisurely stepped out from the corpse's belly. His complexion was rosy and his aura was even more stable than before. Within the inner world, all of the devourer beast's essence, flesh and spirit, had been ground up by the devouring demon god, transformed into pure nourishment and completely poured into the system's nurturing pool. Hundreds of demon god embryos began to pulsate rapidly, greedily absorbing this feast. Li Xian stretched lazily, walked to the head of the corpse, lifted his foot, and gently stepped down. Bang! The massive corpse instantly turned to ash, scattering in the wind. Li Xian patted his belly and opened his mouth to let out a loud belch. He raised his head, looking at Real Master Yuding at the edge of the stage, who was pale and trembling. Li Xian grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Senior brother, your disciple isn't very nutritious. Can we pick a bigger one next time? Li Xian's light-hearted mockery struck like a resounding slap on the face of Master Yuding, echoing in the. He exerted all his efforts, even lowering his pride, to seek a disciple of the Taiji Golden Immortal from outside the primordial wilderness, only for it to end like this. Reduced to a dried corpse by a powerless mortal in front of the disciples of the 3 teachings. Master Yuding pointed at Li Xian, his finger trembling. You. What sorcery did you use? Return my disciple's life. Li Xian casually dug at his ear, feigning innocence. Senior brother, one can eat indiscriminately, but one cannot speak carelessly. Everyone is watching. He insisted on swallowing me whole. I merely stretched within his belly, who knew he couldn't handle it. You liar. Master Yuding completely lost his sanity. You little beast. You dare to ruin my true teachings. His eyes turned blood red, and the pressure of a great Luo Golden Immortal erupted without reservation. As a dignified disciple of the Xuan sect, he could no longer care about maintaining the demeanor of an elder. A sword to slay immortals appeared in his hand out of thin air, transforming into a streak of light, piercing straight toward Li Xian's face. Yuding, how dare you? Daoist Duobao shouted angrily, drawing his sword and preparing to charge forward. Zhao Gongming in his urgency even threw out 24C calming divine pearls. But the furious strike of the great Luo Golden Immortal was too swift. They couldn't possibly intervene in time. Yangxiu's face turned pale with fear, and she shouted, little junior brother, quickly dodge. Li Xian stood still, not even attempting to dodge. He leisurely tucked his hands back into his sleeves, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Bang! A sound of an immensely dull thud resonated. Master Yuding's sword tip halted 3 feet before Li Xian, as if it had struck an invisible copper wall, unable to advance an inch further. In midair, the Heavenly Lord maintained a cold expression as he slowly raised his right hand. Smack! A crisp and resounding slap echoed throughout the training ground. Master Yuding let out a shrill scream, his body flying backward like a kite, with its string cut soaring thousands of feet away. He crashed heavily against the stone wall of Kunlun Mountain, creating a massive human-shaped pit. He spewed blood violently, unable to rise. When did my personally taught disciple become a target for you, Amir Jr.? The voice of the Heavenly Lord was as cold as ice shards. The entire sect of the GS sect erupted in chaos. Master is mighty. If the Chan sect cannot afford to lose, they resort to underhanded tactics. Truly shameless. Daoist Duo Bao pointed at the Chan sect camp, cursing loudly. Do you Chan sect have no shame left? A Taiji Golden Immortal loses to a mortal, and now a Great Luo Golden Immortal has to personally strike from the shadows. Why not all attack together? Guo Chengzi and others had ashen faces, yet were intimidated by the Heavenly Lord's saintly pressure, unable to express their anger. Tongtian, you've gone too far. Yuanshi Tianzhen's face darkened as he suddenly stood up. Stepping forward, he appeared directly above the arena. The saintly pressure bore down like 100,000 mountains, fiercely pressing against the GS sect camp. Master Yuding's eagerness to protect his disciple is understandable, but you, a venerable saint, actually strike so ruthlessly against a junior. The Heavenly Lord scoffed. He wanted to kill my disciple. A slap in return is lenient. Second brother, is it the rule of the Chan sect to kill if you cannot win? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared intensely at Li Xian on the arena, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Your disciple, devoid of cultivation, yet capable of turning a Taiji Golden Immortal into a dried corpse. Such a malicious technique of devouring lives is clearly demonic. Yuanshi Tianzuan pointed at Li Xian, his voice booming like thunder. Tongtian, how long will you protect? If he can drain a Taiji Golden Immortal today, he can drain all of Kunlun Mountain tomorrow. Your GS sect not only gathers those born from wet eggs, but now even shelters demonic cultivators. If this continues, chaos will surely ensue in the primordial wilderness. Today I shall act in heaven's mandate and cleanse the portal. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his hand, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui emitted a devastating light, striking directly at Li Xian. Dare you lay a finger on him? The Heavenly Lord roared, drawing the Qingping's sword instantly. A massive streak of azure sword light shot into the sky, crashing down onto the 3 treasures Jade Rui. Boom! The 2 forces of saints collided midair. A vast rift like an abyss tore through the mountain, with fragments falling and the protective formation crumbling piece by piece. Kunlun Mountain trembled violently. A deep, bottomless rift spread from the center of the arena, tearing the main peak of Kunlun Mountain in 2. The raging winds howled, tossing the disciples of both the Chan and GS sects around. Second brother, you call everyone demonic, but your Chan sect has a Taiji Golden Immortal dealing with a mortal. Is that righteous? The Heavenly Lord stood firm with the Qingping sword in front of Li Xian, refusing to budge. If he were not a demonic cultivator, how could he have killed the Sky Swallower? That was due to his formidable physique and exceptional talents. Stop spouting nonsense here. The Heavenly Lord refused to back down. Li Xian stood behind the Heavenly Lord, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Demonic cultivators. Once the 3,000 chaotic demonic gods within me hatch, you Yuanshi Tianzuan won't even have the qualification to shout. Enough. An ancient voice resounded. Laozi, with the Taiji diagram above his head, slowly descended between the 2. The Taiji diagram emanated a gentle black and white aura, forcefully severing the violent saintly pressure. As fellow members of the 3 Pure Ones, how can we allow our juniors to fight in our own dojo? What kind of decorum is this? Laozi frowned. He glanced at the cracking main peak of Kunlun Mountain and sighed. Though Kunlun Mountain is vast, it can no longer bear the fortunes of our 3 teachings. Laozi looked at Yuanshi and Tongtian, his tone tinged with helplessness. Since your 2 teachings are incompatible and the disciples below cannot coexist forcibly, keeping them together will only lead to disaster. This Kunlun Mountain shall be left to you, second brother. I will take Xuan to Shouyang Mountain to establish a new dojo. Third brother, you should take your disciples from the GS sect and seek a place in the East Sea. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. The 3 Pure Ones are splitting up. This is a monumental event since the dawn of the primordial wilderness. Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a cold grunt, going with the flow. Eldest brother is right. My Chan sect follows the heavenly path, emphasizing fortune and destiny. He pointed at the GS sect camp, his face full of disdain, unleashing the words had suppressed for countless years. Just look at what kind of people you have taken in. Duobao, a treasure-seeking mouse, ascended. Zhao Gongming, a wisp of a breeze, takes form. And those bizarre monsters. Those who wear fur and horns, and those born from wet eggs. You've turned this Kunlun paradise into a polluted wasteland. Yuanshi Tianzuan pointed at Li Xian, and you, a mere mortal devoid of cultivation. The human race is merely the ants molded by Nüwa. What right do you have to stand on Kunlun Mountain? My Chan sect is the true lineage of Pangu. How can I associate with you, trash? Tongtian, take your ragtag disciples, and roll out of Kunlun Mountain. The fierce wind stirred up clouds of flying ash, making the GS sect disciples' robes flutter violently, the atmosphere reaching a peak of oppression. The disciples of the GS sect trembled with anger. Daoist Duobao's eyes turned red, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Yinxiao bit her lip, blood dripping down her chin. They were rendered speechless by the saintly pressure, staring intently at Yuanshi Tianzuan, their eyes filled with grievances and fury. Li Xian stood still, his gaze frighteningly calm. He knew that this day would eventually come. Only after breaking free from Yuanshi's watchful eye could he truly unleash himself to sign in and hatch the demonic gods. Old man Yuanshi, you think you've driven away a calamity, but little do you know this is the beginning of your Chan sect's decline. The Heavenly Lord looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, his hand gripping the Qingping's sword, veins popping. He did not rage, instead he laughed in fury. His laughter grew louder, shaking the clouds apart, and making the entire Kunlun mountain tremble. Good. What a compliance with the heavenly path. What a wet egg born. The Heavenly Lord laughed wildly, yet his eyes bore a trace of complete resignation. With a wave of his great sleeve, a gentle force of saintly power enveloped all the disciples of the GS sect. Good. What a Kunlun. Today I, Tongtian, shall take my disciples and leave. This broken mountain is no longer worth staying. Li Xian, come with me. The Master of Heaven waved his grand sleeve, sweeping up the myriad celestial beings of the GS sect, transforming them into a blue long rainbow that pierced the heavens, directly bursting forth from Kunlun Mountain. The howling wind roared in his ears. The disciples of the GS sect stood on the clouds, gazing at the ever-distant Kunlun peak below, their eyes red and teeth clenched. They are too much. These hypocrites of the Chan sect will eventually face retribution. The Taoist duo Bao punched down on the clouds, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to dissipate. Zhao Gongming's face was cold, tightly gripping the Dinghai pearl. Master will take us to the East Sea. Once we settle down, we must settle this score. Do they really think our GS sect is easy to bully? Bai Xiao was so angry she stomped her feet. Master Yuanshi is simply biased. Junior brother clearly won, yet he still wanted to go for the kill, utterly shameless. Yun Xiao stood beside Li Xian, her eyes filled with concern. She turned to Li Xian and softly said, Junior brother, don't take Master Yuanshi's words to heart. What's wrong with the human race? You vented our anger fiercely on the arena today for our GS sect. Li Xian had his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking at the rolling sea of clouds ahead, a faint smile curling at his lips. Don't worry, senior sister, I didn't take it to heart at all. He couldn't wait to leave Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible. Under the watchful eyes of the Lord of Primordial Beginning, he had to be cautious even while signing in. Now with the sky high enough for birds to fly and the sea vast enough for fish to leap, he could finally let loose. At that moment, a clear mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the territory of the East Sea. There exist strong signing fluctuations at the deep sea eye ahead. Signing reward clue to a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Li Xian's eyes lit up. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. He was currently invincible in body with formidable laws, but lacked a suitable magical artifact. This signing reward couldn't have come at a better time. Li Xian turned his head to the Master of Heaven at the front and quickly walked up to him. Master, the East Sea is vast and boundless with many islands. I am willing to go ahead first to explore the sea below and find an excellent site for our GS sect. The Master of Heaven turned around, looking at Li Xian with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. It's rare for you to have such intentions. The Master of Heaven nodded. Go ahead. Although the East Sea is remote, it also hides many fierce beasts left over from ancient times. Be careful and immediately send a message to your master if you encounter danger. Disciple obeys. Li Xian cupped his hands, his figure flashing as he departed from the main group. He transformed into a streak of flowing light, diving headlong into the surging waters of the East Sea. Splash! The cold seawater instantly enveloped Li Xian. He did not use any magical power, relying solely on his strong body to push aside the seawater, plunging straight to the seabed like a cannonball. The deeper he went, the darker it became. The surrounding seawater became incredibly viscous, and the immense water pressure was enough to crush an ordinary golden immortal into flesh paste in an instant. Yet Li Xian didn't even furrow his brows. The surface of his chaos glass body shimmered with a faint dark golden hue, effortlessly isolating all the water pressure outside. After diving for a full half an hour, Li Xian finally stepped onto the hard seabed reef. Surrounding him was pitch black with no visibility. Only a faint bluish glow was visible not far ahead. There lay a gigantic underwater vortex wildly swallowing the surrounding seawater, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The East Sea Eye. Li Xian stepped forward, braving the violent dark currents, and walked boldly to the edge of the sea eye. System sign-in. Ding. Signing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining clue to the supreme innate spiritual treasure, 12-grade pure world, White Lotus. Clue hint: the source of the pure world White Lotus lies within the spatial fault at the deepest part of the sea eye. Li Xian's heart raced. The 12-grade pure world White Lotus. This was the transformed seed of the Chaos Green Lotus with extraordinarily formidable defensive power capable of purifying all evil and karmic obstacles in the world. If he could obtain it, even if he stood there and let a great Luo golden immortal strike him, the opponent wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Without any hesitation, Li Xian leaped directly into the wildly rotating sea eye. Inside the sea eye, the space twisted. The violent spatial turbulence sliced through Li Xian's body like knives, yet only left white marks on the surface of the chaos glass body. Following the system's directional hints, Li Xian swiftly navigated through the spatial turbulence. Soon he found himself deep within the sea eye, where a spatial rift emitting soft white light appeared before him. Found it! A glimmer of joy flashed in Li Xian's eyes as he reached out to tear open the rift. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure at its peak erupted from the bottom of the sea eye, without warning. This pressure was mixed with a strong stench and a violent aura of slaughter, instantly locking onto Li Xian. Boom! The surrounding seawater boiled violently. A colossal shadow so immense it was beyond description slowly rose from the mud at the bottom of the sea eye. It was a dragon stretching tens of thousands of feet. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, each scale oozing with toxic slime. 2 dragon horns looked like swords piercing the sky, and its pair of scarlet vertical pupils fixed greedily and cruelly on Li Xian. Early stage Quasi Saint. An ancient poisonous dragon. This was an elder of the dragon race left over from the Dragon Han calamity, which had been lurking in the East Sea eye, barely surviving. A mere human ant dares to covet the treasures deep within the sea eye. The ancient poisonous dragon opened its massive maw, its voice booming like muffled thunder at the seabed, shattering the surrounding space inch by inch. Hand over the secrets on you, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. The poisonous dragon saw right through Li Xian's facade of having no cultivation. But how could a mortal withstand the water pressure and spatial turbulence of the sea eye? This kid must have a tremendous fortune hidden within him. Ant. Li Xian halted his steps, retracting his hand that was reaching for the spatial rift. He turned around, looking up at the dragon head that was larger than a mountain. There was no fear, no panic. Li Xian's lips slowly curled into a sickly excitement. He had been stifled on Kunlun Mountain for an entire century. To avoid being discovered by the Lord of Primordial Beginning, he had to restrain himself even while fighting, afraid of exposing his inner demonic origin. Now he no longer had to pretend. Li Xian cracked his neck, the bones popping like firecrackers. The miniature myriad celestial array within him began to operate frantically. The demon god of strength, the demon god of space, the demon god of fire, the demon god of war, the demon god of devouring. Hundreds of already hatched and hatching demon god embryos sensed their master's battle intent, emitting earth-shattering roars. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of a great Luo golden immortal and approaching that of a Quasi Saint erupted explosively from Li Xian's body. The surrounding seawater was instantly displaced by this aura, forming a vacuum zone spanning tens of thousands of feet. The ancient poisonous dragon's scarlet vertical pupils abruptly constricted, and its massive body instinctively took a half step back. What kind of monster are you? The voice of the poisonous dragon even carried a tremor that it itself was unaware of. Li Xian clenched his fists, feeling the violent power within him that was about to explode. He raised his head, grinned at the ancient poisonous dragon, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. Early stage Quasi Saint. Just right to test what it feels like when all the demon gods within me go berserk. Poisonous dragon roared with fury, then laughed a chilling, mirthless sound. Its colossal whiskers lashed violently through the seawater, churning vast underwater vortices in their wake. Arrogant insect of humanity. When I reigned supreme during the primordial calamity of the Dragon Han epic, your ancestors had not yet drawn breath. The poisonous dragon loomed over Li Xian, its scarlet vertical pupils brimming with cruelty and disdain. Do you truly believe a mere artifact that masks your aura grants you license to defy order at the East Sea's abyssal IA? Today I shall show you. the true might of a quasi-sage. The poisonous dragon threw open its blood-drenched maw, deep within its throat blazed an eerie viridian light. The surrounding sea water instantly boiled, erupting with countless ghastly white bubbles. HSSSS. A torrent of dense ink-black dragon breath, thick as congealed shadow, erupted like an undersea volcanic cataclysm, surging straight toward Lixian. Where it passed, seawater dissolved into absolute void. Even the very fabric of space shrieked and sizzled under the corrosive venom. This breath embodied toxins refined over countless eons. Mere contact would reduce even a Luo golden immortal to putrid sludge, soul and spirit alike utterly consumed. Lixian stood motionless, hands still tucked deep within his sleeves, not a flicker of evasion in his stance. Is this all you have? And you dare call yourself a quasi-sage? A cold, contemptuous smile curved his lips. He ceased restraint. The primordial essence of a mythic celestial immortal erupted from within him, unchained and unrestrained. Boom! An aura of unimaginable terror, beyond the comprehension of the primordial chaos, exploded outward from Lixian, shattering the ocean's silence. 3 titanic, heaven-piercing phantoms surged behind him, coalescing into solid divine manifestations. At the center stood the law of strength, Pan Gu, the demon god of might. His sinews coiled like ancient mountains, every ridge pulsing with world-shattering power. In his grasp floated a spectral great axe radiating the sovereign majesty of creation itself. To the left loomed Yang, Mei, the demon god of space. Silver threads of spatial law spiraling around his form, profound and unfathomable, as if capable of devouring light and matter alike. To the right stood Hun Dun, the demon god of war, the chaotic macaque, his eyes blazing crimson as he raised his head and roared. Raw, incandescent battle intent coalesced into a blood-red tempest, tearing upward toward the 9th heaven. The moment the 3 demon gods manifested, the entire seabed of the East Sea froze in silent awe. The poisonous dragon's venomous breath, capable of eroding all existence, had not even grazed Lixian's hem. Before it could draw near, the chaotic macaque let loose a thunderous bellow, and the breath shattered into oblivion. The dragon's scarlet pupils contracted into needle-thin points. Wow, what are these manifestations? Terror seized the dragon's very marrow, its scales trembled uncontrollably. It had lived through countless eons, witnessed the carnage of the dragon phoenix calamity, yet never beheld such dread. This was no power born of the primordial chaos. The aura emanating from these 3 forms dwarfed even the ancient dragons by 100-fold. Flee! Only that single thought remained in the dragon's mind. With a violent twist of its Tongtian's Honghuang body, it churned up mountains of seabed silt, desperately seeking refuge in the abyssal depths of the sea's heart. Thinking to escape now? Too late. A cruel icy arc curled across Lixian's lips. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Behind him, the demon god of space lifted his palm. Silver radiance flared with blinding intensity. Space sealed. Within a radius of 100,000 li, the ocean floor's spatial fabric hardened into an impenetrable adamantine wall. Fluid water transformed into unyielding celestial iron. The dragon was trapped immobile. Crash! It slammed headfirst into the barrier. Blood gushed forth, stars exploded before its eyes, and its twin horns nearly snapped clean off. Ruer, I'll tear you apart with my bare fangs. Realizing retreat was impossible, the dragon descended into utter frenzy, unleashing the full weight of its quasi-sage cultivation. It sought to crush Lixian's nascent soul with sheer psychic pressure, a crushing force akin to 10 million primordial mountains crashing down upon him. Yet that pressure struck the demon god of war like a pebble cast into the ocean, no ripple, no tremor. Battle intent rendered all spiritual coercion utterly null. Lixian cracked his neck, bones snapping like dry bamboo. A quasi-sage. Hardly impressive. Stepping back half a pace, he coiled his waist and clenched his right fist. His movement synchronized perfectly with the demon god of strength behind him. The law of absolute force converged violently upon his knuckles. The surrounding seawater recoiled violently under the strain, carving out a vast vacuum sphere. This fist sends you to your end. Lixian struck. No dazzling lights. No ornate spells. Only pure unadulterated violence, refined to its most essential, devastating form. Rumble. Seawater rushed inward with cataclysmic force, the seabed fractured, fissures spiderwebbing across the abyssal plain in every direction. The blow landed squarely upon the dragon's massive skull. Crack. Its legendary, indestructible emerald black scales, proud armor forged over millennia, shattered like thin windowpane beneath the law of strength, splintering into dust. A shriek of unbearable agony tore from its throat. Its Tongtian's Honghuang body was driven deep into the seabed silt, buried whole by the impact. It carved a bottomless crater vast as a fallen star. Crimson dragon blood gushed like a fountain, staining the ocean crimson for miles. Broken bones littered its frame. Barely breathing, it lay crumpled at the crater's black heart. Its eyes held only infinite terror and despair. How could it comprehend? This quasi-sage of the first-tier sovereign of the abyss, reduced to ruin by a mere human in a single blow. Mercy, immortal sovereign. This humble serpent misjudged your divinity, begging your grace. Utterly broken dignity abandoned it, pleaded desperately. Li Xian dispelled the divine manifestations and stepped forward, placing his foot squarely atop the dragon's colossal head. He gazed down, expressionless, glacial. Mercy, did you not promise me a corpse intact just moments ago? He raised his right hand, fingertips dancing with a flicker of gray-red chaos flame. He prepared to end the dragon's life, when from the deepest recesses of the abyssal eye a voice emerged, ancient beyond measure, trembling with sorrowful entreaty. Immortal sovereign, halt. I am Zhu Long, elder of the East Sea. I offer its greatest treasures in exchange for his life. The chaotic fire at Li Xian's fingertips flickered slightly. The mud deep within the sea I churned violently. An ancient dragon covered in gray-white scales emerged from the mud, its broken horns and languid breath indicating its weakened state. It was indeed the ancestor of the dragon clan, the Zhu Long. Zhu Long glanced at the poisoned dragon, which was barely alive after being smashed into the pit, and then at Li Xian, his whole body trembling. Although one of his eyes was blind, his heart was not. The aura of the 3 demon gods earlier had nearly shattered his dragon courage. What kind of mere human could this be? This was clearly a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god. Zhu Long transformed into a stooped old man and collapsed onto the muddy seabed. He pressed his hands firmly against the ground, not daring to raise his head. Great immortal, please spare my wrath. This cursed creature, the poisoned dragon, has blinded its eyes and offended you. Its death is not to be regretted. However, our dragon clan's bloodline has withered since the calamity of the Dragon Han era, and this cursed creature is one of the few remaining seeds of potential saint. I implore the great immortal to show mercy and spare its life. Li Xian retracted the chaotic fire, tucking his hands back into his sleeves. He looked down at Zhu Long from his elevated position. Spare its life. Give me a reason. Just moments ago it claimed it would leave me with a complete corpse. Zhu Long swallowed, hard, his heart bleeding. He gritted his teeth and cupped a gentle ball of white light in his hands. A 12-grade pure white lotus radiating soft white light hovered in the seawater, pure and flawless. This is the 12-grade pure world white lotus, transformed from the seeds of the chaotic green lotus. I, an old man, am willing to present this treasure to the great immortal, hoping only to exchange it for the poisoned dragon's life. I hope the great immortal will accept. Li Xian looked at the white lotus, his heart filled with joy, though his face remained impassive. He gestured with his hand, and the pure world white lotus landed in his palm, instantly absorbed into his body. This white lotus is barely enough to buy his life. Li Xian shot a glance at Zhu Long, then shifted his tone. However, my master, the Tongtian patriarch, has just left Kunlun Mountain with the myriad immortals of the Goddess Sect, and is in need of a place to stay. There isn't even a decent island in the East Sea. Oh, I am quite troubled by this. Zhu Long, having lived through countless epochs, could not help but grasp the implication behind these words. This was clearly a shakedown, but he dared not express even a hint of resentment. Rather, he felt as if he had received a great pardon. As long as he could send away this calamity, he would be willing to offer not just an island, but even the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. Rest assured, great immortal, the matters of the Taoist temple shall be entrusted to me. Zhu Long quickly formed seals with his hands and struck the seabed. Deep in the East Sea lies a lost ancient giant turtle named Jinao. Its massive size, with a back as broad as a continent, is perfectly suited to be a sanctuary for a saint. I will drive it to the surface right away. The seabed trembled violently. A deep rumble of a turtle's cry echoed from the depths of the sea. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. At least you understand the situation. I do not wish for anyone else to know of today's events. Understood. Zhu Long knocked his head repeatedly against the ground. Rest assured, great immortal, I have seen nothing today. I will lock this cursed creature, the poisoned dragon, within the sea, never to step out of the sea again. Li Xian ceased the chatter, and the laws of space within him activated instantly, erasing all traces of battle from the seabed. He exerted his legs, shooting upward toward the sea's surface like a cannonball. Above the surface of the East Sea, the Tongtian patriarch and the myriad immortals of the Goddess Sect stopped in the clouds. Taoist Duo Bao gazed at the endless sea below with a sigh. Master, while the East Sea is vast, there isn't even a place for us to land. We can't be floating in the sky every day, can we? Zhao Gongming chimed in. Indeed, had I known earlier, I should have taken half of Kunlun Mountain with us. Such a loss for Master Yuan, sure. Bai Xiao angrily waved her fist. Exactly. Our myriad immortals of the Jie sect should have a grand Taoist temple to match our presence. The Tongtian patriarch frowned slightly. He had just quarreled with Yuan Shi Tianzun, and if they couldn't find a decent temple, it would become a laughingstock for the Chan sect. At this moment, the previously calm surface of the sea suddenly roiled violently, creating towering waves. Boom. An ancient giant turtle comparable in size to a continent burst forth from the water, its flat and broad shell exuding celestial energy. The giant turtle floated on the sea surface steady as a mountain. The myriad immortals of the Jie sect were all left dumbfounded. This. Such a huge turtle. Taoist Duobao's eyes widened, nearly dropping his jaw. The Tongtian patriarch was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. The heavens do not forsake my Jie sect. This ancient Jin Ao has surfaced willingly. It must be a sign from the heavens, sensing our Jie sect's fortune, specially sending us a sanctuary. As soon as he finished speaking, splash. Li Xian broke through the water, landing steadily on the broad back of Jin Ao. He shook off the seawater from his robe and looked up at the Tongtian patriarch in the sky. Master, I took a tour beneath the sea and found this big turtle to be quite obedient, so I brought it up with me. What do you think about this place as a temple? The entire area fell silent. The myriad immortals of the Jie sect gasped. Brought up casually. This was an ancient Jin Ao. Even a Luo Jin Xian couldn't move it. The Tongtian patriarch looked at Li Xian with an extremely complex expression. He certainly did not believe that an ordinary person like Li Xian could move the ancient Jin Ao. He thought Li Xian was merely fortunate enough to encounter it surfacing. Good disciple. The Tongtian patriarch was overjoyed and directly descended onto the turtle's back. Li Xian has made a significant contribution in finding the island. From today onward, this Jin Ao shall be our Jie sect's new temple. I hereby name it Jin Ao Island. By you, palace rise. The Tongtian patriarch waved his grand sleeve, and a magnificent palace rose from the back of Jin Ao. The myriad immortals of the Jie sect cheered with joy as they descended. Taoist Duobao embraced Li Xian's shoulder. Little junior brother, your luck is simply unparalleled. You can casually dive into the sea and come back with a temple. From now on, I'll follow you. Yun Xiao looked at Li Xian, who was safe and sound, finally relieved her concerned heart, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Little junior brother, are you hurt? Li Xian smiled humbly, concealing his achievements. Sister, rest assured, the scenery beneath the sea is quite nice, and I even casually picked up a little trinket. He patted his belly where the 12-grade pure white lotus was quietly residing in his inner world. As night fell, Jin Ao Island was brightly lit, and the myriad immortals of the Jie sect held a grand banquet to celebrate their relocation. The bonfire danced at the cliff's edge, and the fragrance of immortal brews wafted with the sea breeze. Li Xian did not join the revelry. He sat alone at the cliff's edge of Jin Ao Island, holding a jug of wine and enjoying the sea breeze. The 12-grade pure white lotus had already taken residence within him, while hundreds of demon god embryos were crazily absorbing the purifying power of the lotus. This trip to the East Sea had been immensely rewarding. Just as Li Xian was about to take a sip of wine to relieve his fatigue, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected to have helped the Jie sect establish itself. The first phase of the main quest is completed. Ding. Great wilderness trends are being analyzed. Warning. The demon clan's heavenly court is rampantly slaughtering the human race, preparing to forge the slaughtering witch sword. Triggering extreme mission: protect the human race's fire. Mission requirement: stop the demon clan from slaughtering humans and slay their powerful beings. Mission reward depends on the number and level of demon beings killed up to obtain fragments of the Chaos Pearl. Li Xian's action of drinking suddenly halted. The wine jug paused in midair. The demon clan's heavenly court. The slaughtering witch sword. He was a member of the human race in his past life and had crossed over as one of the first innate humans. The demon clan treated the human race as food and intended to extract souls to forge swords against the witch clan. Li Xian slowly set down the wine jug and stood up. The sea breeze rustled his azure robe. He looked up towards the direction of the 33 heavens, his eyes instantly turning cold. Dijun Tai. Li Xian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Do you think that without a saint supporting the human race you can kill it well? He turned his head to glance at the bustling Bayou Palace behind him, and then at the endless night sky. System lock onto the specific location of the demon clan slaughter. Since they want to forge swords, I will add some materials for them. Tell me, would it feel better to chop off the demon emperor's head and use it as a urinal? The night breeze was slightly cool, carrying the unique salty and humid scent of the East Sea. Li Xian stood on the edge of the cliff at Golden Ao Island, casually tossing the empty wine jug into the rolling waves. Not far behind, the square in front of Bo Palace was brightly lit. The disciples of the Jie sect were raising their cups in joy, laughter echoing into the sky. Daobao Daoist, was currently trying to drink with Zhao Gongming. Bai Xiao was cheering from the side. The entire Golden Ao Island was filled with the joy of moving into a new residence. Yet this relaxed and harmonious atmosphere could not melt away the bone-chilling coldness in Li Xian's heart. Demon Clan Celestial Court, the Slaughter Witch Sword. Li Xian silently recited these two phrases in his heart, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, he was a member of the human race, and in this life, he was one of the first innate human beings. The Demon Clan regarded the human race as livestock for blood. Now to deal with the Witch Clan, they were planning to drain the essence and souls of the human race to forge the Slaughter Witch Sword. This debt must be repaid with blood. Li Xian turned around, retracting the murderous intent radiating from his body, and activated the Wuxiang Chaos Sutra to its maximum. He transformed back into an ordinary mortal, without any fluctuations of power. Taking a step forward, he walked towards Bio Palace. The Lord of the Celestial Sect sat on a cloud bed, holding a cup of celestial brew in his hand, smiling as he watched his lively disciples outside. Today was the happiest day for him in tens of thousands of years. Not only had he completely rid himself of the hypocritical teachings of the Primordial Supreme, but he also gained a grand and impressive temple for free. Li Xian stepped into the main hall and respectfully bowed. The Lord of the Celestial Sect set down his wine cup, his smile broadening as he looked at his most favored disciple. Shinner, why aren't you drinking outside with your senior brothers and sisters? The Lord of the Celestial Sect beckoned for Li Xian to come forward. Is it that you're not used to the sea breeze of the East Sea? You are still immortal, so you need to pay attention to keeping warm. Li Xian walked to the front of the cloud bed and shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Master. I am in good health. He paused, raising his head to look at the Lord of the Celestial Sect, his tone calm. Master, I wish to descend the mountain for a while. The Lord of the Celestial Sect was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing. Descend the mountain. We have only just settled in Golden Ao Island today. Where are you planning to go? Is there something you are unhappy about on the island? Or have your senior brothers bullied you? Li Xian clasped his hands and replied, Master, you misunderstand. Golden Ao Island is wonderful with abundant spiritual energy. My senior brothers and sisters care for me as well. He continued, I just feel that one cannot cultivate by shutting themselves away from the world. Although my physical body is strong, my Dao heart still needs tempering. Thus I wish to travel to the Honghuang continent to witness the vastness of the world and solidify my Dao heart. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Celestial Sect's eyes brightened immediately. He looked at Li Xian, his face filled with appreciation and relief. Good. What a solid Dao heart. The Lord of the Celestial Sect slapped his thigh, unable to suppress his admiration. Not arrogant or impatient, always thinking of potential dangers in times of peace. You can maintain such clarity on the joyous day of the GS Sect. I truly did not misjudge you. The Lord of the Celestial Sect automatically filled in Li Xian's intentions. In his view, Li Xian was practicing the Panga body refining technique, following the path of proving the Dao through strength. This path abhors seeking comfort. Only through life and death struggles and worldly trials can one continuously break through the limits of the physical body. You wish to travel to the Honghuang continent for training, and I naturally support you. The Lord of the Celestial Sect stroked his beard, his expression becoming serious. However, the current Honghuang is not peaceful. The Witch and Demon clans are in constant conflict, and the Demon Clan Celestial Court has recently been very active, capturing beings everywhere. Although your physical body can withstand a Tai Golden Immortal, there are countless powerful beings in Honghuang and many quasi-saints as well. Your mortal appearance can easily attract trouble from those who can't see clearly. Li Xian lowered his head, secretly laughing. Trouble? My purpose in descending the mountain is specifically to find trouble with the Demon Clan. I will be careful and will never initiate conflict. Li Xian solemnly assured. The Lord of the Celestial Sect sighed, still feeling somewhat uneasy. His little disciple was good at everything, but he was just too low-key. What if he encounters unreasonable powerful demons outside and suffers losses? Forget it. Since you want to go, I cannot let you go empty-handed. The Lord of the Celestial Sect extended his right hand, his finger like a sword, swiftly drawing a talisman in the air. This talisman radiated a blue light. The surrounding space was sliced into pieces by the sharp sword intent emanating from the talisman. This talisman contains a strand of my saint's sword intent. The Lord of the Celestial Sect handed the talisman to Li Xian, his tone exuding an extremely overbearing protective intent. Keep it on you. If you encounter an enemy you cannot handle, crush it immediately. Don't say it's a quasi-saint. Even if another saint dares to touch you, this sword intent can withstand them for a moment. Remember, we do not seek trouble in the GS Sect, but we also absolutely do not fear it. Whoever dares to bully you, hit them hard. If the sky collapses, I will stand in for you. Li Xian received the talisman with both hands. Feeling the destructive saint's power within, a warm current flowed through his heart. Although the Lord of the Celestial Sect sometimes liked to overthink, he genuinely had no words left for him. Thank you for the treasure, Master. I will remember it. Li Xian tucked the talisman away close to himself and bowed again. I will set off now. Oh, please take care, Master. The Lord of the Celestial Sect waved his hand. Go ahead, the sooner you go, the sooner you return. If you encounter danger, contact me at any time. Li Xian turned and walked out of Bio Palace. He did not disturb Dao Bao and Yun Xiao, who were drinking and alone, arrived at the edge of Golden Ao Island. Looking back at the brilliantly lit Bio Palace, Li Xian took a deep breath. Master, wait for me to topple the Demon Clan's celestial court before I return to drink with you. With that said, Li Xian no longer suppressed the power within him. The laws of space activated instantly. His entire being transformed into a stream of light invisible to the naked eye, tearing through the space of the East Sea and rushing towards the direction of the Honghuang continent. At the edge of the Honghuang continent, this place was once a continuous stretch of emerald mountains rich in spiritual energy, home to many human tribes. But at this moment, the sky was shrouded in a thick layer of blood-colored clouds. Li Xian stepped out from the space crack. As soon as he landed, his brows tightened. The air was filled with a nauseating, pungent smell of blood. The stench was so strong that it felt like blood filled his lungs with every breath. Li Xian looked down. The mountains below had completely changed. The once emerald forest had been reduced to ashes, and the clear rivers had turned into a thick, dark red. The ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses, with bodies of the elderly and children, all belonging to the human race. Streams of blood gathered into small rivulets flowing down the valley, dyeing the entire land a shocking dark red. Li Xian hovered in midair, his hands clenched into fists. His nails dug deeply into his flesh, knuckles turning white. The forces of the deity of strength, the deity of battle, and the deity of fire within him unleashed an unprecedented furious roar at this moment. Killing intent like a tangible storm swept outwards from Li Xian. Just then a sudden scream and wild laughter rang out from the distant valley. Hurry up, drive these two-legged sheep into the blood pool. The commander has ordered that we must gather 100,000 drops of essence blood today. If we delay the forging of the slaughter witch sword, I will skin you alive. Li Xian abruptly turned his head, his gaze penetrating through the blood-colored clouds, fixating on the depths of the valley. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury in his heart. Demon Clan, your time of death has come. Li Xian's figure flickered and disappeared from his spot. The next second, he appeared above the valley. Below, tens of thousands of fully armed demon soldiers were swinging their spiked whips, hurting countless humans. In the center of the valley, there was a massive blood pool with a diameter of 1,000 feet. The blood pool bubbled with boiling blood, and countless souls of human beings wailed in pain above the blood. A demon soldier with 2 horns stood at the edge of the blood pool, kicking a human woman holding a baby into the boiling blood pool. Listening to these screams is truly delightful. The demon soldier licked his lips, a look of enjoyment on his face. Suddenly, he felt the light above his head dim. The demon soldier impatiently looked up, meeting a pair of emotionless eyes. Li Xian hovered in midair, looking down at him. Are you enjoying yourself? Li Xian asked. The demon soldier was taken aback for a moment before pointing at Li Xian and cursing vehemently. Who is this reckless brat, daring to meddle in our demon clan's celestial court's affairs? Someone, capture him. Throw him into the blood pool as a lure. The surrounding demon soldiers immediately raised their weapons and howled as they charged towards Li Xian. Li Xian looked at the approaching demon soldiers, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, clenching his fist, the bones cracking like popping beans. Since you all like the blood pool so much, I'll smash all of you to pieces. Let's add some ingredients to this blood pool. What do you think? The young demon general was momentarily stunned. Then he erupted into a wild laugh. Add some spice. Just you, a mere human ant. He raised his blood-dripping long knife, pointing at Li Xian in midair. You lot ignore those two-legged sheep. First take down this clueless one in the sky. Chop him to pieces and throw him into the blood pool for the great commander to enjoy as a delicacy. Over 10,000 fully armed demon soldiers let out piercing howls. They brandished various bone knives and spears. The demonic energy soared into the sky. Like a black tide, they climbed up the rock walls on either side of the valley, rushing towards Li Xian in midair. The human captives below despairingly closed their eyes. It's over. An elderly man covered in blood tightly held his granddaughter. Tears streamed down his face. After all this time, someone finally comes to save us, only to be a reckless young man. The demon race has tens of thousands of troops. How can he possibly withstand them? Heaven wants to wipe out our human race. A burly man with a severed arm gritted his teeth. He stared intently at the demons in the sky. Grandpa, at worst, let's fight them. Even if I die, I want to take a piece of them with me. The old man firmly restrained the burly man. His voice trembled. Don't be impulsive. Going will only lead to death. You protect the children. Wails and cries echoed in the valley. Li Xian hovered in midair, coldly observing the demons rushing from all directions. He didn't even raise his eyelids, nor did he use a shred of magical power. Die! A tiger demon in the front, wielding a heavy axe weighing 1,000 pounds, leaped high. With all his strength, he swung down fiercely at Li Xian's head. Clang! The heavy axe forged from deep-sea cold iron shattered into countless iron shards. The tiger demon was left holding a bare axe handle. His palms were battered and bleeding. He stared wide-eyed at Li Xian, whose head hadn't even lost a single hair, completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? This is a treasure. Li Xian slightly tilted his head and glanced at the tiger demon. Haven't you eaten? As soon as he spoke, Li Xian raised his right hand and casually slapped out. Smack! The tiger demon's head burst like a ripe watermelon. In an instant, the headless corpse plummeted from midair with a thud, crashing into the blood pool below and splashing a large area of dark red blood. This scene left all the approaching demon soldiers stunned. The young demon general stood at the edge of the blood pool, his smile instantly frozen. This kid is strange. Everyone attacked together. Even if his body is tough, he can't withstand thousands of weapons. Whoever kills him, I will reward them with 10 human girls. The demon soldiers' eyes turned red again, madly charging towards Li Xian. The sky was shrouded in demonic energy, sealing the entire valley. Li Xian took a deep breath. The pungent smell of blood in the air heightened his killing intent to its peak. All together. Just as I wish. Li Xian clenched his fists. Within him, the miniature 10,000 immortals formation operated frantically. The power of the divine demon erupted with a thunderous roar. No magical fluctuations. No dazzling spells. Only pure extreme physical strength. Li Xian stepped back half a step with his right leg, his waist suddenly exerting force. The surface of his chaotic, glazed body shimmered with a faint, dark, golden glow. He hurled a punch at the densely packed demon army below. Boom! The space twisted violently, releasing a series of unbearable cracking sounds. An invisible and terrifying fist wind, like a storm that could destroy the heavens and earth, swept out from Li Xian's fist. Time seemed to freeze. The thousands of demon soldiers at the forefront hadn't even had time to scream. Their bodies were crushed into the finest blood mist the moment they came into contact with the fist wind. Immediately after that, the second wave, the third wave. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense, muffled explosions reverberated throughout the valley. Over 10,000 fully armed elite demons were like fragile paper toys under Li Xian's punch, crumbling inch by inch. They exploded with a loud bang. The sky was filled with blood mist, coalescing into an extremely tragic storm of blood and flesh pouring down like rain. Crash! The blood rain poured into the blood pool below. The pool, which was still half empty, was instantly filled to the brim, even overflowing the edges. Flowing down the crevices of the valley. One punch. Just one punch. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers, the entire army, annihilated. The whole valley fell into a deathly silence. The wind stopped. The clouds dispersed. Only the dripping sound of flowing blood could be heard. The tens of thousands of human captives below were all dumbfounded. They gaped, staring blankly at the azure figure in midair. Their minds were a blank. What just happened? How did the thousands of fierce demon soldiers suddenly vanish? Thud! The elderly man protecting his granddaughter was the first to react. His legs went weak, and he heavily knelt on the muddy ground smeared with blood. The old man clasped his hands together, desperately bowing to Li Xian in midair. Great Immortal, show your divine power. Thank you for saving us. As the old man acted, the tens of thousands of humans awakened from their stupor. They all knelt on the ground, bowing to Li Xian like pounding garlic. Thank you for saving us, Great Immortal. Great Immortal, be merciful. Cries of gratitude and wails echoed through the valley. Li Xian slowly withdrew his fist, looking down at the ragged and injured kin below. The anger in his heart had not subsided, instead it burned even more fiercely. He landed in front of the crowd and extended his hand to help the leading old man up. Old man, get up quickly. I'm not a great immortal. My name is Li Xian, just like you, am also human. The old man trembled all over. He looked at Li Xian in disbelief. You're also human. But how can a human possess such a mind? In their understanding, humans were inherently weak, unable to defeat even an ordinary beast. Li Xian patted the old man's hand. His voice was gentle. Humans are not weak. One day humans will become the protagonists of this primordial world. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the ruins at the edge of the blood pool. Li Xian's gaze turned cold, and he turned to look. The young demon general was still not dead. He had been struck by the residual force of Li Xian's punch. The lower half of his body had completely disappeared, leaving only his upper half dragging a trail of intestines desperately crawling in the mud. The young demon general was terrified, trembling as he crawled. Monster. This is a monster. He shook his hands. He fumbled out a blood-red jade slip from his bosom. Li Xian did not stop him, merely watching him coldly. The young demon general suddenly crushed the jade slip. He shouted hoarsely at the jade slip. A powerful being has intervened. Over 10,000 brothers are dead. Quickly report to the demon commander. Quickly report. Before he could finish, Li Xian stepped down from the air. Bang! The young demon general's head was directly stomped into the mud, killing him on the spot. The old man turned pale with fright. He grabbed Li Xian's sleeve. Lord Li Xian, you've caused a big mess. What he just crushed was a communication jade slip. The demon army will come attacking soon. That demon commander is a terrifying demon of the Tai Golden Immortal realm capable of swallowing a mountain whole. The old man was so anxious he was stamping his feet. You must flee. Don't worry about us. You are the hope of our human race. As long as you live, there is hope for humanity. The burly man with a severed arm also rushed over. He knelt in front of Li Xian with a thud. Lord, the old village chief is right. With your extraordinary powers, you cannot die here. We, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, can die. Without concern, you must go. Several women holding children also knelt on the ground, crying out. Lord, please leave. The demon race has millions of troops. You cannot kill them all alone. Li Xian looked at these kin who were clearly in a desperate situation, yet still wanted him to leave first. His heart felt a pang of sorrow. This is the human race of the primordial era. Lives were as insignificant as grass, yet they were so resilient. He took a deep breath. He helped the burly man up as well. Everyone get up. Since I, Li Xian, am here, I have no intention of leaving alone. What if there are millions of troops? Today not only will I lead you all to safety, but I will also make the demon race understand that human blood is not so easy to drink. Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. He turned to face the direction of the jade slip's communication, his voice low, yet clear, echoing throughout the valley. Report it. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. The stench of blood in the valley has yet to dissipate. Thousands of human captives looked at the remains of the demon tribe on the ground, and then at Li Xian in the sky, their eyes filled with reverence. Li Xian returned to the ground and waved his hand, a gentle force lifting all the kneeling people. All right, no need to kneel. Li Xian turned to the elder who had just taken the lead. Elder, where were you captured from? Where is the current stronghold of the human race? The elder wiped the blood from his face, his voice trembling. In answer to your honor, we are from a small tribe by the demon army suddenly descended, killing anyone they encountered. We were deliberately left behind to extract blood for some sort of sword refining. The elder pointed towards the depths of the wilderness. I heard that the demon tribe is determined to exterminate our human race. Tribes everywhere have been scattered. Now the surviving human forces have retreated to the ancestral land near Shoyang Mountain. The three ancestors, Suerin, Yochao, and Zi, are holding the line there. As the elder spoke, tears streamed down his face. But the demon tribe is powerful. Oh, I heard that several demon generals at the Tai Golden Immortal level have been deployed. Although the three ancestors have merits, they are only at the Golden Immortal level and cannot hold the line. Shoyang Mountain, the ancestral land of the human race. I established the human teaching there, yet I can only watch as the human race is slaughtered, unable to intervene. Clean up a bit, I will take you to Shoyang Mountain. Li Xian's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable power. A strong man with one arm broken was sweating from pain, but gritted his teeth and asked, My lord, the demon tribe will definitely be searching for us everywhere. Traveling together with so many people makes us a large target. A large target. Li Xian sneered. I would be delighted if they came looking for me. Let's go. Without further ado, Li Xian walked at the front of the group. Thousands of humans supported each other, silently following behind him. They didn't know how strong this young man truly was, but he was their only chance at survival. The large group set off towards Shoyang Mountain. Along the way, rivers of blood flowed. The ruins of destroyed human tribes were everywhere. Li Xian walked at the front, his expression growing colder. In less than half a day's time, the sky suddenly darkened. Dozens of massive demon birds swooped down from the clouds. Caw, caw, caw. There are actually so many Tulate sheep here. We hit the jackpot. Grab them and take them back to offer to the great commander. The leading demon bird was a vulture at the true immortal level, its iron-like claws aimed at the women and children in the middle of the group. A scream of terror erupted from the crowd. Li Xian did not even turn his head. He simply raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! In midair, the space around the dozens of demon birds suddenly collapsed inward, not even allowing them to let out a scream. Dozens of demon birds were directly crushed into a mass of flesh by the spatial law, falling from the sky and crashing into the muddy pit by the roadside. The humans in the group stared in shock. These were true demons at the true immortal level. Not even a finger was lifted, and they turned into pulp. The strong man swallowed hard, looking at Li Xian as if he were a deity. In the following 2 days, the group encountered 7 or 8 waves of demon scouts. Some ran on the ground, while others flew in the sky. The strongest wave even included a wolf demon leading at the golden immortal level. The outcome was always the same. Li Xian either smashed them with a single slap or crushed them from afar. Throughout the entire process, he did not use a trace of magic power, relying solely on his physical body and the law of space to crush them. Killing these minor demons was easier for him than crushing an ant. On the evening of the 3rd day, a towering mountain peak appeared in the sight of the crowd. Shoyang Mountain. At its foot lay a vast basin surrounded by a precarious defensive formation. The light curtain of the formation was covered with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Inside the formation, countless humans who had fled were packed tightly together. The sounds of weeping and coughing filled the air. There were incomplete corpses and gravely injured people everywhere. Inside the formation, countless humans who had fled were packed tightly together. The sounds of weeping and coughing filled the air. There were incomplete corpses and gravely injured people everywhere. Stop! Who goes there? The elder hurried forward and shouted loudly. Do not attack. We are from the tribe by the East Sea, and it was Lord Li Xian who saved us and escorted us here. The guards relaxed when they saw the human features of the elder and the others. A gap opened in the formation. Li Xian led the people inside. As soon as they entered the formation, 3 bloodied figures rushed towards them. These were 3 middle-aged men wearing animal skins and holding crude magical artifacts. Each of them bore heavy injuries, their breaths weak to the extreme. They were the 3 ancestors of the human race, Xuan, Youchao, and Zi. Brothers of the same clan, you have suffered. Xuan looked at the elder and the others, his eyes reddening. He turned to Li Xian and was momentarily stunned. Li Xian emitted no fluctuations of magical power, yet his mere presence conveyed an unshakable sense of pressure. Most importantly, Xuan sensed an exceptionally pure primal essence of the human race from Li Xian. Is it you who saved them? Xuan stepped forward, his voice hoarse. The elder quickly knelt down. 3. Lord Li Xian not only saved us, but also single-handedly killed over 10,000 demon soldiers. What? The 3 ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Li Xian. Killed over 10,000 demon soldiers with a single punch. How is that possible? When did the human race produce such a fierce figure? Li Xian looked at the 3 ancestors before him. These 3 were the predetermined pioneers of the human race, surrounded by a thick aura of heavenly merit. But due to the weak foundation of the human race, despite their merits, their cultivation was stuck at the golden immortal level, unable to advance. Li Xian, I greet the 3 ancestors. Li Xian slightly cupped his hands, his tone flat. Xuan stared intently at Li Xian and suddenly bent his legs, kneeling directly before him. Yu Chao and Zi followed suit and knelt down. 3 ancestors, what are you doing? The elder exclaimed, and Xuan raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Brother Li Xian, I do not care who you are or what opportunities you have, but you carry the blood of the human race. You are one of us. Xuan tightly grasped Li Xian's trousers, his voice choked with emotion. The demon tribe's heavenly court has dispatched millions of troops to exterminate our human race. The formation at Shoyang Mountain will not hold until tomorrow. We 3 old bones are not worth much, but the flame of the human race cannot be extinguished. Yu Chao also cried and kowtowed. We implore you, brother, to take action and protect our human race. As long as we can save these children, we 3 are willing to serve you. Seeing the 3 ancestors kneel, the hundreds of thousands of humans around also fell to their knees en masse. Desperate cries echoed throughout the basin. Please, great Lord, save us. Li Xian looked down at the 3 ancestors kneeling at his feet, feeling a wave of irritation in his heart. The esteemed ancestors of the human race were being forced to beg like dogs by the demon tribe. I was watching from Shoyang Mountain yet remained indifferent. Everyone get up. Li Xian raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted the 3 ancestors. He looked at the deep claw mark on Xuan's chest, his brow furrowed. The demon army will be here soon. With just you 3 golden immortals, you won't even be able to fill the gaps left by the demon generals. Xuan chuckled bitterly, his face full of despair. We know we are useless, but we have done our best. The human race is inherently weak and cultivation is too difficult. Li Xian clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the 3 ancestors. Golden immortals are too weak. A mad smile curled at the corners of Li Xian's mouth. I will help you elevate to Tai Golden Immortal. Help us ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal. Xuan was convinced he had misheard. He instinctively tightened his grip on the crude bone staff in his hand. Yu Chao and Zi were also frozen in place. In the pursuit of immortality, one must consider their roots and the passage of time. The human race was inherently shallow in their foundations. The three of them had barely reached the golden immortal realm through their merits of drilling wood for fire-building nests and sewing clothes. To forcibly elevate an entire major realm, even sages in the primordial continent would not dare to speak so lightly. What? Is it too low? Li Xian said, hands tucked into his sleeves, raising an eyebrow. No, it's not. Xuan waved his hands in a panic. Brother Li Xian, don't make fun of us. The demon army will arrive shortly, and we know our own strength well. Li Xian did not respond, turning directly to walk outside the hall. He looked at the defensive barrier around Shoyang Mountain, cracked and on the verge of collapse, and let out a cold laugh. This broken formation couldn't even hold off a wild boar. Li Xian raised his right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. The miniature 10,000 immortals array within him rumbled into action. The laws of space and force intertwined, flowing from his foot into the ground. Grayish-white mist surged from underground, enveloping Shoyang Mountain for miles around. The rickety formation was instantly swallowed. A simplified version of the chaos obfuscation array was completed in just a few breaths. Li Xian clapped his hands and turned back into the hall. You three come sit down. The three ancestors were stunned by the earth-shattering technique just displayed. Days. Li Xian clapped his hands and turned back into the hall. You three come sit down. The three ancestors were stunned by the earth-shattering technique just displayed. They obediently returned to the center of the hall, sitting cross-legged in a circle. With a wave of his hand, Li Xian slammed the heavy stone door shut. He flipped his palm, revealing a dark, ominous mass of flesh and blood emanating a terrifying aura of devouring. This was precisely the essence he had compressed after draining the Taichi golden immortal level devouring beast from the Xuan sect on the arena at Kunlun Mountain. In addition to this mass of essence, Li Xian also pulled out several spirit herbs exuding rich spiritual energy from the system's sign in space, tossing them casually into the mass of flesh. This is the essence of a great demon. Yu Chao sensed the remaining violent demonic aura inside his face, turning pale. I casually slaughtered the cheating beast raised by the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect. Li Xian said nonchalantly. Letting it sit here would be a waste. Today is perfect for utilizing waste. Utilizing waste. The three ancestors had yet to react when a gray-red flame of chaos ignited in Li Xian's left hand. The gray-red flames rolled within his palm. The massive essence transformed into 3 pure crimson energy spheres. The violent will and impurities within the devouring beast's essence were instantly burned clean by the chaos fire. Only the purest and largest life force and spiritual power remained. Shut your mouths and focus. As soon as Li Xian's voice fell, he thrust both hands forward sharply. The 3 crimson energy spheres transformed into 3 streams of light, smashing directly into Xuan, Yu Chao, and Ziyi's chests. Oh! All 3 ancestors screamed simultaneously. The energy was overwhelmingly vast. For their feeble human bodies, it felt like pouring an entire ocean into a small creek. Their skin turned bright red in an instant, veins bulging all over their bodies as if they would explode at any moment. Endure it. Li Xian stood in front of the 3, his tone unwavering. You have the protection of the Dao merits, so you won't die. But now I need to use the chaos fire to burn away all the garbage in your bones and start anew. Li Xian formed hand seals, pushing the fire god's law to its utmost. A trace of weak chaos fire entered through the energy spheres and burrowed into the bodies of the 3 ancestors. The flames raced through their veins and bones. This excruciating pain felt interminable. The skin of the 3 ancestors cracked and healed repeatedly. Bones shattered and reformed. Black foul impurities gushed from their pores and were instantly evaporated. A thick white mist filled the hall. The 3 ancestors trembled in pain, their teeth grinding to dust, yet not one of them uttered a sound. They understood in their hearts. The human race was slaughtered like sheep by the demon race because they were too weak. As long as they could become stronger, as long as they could protect the hundreds of thousands of their kin outside, they wouldn't blink an eye even if they were burned to their bones or minced and reassembled. Days passed. Under the refining of the chaos fire, the vast Dao merits within the 3 ancestors were fully activated, perfectly merging with the Taichi golden immortal essence of the devouring beast. Their once frail human bodies began to emit a luster akin to gold and jade. On the 3rd night, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the center of the hall. Xuan's hidden injuries healed in an instant. The cultivation barriers that had stagnated for countless epochs were shattered like paper. Peak golden immortal. Early Tai golden immortal. Mid Tai golden immortal. They soared all the way to peak Tai golden immortal, and only then did the frenzied surge of energy gradually calm down. Immediately after, Yu Chao and Ziyi also broke through simultaneously. 3 beams of golden light shot straight to the hall's dome, the overwhelming pressure causing the entire Shoyang Mountain to shake violently. Peak Tai golden immortal. Three-peaked Tai golden immortals. The anxious human refugees in the basin outside raised their heads all at once. They sensed the powerful and reassuring force emanating from the three ancestors. The nerves that had been taut for months finally relaxed, and countless people burst into tears of joy. The ancestors have broken through. Our human race is saved. Cheers erupted from all corners of the basin, converging into an earth-shattering wave. Inside the hall, the three ancestors slowly opened their eyes. They looked down at their hands, feeling the terrifying power within them that could overturn rivers and seas, leaving them in a daze. In the past, they had to exert all their strength to contend with ordinary great demons. Now they had a sense of delusion. They could kill their former selves 100 times with a single punch. Tai, peek. Xuan's voice trembled, tears streaming down his freshly cleaned skin. All right, don't act like you've never seen the world before. Li Xian dragged over a stone chair and sat down casually. He picked up a cup of cold tea from the table and took a sip. Three-peaked Tai golden immortals, is it really worth crying over? Hurry up and put on some clothes, you all smell terrible. Only then did the three ancestors realize that the animal skins on their bodies had long been burned to ash by the chaos fire. They were covered in the dirt left by the washing of their marrow. The three of them hurriedly used their powers to conjure clean robes. Then they all hurriedly approached Li Xian, bending their legs to kneel. Li Xian lifted his foot, stopping Xuan's knee with the tip of his toe. I told you don't kneel so easily. The knees of the human race shouldn't be so soft. Xuan straightened his body, wiping his face with his sleeve. Brother Li Xian, from today on you are the fourth ancestor of our human race. Whoever dares to disrespect you, I will be the first to burn him alive. Yu Chao patted his chest vigorously, saying, that's right. This life is given by you. From now on, wherever you point we will go. Li Xian put down his teacup and was about to speak. Suddenly the ground of Xuan Mountain shook violently. The chaotic obfuscation array outside began to tremble fiercely, and dust fell from the ceiling of the hall. In the distance, the sky was instantly swallowed by dark clouds, and a violent stench of blood rushed into Xuan Mountain with the howling wind. They're here. Li Xian stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. Yu Chao rushed to the hall's entrance to look outside. He saw the ground outside Xuan Mountain covered with an endless sea of demon troops, at least over 1 million strong. Leading the way was a large demon with a human body and dragon head, wielding a steel fork, surrounded by violent winds and rain. It's Ji Meng. Yu Chao gritted his teeth. One of the 10 demon generals of the demon court. He actually came in person with 1 million troops. Outside Xuan Mountain, the dark and oppressive army of the demon clan blotted out the sky. The howling wind stirred the rich scent of blood, sending dust and stones swirling across the ground. Ji Meng stood amidst the clouds, his body adorned with the head of a dragon wielding a gleaming steel fork. He looked down from his lofty perch at Xuan Mountain. A wolf-head vice-general approached, pointing at the grayish light curtain of the formation below. General, ahead lies the ancestral land of the human race, Xuan Mountain. Ji Meng sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. The human race? Merely livestock raised by our demon clan, two-legged sheep at best. I've heard that tens of thousands of humans are hiding within Xuan Mountain, perfect for draining their essence to forge the slaughter witch sword. The area outside Xuan Mountain seems to be arranged with a formation. It looks rather strange. The wolf-head vice-general hesitated. Strange, my foot. Ji Meng kicked the wolf-head vice-general to the ground. What decent formation could mere humans possibly have? Pass down my orders. The vanguard of 100,000 troops charge. Whoever is the first to enter, reward them with 1,000 portions of human blood and flesh. The war drums thundered. The fully armed demon vanguard let out a deafening roar. They waved their weapons, surging towards Xuan Mountain like a tide of darkness. Inside the great hall of Xuan Mountain, the cries and shouts from outside were deafening. Xuan, Yu Chao, and Zi stood at the entrance of the hall, their eyes locked onto the massive army of demons outside. The blood within them was boiling. The terrifying power at the peak of the Tai golden immortal surged wildly through their limbs and bones. Brother Li Xian. Xuan suddenly turned, looking at Li Xian, who was seated on a stone chair sipping tea. The demon clan has come to our doorstep. Let us go. Yu Chao and Zi clenched their fists, their eyes bloodshot. We have been stifled for too long. Today the demon clan must pay for their blood debts. Li Xian set down his teacup, blowing away the tea leaves. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Go. Just 100,000 vanguard, perfect for you to practice your skills. Don't embarrass me. Xuan laughed heartily. Brother, don't worry. If we don't kill them decisively today, I won't be coming back. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 beams of golden light crashed through the stone door of the hall, soaring into the sky. Outside Xuan Mountain, the 100,000 demon vanguard had reached the edge of the chaotic mist formation. The grayish-white mist rolled and churned. The demon soldiers felt disoriented the moment they stepped into the mist. What kind of cursed mist is this? Everyone stay together. Follow the person in front. Just as the demon vanguard was thrown into chaos. Boom. 3 beams of golden light descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the demon army. The ground was smashed into 3 large craters. As the dust settled, Xuan and the other 2 stepped out. The leading demon commander was a black bear spirit at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Upon seeing them, he instantly burst into laughter. I thought who it was turns out to be those 3 old wastes of the human race. The black bear's spirit brandishing a wolf-tooth club pointed at Xuan and laughed maniacally. What? You 3 old bones at the Golden Immortal level come out to die? Hurry up and kneel to beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you with intact corpses. The surrounding demon soldiers burst into a loud laugh. Humans are nothing but cheap bones. 3 old folks aren't even enough to fill our brother's teeth. Xuan looked at the arrogant black bear spirit without saying a word. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Yu Chao and Zi took their stances on either side. Old fool, scared silly. The black bear spirit spat, raising his wolf-tooth club to strike. In the next moment, Xuan suddenly raised his head. A terrifying pressure of the peak Tai Golden Immortal erupted without reservation. A golden pillar of light shot straight into the clouds. Following that, Yu Chao and Zi also erupted simultaneously. 3 peaks of Tai Golden Immortals, auras intertwined, pressing down on the heads of the 100,000 demon vanguard like 10,000 mountains. The black bear spirit's laughter instantly caught in his throat. His eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. The wolf-tooth club in his hand clattered to the ground. Tai Golden Immortal Peak. How is this possible? The black bear spirit was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt down on the ground. The surrounding 100,000 demon soldiers were even more suppressed by this pressure, prostrating on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Come to die, Xuan sneered. Flames of crimson surged from his palm. Within the flames, a trace of an extremely weak, chaotic fire aura flickered. Today it is you who will die. Xuan struck out with his palm. The raging fire engulfed the front line of over 10,000 demon soldiers in an instant. Ah, save me. This fire cannot be extinguished. The screams echoed through the sky. The demon soldiers struggled frantically in the sea of flames, turning to ashes within 3 breaths. Yu Chao roared angrily, charging directly into the demon army. With a single punch, hundreds of demon soldiers were instantly turned into mush. Zi formed seals with both hands. Countless beams of golden light transformed into blades, weaving through the demon army. Each traversal left behind a shower of blood. It was a one-sided massacre. The 100,000 demon vanguard was as fragile as paper toys before the 3 ancestors. In less than half a stick of incense, the 100,000 vanguard had suffered over half in casualties. On the clouds above, Ji Ming watched the carnage below, utterly stunned. The steel fork in his hand trembled slightly. Those 3 old fools. Are they Xuan and the others? Ji Ming gasped in shock. The wolf-head vice general beside him was so frightened that he urinated his pants. General, aren't they golden immortals? How did they become peak Tai Golden Immortals? Our vanguard is nearly wiped out. Ji Ming gritted his teeth, his face ashen. How could the human race suddenly produce 3 peak Tai Golden Immortals? Even if they trained from the womb, it wouldn't be possible to grow so quickly. They must have received some heaven-defying opportunity. Ji Ming's eyes turned blood-red as he gazed at the mad slaughter of Xuan below. The power of his early Luo Golden Immortal erupted violently. He drew the demon knife from his waist, pointing the blade straight at Xuan Mountain. A bunch of ants dare to rebel. All troops advance. Flatten this place for me. Outside Xuan Mountain, the howling wind roared. Ji Ming's furious roar echoed through the clouds. The pressure of a cultivator at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was as substantial as reality, shaking the void violently. All troops charge. Flatten this place for me. With Ji Ming's command, the million-strong demon army plunged into madness. The sound of war drums was dense as thunder, deafening. The dark wave of demon soldiers surged towards Xuan Mountain like a breaching dam. In the sky, countless demon birds obscured the sun, emitting piercing shrieks. On the ground, all kinds of enormous demon beasts charged wildly. Their steps caused the earth to rumble, kicking up clouds of dust. The charge of 1,000,000 troops was earth-shattering, as if they aimed to flatten all of Xuan Mountain. In front of Xuan Mountain, Xuan, Yu Chao, and Zi stood shoulder to shoulder. Though they had just broken through to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, their faces were still grave in the face of this million-strong army. Old Ancestor, we are here to assist you. Within the formation, countless young human warriors brandished rudimentary bone spears, their eyes bloodshot, as they prepared to charge out. Everyone retreat. Xuan bellowed. Flames rolled in his palm, blocking several young warriors. Even if it costs my life today, I will not let these beasts step into our ancestral land. Just as the three ancestors prepared for a fight to the death, a lazy voice suddenly came from the stone tower at the highest point of Xuan Mountain. Enough, everyone retreat. Million-strong army, even if you three old bones kill until your hands are sore, you won't finish them all. The three ancestors turned to look. They saw Li Xian sitting on the edge of the stone tower, his legs dangling in the air, casually munching on his spiritual fruit he had pulled out from somewhere. He appeared relaxed, as if watching a show. Li Xian, brother, Sui Ren exclaimed anxiously. This is a million-strong army. Can the formation withstand it? Li Xian swallowed the fruit flesh and casually tossed the seed off the stone tower, clapping his hands. Withstand? My formation was never meant to take a beating. He stood up, looking down upon the surging demon army like a tide below. A cold curve appeared at the corner. The million demon soldiers had already reached the edge of the chaotic mist formation. The gray-white mist rolled violently, exuding an eerie silence. Charge in. Slaughter the two-legged sheep. The first several tens of thousands of demon soldiers brandishing weapons rushed headlong into the mist without hesitation. Following them were hundreds of thousands, then 300,000, then 500,000. The black tide continuously surged into the formation. The periphery of Xuan Mountain was instantly filled with densely packed demon soldiers. In the clouds, Ji Meng watched the army successfully enter the formation, a cruel smile appearing on his face. What a broken formation! Before absolute numbers, it's all paper thin. He turned to the wolfhead deputy, his tone icy. Go prepare the blood pool. Today, I will use the blood of these hundreds of thousands of humans to refine the slaughter. Which sword? The wolfhead deputy was about to take the order when suddenly an extremely strange fluctuation came from the gray-white mist below. On the stone tower, Li Xian slowly raised both hands, his eyes instantly turning extremely cold. Within him, the miniature 10,000 immortals formation roared to life. The essence of the demon god of power and the essence of the space demon god erupted simultaneously, flowing through his feet into the ground. Formation rise. Li Xian suddenly pressed down with both hands. Boom. The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles around Xuan Mountain trembled violently. The originally calm gray-white mist instantly turned wildly turbulent, like boiling water. Inside the formation, the hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers charging at the front suddenly found the scenery around them changed. Xuan Mountain was gone. Their companions were also gone. All around was a gray void with no discernible direction. What's happening? Where are the people? A golden immortal-level ox demon leader shouted wildly, swinging a giant axe. In the next second, a seam suddenly opened in the space beneath his feet, without warning. A terrifying suction force emanated from the crack. The ox demon leader didn't even have time to scream before being sucked inside. Crack. The space crack closed, and the ox demon leader was instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the chaotic flow of space. This was just the beginning. Inside, the entire chaotic mist formation space was thoroughly disordered. Fire, earth, wind, and water surged together. The fierce wind turned into invisible blades, madly slicing through the demon soldier ranks. Raging fire erupted from the ground, instantly incinerating thousands of demon soldiers into ashes. Help! This mist is strange. Quick retreat. Get out. The demon soldiers in the formation finally panicked. They desperately tried to run back, trampling over each other. But the space was already completely disordered. The more they struggled, the faster they died. On the stone tower, Li Xian's gaze was icy as he quickly formed seals with his hands. Grind. With his cold shout, the law of power descended with a thunderous roar. Above the formation, it was as if an invisible massive grinding wheel had appeared. With the terrifying power to annihilate everything, it pressed down violently. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense explosions erupted within the formation. Countless demon soldiers exploded under the crushing of the law of power. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape, instantly turning to dust. Following that, the law of space activated. Countless silver space blades like a torrential rain madly shuttled within the formation. Poochie, poochie. The sound of blades slicing through flesh was chilling. Groups of demon soldiers were severed in half. Severed limbs and broken arms flew through the air. Blood erupted like a fountain, instantly dyeing the gray-white mist a glaring dark red. The entire chaotic mist formation had completely transformed into a terrifying meat grinder. In just half an hour, over half of the million demon soldiers that charged into the formation were dead or injured. Thick blood flowed out along the edges of the formation, gathering into a sea of blood at the foot of Xuan Mountain. The pungent smell of blood soared to the skies. Outside the formation, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi stared blankly at this scene. Although they could not see the specific situation within the formation, the earth-shattering screams, and the flowing blood were enough to explain everything. What? What kind of method is this? Yu Chao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The three of them at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm had fought desperately to kill only a few thousand vanguards. Li Xian casually moved his hand while 1,000,000 troops were halved. Sui Ren looked at the cyan figure on the stone tower, his eyes filled with awe. The fourth ancestor. Our human race has truly produced an extraordinary being. The human refugees within the formation were also dumbfounded. They had originally thought they were doomed today. Unexpectedly, those high and mighty invincible demon armies hadn't even managed to make a splash within this formation. Despair turned into ecstasy. Countless people knelt on the ground, desperately bowing towards the direction of the stone tower. In the clouds, Jimeng's face had turned the color of pig liver. He stared at the rolling blood-red mist below, his whole body trembling. 1,000,000-strong army. That was the most elite 1,000,000-strong army under his command. And in the blink of an eye, half of it was gone. Great Commander. The wolf-head deputy collapsed in the clouds, his pants damp and warm. This formation is too sinister. We must retreat. Retreat. Jimeng suddenly turned his head, his eyes blood-red, filled with a mad, killing intent. He grabbed the wolf-head deputy by the neck and crushed it. If we retreat, the demon emperor will peel my skin off. Jimeng pushed aside the deputy's corpse. The early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation erupted without reservation. The violent demonic energy surged into the sky, instantly tearing apart the clouds. He fixed his gaze on the stone tower at the highest point of Xuan Mountain. Although he could not see the person inside, he could feel that the core of the formation was there. A mere human dares to act godly before me. Jimeng tightened his grip on the demon blade, raising it high above his head. On the blade, the violent power of wind and rain madly gathered, forming a terrifying blade light that stretched for miles. Break for me. A Tongtian blade radiance suffused with the fury of wind and storm cleaved towards Xuan Mountain. The oppressive might of an early-stage Luo Golden Immortal was unleashed without restraint. The surrounding space was torn by the blade, chi emitting piercing sonic booms. Below, the demon army erupted in thunderous exultation. Hail the Grand Marshal. Shatter this wretched formation. Slaughter the humans. 1,000,000 demon soldiers brandished their weapons, eyes ablaze with bloodthirsty frenzy. Within the formation, the three of Sui Ren's clan grew ashen. Between the Tai Golden Immortals and a Luo Golden Immortal, there stretched an insurmountable chasm. Even if the three of them wagered their lives, they could not withstand that stroke. Countless human refugees shut their eyes in terror, waiting in despair for death to fall. Sui Ren clenched his fists until his nails bit into the flesh. Can the fourth ancestor's formation withstand an attack from a Luo Golden Immortal? Boom. The Tongtian blade slammed into the ashen mist. The imagined rupture of the formation never came. No earth-shattering explosion followed. There was no energy-saturated shockwave. The world-undoing blade, the moment it met the mist, seemed to fall into a bottomless void. Not a single ripple was stirred, it vanished without trace. The cruel grin on Jimeng's face stiffened. His hands remained frozen in the chopping posture, the man suspended dumbstruck in midair. What is the meaning of this? He muttered, staring at the demon blade in disbelief. That strike had drained 30% of his spiritual power. Even an ancient divine mountain could have been cleft in two. How could striking that pitiful mist produce not so much as a sound? The demon army below stood stunned. The cheers cut off abruptly. 1,000,000 demon soldiers exchanged bewildered looks, utterly unable to fathom what had occurred. Atop the highest stone tower of Xuan Mountain, Li Xian sat on the edge, watching the vanished blade radiance, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. An attack by a Luo Golden Immortal. Perfect. Use it to wash these beasts clean. With a single thought, his miniature myriad immortals array thundered into operation. The spatial demon god's primal source was instantly stirred. Spatial folding, Li Xian murmured. The gray-white mist surrounding the array shifted in an instant. What had been a flat veil of fog suddenly caved inward, forming a vast spatial vortex. The Tongtian blade struck the vortex and was swallowed whole. On the far side of Xuan Mountain, where the demon soldiers were most concentrated, the space above warped without warning. A colossal spatial rift split open out of nowhere. Then the vanished blade radiance, bearing its storm-like fury, shot forth from the tear with savage force. Its velocity was blistering, its momentum more ferocious than before, and its course pointed straight at the demon army below. What is that? The marshal's blade radiance. Run! The demon soldiers were gripped by mortal panic and fled in desperate attempts to escape. But the ranks were dense, pressed shoulder to shoulder. There was nowhere to retreat. With merciless force, the Tongtian blade cleaved into the heart of the demon host. The earth convulsed. The raging blade, Qi detonated into innumerable wind slashes and water jets that swept outward in a frenzy. Tens of thousands of fully armed demons were shredded before they could utter a cry, ground into a mist of blood by their commander's blade. Limbs and severed torsos rained like a crimson drizzle. The ground was split into an abyssal chasm of fathomless depth. Along the chasm's edge lay bodies rent by blade Qi. Blood pooled into streams and flowed down the gorge. The survivors were stricken with abject terror. They stared at the abyss and trembled so violently their legs could barely bear them. Has the marshal gone mad? Why would he slaughter us? Run! The marshal intends to silence us. The demon army descended into chaos, trampling itself, casualties mounted. Ji Ming stood upon the clouds, staring blankly at the vast chasm below. He watched tens of thousands of elite demons fall under his blade. A rush of qi and blood surged in his chest. With a choking sound, he spat up a great mouthful of blood. The De Luo Golden Immortal's Dao heart nearly fractured at that moment. He was one of the demon race's 10 great marshals, an eminent early-stage De Luo Golden Immortal. His all-out strike not only failed to break the formation, but had slain tens of thousands of his own troops. If news of this reached the demon court, where would Ji Ming hide his face? The demon emperor would surely flay him alive. Who did this? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ji Ming's eyes shone blood red. Furious, he brandished his demon blade and hacked wildly at the surrounding clouds. The frenzied blade, Qi shredded the sky. At last he understood those 3 Tai golden immortal elders on the human side could not have crafted such an uncanny formation. This formation not only could slaughter 1,000,000 troops, but could divert the assault of a De Luo golden immortal. There must be a formation master concealed within Xuan Mountain. Ji Ming gripped his demon blade and bellowed towards Xuan Mountain like a beast. Cowardly rodents who hide their heads and peep out. Dare to slaughter my demon army, what skill is that? If you have the guts, crawl out now. The De Luo Golden Immortal's roar laced with spiritual power rolled like thunder across the skies above Xuan Mountain. The surrounding clouds were shaken to tatters. On the stone tower, Li Xian swallowed the last bite of a spirit fruit, casually tossed the pit down, and brushed the crumbs from his hands. Watching the demons slaughter one another below, Li Xian let out a cold chuckle. So the demon flesh is so brittle, shattered with a single stroke. Ji Ming is ruthless to his own men, all right. Li Xian rose and stretched with a languid yawn, his bones cracking like snapped peas. He glanced down at Ji Ming raging impotently outside the formation, and his eyes cooled to an icy glare. If you so desire to see me, then I shall indulge you. At the hall's entrance, Sui Rinshi saw Li Xian stand, and called hastily, "Fourth ancestor. It is dangerous outside. That is a De Luo Golden Immortal rank demon marshal." Li Xian did not turn his head, merely waved. "Mind the household. They'll go chop that loach up for a snack." With that he folded his hands behind his back. He did not release any spiritual power. With a shift of intent, the spatial demon god's origin spun into motion. He raised his right foot and stepped forward. A hum passed as the space before Li Xian rippled like water. His figure merged with the void and vanished from the tower. Above the clouds, Ji Ming continued his furious bellowing. "Come out. He'll flay you alive." At that instant, less than 30 zhang before him, the space split open. A young man in a cyan Dao robe stepped out slowly, hands clasped behind his back. He looked ordinary, without a trace of spiritual fluctuation. He appeared like any common human. Below, the demon soldiers pointed and whispered upon seeing Li Xian. "What is that thing? Looks like a human. A mere human. How did he get up into the heavens?" "Who cares? One stroke from the marshal, and he becomes mince." Ji Ming froze. He tightened his grip on the demon blade and cast his spiritual sense over Li Xian. There was no spiritual power, no trace of a nascent soul. Even the body was that of the most ordinary human flesh. Ji Ming scanned again in disbelief. Nothing changed. He was in every regard a plain mortal. Ji Ming schemed inwardly. This fellow bore no spiritual power, and therefore could not have set such a grand formation. The humans must have used a diversion to push him forward as a pawn. The true mastermind must still be hiding within Xuan Mountain. In that case, they would first kill this boy to draw the formation master out. "Are you the one hiding behind, posing as a conjurer of spirits?" Ji Ming fixed Li Xian with thick suspicion. Li Xian stood in the void and did not even glance at the demon blade in Ji Ming's hand. He scratched his ear and spoke with casual plainness. "Weren't you just shouting for me to come out? I'm out. Now you refuse to admit it." Ji Ming was stunned for a moment at those words, then threw back his head and laughed, his voice full of contempt. He had assumed that whoever could deploy such an array must be at least a peak De Luo Golden Immortal, perhaps even a concealed quasi-saint. Never did he imagine it would be a mere mortal without a shred of spiritual power. Ji Ming withdrew his spiritual sense. The wariness in his eyes melted into a cruel, predatory grin. He raised his demon blade, its tip hovering against Li Xian's nose. I thought you were some formidable master. Turns out you're just a charlatan and worthless trash. Ji Ming stared at the unguarded Li Xian, murderous intent about to spill from his eyes. A mere mortal with not an iota of spiritual power. How dare he act lordly before a de Luo Jin Xian? Diant. Ji Ming clenched the Yao Dao and took a step forward. The cultivation of a de Luo Jin Xian in its early stage erupted like thunder. Feral demonic aura surged like tangible black flames roaring around him. The Yao Dao in his hands gave out a harsh grating hum. Upon the blade the forces of wind and rain frenziedly congealed into a terrifying blade of light 1,000 zhang long. This cut was even more solid than the one he had just struck at the formation, bearing the power to rend everything it slammed down toward Li Xian's crown. Beneath them the Yao host exploded into thunderous cheers at the spectacle. Great Commander, split him. Chop this pretentious human into mince. Let him learn the might of our Yao. Inside the formation the three Sui Ren Shi grew pale. They could feel with terrible clarity how dreadful Ji Ming's blade truly was. Even at the peak of Tai Jin Xian, facing that slash would mean nothing but instant obliteration. Fourth Ancestor. Yu Chaoshi shouted anxiously and tried to rush out to help. Sui Ren Shi seized him and fixed their gaze on Li Xian in midair. Don't go and make things worse. If the fourth ancestor dares to step out, he must be certain. Hundreds of thousands of human refugees all held their breath and stared into the sky. In midair Li Xian stood with his hands folded behind his back, calmly watching the 1,000 zhang blade fall upon him. He neither dodged nor flinched, not even blinking. Ji Ming curled his lips into a cruel sneer. He could already picture Li Xian split in two, flesh and blood scattering across the air. With an earth-shattering roar the blade descended, carrying an annihilating momentum toward Li Xian's head. Yet, just as the edge was only an inch from Li Xian's nose, it stopped. No clash, no ripple of power. The Yao Dao seemed to have struck an invisible wall. It could not advance another fraction. Ji Ming's sneer froze mid-motion. He widened his eyes and stared at Li Xian, who stood within arm's reach. What is this? Ji Ming pressed down on the hilt with all his strength. Veins bulged on his forehead. Spiritual power surged into the Yao Dao like a levee breaking. Get down, he roared. Yet the Yao Dao remained fixed an inch from Li Xian's nose, utterly unmoved. Li Xian watched Ji Ming's face flush red and sighed. He slowly withdrew one hand, extended his little finger, and idly picked at his ear. Haven't you eaten? Li Xian blew on his fingertip with an indifferent tone. Ji Ming's eyes nearly popped out as he stared at that single inch between blade and nose. Though only an inch, it felt to him as if 10,000 li lay between them. He had no inkling that a miniature myriad immortals array inside Li Xian was running wild. The primordial source of the space demon god had folded the space before Li Xian countless times. What appeared to be an inch actually contained innumerable independent spatial strata. Let alone Ji Ming as an early-stage de Luo Jin Xian, even a quasi-saint ignorant of spatial law would find that inch impossible to cross. Impossible. This cannot be. Ji Ming's composure cracked. He yanked back the Yao Dao and carved a trail of afterimages through the air. I refuse to believe I can't cut you, he howled, gone utterly mad. He brandished the Yao Dao until it became a black storm. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of blade shadows filled the sky and engulfed Li Xian. Each stroke carried the oppressive might of a de Luo Jin Xian. Each blow could cleave an ancient god mountain. Vladiki crisscrossed and tore the surrounding space to tatters. Ear-splitting sonic booms rolled over Shouyang Mountain. The more he struck, the more alarmed Ji Ming became. Each time he thought the next cut would sunder Li Xian, the edge would bizarrely slide aside at the inch's boundary. The Yao ranks below went silent. They stood dumbstruck before the black storm of blades as their cheers died into eerie stillness. They watched in terror. No matter how dense the blade shadows, the young man in a cyan Dao robe remained unmoving where he stood. Hands folded behind him, not even the hem of his robe stirred in the blade wind. Every edge halted an inch from his body, then slid away. Cut you to death. Cut you to death. Ji Ming's eyes ran red as he bellowed like a beast. He even burned a sliver of his de Luo Jin Xian primordial essence blood. Blade speed rose, power swelled, yet nothing changed. For a full half hour Ji Ming struck, unleashing tens of thousands of blows. Clang. The Yao Dao finally sagged in his hands. He hung in the air, panting wildly. Sweat drenched him from head to toe. His hands trembled violently. The flesh between thumb and forefinger had split, blood dripping down the hilt. His spiritual power was nearly drained. Ji Ming stared at the unscathed Li Xian, his frenzy utterly transmuted into fear. He was one of the 10 great Yao commanders, an apex early-stage de Luo Jin Xian. He had struck at a mortal for half an hour and had not so much as brushed his robe. This was no mere run-in with a strong defense. This was like colliding with Buzhou Mountain itself. You, what kind of monster are you? Ji Ming's voice trembled as his legs involuntarily retreated. The Luo Dao heart he had prided himself on collapsed at that instant. Inside the formation, the three Sui Rin sure gaped, their jaws nearly dropping. Is this the fourth ancestor's true strength? Zi sure swallowed hard. Standing there while a Luo Jin Xian hacked at you and still not breaking defense. What sort of immortal art could this be? Outside the array, the Yao host trembled with fear. If not even the great commander could break that defense, then any of them who charged would be toast. A deep dread spread through the million-strong Yao host. In midair, Li Xian watched Ji Ming gasping and wide-eyed with terror. He slowly lowered his hand from his ear and brushed the non-existent dust from his robe. Is that it, eh? Li Xian looked up at Ji Ming with a gaze utterly devoid of feeling. He sighed boredom, tinting his tone. Finished cutting. Then it's my turn. Li Xian's light words fell into Ji Ming's ears, yet they were more terrifying than the divine thunder of the nine heavens. Ji Ming's hair stood on end, a chill rushing from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Run. I must escape. This ordinary person, without any fluctuation of magical power, is undoubtedly an ancient monster in human skin. Ji Ming's instincts as a great Luo golden immortal went into a frenzied alert. He could not care less about the dignity of a demon lord. He bit down hard on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of his original blood essence. The blood mist instantly transformed into a violent crimson hurricane enveloping him entirely. He aimed to tear through space to escape back to the heavenly court. Thinking of leaving now? It's a bit too late. Li Xian drew his hands from behind his back, his right hand slowly closing into a fist. As he clenched his fist, the surrounding space emitted a mournful wail strained beyond its limits. There was not a trace of magical power in the air. But Ji Ming was horrified to discover that the space around him had become as solid as iron. That hurricane capable of tearing the void apart was forcibly held motionless in midair. What kind of sorcery did you use? Ji Ming struggled frantically in the blood wind, his voice laced with a thick sob. Li Xian did not respond. He pulled back his right arm, exerting force in his waist. A layer of dark golden luster surged across the surface of the chaotic, glazed body. The micro-sized 10,000 immortals array within him roared into operation, the essence of the god of strength erupting like a volcano. A vague shadow flickered behind Li Xian. That shadow towered like a giant, muscles bulging, emanating a terrifying aura that could split heaven and earth. Though it was only for an instant, Ji Ming saw clearly. It was pure power that surpassed the Dao. No, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, save me. Ji Ming let out a desperate scream, channeling all the remaining magical power within him into the demon blade. The demon blade erupted with a blinding black light, transforming into a massive black shield that stood before him. But that was not the end. Ji Ming summoned 3 more acquired spiritual treasures: a bronze ancient mirror, a water avoidance pearl, and a piece of black iron armor. The 3 treasures transformed into 3 layers of heavy defensive barriers, firmly protecting his heart's pulse. Li Xian punched out. There were no dazzling lights, no flashy spells, just pure extreme physical strength. Where the punches wind past, the space shattered like fragile glass inch by inch. Boom! Li Xian's fist struck solidly against the outermost black shield. The demon blade that had accompanied Ji Ming through countless battles and had drunk the blood of innumerable beings let out a mournful cry upon contact with the fist, exploding into a cloud of iron shavings. Immediately after the bronze ancient mirror shattered, the water avoidance pearl exploded. The black iron armor crumbled. The defensive barrier formed by the 3 acquired treasures collapsed, as if made of paper, not enduring even half a breath before shattering. Ji Ming's mouth gaped wide as he watched that pale fist grow larger before him. Puff! The fist crashed brutally into Ji Ming's chest. The great Luo golden immortal's supposedly indestructible body was nothing but a joke before this punch. Ji Ming's chest instantly caved in at a terrifying angle. The sound of countless bones shattering echoed across the sky above Xuan Mountain. Ji Ming's ribs fractured one by one, and his internal organs were instantly reduced to a mushy pulp by the violent force. Wow! Ji Ming threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of internal organs. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball. The speed reached its utmost limit. His body created dazzling sparks in midair, directly shattering the spatial barrier at the edge of the formation. Boom! A massive spatial black hole was created in the sky. Ji Ming's figure instantly vanished into the black hole with no knowledge of his fate. One punch. Just one punch. One of the top 10 demon lords of the early Great Luo Golden Immortal was directly rendered lifeless. The entire Xuan Mountain fell into a deathly silence. The wind stopped. The clouds dispersed. Only Ji Ming's spattered blood turned into a rain of blood falling down in a flurry. The remaining hundreds of thousands of demon army had all turned into wooden statues staring blankly at the sky, their minds blank. What just happened? The commander fought for half an hour, yet he did not even touch the edge of the opponent's clothing. The opponent only threw one punch, and the commander was gone. But that was a great Luo golden immortal. A top-tier power that could rank among the demon clan's heavenly court. Just like a dead dog, he was sent flying. Run! Run! A demon soldier shouted first. That voice was like the last straw that broke the psychological defenses of the hundreds of thousands of demon army collapsed in an instant. Monster! The human race has a monster. The commander is dead. Quick escape for your lives. The demon soldiers abandoned their armor and fled wildly, rolling and crawling. To seize the escape routes, they even drew their blades against their fellow soldiers. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. Step on him. Run. They trampled over each other, killing one another. The originally formidable army of 1,000,000 had turned into a pack of stray dogs. Countless demon soldiers were trampled into meat paste by their comrades, and the screams merged into one. Within the formation, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Though they knew Li Xian was strong, they never expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. One punch to kill a great Luo golden immortal. Is this still a member of the human race? This is simply an ancestral shaman in human skin. No, even an ancestral shaman couldn't possibly smash Ji Ming like that with one punch. The fourth ancestor. What realm is he at? Yu Chao swallowed, his voice trembling. Sui Ren shook his head, his face filled with fervent admiration. No matter what realm, he is the savior of our human race. Tens of thousands of human refugees once again knelt on the ground, furiously prostrating towards Li Xian in the sky. The sounds of excited cries echoed throughout the basin. Great immortal, you are mighty. The human race is saved. In the sky, Li Xian slowly withdrew his fist, looking down at the fleeing demon army. He did not bother with the small fry. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the spatial black hole where Ji Ming had vanished. With his current strength, if he had added just a bit more force to that punch, Ji Ming would have been obliterated on the spot. But he intentionally held back. He left Ji Ming with a breath. Brother Li Xian, Sui Ren and the other two transformed into 3 streaks of light, shooting up to Li Xian's side. Seeing Li Xian unscathed, the 3 trembled with excitement. Brother, you were too ferocious. Sui Ren pointed towards Ji Ming's fleeing direction, gnashing his teeth. That old eel is severely injured and won't get far. Should we chase him down and eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Yu Chao and Zi nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves. Yes, take advantage of his sickness to take his life. We absolutely cannot let him return to the heavenly court alive. Li Xian turned around, looking at the indignant 3 ancestors. A meaningful cold smile crept across his lips. Chase? Why chase? Li Xian placed his hands back behind him, gazing towards the 33 heavens. Will killing one Ji Ming resolve the crisis for the human race? The demon clan's heavenly court has hundreds of great Luo golden immortals alongside quasi-saint-level demon emperors and the Eastern Emperor. Killing one Ji Ming will only result in them sending more people. Yu Chao was stunned. Then, what should we do? Are we just going to let him go back? Li Xian chuckled lightly. Of course we have to let him go back. If we don't let him go back to report, how will the heavenly court know that Shouyang Mountain is a hard nut to crack? If we don't let him go back, how can we lure out the real big fish of the demon clan? Li Xian patted Yu Chaos' shoulder, his tone carrying a chilling madness. Go back and gather more people. This is not enough for me to kill. Li Xian's light words landed in the ears of the 3 from the Sui Ren clan like a thunderclap. They stared at Li Xian's calm face, their scalps tingling. To beat a great Luo golden immortal to the brink of death and send him back just to lure more powerful beings to come and kill. What madness! What tyranny! Outside Shouyang Mountain, the 1,000,000-strong demon army had fled completely, leaving behind only broken weapons and piles of demon corpses. Dark red blood flowed together to form a river, staining the surrounding area into a nauseating sea. Hundreds of thousands of human refugees stared blankly at the empty battlefield for a long time, until the first person reacted, erupting into a hysterical cheer. We won. We survived. This voice seemed to ignite a powder keg. The entire basin erupted in excitement, with countless people embracing and weeping, their cries and cheers soaring into the sky. Sui Ren took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He turned around and looked at his ecstatic clansmen suddenly kneeling on one knee. Yu Chao and Zi followed closely, kneeling heavily before Li Xian. The 4th ancestor has protected our human race's fire. This grace is greater than the heavens. Sui Ren's voice was hoarse and his eyes were red. Seeing this, the hundreds of thousands of clansmen below knelt down in unison, like pushing over a mountain of gold. A sea of black pressed down as far as the eye could see. Thank you, fourth ancestor, for your saving grace. Hundreds of thousands of voices echoed, shaking Xuan Mountain. Sui Ren looked up, his gaze fervently fixed on Li Xian. Brother Li Xian, from this day forth you shall be our human race's holy master. Holy master above, we bow to you. We pay our respects to the holy master. Hundreds of thousands of people bowed deeply once more. With this call of holy master, the skies above Xuan Mountain suddenly stirred. An invisible aura of human fortune gathered from all directions, transforming into a golden dragon of luck coiling above Li Xian's head. Li Xian did not dodge, calmly accepting this bow. He looked at the densely packed clansmen below, his gaze tranquil. Everyone please rise. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. A gentle force appeared out of nowhere, forcibly lifting hundreds of thousands of people. Li Xian glanced at the three from the Sui Ren clan. Although the demon army has retreated, the crisis is not yet resolved. Go comfort the clansmen, clear the demon corpses outside, keep the edible meat, and burn the rest. Next, there are still tough battles to fight. The three from the Sui Ren clan's expressions turned serious as they clasped their hands and accepted the orders. Holy Master, rest assured we will take care of it right away. The three transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the basin below, beginning to command the clansmen to clean up the aftermath. Li Xian turned around and walked back to the stone tower. He sat cross-legged at the top of the tower, gazing deeply towards the direction of the 33 heavens. Ji Ming had been stripped of his origin. Even if he escaped back to the heavenly court, he would be left with only half his life. The high-ranking demon emperors and saints of the demon heavenly court would surely fall into a rage upon seeing one of the 10 demon generals reduced to such a state. Next time they come, it will definitely not just be a few 100,000 cannon fodder. At the very least, it will be peak Great Luo golden immortals, or even top-level beings at the Quasi Saint level. The shell of Xuan Mountain is still too thin. Li Xian stroked his chin. The simplified version of the chaotic illusion array could handle 1,000,000 lesser demons without issue. But if faced with a Quasi Saint or several peak Great Luo working together in a strong attack, it would inevitably be torn apart. As for himself, he was not afraid. At worst, he could just punch them all to death. However, the hundreds of thousands of human beings below were too fragile. Even a stray ripple from a battle could cause half of them to suffer casualties. The defenses must be raised to a higher level. Li Xian focused his thoughts. A lotus flower emitting a soft white light appeared out of nowhere in his palm. The 12th-grade pure world white lotus. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure he obtained from signing in at the EC's Eye of the Sea, capable of suppressing even the ancient poisonous dragon at the early Quasi Saint level. Once the white lotus appeared, the surrounding thick stench of blood was instantly purified. A rhythm of tranquility and detachment spread out. Consider yourselves lucky, you bunch of mudfish, to have a supreme innate spiritual treasure as your grave marker. Li Xian sneered. He suddenly pressed his right hand downward. The 12th-grade pure world white lotus transformed into a beam of white light directly burrowing into the depths of Xuan Mountain. It settled steadily at the core eye of the chaotic illusion array. Buzz. With the return of the white lotus, the entire Xuan Mountain shook violently. The originally grayish-white array light curtain gained an additional layer of faint sacred white light. The defense power surged more than tenfold. But this was still not enough. Li Xian quickly formed hand seals, and the miniature 10,000 immortals array within him roared to life. The origins of the space demon god and the fire demon god erupted simultaneously. Space folding infinite nesting dolls. Li Xian shouted madly, injecting the space laws into the array. The outer space of Xuan Mountain was instantly divided into tens of thousands of independent spatial layers. It was like a gigantic maze. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to forcibly break through the array, they would be sucked into the endless spatial turbulence. Immediately after, Li Xian flipped his left hand, and a grayish chaotic fire appeared in his palm. This terrifying flame could incinerate everything, even the Karma Red Lotus. Go! Li Xian flicked his finger. The chaotic fire transformed into countless sparks, silently merging into those spatial layers. A series of deadly traps were set up. On the surface, this was merely a protective clan array with strong defenses. But in reality, as long as the demon beings dared to use brute force to break the array, they would instantly trigger the space folding, pulling them into an independent space where the hidden chaotic fire would erupt directly. Close the door and set the fire. Not even ashes will remain. Big fish, don't keep me waiting too long. Li Xian clapped his hands, satisfied with his masterpiece. He leaned against the pillar of the stone tower, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate. The hundreds of demon god embryos within him were frantically pulsating under the nourishment of 2/10 of the Dao merit. It seemed they were also yearning for the impending slaughter. At the same time in the 33 heavens in the in the Lingxiao Hall resplendent with gold and jade surrounded by celestial energy, the demon emperor Dijun sat high on his throne. Wearing the golden crow emperor robe, he was enveloped in true sun fire, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Below, several demon beauties were dancing gracefully. Dijun picked up a white jade wine goblet and took a light sip of the divine nectar. Ji Ming went down to the lower realm to exterminate the human race. By now he should be back. Dijun set down the goblet, his tone casual. A mere human race, just some uncivilized tool-legged sheep. With Ji Ming leading 1,000,000 elites, it should be a piece of cake. At this moment, Bai Zhe, standing beside him, waved his feather fan and chuckled in agreement. Suddenly a shrill and mournful scream came from outside the Lingxiao Hall. Your Majesty. Help! Boom. A bloodied and mangled body crashed through the hall doors, heavily slamming onto the white jade floor of the Lingxiao Hall. The floor tiles shattered and blood instantly stained the ground. The dancing beauties screamed in fright and fled. Dijun frowned and looked closely. He saw a blood-soaked figure lying on the ground, barely recognizable. Its chest was completely caved in, its internal organs reduced to a puddle of mush, and its bones shattered. The origin aura of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was weak to the extreme, as if it could expire at any moment. Ji Ming. Bai Zhe was shocked, dropping his feather fan to the ground. He could hardly believe his eyes. The illustrious Ji Ming, one of the 10 demon generals, was actually reduced to such a state. Dijun suddenly stood up, the true sun fire on him erupting, turning the entire hall into a furnace. He stared fixedly at the severely wounded Ji Ming on the ground, his face darkening to the point of dripping water. Who did this? Ji Ming struggled to lift his head, blood froth filling his mouth. Human race. Shouyang Mountain. There's a monster. One punch. Just one punch. Before he could finish, Ji Ming rolled his eyes and fainted. The hall was dead silent. To turn Ji Ming, an early Great Luo Golden Immortal, into a cripple with a single punch. How could this be possible? A trash race like the human race, which couldn't even produce a Tai Golden Immortal, how could there be such a terrifying existence? A hint of brutal killing intent flashed in Dijun's eyes. Crack. The white jade wine goblet in his hand was crushed into powder. What a human ancestral land. Dijun gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Dare you lay a hand on my celestial court's demon marshal? Do you truly believe that sheltering behind a sage's sect makes you untouchable? Do you think this emperor dares not spill blood? A savage, murderous intent flashed across Dijun's eyes. The white jade wine cup in his hand crumbled instantly into fine powder, sifting silently through his fingers. Along both sides of the Grand Hall, demon generals stood frozen in terrified silence, not even daring to draw breath. Tai, draped in a robe embroidered with stars, sun, and moon, stepped forward from beside the imperial throne. Elder brother, I shall go. With a flick of his right palm, the chaos bell spun smoothly in his hand. Its surface shimmered with terrifying, universe-subduing power. How dare these pitiful humans presume to wield a sage's authority to humiliate our celestial court? I shall descend myself and reduce Mount Shouyang along with every soul upon it to dust. Dijun raised a hand, halting Tai. Slaying a chicken demands no ox cleaver. Dijun fixed his gaze upon Ji Ming, sprawled on the floor, barely breathing, his chest utterly collapsed. His face darkened with fury. You, the eastern sovereign of our demon race, a quasi-sage cultivator, descend personally to confront a band of unenlightened mortals. Even victory would render us a laughingstock before those sages atop Kunlun Mountain. Proof that our celestial court has no worthy heirs. Dijun's eyes swept across the hall. Bai Zhe, Jiuing, we are here. 2 figures stepped forth from the ranks, one holding a feather fan, Bai Zhe, the other Jiuing, broad-faced and wreathed in surging water-fire toxins. 2 overwhelming presences, both at the apex of Great Luo immortal cultivation, clashed and intertwined within the hall. Dijun spoke each word with deliberate weight. Ji Ming is a failure, arrogant and reckless, shaming the celestial court. You too, take 100,000 Heavenly River soldiers and 100,000 Solar Flame legionnaires. March immediately upon Mount Shouyang. Whether inside dwell the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect, or direct disciples of the Jie sect. Tear their tendons, extract their bones, and exterminate every last human. As commanded, Jiuing clasped his fists in salute. Glancing down at the unconscious Ji Ming, he sneered with undisguised contempt. Shattered cultivation foundation by an utterly unrefined mortal. What utter disgrace for a demon marshal. Jiuing let out a booming laugh. Your Majesty may rest assured. I shall wrench off that pretentious human's head and use it as a chamber pot. Beside him, Bai Zhe frowned deeply. His knuckles whitened around the feather fan. Ever since hearing Ji Ming's cry, one punch, one monster, He had begun secretly divining fate. His divine sense, peak Great Luo Immortal, plunged deep into the river of destiny. Nothing, neither past nor future. Above Mount Kunlun the heavens were veiled beneath an impenetrable black shroud. Any thread of causality reaching into it shattered instantly. This was far beyond the capability of any Great Luo Immortal. Not even a quasi-sage could obscure celestial mechanics so utterly. Baizé opened his mouth to warn Dijun, only to have his arms seized tightly by Jiuying. Come now, elder brother Baizé. Why dawdle over a flock of two-legged sheep? Jiuying dragged Baizé out of the Lingxiao palace with long, thunderous strides. Above Mount Kunlun on the vast Honghuang continent the sky abruptly dimmed. No clouds, only warships thick and black filling the firmament. 100,000 heavenly river soldiers piloted ships, forged from weak water. 100,000 solar flame legionnaires rode billowing clouds of fire. 20,000 elite troops of the celestial court descended radiating annihilation itself. They hurtled straight toward Mount Kunlun, crushing the void itself, leaving jagged obsidian fissures in their wake. Atop the highest stone tower of Mount Kunlun, Li Xian leaned against a pillar. His half-closed eyes slowly opened. At last, they've arrived. A cold, knowing smile curled his lips. He sensed it, the miniature myriad immortals formation within him whirring violently. Hundreds of nascent demon gods hidden deep within his flesh and blood stirred, like sharks scenting blood. The embryos convulsed uncontrollably inside him, pulsing with ravenous hunger for energy. From the heavens above, two terrifying presences, far surpassing Ji-Ming's, rushed closer. Peak Great Luo Immortals. This scent is perfect. Li Xian straightened, rotating his wrists. His bones cracked sharply, resonantly. Ji-Ming's early Great Luo cultivation, his primordial essence, wasn't even enough to graze the teeth of the demon god embryos. Only peak Great Luo essence could truly accelerate their hatching. In the basin beneath the mountain, human refugees had just cleared the battlefield, hadn't even taken a sip of water, when darkness fell. A pressure tenfold more crushing than that born under Ji-Ming's million-strong host slammed down, like countless people collapsed to their knees, flattened to the ground, struggling even to breathe. What is this aura? Xuanren's freshly washed face paled anew. His eyes locked onto the sky. His supreme immortal cultivation, just shy of Great Luo, flared wildly, desperately resisting the descending pressure. Yu Chaoshi and Ziyi gritted their teeth, standing firm beside him. A true sovereign, far surpassing that earlier demon marshal. The celestial court means business. Above them the fleet anchored directly over Mount Kunlun. Jiuying stood at the prow, revealing his nine-headed true form without restraint. 9 colossal serpentine heads writhed wildly amid the clouds, each exhaling torrents of water-fire toxin. Where the toxins struck the outer earth, solid rock dissolved instantly into gaping craters. Baizé stood beside him, fanning himself slowly. His gaze remained fixed upon the faintly luminous tribal defense formation below, a serene, undisturbed veil of white light. Yet Baizé's peak Great Luo instincts screamed alarm. It felt like standing at the maw of an ancient leviathan. Step forward, and not even bone fragments would remain. This formation is unnatural. Baizé reached out, stopping Jiuying from issuing the attack order. Do not act rashly. This formation conceals lethal intent. Lethal intent. All 9 of Jiuying's heads swiveled simultaneously, 18 eyes blazing with arrogance and disdain. Elder brother Baizé, have your divinations addled your wits? What strength could a mere human formation possibly hold? Just because that fool Ji-Ming failed doesn't mean I shall. Jiuying dismissed Baizé's warning entirely. His central head plunged downward, locking its gaze upon the shimmering white barrier. He cared nothing for hidden mechanisms, nothing for causal resonance. In his mind, brute force alone could shatter any barrier. Do you truly believe hiding behind a shell grants safety? Jiuying stared down at Mount Kunlun, 9 heads twisting into identical cruel grins. He arched his neck high. Within his throat, raging water-fire toxins compressed violently, coalescing into cataclysmic density. Burn it all to ash. Above the heavens, the sky itself was utterly blotted out by an army of 200,000 warriors. The terrifying pressure of a Luo sovereign, akin to 10,000 colossal mountains, bore down with crushing force upon the luminous barrier shrouding Mount Kunlun. Jiuying unveiled his true 9-headed form, his massive body coiled like an unbroken mountain range churning through the clouds. Burn to ash. 18 crimson eyes gleamed with cruel malice. All 9 colossal maws gaped open simultaneously, unleashing 9 inverted waterfalls of hypercompressed hydrotoxic and pyrotoxic essence, crashing thunderously upon the grand formation of Mount Kunlun. Wherever the venom passed, even the void itself sizzled, and corroded, leaving behind long, jagged black scars. Beside him, Baize clutched his feather fan with white-knuckled intensity. His eyelids trembled violently. His de Luo, sovereign-level divine sense, shrieked urgent warnings. Something was wrong, profoundly catastrophically wrong. This formation over Mount Kunlun appeared no thicker than a fragile veil of white light, yet it evoked in him the visceral dread of staring into an abyss without bottom. Jiuying, cease at once, Baize roared. One of Jiuying's heads swiveled toward him, its expression dripping with arrogant disdain. Cease. With this single breath of venom, that turtle's hell barrier will melt into putrid sludge. This formation is no ordinary array. It conceals its workings even from heaven's own calculations. With a sharp sweep of his fan, Baize summoned a gust of pure qi to shield himself, then instantly recoiled 1,000 zhang backward. He scanned the surroundings warily. If you insist on forcing your way through, so be it. I shall station my 10th Sand-strong Heavenly River Legion at the perimeter, to guard against covert strikes by the Xuan and Jia sects. Jiuying sneered, all 9 heads emitting shrill, grating laughter. Baize, you've grown soft in the celestial court. Your courage rivals that of a field mouse, trembling at shadows while facing mere bipedal humans. Stand watch outside, and witness how I tear this wretched formation apart, and chew every last human within to splinters. Jiuying refused to heed a single word of counsel. 10,000 soldiers of the Solar Flame Legion hovered midair, beating war drums that shook the firmament. Within Mount Kunlun, hundreds of thousands of humans gazed upward at the 9-headed serpent, a demon god heralding apocalypse, and held their breath in terror. Yet then all froze in stunned silence. That terrifying venom, capable of corroding the void itself, struck the formation's softly radiant barrier. It did not corrode. Not even a ripple disturbed its surface. The sacred snow-white radiance of the 12-petaled pure world white lotus flickered faintly, whereupon the virulent hydropyro energies dissolved like snowflakes cast into a furnace, purified utterly and instantaneously. The formation stood immovable, serene, unshaken, not even a tremor disturbing its stillness. Jiuying's mocking laughter choked in his throat. All 9 heads locked onto the barrier, 18 eyes bulged wide as bronze bells. Impossible. My de Luo immortal sovereign-level essence, water and fire distilled to their primordial toxicity, could melt even a post-heavenly spiritual treasure. What infernal formation is this? Fury blazing, Jiuying flared his maws once more and unleashed a torrent of unrestrained venom. Atop the stone pagoda, Li Xian idly chewed a stray blade of grass, watching the celestial farce above with bored detachment, using the pure world white lotus to repel this. Like firing a celestial cannon at a gnat, he brushed dust from his robes and cast a glance toward the distant Baize. One brute without wit, one cunning as a specter. Were they to fight together, the fan-wielding one might well vanish the moment he sensed danger. But since they've split their forces, divide and conquer. First seal the gate and slaughter this 9-headed fool. Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His fingers danced lightly across empty space. Within him, the miniature Wanxian formation surged, primordial essences of the god of strength and the god of space converging in silent harmony. He wielded no spiritual energy, only absolute mastery over cosmic law. Open the formation, just a hair. A faint smile curved his lips as he traced a single delicate line in the air with his forefinger. Outside the barrier, Jiuying poured forth his power without restraint, when suddenly, crack, a soft sound magnified infinitely in the hushed void. The previously inviolable white barrier flickered violently under the relentless assault of his venom. Then, directly above, the surface of the light curtain parted, revealing a narrow fissure just wide enough for a single figure to pass. Had the formation broken? Jiuying paused half a second, then erupted into deafening, triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Baize, blind old dog. Have you seen clearly now? What unfathomable depth. What inscrutable mystery. Before my de Luo sovereign power, it crumbles like rice paper. Far away, Baize watched, and instead of relief, his brow knotted into an impenetrable knot. Wrong. That fissure appeared too unnaturally. No sign of energy collapse, no rupture, as if someone inside had simply opened a door. Jiuying, do not enter. It's a trap. Baize bellowed in panic, wildly sweeping his fan to erect a wall of pure qi, but Jiuying only snarled, get out of my way. The glory is mine. Jiuying refused to listen. His colossal, 9-headed form contracted, swiftly transforming into a towering warrior clad in armor, forged from water and flame. 10,000 Flame Legion troops. Seal the perimeter. Watch me slaughter these bipedal vermin, every last one. Ignoring Baize's desperate attempts to block him, Jiuying shot forward like a streak of light and plunged headlong into the fissure. Upon the stone pagoda, Li Xian watched Jiuying charge blindly inward and grinned ear to ear. What an obedient little pet. He snapped his fingers crisply. Close the gate. Snap. Within half a breath after Jiuying crossed, the fissure sealed seamlessly, tight, flawless as though it had never existed. The formation's luminous curtains settled once more into that same tranquil, despair-inducing stillness. Outside, Baizé stared blankly at the restored barrier, cold sweat beating along his spine. His feather fan hung frozen midair. He entered. Just like that. He entered. Desperate, Baizé hurled his de Luo sovereign-level divine sense against the barrier, straining to discern Jiuying's fate. Yet the moment his perception touched the white light, it vanished, as if swallowed by a bottomless sea. Not a whisper, not a trace escaped. Baizé's face paled. It's over. This wasn't a flaw. It was a trap. Inside the formation. Within a fractured dimensional void, Jiuying burst through the rift, mind ablaze with visions of imminent slaughter. Unleashing his full de Luo sovereign aura, he prepared to unleash carnage the instant his feet struck ground. Trembling, weak-legged humans, I come to claim your souls. Jiuying roared and landed. But the scene he anticipated, terrified refugees, rivers of blood, never materialized. No Mount Shoyang. No fleeing human refugees. No arrogant human patriarchs daring death itself. Jiuying stood frozen, bewildered. He turned slowly, eyes clouded with confusion. This was absolute suffocating void. Sky a dull, featureless gray, ground an unfathomable abyss beneath his feet. No life stirred. Not even the faintest current of primordial qi, so vital to the Honghuang world, lingered here. What hellish realm is this? A phantasmal array. You think such crude artifice can ensnare me? Jiuying sneered, igniting his right fist with raging hydropyro venom, and slammed it into the void before him. A de Luo sovereign's punch could shatter mountains 10,000 li wide. Yet this blow struck the spatial barrier like a fist sinking into cotton, all force dissipated, utterly nullified. Not a ripple stirred. Not an echo returned. Jiuying's expression finally shifted, from arrogance to alarm. Then, without warning, the gray void around him began to change. From nowhere, right beneath his feet, a single ember of a Shinrid flame ignited. Then another. Then a third. In the blink of an eye, flames bloomed everywhere, above, below, left, right, filling the entire expanse with that eerie Shinrid fire. The void became an infinite sea of conflagration. The unbearable heat warped space itself, even Jiuying's de Luo sovereign flesh seared with agonizing pain. Panic seized him. He was the sovereign of fire, had beheld every kind of true flame known to heaven and earth. Yet this Shinrid blaze. He'd never heard of it, and it burned straight through his de Luo-level protective demonic aura. As Jiuying frantically tried to muster defensive energy, a lazy voice drifted from the heart of the inferno. Welcome to your personal crematorium. Is the temperature satisfactory? The nine-headed beast suddenly turned its 9 massive serpent heads. 18 downward-facing vertical pupils spun wildly, fixated on the surrounding void. Who is it? The nine-headed beast roared. Its divine sense at the peak of the Great Luo golden immortal realm surged out like a storm in all directions. It aimed to find that scheming individual and crush them into pieces. But in the next moment, the heart of the nine-headed beast sank completely. Its divine sense barely extended 100 zhang before slamming against an invisible sponge wall. All the mental energy sent out vanished without a trace. This space was thoroughly isolated. Outside, Baizé's feather fan hovered in midair. He looked pale, staring at the tranquil white light curtain below. The connection was severed. His divine sense, capable of covering half of the primordial world, was unable to capture even a trace of the nine-headed beast. It was as if the nine-headed beast had been directly erased from the river of fate. Inside the formation, amidst the spatial fractures, the nine-headed beast received no response. Only the gray-red flames beneath its feet continued to burn slowly. Although the fire was not fierce, the strange flames caused an unbearable sting throughout the nine-headed beast's scales. The protective demonic aura of the Great Luo golden immortal realm emitted a series of corrosive hissing sounds under the small flames. The nine-headed beast was furious. A violent fury mixed with fear surged to its head. As one of the 10 great demon commanders of the demon court, it had never suffered such a hidden loss except from the emperor and Donghuang. Playing tricks. I will smash this broken formation to pieces and see where you hide. The nine-headed beast completely erupted. Its enormous nine-headed true form rose abruptly, muscles rippling. 9 blood-red mouths opened simultaneously, compressing the black-red elemental chaos within. Boom. 9 pillars of liquid fire capable of melting the ancient divine mountains violently struck the void barrier directly in front of it. And that was not the end. The nine-headed beast's massive barbed tail, capable of shattering mountains, swung fiercely at the adjacent. It intended to violently shatter this strange space. However, the anticipated scene of spatial fractures did not occur. As the 9 pillars of fire struck the void, the surface of space rippled like water. Then all the force was swallowed by that layer of water waves. The enormous serpent tail that could break mountains struck down without even producing a muffled sound. Its force was instantly dissipated completely. It was like an ordinary person throwing a punch with all their might into a mound of cotton. The nauseating sense of emptiness almost made the 9-headed beast spit out old blood. Impossible. The 9-headed beast went mad. It swung its tail, continuously spewing venom from its 9 heads. Over 1,000 attacks. The entire space was filled with toxic mist and flowing venom. Yet it only left it panting like an exhausted bull, without leaving even a white mark on the void barrier. This was not an ordinary formation. The space here was folded in countless layers, and its attacks were completely displaced into unknown voids. The 9-headed beast came to a halt, and fear finally appeared in its 18 eyes. The gray-red flames beneath its feet grew more intense, climbing up along the defense line. The protective demonic aura was gradually being eroded. It had to get out. Even if it meant burning its own primordial essence, it had to blast open a bloody path. Just as the 9-headed beast bit its tongue, preparing to fight desperately. Suddenly the sea of flames ahead moved. The originally overwhelming gray-red flames rolled aside, as if encountering something extremely terrifying. The sea of flames automatically parted to the sides, creating a wide passage. At the end of the passage, a young man in a blue robe with a straw in his mouth walked out leisurely with his hands behind his back. He walked slowly. 1 step, 2 steps. Like a rich young master taking a stroll in the garden after a hearty meal, emanating a maddening laziness. The 9-headed beast was stunned. All 9 heads stared fixedly at the figure in blue. It immediately summoned its divine sense at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, locking onto the young man. It scanned once, then scanned again. There were no signs of magical fluctuations. No trace of a primordial spirit. The physical body was merely an ordinary flesh and blood body, without a hint of any cultivation. This was just an ordinary person who could be blown away with a single breath. The 9-headed beast's mind buzzed. In the heavenly court, it was a high-ranking demon saint, a killing god that instilled fear in countless primordial beings. It had thought it was facing some hidden powerful individual. But now to be trapped in this strange space forced to burn its essence was actually a powerless human. Extreme terror instantly transformed into uncontrollable rage. It was the humiliation of being trampled by an inferior creature. You little ant are the one behind this. The 9-headed beast glared fiercely at Li Xian, all 9 heads simultaneously letting out piercing roars. Li Xian stopped in his tracks. He spat out the straw from his mouth and dug at his ears. Having 9 heads, and speaking so loudly, do you think you have too long of a life? Li Xian's tone was flat, even carrying a hint of impatience, as if disturbed from a pleasant dream. The 9-headed beast in a fit of rage laughed instead. The laughter made the surrounding space tremble slightly. Good. A good human. Relying on some top-tier spatial treasure you've picked up from who knows where, you dare to bark before me. Do you think that hiding in this turtle shell means I can't kill you? The 9-headed beast completely abandoned the idea of breaking the formation. It now only wanted to do one thing: turn this ignorant human ant before it into ashes. Die. The 9-headed beast roared, the necks of its 9 heads bulging high. The primordial essence power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm surged wildly within, transforming into the most deadly black-red poisonous fire. This was its pride, the innate poison fire. This fire not only possessed the high temperature capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, but also contained the deadly poison of the 9 nether. Even a demon commander of the same realm would be reduced to nothing but ash with even a slight touch. Using this against an ordinary person was simply killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. But the 9-headed beast wanted this brat to turn to ashes amidst the most painful wails. Boom. 9 thick, black-red fire pillars erupted from the 9-headed beast's mouth. The fire pillars merged in midair into a gigantic fire dragon, clawing and roaring, rushing towards Li Xian with terrifying heat. Wherever the poisonous fire passed, even the air was burned to emit piercing explosions. Li Xian stood in place. He did not summon any magical power or treasure. He didn't even pull his hands out from behind his back. He simply watched the massive poisonous fire dragon descending upon him. He did not evade or flinch. Are you stunned? Did you forget to run? The 9-headed beast laughed maniacally, its 18 eyes filled with the delight of vengeance. Boom. The poisonous fire dragon crashed into Li Xian, exploding instantly. The terrifying heat caused even the spatial barrier below to warp slightly. The 9-headed beast ceased its fiery breath. It gasped for air, looking smugly at the burning poisonous fire. A mere mortal body struck by my innate poison fire will probably leave no trace of ash. Once this brat is dead, this spatial treasure will be unowned, and I can directly exit. The nine-headed beast planned while preparing to search for an exit. In its perspective, the battle was already over. Being hit directly by its peak, Great Luo poison fire, even a Tai golden immortal would shed a layer of skin, let alone a powerless mortal. However, just as the nine-headed beast was about to turn around, a crisp snap echoed from within the blazing black snap. The sound was not loud, but it was exceptionally jarring in the silent space. The smile on the nine-headed beast's face froze instantly. Then, that terrifying poisonous fire capable of melting post-heaven spirit treasures suddenly revealed a vortex at its center, as if it had encountered its nemesis. All the black-red poisonous fire uncontrollably collapsed inward, shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sky full of poisonous flames vanished cleanly, leaving no trace of embers. And at the very center where the fireball had exploded, Li Xian remained with his hands behind his back, standing steadily in place. His blue robe had not a single wrinkle. His hair and skin were completely unharmed. Even the void beneath his feet bore no signs of having been burned. Li Xian slowly raised his hand and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder. Then he looked at the nine-headed beast, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and lazily yawned. Is this all the heat? Did you spray this fire just to tickle me? Li Xian patted the non-existent dust off his shoulder. He looked at the stunned Zhou Ying and yawned slowly. Is this the extent of your heat? Did you spit that flame just to give me a scratch? Zhou Ying's 18 vertical pupils fixed firmly on Li Xian. His breath momentarily halted. His lethal poison fire, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, was extinguished with just a snap of a finger from this mortal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Ying let out a hysterical roar. He refused to believe it. All 9 heads abruptly tilted back as the essence of his peak de Luo surged with madness. Boom, boom, boom. 9 fire columns twice as thick as before erupted once more. This time the poison fire even contained Zhou Ying's own vital blood, vowing to reduce Li Xian to ashes. Li Xian sighed. Since you enjoy playing with fire so much, let me show you what true fire is like. With his hands clasped behind his back, he focused his mind. The law of the fire demon instantly activated. The gray-red flames that had been languidly burning in this space suddenly seemed to come alive. Buzz! The flames surged violently. The gray-red chaotic fire transformed into a vast sea of flames directly confronting Zhou Ying's poison fire. When the two clashed, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Only the spine-chilling sound of devouring could be heard. Zhou Ying's black-red poison fire felt like it was facing its ancestor's grandson, unable to last even a second. The chaotic fire swiftly consumed the poison fire entirely. Moreover, the chaotic fire spread along the path of the poison fire, reaching Zhou Ying's massive body. Off! One of Zhou Ying's heads let out a piercing scream. His proud de Luo protective demonic aura was as fragile as paper before the chaotic fire. The flames instantly pierced through the hard scales, driving straight towards his flesh and bones. The intense burning sensation drove Zhou Ying completely mad. He rolled frantically in the void, his gigantic body crashing against the spatial barriers with a thunderous sound. Water! Put it out for me! Several other heads of Zhou Ying wildly spewed forth extremely cold black water, attempting to extinguish the flames on his body. But how could the chaotic fire, which could even burn the infernal fire Red Lotus, be extinguished by mere mortal water? The black water evaporated into nothingness the moment it touched the flames. The flames not only did not weaken, but instead grew fiercer. Zhou Ying's massive body was scorched, and a pungent smell of charred flesh filled the air. Who exactly are you? Xuan Sect? Jie Sect? There is absolutely no such wicked fire under the disciples of the saints. Zhou Ying rolled on the ground in pain, his 18 eyes turning blood red. The Dao heart of a peak de Luo completely shattered at this moment. He knew that he would definitely not escape today. This bizarre space, this terrifying fire, and this unfathomable mortal. All of it was a dead end. Since I can't live, then let's die together. Zhou Ying let out a desperate roar. The magic power within him began to reverse. The essence of his peak de Luo surged like boiling water. His massive body rapidly swelled up like an inflated balloon. A destructive aura wildly brewed in the space. He was going to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a peak de Luo was powerful enough to shatter the heavens and extinguish the earth. Li Xian stood in place, slightly raising his eyebrows. A peak de Luo self-detonation, of course, he could withstand with his chaotic, glazed body. But this folded space would surely be blown apart. At that time, the shockwave from the explosion would leak out, and the Shouyang mountain outside, along with tens of thousands of human refugees, would undoubtedly perish. Self-destructing if you can't win. Is that how you play? If you can't handle it, huh? Li Xian scoffed, his hands still clasped behind his back. Want to blow up? They'll find you something to withstand it. With a thought, Li Xian directly connected with the miniature Wanjian array within him. Swish! Suddenly a massive rift opened in the void beside Li Xian. Immediately after, a huge shadow was violently thrown out from the crack. Bang! The shadow crashed heavily into the gray-red sea of flames. It was a giant dragon, its body spanning 10,000 feet, covered in black poisonous spines. It was the ancient poison dragon that Li Xian had subdued with the demon god Dharma image in the East Sea, ultimately being taken into his inner world. The ancient poison dragon had been resting in Li Xian's inner world to recuperate. Suddenly feeling dizzy, it was then thrown into this bizarre place. Upon opening its eyes, it found itself surrounded by terrifying gray-red flames. The ancient poison dragon was startled, its scales standing on end. It had personally witnessed Li Xian refining things with this fire. Just a touch would peel off a layer of skin. What the hell is this place? The poison dragon trembled in fear, quickly curling its massive body into a ball. It looked up and saw Li Xian standing not far away. The poison dragon was so frightened that it nearly urinated itself, hastily lowering its enormous dragon head. Senior, you summoned me. What is your command? The voice of the poison dragon trembled. Li Xian raised his chin, pointing to the front where Zhou Ying was wildly swelling up, preparing to self-destruct. Go show him some color. Don't let him self-destruct, give him a good beating too. The ancient poison dragon paused for a moment, looking in the direction Li Xian pointed. It saw a giant snake with 9 heads, its body charred black, exuding a violent aura that could annihilate everything. A peak de Luo. Moreover, it was a madman on the verge of self-destruction. The ancient poison dragon's eyes nearly popped out. Although it was at the early stage of Croissant, it had been battered by Li Xian in the East Sea, its essence shattered, and its strength reduced to nearly nothing. Now asking it to engage in hand-to-hand combat, with a frenzied peak de Luo preparing to self-destruct. Wasn't that asking for its life? Senior. This. The poison dragon stammered, its face filled with resistance. Li Xian shot at a glance, his expression instantly turning cold. What? Are my words no longer effective? Or do you want to personally taste the flavor of this chaotic fire? The moment Li Xian finished speaking, the surrounding gray-red flames surged closer towards the poison dragon. The terrifying heat made the poison dragon's whiskers curl. Go, go, go. Little dragon will go now. The poison dragon was so scared that its soul nearly left its body, daring not to hesitate. It steeled itself, turned around, and let out a deafening dragon roar, charging towards Zhou Ying. On the other side, Zhou Ying was about to self-destruct when he suddenly saw a 10,000-foot-long black dragon appearing out of nowhere. His already frayed nerves completely snapped. Dragon Clan. You Dragon Clan actually dare to help the human race. Die. Zhou Ying abandoned the idea of self-destruction and poured all his anger and madness onto the ancient poison dragon. He now only wished for slaughter, to tear apart every living being before him. All 9 massive mouths opened simultaneously, drenched in blood and wind, directly biting towards the poison dragon's neck. The ancient poison dragon was terrified, its scalp tingling. With its essence damaged, it couldn't unleash Croissant-level moves, only relying on its physical body to endure. Boom. In an instant, the 2 colossal beings, 1 dragon and 1 snake, clashed amidst the sea of flames. Zhou Ying fought recklessly, not caring for his life. 1 head was crushed by the poison dragon's claws, while the remaining 8 heads clung tightly to the poison dragon's body, not letting go. Poisonous fluid poured from its fangs into the body of the poison dragon. The poison dragon howled in pain. It lashed out with its tail at Zhou Ying, only to be met with a counterswipe from Zhou Ying's tail, striking its face. Slap. The poison dragon was struck to the point of seeing stars, half of its face swelling. Already injured, it was further battered by Zhou Ying, who was now in a frenzied state, fighting recklessly. The dignified ancient poison dragon at the early stage of Croissant was actually being beaten down by a peak de Luo. Zhou Ying's 8 heads frantically tore at the poison dragon's scales, blood spraying everywhere. The ancient poison dragon, injured all over, struggled wildly in the sea of flames. While desperately defending against Zhou Ying's onslaught, it turned its head to look at the periphery of the sea of flames. There stood Li Xian, arms crossed, with a grass stem inexplicably sticking out of his mouth, watching the spectacle with great interest. He even occasionally offered comments. The ancient poison dragon looked at the frenzied Zhou Ying, then at Li Xian, who was leisurely enjoying the show, feeling like crying without tears. Senior, this isn't how you treat a dragon. Immortal, save me. This mad worm is really going to eat the dragon. The wretched howl of the ancient poison dragon echoed through the gray-red sea of flames. Its massive dragon body rolled wildly in the void, striking the spatial barrier with a dull roar. The surrounding chaotic flames burned ever more fiercely, the terrifying heat distorting the void. Yet Zhou Ying could not hear the poison dragon's plea for help. His mind was consumed with a frenzied desire for slaughter. The chaotic flames had already burned through his protective demonic aura. The searing pain that pierced his soul made him completely lose his sanity. Die. All of you die. Jiao Ying's 9 heads twisted wildly, resembling 9 frenzied ancient giant pythons. The head that had been smashed by the poison dragon previously was regaining its ferocity. 9 enormous bloodied jaws clamped down on the poison dragon's neck, claws, tail, and spine. The peak power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was unleashed without reservation at this moment. The poison dragon cried tears of pain. After all, it was a quasi-saint in the early stage. Although its origin was shattered and its strength reduced to a mere fraction, it was still a dominant ruler in the East Sea. Now it was being pinned to the ground like a dog by a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Do you really think this king is made of mud? The poison dragon was enraged, its innate ferocity fully ignited. It violently swung its long dragon tail, producing a deafening sonic boom as it struck Jiao Ying's back. Boom. The dull impact sounded like ancient thunder. Jiao Ying was struck, his skin torn and flesh exposed, dark scales mixing with the stench of blood splattering everywhere. But he did not even make a sound. Instead, he bit down harder. The black-red venom surged through his sharp fangs, flooding into the poison dragon's body. The poison dragon's seemingly indestructible black scales began to shed in large patches. Its flesh was corroded, hissing as it emitted waves of nauseating white smoke, revealing its bare bones. Roar! The poison dragon let out a desperate wail. The magical power within it was firmly suppressed by the venom, and its resistance grew weaker. Even its struggles became sluggish. Its massive body twitched helplessly in the sea of flames. Jiao Ying observed this, a glimmer of cruel excitement flashing in his 18 blood-red vertical pupils. He released the other 8 heads that had bitten into the poison dragon. The 9 enormous snake heads reared high, converging into a terrifying arc in the air. All the power and venom surged towards the largest main head. The neck of the main head bulged as if it were a black powder keg about to explode. He intended to bite off the neck of this black dragon, draining its dragon marrow completely. It's over. This king is truly going to perish here today. The poison dragon closed its eyes in despair, its massive body trembling violently from fear. At this critical moment, Li Xian, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally moved. He spat out the tasteless grass stem he had been chewing, slowly drawing his hands from behind his back. When hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. Did you ask me before using my mount as a sandbag? Li Xian's voice was not loud, his tone as calm, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Yet in this tumultuous battlefield, it clearly reached the ears of the poison dragon and Jiao Ying. Jiao Ying's movements abruptly halted. He turned one of his heads, glaring fiercely at Li Xian, his eyes filled with violent killing intent. "Aunt, once I kill this dragon, you will be next." Jiao Ying roared, the main head charging towards the poison dragon's neck with earth-shattering momentum. The stench of blood rushed at him, and the shadow of death enveloped the poison dragon in an instant. Li Xian did not waste words. He brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, forming a sword gesture. Within him, the miniature myriad immortal formation roared into a rapid acceleration. Hundreds of magic god embryos hidden deep within his flesh throbbed wildly. Among them, the embryo of the space magic god erupted with blinding silver light. The pure power of the laws of space surged through Li Xian's meridians, instantly gathering at his fingertips. There were no dazzling lights, no earth-shattering magical fluctuations. Li Xian merely pointed in the direction of Jiao Ying, casually making a gesture. Spatial blade slash. An invisible ripple imperceptible to the naked eye instantaneously sliced through the void. The speed was at its peak. This was a pure law, crushing even the divine sense of a peak. Great Luo Golden Immortal could not catch it. Jiao Ying's main head was less than an inch away from the poison dragon's neck. The acrid stench of blood had even begun to ruffle the poison dragon's whiskers. But in that instant, everything froze. Jiao Ying's massive body froze in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. The madness and killing intent in his 18 eyes instantly solidified. A damp sound that made one's teeth ache abruptly echoed in the silent space. Following that, a thin bloodline simultaneously appeared on the 8 necks of Jiao Ying. Boom. The 8 enormous snake heads shot straight up into the sky. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, with not a trace of bone exposed. The black-red, poisonous blood spouted forth like 8 high-pressure fountains shooting into the 100-foot void. The intense smell of blood instantly filled the entire folded space. The torrential blood rain poured down, dousing the chaotic flames below, causing them to sizzle. The ancient poison dragon opened its eyes only to be splattered with poisonous blood. It stared blankly at the 8 huge snake heads that fell in front of it. The eyes on those heads were still wide open, reflecting the madness from before death. The poison dragon's jaw almost dropped to the ground. This. The poison dragon was so frightened that it could barely articulate, its entire body's scales tingling. Just a moment ago, the peak, Great Luo golden immortal that had been beating it down was now reduced to a single head in the blink of an eye. This immortal's methods are simply too perverse. This is no mere human. This is clearly an ancient monster that has emerged from the chaos. In midair, the remaining main head of Jiuying stared blankly at its 8 bare necks. The blood gushing from the wounds took away most of its vitality. The intense pain finally broke through. A shrill and tragic scream erupted from the only mouth left of Jiuying. This sound was filled with uncontainable fear and despair. He had finally awakened. The seemingly powerless mortal before him was not an ant at all. Instead, it was an ancient monster clad in human skin. With a single move, he had killed his 8 heads without even a ripple of magical power. This was at least a terrifying existence at the Quasi Saint late stage. Even more terrifying than a Quasi Saint. Flee. I must flee. Jiuying's Dao heart completely collapsed. He did not dare utter a single harsh word, and directly burned the remaining Great Luo origin in his body. His massive body transformed into a streak of blood-colored light, recklessly crashing into the spatial barrier behind him. Previously, when he prepared to self-destruct, the violent power had already caused a slight loosening in this folded space. At this moment, he burned his origin and crashed desperately. Crack! The spatial barrier emitted a crisp, shattering sound, forcibly breaking open a black hole. Jiuying dashed into the black hole like a stray dog madly fleeing. He didn't even bother to retrieve the 8 heads that had fallen to the ground. Blood surged wildly along the black hole, leaving a horrifying trail of blood. Seeing this, the ancient poison dragon hurriedly got up from the ground. It shook off the blood from its body and shouted at the top of its lungs. Immortal! That madworm has run. Immortal Lord! That rampaging worm has fled. Ancient poisonous dragon bellowed at the top of its lungs, its colossal body trembling violently amid the sea of flames. Lixian brushed his hands together, gazing calmly at the spatial rift torn open by Jiuying, without the slightest intention of pursuit. Let it flee. It was never more than bait, to lure greater prey. If it doesn't return to report, how will the Celestial Court ever grasp just how unyielding this bone, Mount Kunlun, truly is? Lixian turned his gaze toward the ancient poisonous dragon. The dragon's body was drenched in blood. Vast patches of its hard obsidian-black scales had been torn away. From deep, bone-exposed wounds, acrid toxic fumes still billowed, ghastly beyond description. Well done today. Go now and recover your wounds. With a casual wave of his hand, Lixian withdrew the dragon directly into his inner realm. Then, folding his hands behind his back, he lifted his eyes toward the outer perimeter of Mount Kunlun's formation. That brood inside has been dealt with. Now there remains one who thinks. Since you've come all this way, surely a greeting is in order. Lixian took a single step forward and dissolved seamlessly into the void. Beyond Mount Kunlun's periphery, 100,000 heavenly river soldiers stood arrayed in rigid formation. Baize hovered upon the clouds, his feather fan flickering faster and faster, his brows knotted into an impenetrable knot. A full incensestic's time had passed since Jiuying had plunged into the formation. Below, the radiant white barrier of the formation remained utterly still. Not a ripple disturbed its surface. No clash resounded. No trace of Jiuying's aura lingered. As though that sovereign demon saint, peerless among the great Luo immortals, had simply vanished into thin air. Something is deeply amiss. Profoundly amiss. The unease coiling within Baize's heart tightened like a noose. He knew Jiuying's temperament all too well. That demon was a madman who, once unleashed, could never rein himself in. Had the mountain truly housed only helpless mortals, Jiuying would have shattered Mount Kunlun to dust long ago. How could silence reign so absolute? Could it be that supreme cultivators of the Chan sect or Jie sect truly dwelled within? Just as Baize hesitated over whether to withdraw his forces. Crack! A deafening crystalline shatter tore through the placid void ahead, as if a flawless mirror had been struck and splintered. Instantly, a colossal spatial rift erupted into being. Boom! A massive blood-soaked figure burst forth from the rift, trailing torrents of foul crimson rain. Baize stared, and nearly popped his own eyeballs from their sockets. It was Jiuying. But where was the majesty of the 10 great demon commanders of the demonic race? His iconic 9-headed true form now bore but a single solitary head. The other 8 neck stumps were severed with glass-smooth precision, spewing torrents of black and crimson venomous blood. His sovereign Great Luo immortal aura, once blazing at its zenith, had withered to near extinction, flickering like a guttering candle in the wind. Jiuying! Baize recoiled in shock, frantically waving his feather fan as he lunged forward to intercept. What in the heavens transpired inside? Who did this to you? But Jiuying paid him no heed. Utterly shattered in spirit, he lacked even the courage to pause for breath. His lone remaining head brimmed with raw terror and frenzy. He didn't spare Baizé a glance, instead igniting the last vestiges of his great Luo essence. Transforming into a streak of bloody light, he hurtled headlong toward the 33 heavens, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Baizé froze paralyzed in place. The 100,000 heavenly river soldiers stood dumbstruck. A sovereign demon saint, Great Luo immortal at the apex of power, entered less than an incensestic's time ago, lost 8 heads, and fled like a disgraced cur. What unspeakable terror lay hidden within Mount Kunlun? Baizé's scalp prickled, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke across his spine. Flee! That was the first thought to pierce his mind. Even Zhuiying, the very embodiment of battle madness, had been reduced to a single head. Baizé, though also a great Luo immortal at the peak, excelled in celestial divination, not raw combat. His martial prowess lagged far behind Zhuiying's. To remain here was certain death. Full retreat, immediately. Baizé roared, his voice cracking with desperation. The 100,000 heavenly river soldiers snapped from their stupor, scrambling to reverse course aboard their warships. Yet Baizé's curiosity and duty as the demon's chief strategist kept him rooted. His eyes locked onto the spatial rift, still slowly sealing itself. No, I must uncover who lies within. Otherwise the next celestial court delegation will suffer the same ruin. Baizé bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of lifeblood onto his feather fan. He would force a celestial divination, even at the cost of catastrophic backlash. He had to glimpse the monstrous being who had crippled Zhuiying. His sovereign great Luo divine sense surged along the river of fate, plunging desperately toward the rift's edge. 1 second, 2 seconds. His awareness barely grazed the rift's periphery. Suddenly, a terrifying soul-shattering law force latched onto his divine sense and reversed course, locking onto him with merciless precision. It was pure absolute spatial law, unadulterated, peerless. No fluctuation of spiritual energy, no pressure of nascent soul, only an overwhelming transcendent dominion, aloof, immutable, godlike. Across 10,000 li the void solidified instantly. Warships hung suspended midair. Demonic soldiers froze mid-stride, limbs locked in frantic, grotesque poses. The wind ceased. The clouds dispersed. The entire world seemed pressed beneath a cosmic pause button. Only Baizé retained sliver-thin consciousness. Yet he found he could not move even a single finger. Space around him had hardened into unbreakable divine iron, welding him immovably in place. What law is this? Baizé's heart convulsed. At that moment his great Luo Dao heart fractured, splintered by sheer awe. Before him the void shimmered like water rippling outward. A young man clad in azure Taoist robes emerged, leisurely, hands folded behind his back. No earth-shaking omens. No crushing aura of power. He moved like an ordinary mortal just roused from slumber, radiating an infuriating languid nonchalance. Yet this seemingly powerless mortal instilled in Baizé a despair deeper than the 9 hells. Li Xian halted Tenzhong before him. He appraised the petrified Baizé from head to toe, then curled his lips into a wry, knowing smile. You've come all this way, why rush off so soon? Li Xian's voice was calm, yet to Baizé it sounded like the death knell echoing up from the deepest abyss. Baizé stared unblinking at Li Xian. No spiritual energy stirred. No nascent soul resonated. Yet Baizé felt with chilling certainty that the terrifying spatial law binding 10,000 li of space emanated solely from this ordinary-looking man. A great Luo, immortal. A quasi-sage. No, even Emperor Jun of the demon race could never master spatial law to such preposterous perfection. Baizé suppressed his terror, mind racing. He scoured memory for this youth's identity. Who was this figure emerging now in the age of chaos? Then, his pupils contracted violently. His gaze locked onto Li Xian's faint, enigmatic smile. That face. That artless concealment of cultivation. That unnerving, lethally casual demeanor. A long-buried memory struck him like lightning, the ruins of Buzhou Mountain, where he'd led a massacre of humanity to forge the demon-slaying sword, only for his divine sense to be instantly shattered by an incomprehensible force. At the time he'd assumed it was the clandestine strike of Lord Yuluo of the Blood Sea. Yet later, when the Celestial Court probed the Blood Sea, Yuluo, though furious, denied any involvement. Now every thread snapped into place. It had never been Yuluo. It was this man, standing before him. A guttural choking sound rasped from Baizé's throat. With desperate effort he tore a hairline fissure in the spatial lock, his voice piercing shrill with primal fear. It's you. The mysterious cultivator who shattered my divine sense at Buzhou Mountain and framed Lord Yuluo. It was you all along. As Baizé's words fell, he himself shuddered. Back at the Buzhou Mountain ruins, the opponent had not even revealed their face before nearly shattering his divine sense. Now the monstrous body of the 9 infants at the peak of the Great Luo was decapitated 8 times within the span of a single incense stick, fleeing like a dead dog. This was something that not even a Great Luo Golden Immortal could achieve. Bai Zhe showed no hesitation. He bit his tongue, and a mouthful of his life essence blood sprayed onto the white feather fan in his hand. The feather fan immediately radiated brilliant light, transforming into a blinding beam that enveloped him completely. Void-breaking escape technique. Open up for me. Bai Zhe shouted loudly, his form turning into a streak of light as he recklessly crashed into the void ahead. He aimed to tear apart space and escape back to the 33 heavens. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as if 2 divine mountains had collided. Bai Zhe was sent flying back like an insect that had crashed into transparent divine iron at a speed faster than when he charged forward. He crashed heavily onto the deck of the void warship, creating a deep pit several zhang wide in the hard divine wood surface. Wood chips flew everywhere. Bai Zhe clutched his chest violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. He looked up in terror. On the barrier of space ahead, not a single ripple stirred. The void within a radius of 10,000 miles had long been completely sealed by a pure and extreme spatial law, like an impenetrable iron barrel. Let alone tearing apart space, there wasn't even a sliver of a spatial gap to be found. There was no escape. The 100,000 Heavenly River water troops watching this scene in midair were all rendered speechless, barely able to hold onto their weapons. Bai Zhe struggled to rise from the pit, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Unable to fight back, unable to escape. As the cunning of the demon race, he forced himself to remain calm. Bai Zhe took a deep breath, feigning composure as he gazed at the young man in the green Taoist robe not far away. Might I ask who you are? Since you know I am the demon general of the Heavenly Court, you should understand the consequences of killing me. Li Xian stood still, casually scratching his ear and flicking away the dust from his fingernail. What consequences? Pray tell. Bai Zhe felt a surge of joy upon seeing the other party willing to engage, thinking there was room for negotiation. He quickly straightened his back, trying to regain some semblance of the demon general's authority. I, as the commander of the demon race in the Heavenly Court, serve the Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, both of whom are quasi-saint powers wielding the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell and the River Map. The Heavenly Court also possesses the Grand Celestial Star Array, which exerts pressure on all races. No matter how strong you are, can you contend with the foundation of the entire Heavenly Court? Bai Zhe paused for a moment, his tone becoming more serious. Moreover, behind our demon race, we have the support of the Saint Nüwa. If you insist on clashing with the mere human race and my Heavenly Court, I fear you will ultimately invoke the wrath of the saints, leading to your demise. Bai Zhe spoke more fluently, attempting to pressure Li Xian with the names of the Heavenly Court and the saints. While speaking, he secretly gathered his magical power, quietly probing the void around him for gaps in the spatial seal. As long as he could buy a little more time, once the Heavenly Court noticed the anomaly here, they would surely send powerful beings to rescue him. Li Xian listened quietly, not interrupting or retorting. Once Bai Zhe had revealed all his cards, he slowly lowered his hands. Are you done? Bai Zhe was momentarily stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. A cold smile curved Li Xian's lips. You think you can pressure me with a couple of mixed feather birds and Nüwa? You probably don't know, but I despise it when others talk nonsense to me. Before his words fell, the micro-array of 10,000 immortals within Li Xian's body roared to life. The war demon embryo hidden deep within his flesh erupted with a violent crimson light. Without using magical power, pure physical strength and the law of battle instantly filled Li Xian's limbs and bones. Boom! The void beneath Li Xian's feet was directly crushed into a black hole. He transformed into a streak of crimson light, instantly crossing 100 zhang distance, directly closing in on Bai Zhe. It was too fast. So fast that even Bai Zhe at the peak of the Great Luo could not keep up. You? Bai Zhe had just uttered a single word when Li Xian's fist was already upon him. There were no fancy moves, just the simplest and most brutal straight punch. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Bai Zhe's face. Bai Zhe's proud Great Luo protective aura was instantly shattered like paper before the law of battle. His nasal bones collapsed directly, and he was sent flying back like a cannonball. Li Xian gave him no chance to catch his breath. His figure flickered, directly catching up to the flying Bai Zhe and grabbing his ankle. Come down. Li Xian swung hard, smashing Bai Zhe down towards the earth below. Rumble. The ground around Shuoyang Mountain was smashed into a massive deep pit, dust flying, the earth trembling. The 100,000 Heavenly River water troops in midair watched with their scalps tingling, not daring to breathe. Li Xian descended from the sky, stepping on Bai Zhe's chest. Crack! More than 10 ribs in, Baize's chest broke and blood sprayed from his mouth like it was free. A strategist, huh? Bang! Li Xian's fist smashed into Baize's left cheek. Negotiating, are we? Bang! Another punch struck his right cheek. So you think you can pressure me with saints? Li Xian rode on Baize, his fists becoming countless afterimages falling like rain on Baize. Every punch struck flesh, the sound of bones cracking was incessant. Baize was beaten to screams, utterly defenseless. Though he possessed the power of the peak Great Luo under Li Xian's terrifying close combat suppression, he couldn't even cast a single spell. His prideful deduction of heavenly secrets had turned into a complete joke in the face of absolute violence. In less than half an incense stick's time, the dignified Baize, one of the top 10 demon generals of the Heavenly Court, had been beaten to a state unrecognizable. His bones were shattered, his face swollen like a purple pig's head. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Li Xian stopped shaking the blood off his fists. He stood up looking down at Baize, who was gasping for breath at the bottom of the pit. With such little resilience, you dare to come out and lead the charge. Baize lay at the bottom of the pit, twitching all over. He knew that the other party had no intention of leaving him alive. Every punch just now carried the terrifying law of strangulation. If this continued, he would undoubtedly. Baize trembled as he reached towards his waist with great difficulty. On the brink of death, he used his last ounce of strength to pull out a feather radiating dazzling golden light. This was the life-saving trump card given to him by the demon master Kunlun. It sealed a strand of quasi saint-level divine consciousness. Baize crushed the golden feather without hesitation. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of a great Luo golden immortal erupted instantly from the shattered feather, soaring into the sky. Even the spatial seal laid down by Li Xian trembled violently under this pressure, forcibly tearing open a crack. Li Xian halted his steps, looking up at the rolling demon clouds in the sky. He did not attempt to stop Baize from crushing the feather. Instead, a hint of excitement curled at the corner of his mouth. At the bottom of the pit, Baize spat out blood foam, staring intently at Li Xian, forcing out a sentence through his leaky mouth. You're finished. A quasi-saint is descending. Today you cannot escape. Wait for death. Li Xian crossed his arms, watching the massive phantom gradually taking shape in the sky, chuckling softly. Oh really? Then I truly want to see how many feathers this old bird can pluck to accompany you in death. A blinding shaft of golden light erupted from the pit. The instant that golden feather shattered, a terrifying pressure far surpassing that of a Luo golden immortal detonated into being. The force was brutally absolute. The absolute space seal Li Xian had erected was violently torn open by the onslaught of that quasi-saint divine, since a rift visible to the naked eye. Li Xian halted his fist. He removed his foot from Baize's chest, rose to his feet, and angled his gaze toward the roiling demonic clouds above the sky. At the pit's bottom, Baize's bones were pulverized and his face swollen into a purple lump. Yet his survival instinct, honed to the pinnacle of Luo, flared with desperate intensity in that moment. There was no time for bravado. Seizing the 1/10th of a second during which the space seal was rent, Baize ignited the last of his Luo essence, and even sacrificed 30,000 years of his lifespan. With a thunderous boom, he became a warped white streak, plunging headlong into the tearing rift. He escaped, scrambling and crawling, not daring to look back. The 100,000 Tianhe Navy in midair, seeing their commander flee, did not linger. Their warships frantically turned and dove into the rift, each vying to be first, fearing that if they delayed one breath, they would be pulverized by the Reaper below. Li Xian stood at the rim of the pit, dusting his hands. He watched the space rift snap shut, and a faint curve formed at the corner of his mouth. He never intended to intercept him. Had he truly wanted Baize dead, that punch would have shattered his nascent spirit outright. He left him one breath, allowed him to crush his trump card, and flee back to sound the alarm. That is the essence of fishing. If the bait dies halfway, how would the exalted beings of the Tianting know how stubborn a bone Xuan Mountain is? The small part is done, now for something weightier. Li Xian rolled his neck, and the joints in his bones snapped crisply. The 33 heavens. The demon clans Tianting Lingxiao Hall. The atmosphere in the Great Hall had grown unbearably oppressive. Mere instants ago, one of Jiu Ying's remaining main heads had been hurled into the Nantian Gate amid a rain of poisonous blood. A Luo pinnacle demon, Saint, one of the 10 demon marshals. He had departed with terrifying authority, leading 200,000 troops. He returned as nothing but a bare skull, his flesh nearly disintegrated. The entire Tianting trembled. Dijun sat rigid upon his throne, the jade cup in his hand, crushed to powder. Tai stood nearby, palm pressed upon the chaos bell, as solar, true fire rolled violently around him. Scores of powerful demons stood below, heads bowed so low they scarcely dared to breathe. With a sudden slap on the armrest, Dijun sprang to his feet. What manner of monster inhabits Xuan Mountain? Ji Ming lies grievously wounded, and senseless Jiao Ying has lost 8 of its heads. Today our Tianting's face is utterly ruined. At that moment, a violent spatial fluctuation ripped through the air outside Lingxiao Hall. Immediately after, a disheveled white light slammed into the great hall. Baizhe tumbled across the polished jade floor, rolling a dozen times before coming to rest. He was drenched in blood, his chest collapsed, he could not even pull himself upright. "Your Majesty, save me." Baizhe coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shredded entrails. His speech was slurred. The hall inhaled a collective horrified breath. One could understand battlefield generals like Ji Ming or Jiao Ying suffering wounds, but Baizhe was the demon clan strategist, an oracle of divination at the Luo Peak. Who could have reduced such a master of celestial scheming to this ruin? Di Jun strode down from his throne and stood before Baizhe in an instant. Who did this? Baizhe trembled, his mind replayed Li Xian's ambiguous, almost smiling face and the rain of fists that had struck him. A single human, with no cultivation fluctuations. He commanded pure spatial laws. His corporeal strength was beyond belief. He grievously wounded me atop Buzhou Mountain before. He was the same man. Baizhe recounted haltingly what had occurred on Shouyang Mountain. Di Jun's expression darkened. Tai drew the long sword at his waist. "Brother, what are you waiting for? How dare a mere human ant defile our demon clan? I will lead the host to the lower realms and flatten Shouyang Mountain with the chaos bell," Tai declared, but Di Jun gripped his wrist. "No. The Wuzhu are stirring, the 12 Zuwu are mustering. You and I must remain to oversee the celestial array of the circumference and suppress the tidal fortunes. At this hour we cannot lightly abandon the 33 heavens." Di Jun ground his teeth, fury burning in his chest. Tianting's honor must be reclaimed, that mysterious man must die. But the two brothers were pinned down by the Wuzhu and could not depart. The hall fell into a suffocating silence. Sending a Deluo golden immortal down would be tantamount to a sacrificial lamb. A quasi-saint could not be dispatched without grave consequence. At that instant a chill aura drifted from the front of the hall. An elder in black robes, his nose hooked like an eagle's, slowly stepped forward. A demon sage, Kunlun. Kunlun glanced at the half-dead Baizhe sprawled on the floor and scoffed. "Your Majesty Donghuang, since you cannot leave, allow this old man to take care of the descent to the lower realms." Hands folded behind his back, Kunlun exuded a quasi-saint's dreadful pressure that hovered faintly in the hall. Baizhe crushed the life feather I bestowed upon him. My divine sense has already locked onto that place. A human aberration emboldened by a smattering of spatial law and brutish corporeal might dares to provoke the Tianting. I shall see whether he can withstand a quasi-saint's methods. Di Jun nodded toward Kunlun. With a demon sage personally intervening, success is assured. Remember, leave no survivors. Erase Shouyang Mountain and that human from existence together. Kunpeng's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Fear not, Your Majesty. Killing an ant takes less than an incense stick's time." Before his words finished, Kunpeng's form dissolved in place, becoming a shadow that blotted out the heavens as it plunged toward the lower realms. On the outskirts of Shouyang Mountain, Li Xian stood at the rim of that vast pit. An eerie silence engulfed the surroundings. The 100,000 Tianhe navy had fled cleanly. No demon feather remained. Suddenly, the once clear sky blackened without warning. This was no ordinary cloud bank. The very light of the firmament was being ravenously devoured by an unimaginably atrocious force. A gale rose. The ambient spiritual energy began to run rampant, coiling into visible whirlpools of qi. "It has come." Li Xian tilted his head and stared toward the horizon. He did not marshal his power, nor did he manifest any treasure. Yet the hundreds of demon god embryos hidden deep within his flesh writhed like sharks, scenting blood, convulsing uncontrollably. They hungered for energy with ravenous intensity and craved battle with an equal ferocity. The Deluo Pinnacle's essence could no longer satiate them. They demanded a higher grade nourishment. A thunderclap, like the end of the world, rolled from the 9 heavens. Immediately thereafter, a world-shattering quasi-saint pressure spanned the void and slammed down without restraint. This oppression was tenfold, 100-fold more dreadful than Jiao Ying and Baizhe combined. Under its weight, the ground around Shouyang Mountain began to fissure en masse. Rocks collapsed, and trees were reduced to dust. Even the void itself cracked with groans of strain. A quasi-saint had descended. The primordial laws of the world trembled in response. Li Xian remained where he stood. The earth beneath his feet had caved inward by several feet, yet he stood, as if a god-forged nail driven into heaven and earth, unmoved. He did not so much as bend a knee. "Quite the show," he remarked, hands clasped behind his back, and a smile ghost. Above the heavens, 2 ghostly green lights flared within that devouring darkness, eyes as vast as stars. They looked down from on high, surveying all beneath. Then the sky tore like tattered cloth as a brutal force ripped it apart from the middle. With a tearing shriek, the spatial barrier was sundered. A colossal black-scaled talon blotting out the sky probed from the rift. The talon was vast beyond sight, its edges vanished at a glance. Its tips gleamed with a cold, everything-rending light bearing the invincible might of a late-stage quasi-saint. Ignoring all distances around Xuan Mountain, it lunged down to seize the human ancestral land below. The sky was torn open with a chasm stretching thousands of feet. A massive claw covered in black scales and exuding the oppressive aura of a late-stage quasi-saint crashed down towards Xuan Mountain. The force was overwhelmingly savage. The space along the way shattered like paper, transforming into countless chaotic spatial currents. Li Xian did not stand his ground against it. He was acutely aware that a single strike from a late-stage quasi-saint could reduce the outer boundaries of Xuan Mountain to dust. He heavily stomped his right foot in midair. Bang! The space beneath his feet was crushed into a black hole. Using the recoil, Li Xian's figure instantly melded into the void. In the next moment, he appeared atop the highest stone tower of Xuan Mountain. This was the core of the human ancestral lands formation. Li Xian swiftly formed seals with his hands as the laws of space and chaotic fire within him surged violently into the formation beneath his feet. Rise! The chaotic illusionary formation screen around Xuan Mountain emanating a white light instantly surged. Layer upon layer of folded space crazily stacked upon the screen, forming a spatial barrier thick as 100 feet. This barrier was like layers of transparent steel tightly guarding the entire Xuan Mountain. Boom! The massive black claw fiercely struck the formation screen. At the moment of impact, the world seemed to lose its color. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an extreme silence that sent chills down one's spine. Immediately following, a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. The dozens of peaks surrounding Xuan Mountain were smashed to dust as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The ground collapsed, forming deep canyons that seemed bottomless. The formation screen twisted violently as the giant claw forcibly pressed down, creating a massive pit 1,000 feet deep. Deep within the formation, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, which Li Xian regarded as the core, began to spin wildly. The 12 petals on the lotus trembled violently, and the originally pristine white light began to dim at a visible pace. Despite being a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it still felt inadequate against the unreserved, crushing force of a late-stage quasi-saint. The folded spaces on the screen were being forcibly torn apart layer by layer. The pressure of a late-stage quasi-saint was simply terrifying. Even though the chaotic illusionary formation weakened 99% of the power, the remaining ripple penetrated the screen and struck inside Xuan Mountain. For the human race, it was still a catastrophe. The hundreds of thousands of surviving human refugees had no time to react. Bang, bang, bang. Countless people were crushed to the ground as if struck by ancient divine mountains. The ground was pockmarked with craters. Large numbers of humans bled from their 7 orifices, their bones cracking with explosive sounds. Those ordinary tribesmen with low cultivation could barely breathe, their organs crushed to pulp. Blood stained every inch of Xuan Mountain's land. Despair spread across Xuan Mountain like a plague. The 3 ancestors of the human race, Xuan, Youchao, and Zi, stood at the very front of their kin. They had previously been forcibly elevated to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm by Li Xian, using the essence of a great demon and chaotic fire. However, in the face of the power of a late-stage quasi-saint, there was no difference between a Tai Golden Immortal and a mortal. Thud! The 3 of them knelt heavily on the ground. The hard rock surface shattered their kneecaps, completely fractured, white bone shards piercing through their skin. Blood gushed down their thighs. Xuan gritted his teeth, his hands pressing against the ground, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He desperately urged all the magical energy within him, trying to raise a barrier overhead to shield some of the pressure from the kin behind him. Youchao and Zi were similarly struggling. The 3 of them spat out blood in large mouthfuls, their faces pale as paper. Hold on. We cannot retreat. Xuan squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Yet the thin barrier of magical energy shattered like a bubble upon contact with the quasi-saint's pressure. The 3 were once more pressed down to the ground, unable to even lift a finger. In the midst of despair for the human race, some tribesmen struggled to raise their heads, looking towards the stone tower at the highest point of Xuan Mountain. That was where their human saint resided. It was also their last hope. However, under the pressure of the late-stage quasi-saint, even the unparalleled great formation set by the saint was on the verge of collapse. Could the saint truly withstand this world-destroying power? Above the heavens, a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness that swallowed all light. The half-human, half-demon form of the demon master Kunlun had fully descended. He wore a black robe with two enormous black wings that blotted out the sky. Each feather emitted a suffocating cold aura. In Kunpeng's eyes, the human race below, though somewhat peculiar for being able to severely injure Jiao Ying and Bai Zhe, was at most just a de Luo golden immortal who had mastered a top-grade spatial treasure. Below the Quasi Saint, all were mere ants. This furious strike of his would crush not just one de Luo golden immortal, but even 100 would be reduced to mush. This was an absolute suppression in terms of realm. Kunpeng, looking down from above, surveyed the struggling formation below and the humans lying on the ground like insects. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just trivial ants, how dare you defy the heavens? Kunpeng's voice was not loud, yet it thundered in the minds of the hundreds of thousands of humans. You injure my demon race's generals and provoke the heavenly court's might. Today I shall completely erase you along with this land. As his words fell, Kunpeng's right hand forcefully pressed down. Boom. The black claw gripping the formation screen swelled in size once more. Dark energy erupted from the claw tip, piercing through the outermost layer of the spatial barrier. Crack, crack. Dense cracks began to appear on the formation screen. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Inside the formation, one of the petals of the pure world white lotus shattered, dispersing into spots of white light in the air. The formation was about to break. Once the formation shattered, these hundreds of thousands of humans would be crushed into meat paste by the Quasi Saint's pressure. In an instant, their souls utterly erased. The entire human ancestral land fell into an unprecedented dire situation. At the highest point of Shouyang Mountain atop the stone tower, Li Xian stood at the very center of this Quasi Saint's pressure. The violent force continuously washed over his body like a tsunami. The azure Dao robe on him flapped wildly in the fierce wind, as if it would shatter at any moment. The stone tower, crafted from the hardest divine stone of Shouyang Mountain, was now covered in cracks and on the verge of collapse. Yet Li Xian did not retreat a single step. He faced the terrifying pressure capable of crushing a pinnacle de Luo golden immortal and slowly straightened his back. His bones emitted a dull clattering sound under the immense pressure. Li Xian raised his head, gazing at the towering black figure in the sky. The blood within him began to boil. The inner circulation of the miniature 10,000 immortals formation was pushed to an unprecedented extreme speed. The 100 demonic embryos hidden deep within his flesh and blood. The demon of strength, the demon of space, the demon of fire, and the demon of battle. The devouring demon, along with the other 95 not yet fully hatched demonic shadows, at this moment sensed the ultimate pressure from the latest stage Quasi Saint. They felt no fear, only a ferocious rage provoked by the lower beings. The 100 demonic shadows resonated for the first time within Li Xian's body. The aura of the 3,000 great Dao laws began to frantically intertwine and compress within his limbs and bones. A faint chaotic glass-like luster surfaced on Li Xian's skin. He did not utilize magical power. He merely raised his right arm slowly, closing his 5 fingers in the surrounding space. At the moment he clenched, his fist could not withstand the sheer physical strength and collapsed into a black hole. Li Xian looked at the Kunpeng in the sky, grinning widely to reveal his white teeth. Old bird, do you think that your Quasi Saint realm can allow you to act with impunity in this primal wilderness? East Sea Golden Ao Island. Within the Bayou Palace, the Qingping's sword trembled violently in its scabbard. The Master of Heaven suddenly stood up, stepping out of the grand hall and shattering the void before him. He sensed it. The pressure of the latest stage Quasi Saint descended unabashedly upon Shouyang Mountain. The target was none other than his direct disciple Li Xian. Old thief Kunpeng, how dare you? The Master of Heaven drew the Qingping's sword, and the pressure of a saint surged into the sky. He was about to step through the rift in the void. 2 terrifying auras crossed millions of miles, sealing the secrets above Golden Ao Island with an iron grip. The phantom of the Panga banner obscured the heavens. The Dao rhythm of the Taiji diagram flowed ceaselessly. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi's divine senses descended simultaneously. Laozi spoke in a calm tone, carrying an unquestionable pressure. Tongtian, halt your steps. The human race must face this calamity. It is the will of heaven, and saints cannot go against it. Yuanshi, Tianzuan sneered repeatedly. Your disciple, unaware of his impending doom, seeks to flaunt his strength and entangles himself in the karmic retribution of this great calamity. Thus he must face the tribulation. A worthless fool with no cultivation. If he dies, so be it. The Master of Heaven was enraged. Nonsense about the will of heaven. Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I will strike down. The Qingping sword unleashed a blade of chaos directly targeting the Panga banner. But Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzuan joined forces to block him, forcibly dragging the Master of Heaven above the East Sea. Even if it only delayed for a moment, for a latest stage Quasi Saint, that was enough to flatten Shouyang Mountain countless times. The heavens entirely collapsed. Kunpeng's massive black claw obscuring the sky descended upon the stone tower. Crack! The chaotic illusion array laid out by Li Xian finally couldn't withstand the pressure of the latest quasi-saint shattering inch by inch. Within the core of the array, the 12-petal pure world White Lotus dimmed, entirely forced to retract to the underground core. To ensure absolute security, Kunpeng waved his left hand, summoning 36 black array flags. The array flags swelled in the wind, transforming into a corner of the great array of the stars. Countless starlights morphed into sturdy chains, completely sealing the void within a radius of 100,000 miles. Space was entirely sealed. Not even a mosquito could fly out. Kunpeng high above spoke with cruelty. "Human ants, I will not even give you a chance to escape." The massive claw continued to press down. The dozens of peaks surrounding Shouyang Mountain were instantly reduced to powder. The terrifying weight struck the ancestral land of the human race. Hundreds of thousands of surviving human refugees were pinned to the ground in pools of blood. The three ancestors of humanity, Suerin, Youchao, and Zi, had their bones completely shattered. They couldn't even lift a finger, blood staining the ground. Despair. Absolute despair. Before the overwhelming power of the latest quasi-saint, all struggles seemed utterly ridiculous. Atop the stone tower, Li Xian stood upright. The raging winds tore apart his blue robe, revealing skin glowing with a chaotic glass-like sheen. He did not hide. He did not intend to conceal himself any longer. Is being a latest quasi-saint really that impressive? Li Xian slowly clenched his fists. Within him, the internal circulation of the miniature 10,000 immortals array was pushed to an unprecedented extreme speed. 100 demonic embryos hidden deep within his flesh and blood throbbed violently. Veins bulged high as if ancient azure dragons were swimming within his body. Following that, 10 enormous phantoms suddenly appeared behind Li Xian without warning. The demon of strength wielding a massive axe, muscles coiled. The demon of space cloaked in silver light controlling the void. The demon of fire treading on chaos, incinerating all. The demon of battle with battle intent soaring, tearing the heavens. The demon of devouring, transforming into a black hole, consuming everything. The 10 fully formed demon phantoms resonated for the first time in the primordial world. The phantoms of the 10 demons continuously intertwined and overlapped behind him. With each fusion, the space around him collapsed by an inch. There was not a trace of magical power fluctuation. Only pure extreme forces of the 3,000 Dao laws. These 10 forces of law rushed through Li Xian's meridians, wildly gathering at his right fist. The aura of the 3,000 Dao laws formed a visible storm of laws, enveloping him entirely. Buzz! The space around Li Xian's right fist collapsed directly into an absolute void black hole. Even the starlight chains laid out by Kunpeng were shredded to dust the moment they approached this black hole. Li Xian raised his head, looking at the descending black claw. He stomped heavily on the stone tower. The stone tower instantly turned to ashes. Li Xian transformed into a stream of blood-red light soaring into the sky. He resembled a moth charging towards the ancient divine mountain, launching a punch against the claw that was millions of times larger than him. There were no flashy techniques. Just the simplest, most brutal straight punch. The fist collided violently with the massive claw in midair. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at that moment. In the next second, an indescribably terrifying force erupted from the center of Li Xian's fist. It crushed everything. Kunpeng's proud latest quasi-saint body could not withstand even a breath against Li Xian's punch. The first layer, the protective demon aura, shattered. The second layer, the innate black scales, broke. The third layer, the quasi-saint skeleton, crumbled. Li Xian's fist pierced through Kunpeng's entire right claw like a red-hot dagger, plunging into butter without any resistance. The violent power surged back through Kunpeng's right arm. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood separated meridians snapped. The massive claw exploded inch by inch. Black blood and flesh flew throughout the sky. But this was merely the beginning. Li Xian's punch continued its momentum, soaring up along the trajectory of the massive claw. The law of strength shattered Kunpeng's bones. The law of battle tore apart Kunpeng's meridians. The law of devouring consumed Kunpeng's essence. The chaotic fire spread wildly along the wounds. Bang! Li Xian's fist struck down fiercely on the half of Kunpeng's body that overshadowed the sky. A blindingly bright blood-red light erupted in the sky. Kunpeng's enormous half-human, half-demon form was brutally smashed to bits by this punch. His right arm, right wing, and half of his chest all exploded into a mist of blood. Black feathers mixed with quasi-saint blood rained down like a waterfall. The punch's wind swept through. The corner of the great array of the stars laid out by Kunpeng shattered like fragile ice, instantly exploding. The 36 black array flags all snapped. The starlight chains scattered in the sky ceased to exist. One punch broke the array. crushed the latest Quasi Saint. Hundreds of thousands of humans sprawled in pools of blood stared blankly at the sky. Xuan struggled to lift his head, letting blood blur his vision. What did he see? Their human saint teacher with a mortal body defying the heavens. With one punch, he turned that once mighty Quasi Saint into a shower of flesh. The entire primordial world fell into silence at that moment. Countless powerful beings secretly observing with divine senses were so frightened that they cut off their probing. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzhen's cold smile froze entirely, nearly dropping the 3 treasures Rui in his hand. Within the 8 sceneries palace of Shoyang Mountain, Laozi suddenly pulled out a handful of gray-white beard, his face usually calm, filled with shock. On Golden Ao Island, the Master of Heaven holding the Qingping sword stood frozen in midair, forgetting even the action of striking the Panga banner. The 3 saints were all dazed. A mere mortal without a trace of magical power fluctuation. With one punch, he crippled the demon master Kunping. Did he even shatter the great array of the stars of the heavenly court? Above the heavens, Kunping, dragging his remaining half of a body, wildly rolled in the void. Great gouts of his essence blood spewed from his mouth. His Dao heart completely collapsed under that punch. Fear. An unprecedented extreme fear instantly drowned all his reason. The power contained in that punch was not something beings of the primordial world could possess. It was the pure aura of a chaotic demon god. Flee. Kunping didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. He directly burned all the essence blood in his body, transforming into a remnant shadow, frantically tearing through the void to escape. As he fled, he turned his remaining half of a head, staring intently at the young man, standing with his fists withdrawn below. Who exactly are you? Above the heavens, the Kunping dragged its broken body, frantically tearing through the void like a lost dog, trying to escape. Black poisonous blood poured down like a waterfall, staining the vast sky. Li Xian stood atop the ruins of a stone tower, slowly retracting his right fist. The fierce wind blew past, gradually diminishing the chaotic translucent sheen on his skin. The 10 manifestations of the demon gods retreated deep into the flesh and blood. He did not pursue the Kunping. Although that punch had shattered the Kunping, he knew in his heart that the commotion caused by the resonance of the 10 demon gods was simply too great. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, countless powerful divine senses swept toward Shoyang Mountain like mad dogs. Some belonged to the demon clan's heavenly court, some to the ancestral shaman of the witch tribe, and others to the sages from Kunlun Mountain and Golden Ao Island. Li Xian frowned slightly. When the wood stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably uproot it. Revealing too many trump cards is not a good thing. Though his current strength allows him to shatter a Quasi Saint with a single punch, he is still far from being able to face a true saint, especially that one from the Zixiao Palace. If he were to flaunt the title of chaotic demon god in the wilderness, now he would surely be besieged from all sides. He must think of a way to cover this wave of attention and retreat into the shadows. Li Xian's gaze swept over the tragic scene of the human ancestral land below, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. He took a deep breath, and the miniature Wanjian array within him rumbled into reverse operation. Puff! Li Xian tilted his head back and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed forth vividly, even mixed with traces of forcibly expelled primal essence. His originally rosy complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. His form swayed violently in midair, as if he might fall at any moment. In that instant, the divine senses of those great beings in the wilderness finally reached Shoyang Mountain. What they saw was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation fluctuations, whose vitality was rapidly draining after delivering that earth-shattering punch. So that's how it is. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a cold laugh, the wariness in his eyes completely dissipating. I said, how could a mere human ant possess such great power? It must have utilized some forbidden technique that burns the essence of life, forcibly borrowing the residual strength of the chaotic old man. Laozi watched the scene in the water mirror and slowly relaxed his grip on his beard. Forcibly crossing boundaries, backlash against oneself. This child's essence has shattered, he cannot survive. On Shoyang Mountain, as the divine senses of the great beings probed, Li Xian hid his right hand in his sleeve and quickly formed a hand seal. The pure spatial law operated silently. Deep underground, the 12-petal pure world white lotus emitted a layer of soft white light, completely shielding the space he occupied for a moment. In that moment, Li Xian's true body directly slipped into the internal space of the pure world white lotus, leaving behind a perfect clone formed from spatial law and his own blood essence. This clone could even deceive the divine senses of a saint. The clone stood atop the ruins, laughing towards the heavens. The demon clan's heavenly court is nothing but this. The voice echoed across 100,000 miles, imbued with a tragic sense of heroism at the end of a road. Soon after, countless cracks began to appear on the skin of the clone. Bloodlight pierced through the cracks. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of human beings and the great powers of the wilderness, this clone disintegrated like weathered rock piece by piece. Flesh, bones, and even that faint trace of soul essence all transformed into drifting ash scattering in the winds over the ruins of Xuan Mountain. Nothing was left behind. Saint Master. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence of Xuan Mountain. Sui Ren lay in a pool of blood, hands gripping the ground fiercely, his nails digging in, blood streaming down. He watched helplessly as the figure which had blocked the Quasi Saint's heavenly might for the human race and shattered the Demon Master with a single punch turned to ash. The Saint Master has fallen. The two elders Yao Ji and Zi had vacant eyes, tears mingling with blood rolling down. The hundreds of thousands of surviving human refugees completely collapsed at this moment. Saint Master. Oh, Saint Master. Countless people pounded their chests and wailed. The mournful cries shook the heavens. The golden dragon of human fortune that had gathered above Xuan Mountain emitted a mournful cry, its form dimming by more than half in an instant. The human race wept blood, and the heavens mourned in unison. At this moment, hidden within the internal space of the pure world, White Lotus Li Xian sat cross-legged, gnawing on a spirit fruit. He looked at the mournful human race outside, and let out a helpless sigh. Crying so tragically it makes me feel a bit embarrassed. But this is also good. The dead will not provoke the wrath of the Heavenly Dao. Li Xian brushed off the fruit residue from his hands, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of the pure world White Lotus, solidifying the insights gained from the previous battle, hiding one's accomplishments and fame. Meanwhile, in the East Sea on Golden Ao Island, the phantoms of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly dissipated in the void above Bio Palace. Tongtian, your disciple, has exhausted his essence and perished. Yuanshi Tianzan's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed across the sea. Are you really going to fight us over a dead man? As the words fell, the pressure from the Panga banner and Taiji diagram completely receded. Tongtian stood in midair, tightly gripping the Qingping sword. He gazed towards the direction of Xuan Mountain, looking at the drifting ashes, whole body trembling violently. Li Xian is dead. The one who had moved him with his Dao heart on Kunlun Mountain, who had shone brilliantly during the three teachings demonstration and was accepted as his fifth direct disciple, just like that, dead. Tongtian lowered his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his face. A terrifying aura, suppressed to the extreme, was brewing frantically within him. The space around him began to silently collapse. Master. Yin Xiao and Duo Bao arrived outside the hall, glancing at Tongtian's back, too frightened to even breathe. Tongtian slowly raised his head. His eyes had turned blood red. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth like a tangible force, directly shredding the clouds above Golden Ao Island. Demon Clan's heavenly court. Tongtian's voice was hoarse, resembling a ghost from the underworld, laced with reckless madness. You killed my beloved disciple. I will have your entire heavenly court buried with him. Clang. The Qingping sword emitted a piercing sound that tore through the ages. Tongtian took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next second, he appeared outside the 33 heavens, sword pointing towards the southern gate of the Demon Clan's heavenly court. When a saint is enraged, the heavens and earth change color. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stood before the Lingxiao treasure hall, watching the terrifying sword light that shattered the Star River approach, their faces changing dramatically. Has Tongtian gone mad? Tai Yi roared, and the chaos bell rang out thunderously. Faced with a completely berserk, reckless saint, can the Demon Clan's heavenly court really withstand it? Outside the 33 heavens, the endless void was utterly torn apart by an overwhelming killing intent. The master of the Celestial Sect, with disheveled hair and a swirling aura of malice, unleashed the Qingping sword, which erupted with a brilliance that pierced the heavens. There were no superfluous words, nor any lofty demeanor of a sage. He simply raised his hand and struck down fiercely at the southern heavenly gate, a symbol of the Demon Clan's supreme authority. The sword light sliced through the heavens and the earth, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a sage, and directly struck the southern heavenly gate. That massive portal, crafted from countless top-grade divine materials and covered in defensive formations, could not withstand even a moment under the Qingping sword. The formation collapsed in an instant. The towering divine pillars shattered inch by inch. The entire southern heavenly gate exploded into a cloud of powder. The tens of thousands of elite demon warriors stationed outside the southern heavenly gate didn't even have time to resist before being shredded into a blood mist by the frenzied sword energy. The interior of the celestial palace shook violently. Countless palaces collapsed and celestial islands fell. The waters of the celestial river surged back, dyeing large expanses of clouds crimson. In front of the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi looked utterly pale. The few surviving demon leaders among the 10 great demon generals trembled in fear, not daring to even breathe. Tongtian, have you lost your mind? Tai Yi shouted in fury, slamming his hands onto the chaos bell. The innate treasure radiated concentric circles of golden ripples, transforming into a massive shield that firmly protected the celestial palace. Emperor Jun didn't dare to be careless either, summoning the river diagram and the Luo book directly. Countless starry phantoms appeared in the sky above the celestial palace, intertwining with the power of the chaos bell in an attempt to resist the destructive sword intent. The master of the celestial sect took a step forward, directly entering the heart of the celestial palace. He looked at Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, his facial muscles twisted from extreme anger. Am I mad? He exclaimed. You demons relying on your numbers sent a quasi-saint to the mortal realm to kill my personal disciple. My disciple Lixian had just joined my sect and hasn't even had a single good day. He burned his essence to save the human race, only to be forced to his death by you. The master of the celestial sect's anger intensified with each word. He recalled the image of Lixian on Kunlun Mountain enduring the humiliation from the Xuan sect, his rock-solid Dao heart moving him deeply. Such a promising talent with such a strong Dao heart was destroyed by the demon clan. Today no one can. I want your entire celestial palace to accompany my disciple in death. As his words fell, the Qingping's sword slashed again. This time the sword light was more than tenfold thicker than before. Purely destructive laws clung to the sword, striking violently against the golden ripples of the chaos bell. The golden ripples twisted violently, sinking into a massive pit. Tai Yi's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body uncontrollably flew backward. Although the chaos bell was an innate treasure, Tai Yi was merely a quasi-saint and could not unleash its full power. In the face of an enraged sage, there was no distinction between quasi-saints and mortals. Seeing Tai Yi being repelled, Emperor Jun hurriedly activated the river diagram and the Luo book to catch Tai Yi. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure capable of crushing a Luo golden immortal, trying to reason with Tongtian. Master Tongtian, there must be a misunderstanding. That Lixian killed my demon clan general and provoked the celestial palace's authority. The Kunpeng descending to the mortal realm was also to uphold the celestial palace's dignity. Moreover, the Kunpeng has already been severely injured by him, losing half of its body. My demon clan suffered even greater losses. Emperor Jun sought to absolve the celestial palace of responsibility. But the master of the celestial sect was not swayed by such reasoning. Nonsense. My disciple, a mere mortal with no cultivation, could do nothing to your demon general. That old beast Kunpeng bullying the weak has no shame. His injuries are due to his own incompetence. My disciple is dead, and your entire clan must pay with your lives. With a flick of his wrist, the Qingping sword transformed into countless sword lights, pouring down like a torrential rain upon every corner of the celestial palace. Wherever the sword light passed, the buildings of the celestial palace were shredded as if made of paper. Countless demon soldiers turned to ashes in the sword rain. The entire 33 heavens transformed into a hell of unimaginable horror. Meanwhile, in the primal land beneath Mount Buzhou within the Panga Palace, the 12 ancestors of Wu gathered together, watching the commotion in the direction of the celestial palace, all breaking into smiles. Zhu Rong patted his thigh, laughing uncontrollably. Well done. This Tongtian usually appears lofty, but when he gets serious, he's even fiercer than our Wu clan. Gonggong also wore a face of schadenfreude. Those demon folks flaunting their might in the heavens have finally met their match today. When a sage gets angry, it's enough to make them drink from the bitter cup. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi thought they could act recklessly with the great array of the stars. Now that the formation has been breached, and they've provoked a sage, they truly have brought this upon themselves. Sitting in the main seat, Di Jiang stroked his chin, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Send the order down, let our men prepare. Once Tongtian has destroyed the celestial palace sufficiently, we will directly rush up and take the heads of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi as our night pot. On the Wu clan side, they were rubbing their fists in anticipation, ready to strike while the iron was hot. The entire primal landscape was pushed to the brink of chaos by the death of Lixian. In the 33 heavens, the devastation of the celestial palace continued. Those demon officials who usually held themselves high were now fleeing like headless flies. The magnificent palaces turned to ruins under the onslaught of sword energy. The embankments of the celestial river were shattered. Weak waters poured down, submerging countless celestial islands. The 33 heavens had been forcibly leveled to 5 tiers by the master of the celestial sect. The demon clan suffered countless casualties. Even the few remaining among the 10 great demon generals were badly injured and on the brink of collapse. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were hiding behind the protection of the Chaos Bell and the river diagram, barely holding on. Their primal essence was being consumed rapidly, their bodies covered in blood and their breaths weak. Big brother, we can't hold on much longer. Tai Yi pressed against the Chaos Bell, his magical power nearly depleted. This Tongtian truly intends to annihilate our demon clan. Emperor Jun's face turned ashen, a sense of unprecedented helplessness blossoming within him. He never expected that the master of the Celestial Sect would disregard the sage's dignity and directly strike at the Celestial Palace for the sake of a newly accepted disciple. What was even more dire was that the Saint Nüwa had not yet intervened. Was the Celestial Palace truly destined to face obliteration today? In the sky, the master of the Celestial Sect looked at the still resisting Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, his killing intent boiling over. He sheathed the Qingping sword and quickly formed seals with his hands. An aura 100 times more terrifying than before erupted explosively from his body. The phantoms of the 4 swords of extermination slowly emerged behind him. The laws of slaughter sealed off the entire Celestial Palace. Extermination sword formation, arise. The master of the Celestial Sect shouted. He intended to lay down the first killing formation of the primal world in the Celestial Palace, completely erasing the demon clan. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi looked at the 4 swords radiating endless killing intent in midair, utterly despondent. Once the extermination sword formation was laid down, only the 4 saints could break it. The 2 Quasi-saints wouldn't last even a second within the formation. Just as the 4 extermination swords were about to descend on the brink of the Celestial Palace's total destruction. In the endless chaos beyond the 33 heavens, an aura of supreme ethereal essence suddenly descended. This aura, lacking the violent pressure, instantly calmed the turbulent killing intent within the Celestial Palace. Even the 4 phantoms of the extermination swords behind the master of the Celestial Sect were forcibly frozen in midair. A grand emotionless will traversed across endless time and space, directly arriving. Tongtian, cease your actions. Beyond the 33 heavens, the phantom of the 4 swords of extermination had been completely frozen in midair. The will that descended from the endless chaos carried no emotional fluctuations, nor did it possess any overwhelming pressure. Yet this seemingly light statement caused the surging murderous intent in the heavenly court to dissipate in an instant. The Master of Heaven stood suspended in the air. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the depths of chaos. Master! The Master of Heaven's voice was hoarse-laced with a suppressed rage. The demon tribe's heavenly court sent a quasi-saint to descend, bullying the weak and killing my mortal disciples. Is this what you call heavenly fate? Within the chaos, the voice of Hongjun, Daozu, sounded once more, still as calm as water. In the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, the human race must endure this tribulation. Li Xian forcibly intervened, acting against heaven, resulting in his own demise from the shattering of his origin. This was his destined fate. Tongtian, as a saint of the heavenly way, how could you act recklessly and seek revenge for your own selfish desires, intending to obliterate the demon tribe's heavenly court? Step back, return to your golden Ao island, and reflect on your actions. As the words fell, an irresistible pressure from the heavenly way descended directly onto the shoulders of the Master of Heaven. Crack, crack, crack. The bones of the Master of Heaven emitted a series of excruciating sounds. He gritted his teeth, struggling to keep himself from bending over. He gazed at Dijuan and Tai Yi, who were hiding beneath the chaos bell, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity, and his chest surged violently. His disciple was dead. Dead without a trace left behind. Here he was as the master seeking justice, yet he was suppressed by the Taoist ancestor with a mere airy utterance of heavenly fate. What a heavenly fate! The Master of Heaven suddenly laughed a laugh, both desolate and mad. Good. Since the Master says it is heavenly fate, then I shall obey. The Master of Heaven abruptly waved his hand, forcibly retracting the 4 swords of extermination suspended in midair. Just as he turned to leave, the Qingping sword in his hand suddenly slashed backward without warning. Clang! A violent sword light tearing through the sky struck fiercely towards the Lingxiao treasure hall, brushing against the edge of the heavenly pressure. Boom! The entire Lingxiao treasure hall, representing the highest authority of the demon tribe's heavenly court, was forcefully stripped of half its dome by this sword strike. The massive divine stone pillar collapsed with a loud crash, crushing a large number of demon soldiers who had not managed to evade. Dijuan and Tai Yi turned pale, with fright, retreating several steps. The Master of Heaven coldly glanced at the ruins of the heavenly court. Dijuan, I have taken note of this debt for the Jia sect. One day I will personally smash your broken heavenly court to pieces. After speaking, the Master of Heaven stepped forward, shattering the void, and his figure completely vanished from the 33 heavens. The heavenly court fell into a deathly silence. Tai withdrew the chaos bell, collapsing onto the jade stone floor like a fish out of water. Dijuan stared at the 33 heavens now flattened to 5 levels, and at the countless casualties of the demon army, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. The heavenly court was preserved. However, it was utterly humiliated and severely weakened. One of the 10 demon commanders was dead, another injured, and the remaining few were barely clinging to life. The demon master Kunpeng had even had half his body destroyed, his Dao heart shattered, and no one knew where he had fled to survive. Big brother, should we still descend to the mortal realm to forge the slaughtering witch sword? Right away gather the troops and seal the southern heavenly gate. Until the Zhou Tian star formation is restored, no one is to leave the heavenly court by even a step. The demon tribe was thoroughly frightened. At the foot of Xuan Mountain, the land of the primordial wilderness had turned into a desolate wasteland. Hundreds of thousands of surviving human refugees helped each other to crawl out from the pools of blood. They gazed at the dissipating demon clouds in the sky, devoid of cheer, only filled with endless grief. Xuan knelt at the spot where Li Xian's avatar had disintegrated. With bloodied hands, his nails curled, he carefully scooped up the blood-stained ashes from the ground and placed them into a beast skin bag. Yu Chao and Zi knelt behind him, weeping inconsolably. Holy Master. Xuan pressed the beast skin bag tightly against his chest, howling towards the heavens, his voice piercingly sorrowful. Human disciples, heed my command. From this day forth, Holy Master Li Xian shall be the eternal totem of our human race. All of our human bloodline, generation after generation, must worship the longevity tablet of the Holy Master. Anyone who is ungrateful shall be punished by heaven and earth. Roar. In midair, the dimmed golden dragon of human fate let out a mournful cry, then transformed into countless golden sparks that integrated into the body of every surviving human. Xuan wiped away his tears and struggled to stand up. He looked up at the 8 scenic palace at the peak of Xuan Mountain, shrouded in purple aura. That was the place of enlightenment of the Taiji Laozi sage. During the massacre of the human race by the demon tribe, the lofty leader of the human teaching had not even opened his eyes once. Instead, it was Li Xian of the Jia sect who fought for their protection, even to the point of leaving no bones behind. This place is no longer our ancestral land. Xuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Send the order down, clean up the aftermath, and take the wounded with us. We head east. Retreat to the shores of the Eastern Sea. We will seek refuge in a place closer to the Jia sect. Hundreds of thousands of humans did not hesitate in the slightest. They supported each other, dragging their battered bodies, embarking on the long journey to the shores of the Eastern Sea. As the Master of Heaven returned to Golden Ao Island, this upheaval that shook the primordial wilderness finally came to a temporary halt. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, tossing the 3 treasures Jade Rui on the table. To nearly set up the extermination sword array for an ant with no cultivation whatsoever. Tongtian is truly becoming increasingly devoid of the saintly demeanor. However, it is for the best that this anomaly has died, lest it disrupt the grand scheme of the heavenly way in the future. In the Eastern Sea on Golden Ao Island, the entire island was shrouded in a thick and unshakable sadness. The gate to the Bo Palace was tightly closed. The Master of Heaven had sealed his 6 senses inside, refusing to see anyone. Yunxiao, dressed in pure white robes, knelt on the white jade steps outside the Bo Palace. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears silently streaming down her pale cheeks. Daobao Daoist, Zhao Gongming, and others stood nearby, all with red eyes, clenching their fists tightly. Little junior brother. Yunxiao bit her lip fiercely, a trickle of blood seeping out. The entire Jia sect was draped in mourning. All factions in the primordial wilderness were lamenting for this fleeting moment, this human race holy master who had punched through a Quasi Saint. Yet no one knew. At this very moment, while the entire primordial wilderness mourned and wept for him at the edge of the cliff in the backyard of the 8 scenic palace on the peak of Xuan Mountain, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the void. A 12-petal pure world white lotus radiating a soft white light quietly emerged from the ground. The lotus petals slowly unfurled. Li Xian stretched out with a big yawn, jumping out from within the space of the white lotus. His blue robe was intact, his complexion flushed, as if he had just woken up, and he even held half of an untouched innate spiritual fruit in his hand. This act of pretending to be dead is truly exhausting. Li Xian took a bite of the spiritual fruit and casually tossed the pit off the cliff. He leaned out, glancing at the empty remnants of the human race at the foot of the mountain, curling his lips. Those old fellows of the Xuan clan are crying so wretchedly that I feel a bit embarrassed. But retreating to the shores of the Eastern Sea is good. That area is the Master's territory, and the demon tribe absolutely wouldn't dare to provoke trouble for a while. Li Xian brushed off the dust from his rear, turning to gaze forward. Not far away was the 8th Scenic Palace, the place of enlightenment of the Taiji Laozi. Purple aura flowed eastward, the rhythm of the Tao circulating. Laozi was currently seated in meditation on the couch deep within the main hall, his eyes slightly closed. He had just finished watching the scene of Tongtian causing a ruckus in the heavenly court and was immersed in deducing the forthcoming trends of heavenly providence. In his eyes, the human ant that could cause change had already perished, and the heavenly way had returned to its proper course. He could never have imagined that the completely dead variable was now standing at the base of the wall in his backyard. Li Xian swallowed the fruit flesh in his mouth, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. I made a long trip to Xuan Mountain only to be so preoccupied with fighting that I nearly forgot the important. At the peak of Xuan Mountain in the backyard of the 8th Scenery Palace, Li Xian pressed against the high wall engraved with the Ta Ching runes, suppressing his aura to the utmost limit. Having feigned death to escape, he had seamlessly buried the pure world White Lotus underground, taking advantage of the earth veins to stealthily make his way here. Why not directly return to Janeo Island? What a joke! Xuan Mountain is the Taoist ground of Ta Ching Laozu, a convergence point of the human race's fortunes, and truly one of the top blessed lands in the primordial world. Now that he was here, how could he not take advantage of the sage's resources? That would not be Li Xian's style. Inside the wall, the main hall of the 8th Scenery Palace was shrouded in purple mist with the scent of sandalwood wafting. Ta Ching Laozu sat cross-legged on a wind and fire mat, his brows tightly knitted. The Tai whisk in his hand was clenched tightly, and the usually calm Tao heart of the sage was currently in turmoil. The image of Tongtian, Jiao Master wreaking havoc in the heavenly court, still swirled in his mind. Tongtian is becoming increasingly reckless. He cursed inwardly. For the sake of a mere human ant, he nearly set up a heavenly extermination sword array in the 33 heavens. If it weren't for Tao ancestors' intervention, the demon race's heavenly court would have been reduced to ruins today. And it didn't end there. That sword from Tongtian had cleaved off half of the dome of the Lingxiao treasure palace, stirring the heavenly secrets of the primordial world into chaos. Just now I attempted to deduce the direction of the upcoming calamity, but all I saw was a sea of chaos, unable to calculate anything. He felt an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. That feeling was akin to a carefully arranged chess game suddenly disrupted by an invisible stone. That anomaly had clearly been obliterated, its essence shattered. Why is the heavenly secret still so obscure? He sighed forcibly, suppressing the agitation in his heart, closing his eyes, and attempting to reorganize the chaotic laws of the heavenly path. Due to his unease, a minuscule lapse appeared in the sage's restrictions surrounding the 8th Scenery Palace. Outside the wall, Li Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. What a great opportunity! He keenly sensed the fleeting loophole in the formation. At this moment, Laozi's thoughts were entirely on Tongtian and the heavenly secrets, completely oblivious to anyone daring to act under his nose. He had not expected that the dead person who had been troubling him was now squatting at the base of the wall in his backyard. Without hesitation, Li Xian silently chanted in his heart, "System, sign in for me in this core area of Xuan Mountain." Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in Li Xian's mind. Detected that the host is currently outside the 8th Scenery Palace of Xuan Mountain and meets the sign-in conditions. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-tier reward, the source of the Yin-Yang Demon God. Damn! Li Xian nearly laughed out loud. What a huge profit. The Yin-Yang Demon God is one of the top 10 existences among the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. Mastering the Taiji Yin-Yang, reversing life and death. If this thing were placed in the primordial world, it would undoubtedly lead to saints fighting for it. I cultivate the Ta Ching Wu Wei, emphasizing the harmony of Yin and Yang. To sign for the source of the Yin-Yang Demon God right at his doorstep is simply a professional match. Li Xian did not hesitate at all. System, extract the source of the Yin-Yang Demon God. As soon as he finished speaking, a swirl of mysterious black and white energy appeared out of thin air deep within Li Xian's dantian. This energy did not possess a violent pressure, yet it radiated an ancient aura that transcended the laws of the primordial heavenly path. The black and white energies intertwined, connecting seamlessly to form a perfect Taiji shadow. Boom! As soon as the source of the Yin-Yang Demon God entered his body, the microscale 10,000 immortals array within Li Xian ignited like a lit fuse, instantly boiling over. The hundreds of demon god embryos hidden deep within his flesh and blood resonated with greed. The shadow of the demon god of strength opened its eyes, wielding a giant axe. The shadow of the space demon god, cloaked in silver light, suppressed the void. The demon gods of battle, fire, and devouring, once fighting individually at this moment, seemed to have found a central pivot. The source of the Yin-Yang Demon God transformed into a massive grinding disc suspended at the very center of the microscale 10,000 immortals array. The black and white energies radiated outward, forcibly connecting the laws of all the demon gods. Without the balance of yin and yang, neither could survive. With the harmonization of the yin-yang laws, Li Xian's internal circulation finally reached a flawless state. Li Xian gritted his teeth. He desperately operated the Wuxian chaos scripture, suppressing all signs of breakthrough within him. The layer of chaotic glazed light on his skin reappeared. However, this time the light contained a hint of profound black and white Dao rhythm. His bones were being reshaped. His meridians were expanding. The power of the laws contained within his flesh and blood was rising at a terrifying speed. The bottleneck of the mythical celestial realm shattered under the impact of the perfect internal circulation, like paper tearing apart. Crack! A sound only he could hear echoed within Li Xian. Mythical true celestial realm. He succeeded. In that instant of breakthrough, a power so overwhelming it was suffocating filled Li Xian's limbs and body. He felt that even without using the resonance of 10 demon gods, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily slap a peak de Luo expert like Bai Zhe into the ground, unable to escape. If he faced a latest-stage quasi saint like Kunlun, he wouldn't even need to exert force to counter. Standing still, the other could not break through his defenses. Awesome! Li Xian clenched his fists, feeling the everlasting yin-yang laws within him, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. This trip to Xuan Mountain was well worth it. Not only had he caught a big fish like Kunlun, establishing his reputation, but he had also extracted such a huge advantage from the sage. Simply perfect. However, just as Li Xian broke through to the mythical true celestial realm, the last moment of his aura converging, a faint fluctuation of yin-yang laws silently leaked out along the base of the backyard wall of the 8 Scenery Palace. This fluctuation was too weak. Weak enough that even a de Luo golden immortal couldn't detect it. But here was the 8 Scenery Palace. Inside sat Ta-Ching Laozu, the most unfathomable among the 6 saints of the primordial world. Inside the hall, Laozu, who was closing his eyes to deduce the heavenly secrets, suddenly stiffened. His ordinarily calm eyes snapped open. 2 beams of light, as if substantial, pierced through the dome of the 8 Scenery Palace, locking onto the direction of the backyard. That was the fluctuation of the yin-yang laws. Moreover, it was an origin of yin-yang more ancient and purer than his Ta-Ching Taiji. Laozu's expression changed drastically. He had just been worried about the disorder of the heavenly secrets, and now someone had actually encroached upon his Dao ground's backyard and used the yin-yang laws right under his nose. This was akin to shitting on a saint's neck. Which rat dares to be so impudent on Xuan Mountain? Laozu bellowed, his voice like thunder instantly echoing across the entire peak of Xuan Mountain. Immediately after, a massive Taiji diagram shadow carrying the terrifying pressure of a saint that suppressed the myriad realms crashed down from above the 8 Scenery Palace, directly enveloping that high wall in the backyard. A colossal heaven-obscuring phantom of the Taiji diagram crashed downward. The air atop Mount Xuan vanished in an instant. The terrifying aura of a celestial sage of the Heavenly Dao compressed the space within the rear courtyard of the Buyering Palace into an unyielding slab of iron. The sturdy bluestone walls crumbled into dust before even a single second had passed. Laozu's divine sense descended like an all-encompassing tempest. Li Xian stood pressed against the base of the wall, motionless. Not even his breath or heartbeat stirred. To deploy any defensive artifact before a sage would be akin to igniting a blazing torch in utter darkness. This elder possesses remarkably acute perception, Li Xian mused inwardly, yet felt not a trace of panic. Within him, the miniature Wangxian formation roared to life. The primordial essence of the yin-yang demon god, just acquired through his Sinan, coalesced into a vast grinding millstone. Dual currents of black and white qi surged along his meridians, instantly enveloping his entire body. Laozu cultivated the supreme clarity of non-action, treading the path of Taiji and yin-yang. Yet what coursed within Li Xian was the most ancient and pristine yin-yang origin, the eldest among the 3,000 chaos demon gods. It was as if an ancestor had met his great-grandson. As Li Xian activated the yin-yang demon god's origin, his very being dissolved into the purest, most ethereal yin-yang qi. Then the spatial demon god's law surged forth. Space around Li Xian folded upon itself 10,000 times, seamlessly embedding that wisp of yin-yang qi into the ambient spiritual energy of the Buyering Palace's rear courtyard. The phantom of the Taiji diagram descended. The spiritual energy throughout the courtyard froze solid. The dual-hued Dao resonance, black and white, poured forth like liquid mercury, seeping inexorably into every crevice, every pore of existence. Laozu's divine sense combed the area with meticulous thoroughness, the subterranean spirit veins, the intricate array patterns buried in soil, Even an ant concealed within a stone fissure was rendered utterly transparent. His divine sense swept across the spot where Li Xian stood. Li Xian remained perfectly still, his soul plunged deep into hibernation. There the Dao resonance of the Taiji diagram collided with the primordial essence of the Yin-Yang demon god. No repulsion, no friction. The Yin-Yang demon god's essence acted like an unfathomable abyss, effortlessly absorbing, assimilating, and then re-emitting the Taiji diagram's Dao resonance unchanged and flawless. To Laozi's perception, that spot held nothing but a natural emanation of the Buying Palace's own supreme clarity, Yin-Yang energy, utterly devoid of any living presence. Nor did it betray any foreign law's fluctuation. His divine sense scanned Li Xian thrice. Each time the Yin-Yang law delivered flawless camouflage. Finally the divine sense withdrew unimpeded, shifting toward the main hall of the Buying Palace. Laozi's brows knotted into an impenetrable knot. He retracted his divine sense, his expression grim. The rear courtyard held nothing, save for the shattered wall pulverized by his own oppressive aura. Could it be? My heart has truly grown unsettled. Laozi sighed. Tongtian, brandishing the Qingping sword, had slashed wildly across the 33rd heaven, shattering the celestial omens of the primordial chaos beyond recognition. Just moments earlier, when he attempted to divine the celestial fate, his vision had been drowned in swirling, formless chaos. Under such agitation, a perceptual lapse seemed entirely plausible. Enough. With a wave of his hand, Laozi dispelled the Taiji diagram's phantom hovering midair. Closing his eyes once more, he rested the Tai dust whisk upon his arm, resuming his painstaking task of untangling the tangled web of Daoic causality. Beneath the wall in the rear courtyard, Li Xian felt the sage's overwhelming aura recede like a tide. He exhaled deeply, thrilling. To play hide and seek beneath the very gaze of Laozi, the strongest among the 6 sages, was perilous beyond measure. The slightest flaw would have sealed his true demise this day. This place is no longer safe. Li Xian seized the infinitesimal gap, the fleeting moment between Laozi's withdrawal of divine sense and the Buying Palace's formation resealing itself. His right foot gently tapped empty space. At its zenith, spatial law unfolded. His entire being condensed into a speck of dust, slipping silently through the formation's fissure, out of Mount Shouyang. Beyond the borders of Mount Shouyang, Li Xian unleashed his full speed. His mythic true immortal cultivation bloomed without restraint. Not a ripple of magical energy betrayed his passage, only pure spatial law in motion. With each stride, space ahead folded violently. Tens of thousands of li collapsed into mere inches beneath his feet. He became a streak of light, too swift for mortal eyes to dart above the clouds. Along the way, he beheld countless human tribes migrating eastward toward the shores of the eastern sea, each procession bearing stark white banners. Grief weighed heavily upon every face. Li Xian watched a bitter pang rising in his chest. He knew he had deceived both humanity and the Jie sect far too cruelly, all to evade the machinations of the Heavenly Dao and the sages. Once the storm passes, I must make amends, richly. With that thought, he averted his gaze and accelerated further, straight toward the eastern sea. Half a day later, above the eastern sea, gales howled. Li Xian slowed, gazing from afar at the immense island ahead. Jinao Island, reached. Just as he prepared to descend directly toward his own cave abode, his form froze midair. Staring down at Jinao Island, Li Xian's lips twitched uncontrollably. An eerie silence hung over the island. Once a realm of immortal grace and pilgrimage for 10,000 cultivators, the new Taoist seat of the Jie sect now lay draped in blinding funereal white. Long white sails fluttered mournfully from the soaring eaves of the Bio Palace. Each gust of sea wind sent them snapping sharply. Every immortal tree, every mountain peak, bound tightly with glaring white cloth. Faint sorrowful Taoist music drifted through the air. The disciples of the Jie sect, who normally sparred and bickered noisily across the island, now wore plain white robes, heads bowed low, faces pale and tear-streaked, as if mourning their own fathers and mothers. Even the ancient golden Ao slumbering beside the shore bore upon its massive head a colossal white flower sculpted from cloud mist. Suspended midair, Li Xian stood utterly dumbfounded. His gaze traced toward the island's center. In the vast square before the Bio Palace, a colossal ancestral hall had been erected, and at its heart stood a spirit tablet. Though distant, Li Xian's vision, enhanced to superhuman clarity, immediately deciphered the inscription: Spirit Tablet of Li Xian, 5th direct disciple of the Jie sect. Before it rested an offering of his favorite primordial spirit fruits, and several jars of his beloved immortal wine. Duo Bao Daoren knelt foremost, weeping uncontrollably, nose and tears mingling freely. As he tossed paper money into the ceremonial brazier, he shouted bitterly, "Little junior brother, how terribly you perished! Fear not. I swear even if it costs my life, I shall slay several feathered demons in heaven's court to serve as your escort. Zhao Gongming's eyes burned crimson. The 24 Dinghai divine pearls clenched in his fist groaned under unbearable pressure. The Yaos have insulted us beyond endurance. If this vengeance remains unclaimed, Zhao Gongming shall renounce his very humanity. The three Xiao sisters knelt beside the tablet. Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao wept until exhaustion claimed them. Yun Xiao, clad in immaculate white robes, appeared deathly pale, no trace of blood coloring her cheeks. She wept not aloud, merely feeding paper money into the brazier with quiet solemnity. Yet the faint tremor of her shoulders spoke volumes of heart-shattering sorrow. Tongtian Jiaozhu remained unseen, but above the entire Jinao island hung a suffocating palpable aura of saintly wrath. Clearly the fiercely protective master was suppressing his fury within the Bio Palace. Li Xian rubbed his nose. He glanced down at his own vibrant, breathing body, then back at the wailing, rage-charged ancestral hall below. This jest has escalated far beyond control. Were he to leap down now and shout, "I am not dead," he might well trigger inner demons among his grief-maddened seniors. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu might burst forth, not to embrace him, but to pummel him first, then demand answers. Resurrecting oneself at such a moment was unquestionably ill-advised. As Li Xian pondered how to slip back into his cave abode undetected, Yunxiao suddenly lifted her head from the ancestral hall below. Clutched tightly in her hand was a communication talisman, given to her long ago by Li Xian himself. Her voice raw, she gazed at the spirit tablet. "Little junior brother, if your spirit lingers beyond the veil, please send your elder sister a dream. Little junior brother, if you have any awareness in the underworld, could you please give your senior sister a dream?" Yun Xiao's hoarse voice floated through the sea breeze, reaching Li Xian's ears as he hovered in midair. He looked down at the Grand Memorial Hall. He saw Yun Xiao kneeling before the memorial tablet, her shoulders trembling as she wept. Li Xian touched his nose, feeling a bit flushed on his face. This joke seemed a bit too much. A dream. If he dared to send a dream, now wouldn't it frighten senior sister Yun Xiao to the point where her Dao heart would be shaken? Li Xian sighed and chose not to look any further. His figure swayed and silently merged into the void. He did not disturb any of the prohibitions on Golden Turtle Island, directly appearing at the entrance of his cave dwelling. The formation surrounding the cave was still operating perfectly. This was set up by him personally to block all forms of probing. Li Xian pushed the door open and entered. The interior of the cave remained as he left it, with the stone table and stone stool pristine and untouched. He waved his hand, and a water mirror formed from the laws of space appeared before him. In the water mirror, the grand funeral on the square of the Bayou Palace was vividly reflected. Taoist duo Bao knelt at the front. This senior brother, who usually cherished treasures and would rather act than speak, was now crying like a 300-pound child. He was throwing bundles of ghost coins carved from fairy jade into the fire pit, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Little junior brother, you died such a tragic death. You had just joined the sect and hadn't even tasted all the specialties of Golden Turtle Island. Don't worry, senior brother will take out all the treasures he has hidden away and refine you 100 or 80 divine weapons. I will definitely go to the heavenly court and pluck every feather from those two mixed-breed birds of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi and make them into shuttlecocks for you to kick." Taoist duo Bao cried out, while pulling out shimmering, innate spiritual treasures from his bosom. He was about to throw them into the fire pit when he was firmly held back by Zhao Gongming beside him. "Senior brother, calm down. These are little junior brother's belongings. They cannot be burned." Zhao Gongming's eyes were bloodshot, and he was squeezing the 24 sea god pearls in his hand until they creaked. The spiritual light emanating from the pearls carried a hint of violent, killing intent. "The demon clan is too arrogant. If I do not take revenge for this grudge, how can I, Zhao Gongming, show my face in this world? From today on I will enter closed-door cultivation. I will not leave until I break through to the Quasi-Saint realm." The Sanshao sisters knelt beside the memorial tablet. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, the two young girls, had already cried to the point of exhaustion. They leaned on each other, constantly sobbing. Yun Xiao, however, had not cried out loud from beginning to end. She simply knelt quietly, adding paper money to the fire pit. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her once lively and spirited eyes were now dull and hollow, staring blankly at the flickering flames. It was as if her soul had been drained away. Li Xian watched the scenes in the water mirror, feeling a mix of emotions. Clearly he was touched. He could feel the genuine emotions from his fellow disciples of Jiejiao. Especially Master Tongtian, who for him did not hesitate to gamble with the face of a saint and confront the entire heavenly court. Yet at the same time, there was a hint of helplessness that made him want to laugh. "It feels like I really died." Li Xian shook his head and dispersed the water mirror. Now was not the time to reveal himself. The news of his death had already spread throughout the primordial chaos. The gaze of the Heavenly Dao and the saints had shifted away from him, which was precisely the golden period of development he had always dreamed of. If he were to fake his resurrection now, it would certainly bring joy to his fellow disciples, but all his previous plans would be in vain. Not only would it rekindle the Heavenly Dao's apprehension, but it would also deepen the suspicions of those saints towards him. A person who could feign death beneath the watchful eyes of a saint after smashing a quasi-saint with a single punch poses a far greater threat than a reckless fool who would recklessly cross borders and perish together. I'm sorry to make you all worry for a little longer. Li Xian took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the cave. Wait until I emerge from closed-door cultivation, then I will give you all a great surprise. He closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to sink completely into his body. Deep within his Tongtian, the black and white, grinding disc formed from the source of the Yin-Yang demon gods began to slowly turn. Within the miniature 10,000 immortals array, the hundreds of demon god embryos were now pulsating at an unprecedented speed. They greedily absorbed the mysterious aura emanating from the Yin-Yang grinding disc. The demon gods of strength, space, battle, fire, and devour. These 10 already formed demon god phantoms originally acted independently. While the power of the laws was immense, it resembled a scattered sand pile. However, at this moment, under the harmonization and dominance of the Yin-Yang laws, their powers began to intertwine and fuse perfectly. The ferocity of the law of strength was tempered by the tranquility of the law of Yin. The intensity of the law of fire was guided by the vitality of the law of Yang. The dominance of the law of devour became fluid between the transitions of Yin and Yang. Without the emergence of pure Yin, there can be no lasting growth of pure Yang. The harmony of Yin and Yang brings all laws to unity. At this moment, the miniature 10,000 immortals array within Li Xian's body finally transformed from a simple energy aggregation. It began to evolve into a true internal chaos capable of self-circulation and self-evolution. The Wuxiang Chaos Sutra operated frantically. An immense amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was drawn in by the cave's formation, transforming into visible streams of spiritual energy that surged into Li Xian's body. His chaos-glazed body became increasingly crystalline and transparent under the washing of this enormous energy. On the surface of his skin, intricate chaos Dao patterns began to emerge as if they were naturally formed. His bones were being reshaped and his meridians widened. The power of the laws within his flesh and blood was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. The cultivation of the mythological true immortal realm, driven by perfect internal circulation, was being solidified and polished time and again. Meanwhile, time quietly passed in the outside world. The funeral on Golden Turtle Island lasted for 14 days. Afterward, the entire Jiejiao fell into a sorrowful and oppressive atmosphere. The direct disciples led by Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming all announced their closed-door cultivation. They vowed not to leave until they avenged Li Xian's death. Other Jiejiao disciples also threw themselves into cultivation as if they had gone mad. The air over Golden Turtle Island was thick with a soaring battle intent and killing aura. Yun Xiao did not enter closed-door cultivation. She personally erected a tomb for Li Xian beside his cave dwelling. Every morning she would come here to clean and wipe away the dew on the stone tablet. Every dusk, she would quietly sit before the tomb, softly narrating amusing stories that happened on the island to the stone tablet. Day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed as swiftly as a flash. In the primordial chaos, the legend of Li Xian, the holy master of the human race, gradually faded amidst new waves. The friction between the witch and lich clans became increasingly intense, with war on the brink. Apart from the disciples of Jiejiao and the human race by the Eastern Sea, few spoke of that mortal who had once shattered a quasi-saint with a single punch. It seemed as if everything had settled into dust. On this day, within the silent cave of Li Xian that had been dormant for 100 years, he sat cross-legged and suddenly trembled violently. Within him, the black and white grinding disc formed from the essence of the Yin-Yang demon gods trembled violently, completely solidifying from its ethereal state. A terrifying aura that was harmonious and flawless, encompassing all, erupted from within him. Li Xian abruptly opened his eyes. Two beams of black and white divine light flashed and pierced through the void ahead. The mythological true immortal realm was thoroughly stabilized. Moreover, after a century of perfect internal circulation nourishment, his chaos-glazed body had completed yet another transformation. The pure physical strength had increased more than tenfold compared to 100 years ago. Li Xian slowly stood up, feeling the vast power that flowed effortlessly within him, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. 100 years of closed-door cultivation has indeed yielded considerable gains. He stretched lazily, and his bones cracked with crisp sounds. It was time to go out and take a look. Li Xian focused his thoughts, and was about to remove the formation of the cave. At that moment, he slightly raised his brow. His divine sense detected a familiar figure filled with a sense of loneliness slowly approaching the cave. Senior Sister Yunxiao. Li Xian halted his actions, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Just in time, this would save him the trouble of looking for her. Walking out directly seemed a bit too ordinary. Why not? Give Senior Sister a surprise. Yunxiao held a broom made of tranquil bamboo, slowly walking to Li Xian's cave dwelling. For a century this had become her habit. Every morning she would come here to sweep the fallen leaves around the cave. Then she would say a few words to the cold tomb of clothing and hats. It seemed that only in this way could she feel that her little junior brother, who always wore a lazy smile, had never truly left. Today on Golden Tortoise Island the wind was strong. The sea breeze lifted the fallen leaves from the ground and tousled the hair on Yunxiao's forehead. She gazed at the tightly closed stone door of the cave, her eyes dull, whispering softly, "Little junior brother, today marks the 100th year since your departure. Senior brother and Gongming are still in seclusion, saying they won't come out until they break through to the Quasi-Saint level. The junior brothers and sisters on the island are also working hard, desperately cultivating. Master, although he hasn't said anything, I know he has always been thinking of you. A few days ago, he even went alone to the East Sea to visit the human clan that migrated there." As Yunxiao spoke, her eyes began to redden again. She sniffed, forcing a smile. "Don't worry, we are all. The Goddess Sect is also doing well. When we avenge you, I will come and tell you." After saying this, she lowered her head and began to seriously sweep the fallen leaves in front of the stone door. "The Goddess Sect is also doing well. When we avenge you, I will come and tell you." After saying this, she lowered her head and began to see. Yunxiao's movements suddenly froze. She looked up incredulously, staring at the opening door. Wind. It couldn't be. The cave of her little junior brother was protected by a formation. Not to mention wind, even a Quasi-Saint would not be able to move it without permission. Could it be that the formation had failed due to the passage of time? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. She quickly put down the broom and hurried forward to check the situation of the formation. But just as she reached the doorway, her steps froze completely. A tall figure emerged from the faint light deep within the cave, walking slowly out from behind the door. The person wore a familiar azure robe, their posture upright, and their black hair flowed like a waterfall. A hint of a lazy smile lingered on their face. Their skin was translucent like the finest chaotic gold. There was no fluctuation of magical energy around them, yet they naturally exuded an aura that perfectly harmonized with the principles of heaven and earth. It was as if their very presence embodied the Tao, embodying reason itself. Yunxiao's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip in that instant. Her mind went blank. She felt as if she had been struck by a divine thunderbolt, frozen in place, unable to move. Pat! The tranquil bamboo broom slipped from her powerless fingers, falling to the ground and producing a crisp sound. An illusion. This must be an illusion. Was it because she missed him too deeply that she experienced such hallucinations? Yunxiao bit her lip tightly, using all her strength to try to wake herself from this unrealistic dream. However, the figure did not vanish. Instead, they stepped closer to her, one step at a time. Li Xian looked at the stunned Yunxiao, feeling both amused and heartbroken. After a century, this gentle and graceful senior sister had lost much weight. A hint of unshakable sorrow lingered in her brows. He stopped in front of Yunxiao. He gazed into her shocked wide eyes and at the tear that unknowingly slipped from the corner of her eye. Li Xian raised his hand, gently wiping it away with his warm fingertip. The sensation was real. The warmth was real. Senior sister. Li Xian's voice was soft, yet it exploded like thunder in Yunxiao's mind. What are you daydreaming about? After 100 years apart, you don't recognize me anymore. I have returned. Boom. Yunxiao's mind completely exploded. It was not an illusion. It was really him. It was the little junior brother she thought had died, perished, and vanished. 100 years of longing, 100 years of sorrow, 100 years of repression. At this moment, it was as if the floodgates had opened, instantly washing away all her reason and facade. Wow. Yunxiao could no longer control herself and suddenly pounced into Li Xian's embrace. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, as if to merge him into her very being. She buried her face in Li Xian's chest and cried out loud. Her cries were piercing, aggrieved, yet filled with immense joy at having regained what was lost. She cried heart-wrenchingly, her body trembling, as if she wanted to shed all the tears she had accumulated over the past century in one go. Li Xian was knocked back by her, staggering slightly, and helplessly patted her back. All right, senior sister, I'm perfectly fine. Stop crying, you'll look bad if you keep it up." His comforting words did not stop Yunxiao, instead they made her cry even harder. This earth-shattering cry instantly roused the entire Golden Tortoise Island. Swish, swish, swish. Countless streaks of light shot up from all directions of Golden Tortoise Island. They rushed frantically toward Li Xian's cave. What happened? It's senior sister Yangxiu's voice. What is going on? Could it be that enemies have snuck onto the island? Let's go. Check it out. The first to arrive were Xiao and Bixiao. When they saw the azure figure tightly embraced by Yunxiao, they too were frozen in place. Little junior brother. Bixiao rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sister, I can't be dreaming, right? Is that the ghost of little junior brother? Xiao was also in a daze, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. One after another disciples of the Jie sect rushed in, including Zhao Gongming, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Wudong. When they saw the living Li Xian, everyone reacted in astonishingly similar ways. Shock, dazed, and ecstasy. Little junior brother is not dead. Heavens! Little junior brother has returned. The entire Golden Tortoise Island instantly transformed from a state of deathly silence into a sea of joy. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of reunion, an overwhelming yet slightly disbelieving pressure of a saint suddenly descended without warning. The void was directly torn apart by an invisible hand. The figure of the heavenly teacher, disheveled and unkempt, instantly appeared at the entrance of the cave. He stared fixedly at Li Xian, who was helplessly embraced by Yunxiao. Those eyes, which had witnessed countless storms and even dared to confront Hongjun Daozu, were now wide open in disbelief. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. But in the end, all his words coalesced into an exclamation filled with shock, joy, and a hint of anger. You brat, you're not dead. You brat, you're not dead. The voice of the Tongtian sect leader was filled with incredulous shock. The pressure emanating from the saint twisted the air around him due to the intense emotional fluctuations. Li Xian looked at his master, who appeared disheveled, and as if he had just fought a battle, feeling a surge of unease in his heart. He quickly freed himself from Yunshin's embrace and respectfully bowed. Disciple Li Xian, paying respects to master. I am fortunate to be alive, and I have caused master and all my senior brothers and sisters to worry. The Tongtian sect leader stepped forward to stand before Li Xian. Without saying a word, he extended his large hand and pressed it against Li Xian's forehead. The immense divine sense of the saint surged into Li Xian's body like a tidal wave. It examined him thoroughly inside and out. His meridians were intact, his vital energy abundant, and his spirit stable. In fact, he appeared to be far stronger than he was 100 years ago. How could this resemble someone whose origin had shattered and whose body had perished? This was clearly someone who had just consumed a potent tonic and was in peak condition. The expression on the Tongtian sect leader's face was extraordinarily vivid. He was filled with surprise, confusion, and even a hint of anger from feeling deceived. What on earth happened? The Tongtian sect leader glared at Li Xian. I personally witnessed your origin shatter into ashes, and even the divine sense of the saints could not find a trace of your remaining soul. How did you come back to life? This question was also the greatest mystery in the minds of all the disciples of the Jie sect who had rushed over. All eyes focused on Li Xian. He had anticipated this question long ago. Calmly, he retrieved a pre-prepared explanation from his sleeve. Reporting to master, I indeed forcibly activated a forbidden technique back then. I drew upon powers that did not belong to me, which severely injured Kunpeng with a single punch. After that, my origin did indeed approach shattering, and I was on the verge of death. But at the last moment, a rare treasure I obtained in my early years was passively activated. Li Xian displayed a hint of a fortunate expression. That treasure was a one-time spatial supreme treasure. It could whisk away a strand of my true spirit before my divine soul completely perished, escaping into the dimensional space between worlds. It also simulated the appearance of origin shattering and soul annihilation to deceive everyone. I slept in the dimensional space for 100 years, relying on the residual power of the treasure to barely repair my origin and reshape my physical body. Only today was I able to escape. This explanation was half true and half false. The part about faking his death was real, and using the treasure, the purifying world White Lotus, was also true. However, he attributed all the credit to a non-existent one-time treasure. This way he could explain why he survived, while also indicating that such an event was not replicable. This avoided the awkwardness of being forced to die again in the future. After hearing Li Xian's explanation, the Tongtian sect leader furrowed his brow. With his saint-level cultivation, he could naturally sense the ambiguities in Li Xian's words. For example, what kind of treasure could evade the divine sense probes of him, Laozi, and the three saints? And what about that purer and more refined chaotic aura emanating from Li Xian compared to 100 years ago? However, the Tongtian sect leader looked at his lively and stable-breathed disciple. All doubts instantly dissipated. What does it matter? As long as he is alive. Ha ha ha. The Tongtian sect leader suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the entire Golden Ao Island. He slapped Li Xian's shoulder with such force that he nearly knocked him into the ground. Good. Very good. No wonder you are the disciple I have my eye on. Fortunate and blessed. Even the Heavenly Dao cannot take you away. The Tongtian sect leader laughed to the point of nearly shedding tears. All the grief and indignation he had suppressed for 100 years was swept away in that moment. What nonsense fate. My disciple is still alive and well. The surrounding disciples of the Jie sect, seeing their master so happy, also let go of their worries. Daobao Daoist rushed forward in a leap and embraced Li Xian tightly. He nearly squeezed the breath out of him. Junior brother, you scared the hell out of me. I thought I would only be able to burn paper for you in the future. Zhao Gongming also laughed heartily, delivering a punch to Li Xian. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. If those filthy bird demons knew you were still alive, their expressions would be quite entertaining. Yuntian stood to the side, watching Li Xian, surrounded by everyone. Although she did not speak again, her eyes, which had regained their brilliance, were filled with joy and warmth. Golden Ao Island was alive. It had come back to life completely. The Tongtian sect leader looked at his disciples, cheering and leaping for joy. With a wave of his hand, the voice of the saint spread throughout the entire island. Convey my decree. From today onward, the Jie sect will open its mountain gates wide, holding a flowing banquet on Golden Ao Island for 3 consecutive days. All Jie sect disciples, whether inner or outer sect, are welcome to come to the Bo Palace to listen, and the entire Golden Ao Island was instantly drowned in a huge cheer. Then the Tongtian sect leader's expression turned serious as he issued another command. Additionally, the matter of Li Xian's return is our Jie sect's top secret. I will personally take action using the killing intent of the extermination sword array to completely seal off the secrets of Golden Ao Island. Anyone present who dares to leak even a single word, do not blame me for being merciless. Everyone's hearts tightened as they responded in unison, we obey the master's decree. Everyone understood the meaning of the Tongtian sect leader. The news of the little junior brother being dead was a significant information gap for the entire Honghuang. This was an excellent opportunity for the Jie sect to lay plans in the shadows. As long as the outside world believed that Li Xian, the greatest outlier, had disappeared, then both the Heavenly Court and the Chan sect would let their guard down. Li Xian could continue to hide in the shadows, becoming the Jie sect's sharpest and most unexpected sword. Thus, what was originally a funeral prepared for Li Xian dramatically transformed into a celebration of. In the Bo Palace, fine wines and celestial fruits were served like a flowing stream. All the disciples of the Jie sect gathered together, toasting and exchanging cups, laughter and joy sweeping away a century's worth of gloom. Li Xian was sandwiched between Daobao and Zhao Gongming, repeatedly poured drinks. Although he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he joyfully reveled in this lively atmosphere of survival. Looking at the genuine smiles on the faces of his senior brothers and sisters, his heart warmed. This feeling of being cared for and missed was truly wonderful. He decided that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he would try his best to avoid faking his death. It was too tormenting. Just as Li Xian raised his cup ready to toast with Yuntian, the system prompt that had been silent for 100 years suddenly rang in his mind without warning. Ding! Detected a violent fluctuation in the fate of the underworld. With the establishment of reincarnation, order is unstable, attracting the attention of various forces. The cold prompt of the system hit like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Li Xian's slight intoxication in an instant. His hand holding the wine cup paused, and his gaze slightly sharpened. The underworld. Li Xian calmly drank the celestial brew in his cup, while his mind quickly sank into the system interface. A brand new task panel unfolded before him. Task name: Underworld Turmoil. Task background: after Hutu transformed into reincarnation, the underworld emerged, and the shadowy realm of the underworld was established. However, the order of the underworld was unsettled, and power was slipping away, attracting various forces from the wilderness to covet it. The two saints of the West were secretly plotting, sending their disciple Dizong to infiltrate the underworld, attempting to seize the underworld's reincarnation fortunes with the grand aspiration of not achieving Buddhahood until hell is empty. The Lord of the Blood Sea Mingi Laozu was also unwilling to remain idle, creating the Azura clan, aiming to control one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Azura path, and share in the spoils. Task objective: go to the underworld, restore order, establish the absolute dominance of the Jie sect in the underworld, and gain complete control over the reincarnation fortunes. Task rewards: depending on the completion of the task, rewards include vast merits, primordial sources of chaos, and top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Looking at the detailed introduction on the task panel, a cold smile crept across Li Xian's lips. The Western Church. Dizong. Mingi Laozu. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Others may not know, but Li Xian was very clear in his heart. Back then, if he hadn't enlightened Hutu with the laws of space, Hutu might not have smoothly comprehended reincarnation and merged with the Dao. It was precisely because of this that Hutu promised him at the last moment to make him a half-master of the underworld and pledged that half of the underworld's fortunes would belong to him. Legally speaking, in the entire underworld, Li Xian was the largest shareholder. Now the underworld had just opened, and these two tenants, the Western Church and Mingi Laozu, not only didn't think about paying rent, but actually wanted to bypass the landlord and directly occupy the place. This is simply looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Li Xian's eyes. He was just worried about how to unleash his terrifying strength after breaking through to the mythical true immortal realm, and unexpectedly someone came to his doorstep so soon. Moreover, it was his old enemy Mingi Laozu. Back then on Buzhou Mountain, he had shifted the blame onto Mingi. Later, to save the human race, he had burned Ming's blood sea with a fire, scorching several petals of the karmic fire red lotus. This grudge had long been established. Originally, Li Xian was considering that when he became stronger, he would take a trip to the blood sea and completely seize that 12th grade karmic fire red lotus to nourish his pure world white lotus. Unexpectedly, before he could find the door, this old fellow Mingi took the initiative to stir up trouble in the underworld. Just right, old and new grievances, let's settle them together this time. Li Xian made up his mind. He had lost interest in participating in the banquet any longer. He found an excuse and temporarily left the noisy gathering, making his way alone to the inner hall of the Bio Palace. The master of the Jie sect was sitting cross-legged on a mat, playing with the Qingping sword with a smile on his face, clearly in a very good mood. Upon seeing Li Xian enter, the master smiled and waved. "What's wrong? Why are you not drinking with your senior brothers and sisters, and come here to see me?" Li Xian approached the master and bowed respectfully, stating directly, "Master, I have a request." "Oh." The master of the Jie sect showed interest. "Tell me." Li Xian organized his thoughts and said solemnly, "Master, the calamity between the Wu and Yao has intensified, and the aura of slaughter in the world has become increasingly heavy. I believe that although our Jie sect has the momentum of myriad immortals coming to pay their respects in terms of fortunes and merits, we are ultimately lagging behind the human church and the Chan sect. If this continues, it will be detrimental to the great prosperity of our Jie sect." The master of the Jie sect nodded upon hearing this, and his smile faded a little. Li Xian was not wrong if this had been a persistent headache for him. Although the disciples of the Jie sect were numerous, most were rooted in shallow grounds, and were not favored by the heavenly way, making it difficult for the disciples to gain heavenly merits. Li Xian continued, "Recently, I have had some insights and sensed that the underworld has just been established, and the reincarnation order is unstable, containing boundless merits and the fortunes of the underworld. Both the Western Church and the Blood Sea Mingi have already sent people to lay their plans, intending to stake their claim. I humbly request, Master, to allow me to set off immediately for the underworld to seize this tremendous opportunity for our Jie sect." Li Xian did not mention that he was the half-master of the underworld, only stating that he was going to compete for fortunes for the Jie sect. This turned his personal action into a collective effort. Whatever he did in the underworld would count as a justified action supported by the entire Jie sect and the master of the Jie sect. The master of the Jie sect's eyes flashed with brilliance after hearing this. The more he looked at Li Xian, the more he was pleased. This disciple of his not only had extraordinary talent, but also possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary people. While everyone else was still focused on the two clans of Wu and Yao, he had already set his sights on the newly opened underworld. This perspective and vision were simply not like that of a young disciple, but rather like an ancient monster that had lived through countless epochs. "Good." The master of the Jie sect clapped his hands in praise. "I am greatly comforted by your foresight. I have also calculated the matters of the underworld, and indeed the waters there are very deep. The two saints of the West and Mingi are not easy opponents." The master of the Jie sect said, taking out a jade talisman surrounded by purple light and handing it to Li Xian. "This is a protective talisman refined using the sword qi of the extermination of immortals, and its power is more than 10 times stronger than the one I gave you last time. Unless a saint intervenes, no one can harm you in the slightest. You may proceed without restraint. If anyone dares to bully the weak, just crush this talisman, and I will arrive immediately." Li Xian took the talisman, feeling warmth in his heart. "Thank you, master. There is no time to lose. I will set off immediately." "Go ahead." The master of the Jie sect waved his hand. Li Xian bowed once more, and then turned to leave the Bio Palace. He did not say goodbye to anyone, and with a flicker of his figure he transformed into an inconspicuous streak of light rushing out of Golden Ao Island. After leaving the range of Golden Ao Island, Li Xian no longer concealed himself. The power of the mythical true immortal realm erupted fully, and the laws of space operated at their peak. With a single step, his figure directly tore through the void, appearing millions of miles away. His goal was unmistakable: the blood sea of the underworld. The entrance to the 6 paths of reincarnation was deep within the blood sea. Li Xian transformed into a streak of light swiftly traversing above the clouds with cold, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Old Mingy, your grandpa is coming again. The blood sea of the netherworld. This is a place where the foul air of the primordial heavens gathers perpetually shrouded in a dense layer of blood-red malevolence. The surface of the sea is devoid of ripples, desolate to the point of inducing fear. Countless remnants of souls float and wail in the blood sea, creating a scene akin to a human purgatory. Deep within the sea lies a palace constructed of piled bones, the Azura Palace appearing faintly. At this moment the edges of the blood sea appear unusually lively. Tens of thousands of Azura beings shuttle back and forth within the sea. The males are grotesquely ugly while the females are enchanting and bewitching, wielding various magical artifacts crafted from tainted blood, frantically capturing the remnants of souls that have just drifted in from the primordial realms. These remnants of souls are the spirits of beings who perished in the Great War between the Wu and Yao clans. For the Azura tribe, these souls, imbued with the obsessions and grievances of their former lives, are excellent supplements to enhance their spiritual essence and cultivation. On the other side of the blood sea, near the entrance to the 6 paths of reincarnation, another scene unfolds. A group of monks clad in gray robes, their heads shimmering with faint Buddhist light, sit cross-legged upon a lotus platform formed from condensed golden light. The leader among them, with a sorrowful expression, holds a 9-ringed rod and recites incantations. Until hell is empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. Once all beings are delivered, I shall attain enlightenment. He is indeed Kitagarbha, sent by the Western 2 saints to arrange matters in the underworld. As he recites, gentle golden Buddhist light radiates from him, enveloping the surrounding remnants of souls filled with grievances and malice. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the pain on the faces of those remnants gradually fades, becoming serene and tranquil. Subsequently, these liberated souls involuntarily drift towards a golden vortex behind Kitagarbha. That vortex does not connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation, but rather to the 8 treasures merit pool established by the Western Church. Once these remnants enter, their past life memories will be completely erased, branded with the mark of the Western Church, becoming the lowest tier believers of the Western Pure Land, providing faith power day and night. Kitagarbha's actions seem to be virtuous and benevolent, liberating lost souls. In reality, he is brazenly undermining the authority and fortune of reincarnation. Between the Azura tribe and the monks of the Western Church, countless wandering souls and restless ghosts drift aimlessly. The entire entrance to the netherworld has become a chaotic mess. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the blood sea without warning. Li Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the chaotic scene below, his brow slightly furrowed. He did not act immediately. Whether it was Kitagarbha or the Azura tribe, they were merely small fry. Behind them stood the likes of Jane Zhuanti and the river of the underworld. If he acted directly to clear the scene, it would relieve the immediate tension, but would inevitably attract the attention of the 3, plunging him into an endless cycle of disputes. What Li Xian sought was not to drive them away, but to fundamentally sever their desire to interfere with the underworld. He aimed to declare to the entire primordial world in the most domineering and unreasonable manner, this underworld is under his protection. Li Xian slowly closed his eyes. He did not communicate with anyone, but instead immersed his divine sense into the newly formed land beneath his feet. He sought to feel the grand, vast, and compassionate will of the earth. At the same time, he unreservedly released the fragment of authority he held as the half-ruler of the underworld. This authority was personally bestowed upon him by Hutu when she embodied reincarnation, the highest recognition of the laws of the earth. At that moment, the entire netherworld trembled violently. Deep within the blood sea, the recently formed wheel of reincarnation erupted with billions of rays of golden merit light. The Azura tribe frantically seizing souls and Kitagarbha liberating the lost souls were all startled into halting their actions, gazing in shock towards the direction of the wheel of reincarnation. They felt an unparalleled will awakening. It was the will of Hutu, the mistress of the earth. Immediately after, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. That golden light of merit, instead of dissipating, transformed into an immensely thick golden beam soaring into the sky, traversing endless space, and precisely landing upon the young man in the blue robe, hovering in midair. Endless golden merit light surged into Li Xian's body like a torrential river. However, Li Xian did not absorb a single bit, allowing the merit light to gather and condense above his head. Soon a crown of ancient and imposing design engraved with reincarnation patterns gradually took shape within the golden light. On the crown, 4 ancient chaotic script characters shone brightly: Emperor Fengdu. This is the direct coronation of Hutu's will. It is the personal anointment of the laws of the earth. From this moment on, Li Xian is the rightful and recognized master of the netherworld, the Emperor Fengdu. Boom. The instant the imperial crown took form, an immense majesty commanding the netherworld and ruling reincarnation erupted from Li Xian, instantly engulfing the entire Blood Sea. Below those countless remnants of souls being pursued by the Azura tribe and enlightened by the Buddhist light seemed to have found their ultimate refuge, all kneeling toward Li Xian in the sky. Countless Azura beings under this overwhelming pressure trembled uncontrollably, unable to hold onto their magical artifacts, which fell into the Blood Sea. On the other side, Kitagarbha and the monks behind him were stricken as if struck by lightning. The Buddhist light they used to enlighten lost souls melted away completely like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun in the face of this pure authority of the earth. Kitagarbha's face turned pale as he abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at the figure wearing the imperial crown bathed in endless golden merit light, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The Western Church had plotted for so long, making grand vows and sending him to stay here, expending great effort just to barely establish a foothold. Yet today a person suddenly appears. Without doing anything, he is directly crowned by the mistress of the earth as Emperor Fengdu, legitimately taking over the entire underworld. How is this possible? Kitagarbha suppressed the pressure from deep within his soul, standing up and pointing his nine-ringed rod at Li Xian, sternly demanding, "Who are you? Dare to seize the authority of the underworld?" Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the monk, who appeared fierce but was inwardly weak, a derisive cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Seize. I am the master here. Steal. I am the true master of this place." Li Xian's voice, cold and imperious like a wind from the nine abysses, instantly blew away the hypocritical halo of merciful light that clung to Dizong. He looked down at the monk below, his face flushed with fury, eyes brimming with undisguised scorn and derision. "An outsider dares to question the master. Is the skin of your Western sect made from chaos divine iron?" Dizong was left dumbfounded by the crude yet uncannily precise barb. His chest heaved violently, his complexion draining from red to an ashen blue. Ever since he had obeyed his master's command to come to this godforsaken Yuming Shuhai and sworn, "Until the hells are empty, I shall not become a Buddha," when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Whether it was the ferocious Azura kin or the mercurial ancestor of the underriver deep within the Blood Sea, all of them afforded him at least a measure of respect. After all, behind him stood two saints of the Heavenly Dao. And yet this suddenly appeared Fengdu Dadi had not only seized the authority of the underworld, he dared to insult him openly before billions of lingering souls. Impudent! Dizong roared, forcing down his shock and straightening his posture. He slammed his nine-ring staff into the ground. Circles of golden Buddha light rippled outward once more in attempt to reclaim his authority to enlighten the surrounding remnant souls. "I, this humble monk, act by the decree of the Western sect and by the mandates of Jain and Zhuanti, come to guide and redeem the departed, to bring order to the netherworld. I bear a great vow: until the hells are empty, I swear not to attain Buddhahood. This is a righteous deed that accords with the Heavenly Dao and benefits all beings. It confers boundless merit and fortune." Dizang's voice rose, each word laden with righteous certitude. He sought to invoke the names of saints and the righteousness of the Dao to press down upon Li Xian, calling him a newly installed provincial tyrant. "You merely enjoyed a sliver of favor from Ho Tu Nyang Nyang and lucked into a karmic post. The true lord of the underworld must be one possessed of great vow, iron will, and boundless compassion. I advise you withdraw at once. Do not delude yourself and bring about your own destruction." By the time he finished, his tone had grown thick with threat. To Dizong, this man was at most a lucky wanderer who had stumbled into the patronage of Ho Tu, invoked the saints, and he should be cowed into surrendering the power. He was wrong. When Li Xian heard that torrent of self-righteous declamations, he felt no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed, as if hearing the most absurd of jokes. A great vow, to benefit all beings. Li Xian stepped forward. The 12-lappet crown upon his head trembled, and an overwhelming majesty, an authority to govern reincarnation and command the netherworld, erupted from him. "On my domain your vows are worth nothing." As the words fell, Li Xian moved his mind and invoked the very authority of Fengdu Dadi that he had just acquired. "Underworld edict revoke." A low resonant hum rolled out. The entire nether, indeed the very laws of the underworld, responded to his command in that instant. The Dizong, who had been pouring forth Buddha light, stiffened abruptly. Horror dawned as he realized every tie between himself and this realm had been severed by an irresistible tyrannical power. His dharma, once nourished by the surrounding spiritual energy, now hung like rootless duckweed, unable to draw even the smallest replenishment from the nether chi. The mighty force of his proud vow was locked away, as if enclosed in an airtight iron chamber, utterly cut off from any resonance with the Tao of heaven. How is this possible? The color drained from Di Zhang's face in an instant. He watched helplessly as the brilliant Buddha light around him, like a punctured balloon, dimmed and collapsed at a rate plainly visible to the eye. Within a few breaths, the solemn light that had once cleansed 1,000 leagues and pacified restless souls dwindled into a faint halo, like the glow of fireflies barely able to shelter 3 feet around him. He fell from a Buddha who could influence a realm to a fallen mortal in an instant, his magic sealed and his divine faculties utterly lost. No, it was worse than being a mere mortal. The foul airs of the netherworld corroded him. Each breath was a struggle, and his spirit felt as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, agony beyond measure. He could not hold it. A mouthful of golden Buddha blood burst forth, his body went limp. Kneeling upon the lotus throne, he braced his collapsing form with the 9-ring staff. He raised his head and stared at the serene figure suspended in midair with a look reserved for monsters. What kind of creature was this? Words become law. With a single utterance he had stripped me of everything in the underworld. Such command over the underworld statutes cannot be explained away as mere favor. This was treating the entire underworld as a private garden. Whoever he wished could enter, whoever he wished could be expelled. Now do you still believe your vow holds sway? Li Xian slowly descended to stand before Di Zhang, looking down upon him. A cruel, cold smile curled his lips. The remnant souls that had once been drawn to the Buddha light immediately turned and with utmost reverence knelt at Li Xian's feet. Even those souls that the Azura had been harvesting broke their bonds and flowed into this vast army. At the Blood Sea's entrance, aside from the trembling Azura, only Di Zhang remained kneeling as an anomaly. You, who are you? Di Zhang ground his teeth and forced out the words. Who I am is not for you to know, Li Xian replied, no longer bothering with words, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. I give you 3 breaths. Take your shaved head, monks, and leave the netherworld. Otherwise, Li Xian raised his hand, his voice was cold and emotionless. If you love it here so much, then stay forever and be a snack for the resentful souls in this blood sea. At those words, Di Zhang's pupils contracted in terror. He could feel the truth behind them. The unhidden, bone-chilling, murderous intent made the hair on his arms run. He had to run at once. That thought consumed Di Zhang. He prepared to burn his route and tear open space to flee no matter the cost. But an invisible spatial force like millions of chains snapped around his limbs and body in an instant, binding him so tightly he could not move. Despair finally broke across Di Zhang's face. Li Xian watched that terror, and the smile at his mouth grew even colder. It seems you will not leave. Since you refuse to go, leave your life behind as fertilizer. Since you are unwilling to leave, let your life become fertilizer instead. With these cold words, Li Xian's fingers slightly curled, and the spatial laws imprisoning the earth Zong suddenly tightened. Crack! Crack! The proud Arhut golden body of Earth Zong emitted a mournful cry under the pressure of the invisible spatial force. Fine cracks spread across his body like a spider web. The excruciating pain twisted Earth Zhang's features together. Yet in his eyes there was no hint of pleading for mercy, when instead a flash of determination and madness flickered. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Even if this poor monk falls here today, I will make you the lord of the underworld pay a heavy price. Earth Zong roared, and 2 golden tears burst forth from his eyes. He no longer tried to escape, but instead recklessly burned all the remaining Buddhist essence within him. Boom! A tragic and fervent aura erupted from within him. His soon-to-shatter Arhut golden body unexpectedly radiated a dazzling brilliance at that moment. With my golden body, I offer my great wish. 8 treasures merit pool open. As Earth Zhang's roar echoed, the void behind him suddenly distorted and collapsed. A gigantic golden whirlpool appeared out of thin air. At the other end of the whirlpool, a sacred water pool constructed of boundless Buddha light, and 7 treasures, glazed tiles, could be faintly seen. Golden lotuses blossomed within, accompanied by the fragrance of sandalwood, with countless peaceful souls floating in it chanting scriptures. It was indeed one of the supreme treasures of the Western Church, the 8 treasures merit pool. Although only a phantom had descended, the terrifying suction originating from the sage's treasure instantly enveloped the entire sea of blood. All souls of the dead enter my Western bliss. Earth Zong, seemingly mad, formed hand seals and pointed fiercely at the millions of kneeling remnant souls below. He was determined to pay the price of shattering his golden body and suffering great losses to forcibly draw in this first batch of millions of remnant souls into the 8 treasures merit pool. These remnant souls were the first beings to enjoy the blessings of reincarnation after the establishment of the Earth Zong, each carrying a trace of extremely precious innate reincarnation fortune. If he succeeded, it would not only cause the fortune of the Western Church to soar, but it would also be the most vicious and direct slap to Li Xian, the newly appointed emperor of Fengdu. It was equivalent to telling the entire primordial world, as the lord of the underworld, you cannot even protect your own people. At that time, Li Xian, the emperor of Fengdu, would become the greatest laughingstock of the three realms. Huh, let's see how you stop me. Earth Zhang's face twisted into a sickly grin as he watched the countless remnant souls uncontrollably drifting towards the golden whirlpool. How could the might of a sage's treasure be resisted by a mere great Luo golden immortal? Even if you are the lord of the underworld, you cannot hope to contend with a sage. However, in the face of this sudden turn of events, Li Xian's expression remained entirely unmoved. He even couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids, merely looking at the laughing Earth Zhang with a look of disdain. Is the phantom of a sage's treasure truly impressive? Li Xian curled his lip, secretly mocking. In other places this thing might still intimidate people. But before him, who bore the essence of 3,000 demon gods, such tricks were akin to showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. Li Xian did not even use any external power. He merely focused his thoughts, and the black and white qi that had been silent deep in his dantian began to move quietly. The Yin-Yang demon god essence. Buzz. An arcane aura older than the heavens Dao and more fundamental than the great Dao flashed within Li Xian. Then a gigantic phantom of a millstone composed of black and white qi silently appeared in the real world. It possessed no earth-shattering might and no dazzling brilliance. It simply floated quietly in midair as if it had existed there since the beginning of time. Then this enormous black and white millstone precisely and perfectly blocked the entrance of the golden whirlpool. As if a perfectly sized cork was sealing a bottle. The next moment, the golden whirlpool, which was wildly consuming the remnant souls, suddenly stagnated. The terrifying suction force from the 8 treasures merit pool upon contact with the black and white millstone was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, swallowed, assimilated, and crushed without even causing the slightest ripple. All the remnant souls that were drifting towards the whirlpool froze in midair, looking bewildered. My! Earth Zhang's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The expression on his face instantly froze. What's going on? He frantically urged the Buddhist essence, trying to strengthen the suction of the 8 treasures merit pool. However, no matter how hard he tried, the golden whirlpool seemed as if it had been welded shut, unable to draw even the slightest bit of soul power from the outside. Moreover, Earth Zhang was horrified to discover that an indescribable and terrifying crushing force was emanating from that strange black and white millstone, acting in reverse upon the phantom of his 8 treasures merit pool. Crack! Crack crack! The spatial passage connecting to the phantom of the merit pool emitted a groan under the unbearable strain, beginning to twist and shatter violently. No, this is impossible. Earth Zhang's eyes nearly popped out, his face filled with shock and disbelief. That was the phantom of a sage's treasure, containing a trace of genuine sage's Dao rhythm. How could it be blocked by a mysterious millstone, even suppressed in reverse? What in the world is this black and white millstone? Looking at Earth Zhang's ghostly expression, a more pronounced mockery appeared at the corner of Li Xian's mouth. Want to snatch my things? Did you ask me? Since you've come to my door, then don't leave. With a thought, Li Xian initiated the movement. The gigantic yin-yang millstone began to slowly rotate. 1 yin, 1 yang, 1 positive, 1 negative. A terrifying force of obliteration and reversal burst forth. It was no longer simply blocking the passage, but actively and frantically began to devour the power of the 8 treasures merit pool's phantom. The originally sacred and solemn golden Buddha light was easily decomposed and ground into the purest primordial energy under the grinding of the yin-yang millstone, then unceremoniously accepted by Li Xian on the other end of the millstone. Oh, my merit power! Earth Zhang let out a piercing scream. He felt the connection between him and the 8 treasures merit pool being forcibly severed by an unstoppable power. The power he had gained by burning his golden body was rapidly dissipating at a terrifying speed. Puff! Earth Zhang spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath instantly weakening to the extreme. His proud trump card not only failed to injure the enemy in the slightest, but instead became the other party's supplement. A failed scheme. However, that was not the most despairing part for him. Accompanied by a crisp sound akin to shattered glaze, the already cracked Arhut golden body of Earth Zhang could no longer withstand the terrifying crushing force of the yin-yang millstone. A shocking and massive crack appeared starting from his forehead and instantly penetrating through his entire body. Daizhang's Arhut golden body lost its final luster with a crisp shattering sound. Within him, the Buddha energy surged forth like a breached river, gushing uncontrollably through the fissures, no longer capable of coalescing even a trace. No. Daizhang's eyes bulged wide, his gaze brimming with despair and unyielding resentment. He could not fathom it. How could he? A disciple held in highest esteem by the Western sect, blessed with immense destiny and grand vows, wielding a trump card bestowed by a sage, fall so utterly, so decisively. Who then was this Lord of Fengdu? And what level of supreme artifact was that eerie, black and white grind? How could it effortlessly crush even the illusory projection of a sage's sacred treasure? Countless questions spiraled through his mind, but time to seek answers had already slipped beyond reach. For before him a fist wreathed in primordial chaos expanded infinitely within his rapidly contracting pupils. Li Xian had grown weary of wasting words. Since all his hidden cards were spent, it was time to depart. This blow did not even draw upon his full power. Only the purest, most untamed physical strength of his chaos-glazed body. Yet to Dizong, the sheer oppressive force radiating from that fist dwarfed even the cataclysmic aura of a sage, hundreds of times more terrifying. Before the fist struck, its shockwave alone tore space itself asunder, reducing it to absolute void. He felt himself a fragile skiff adrift in a maelstrom, utterly powerless to resist. The shadow of death descended upon him with unprecedented suffocating finality. Boom. There was no suspense. Li Xian's fist slammed squarely into Dizong's fractured, arhut golden body. At the instant of impact, the strength of 10 chaos deities resonated silently within Li Xian's body, flashing once then vanishing. A deep, thunderous detonation echoed. Dizong's golden body, harder than a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, shattered like porcelain struck by a hammer, exploding into a storm of golden dust. Ugh! His primal soul was violently ejected, tracing a grim parabolic arc through the air, trailing splashes of golden soul blood. His Dao heart nearly crumbled beneath that single blow. It was over. Utterly over. With his golden body destroyed and Dao Foundation gravely wounded, even if he somehow survived, he would require countless eons of arduous cultivation to recover. The Western sect's strategic foothold in the netherworld collapsed irreversibly in this single engagement. As Dizong's soul teetered on the brink of dissolution and consciousness sank into boundless darkness, he summoned his last vestige of will, crushing a jade talisman hidden deep within his soul's origin, the life-preserving token personally bestowed by his master sage Xuan. At the moment the talisman shattered, the entire netherworld trembled violently. The blood sea stilled mid-ripple, time itself seemed frozen. Every wailing remnant soul, every trembling azura, froze motionless. Then without warning, an overwhelming transcendent presence tore open the heavens of the netherworld, supreme beyond all creation. The sky ripped apart, revealing not the 33 heavens nor the endless chaos, but a serene Buddha realm composed of ancient Bodhi trees and 7-jeweled lotus ponds. The pure land of ultimate bliss. Immediately thereafter a sage's aura descended, a sovereign force compelling all things to kneel and even the great Dao to retreat, as though the Milky Way had inverted and crashed down from the 9th heaven. Before this pressure, Li Xian's newly forged authority as Lord of Fengdu crumbled like a frail skiff in a typhoon, nearly erased from perception. Li Xian frowned, lifting his gaze toward the colossal rift. He knew the true sovereign had finally entered the arena. From within the tier, a hazy yet awe-inspiring sage manifestation slowly emerged. Behind its head hovered a halo of meritorious golden light. In its hand rested the 7-jeweled wondrous tree. Its expression bore profound sorrow. The sage Xuan, one of the 2 sages of the West. Though only the sages will manifested, not his true form. The overwhelming absolute might of a sage remained undeniable, unfeigned. Xuan's gaze did not linger on the mortally wounded Dizong. Instead, 2 piercing beams, unbreakable as celestial swords, locked directly onto Li Xian below. When his eyes fell upon the 12-beaded imperial crown atop Li Xian's head, the symbol of sovereignty over the netherworld, a flicker of subtle astonishment crossed his expression. Yet greater still was the incandescent fury of a master whose pawn had just been obliterated. So, you are the Lord of Fengdu. Xuan's voice carried no emotion, yet detonated like 10 million thunderclaps simultaneously within Li Xian's spiritual sea. Hutu merged with the Dao, the netherworld first opened. It was ordained by heaven's will. Yet you, a mere Luo immortal, having fortuitously attained this exalted station, neither show gratitude nor uphold your duty, but dare wound my Western disciple and shatter our foundational pillar. Your crime merits execution. The moment the words faded, sage Xuan moved, not with flourish but with solemn, deliberate slowness, raising a single finger. It was a colossal digit radiating blinding golden light, inscribed with infinite Buddhist sigils. Emerging from the rift of the pure land, it blotted out the sky, like a divine pillar, holding up heaven itself, bearing down upon Li Xian with crushing inevitability. The sage's finger. Beneath its space fractured layer by layer, cosmic laws wailed in agony. The entire blood sea of the netherworld bowed downward, tens of thousands of zhong under its weight. The recently liberated souls could not even scream before dissolving into ash beneath that pressure, a true heavenly thunderstroke delivered by a Dao sage. Xuanti's face betrayed no expression. In his view, this single finger would reduce not merely one lord, but 100 Luo immortals, to dust. This arrogant, ignorant lord of Fengdu was doomed. Yet facing this annihilating sage finger, Li Xian, standing at the epicenter of that crushing pressure, showed no trace of panic. Slowly he raised his head, gazing at the descending golden finger, and curled his lips into a wild, defiant grin. A sage? Was that truly so formidable? I strike precisely at sages. His eyes blazed with unquenchable battle lust. Xuanti's icy voice rang again, final absolute, like divine judgment. Youngling, daring to destroy our Western foundation, you shall be executed. Lowly whelp, you dare to destroy the foundations of my Western domain, you must be executed. The saint's voice of judgment rolled through the entire Yuming realm. A colossal golden finger eclipsing heaven and blotting out the sun descended with the annihilating might to crush all. Time and space froze, the laws themselves splintered. Before that single finger, so-called quasi-saints, and even the mighty Daluo were no different from ants. Far off, the surviving Axilo clan were already cowed by the saintly oppression, hearts shattered prostrate on the ground, without the courage to raise their heads. Dizong, sheltered at Xuanti's side, watched the scene, and wore a pale face split by a malicious, satisfied grin. Die. Let your arrogance end. Let your hubris be punished. Before a saint you are but a bug to be casually crushed. Everyone believed Li Xian's fate sealed. Facing this lethal strike, Li Xian had two choices. One was to crush the reinforced Zhu Xian's sword key talisman bestowed by his master Tongtian Jiaozhu. The saintly killing qi contained within would easily rend Xuanti's finger to shreds, and might even rebound upon the saint's own will. It was the most certain and effortless option. But Li Xian did not. His pride would not allow it. A single descending finger of saintly will. Would he be forced to play his master's trump? Would all the foundations of his Daluo myth, a century of bitter cultivation, be reduced to a jest? He would meet the blow with his own strength, dignified and upright. He would show the exalted Tiandao saint what it truly meant to be a defiant anomaly. Fight! Li Xian threw his head back and unleashed a roar that rent the soul. He did not retreat. He advanced into that world-shattering pressure. The Wuxiang Hundun Sutra within him was driven to its utmost. Deep in his dantian, 100 slumbering demon god embryos erupted in ravenous howls. 10 formed Hundun demon god visages, harmonized by the primal yin-yang source, thundered into resonance. The strength demon brandished a world-cleaving axe. The space demon folded myriad voids. The war demon ignited boundless battle. Intent the devourer opened a mouth to swallow the heavens. Waves of primordial law force from chaos surged into Li Xian's limbs and bones. At the same time, the 12 Lu coronet atop his head erupted in immeasurable, Xianhuang meritorious golden radiance. Beneath his feet, the very earth and the ditches of the Yuming underworld, guided by Hudis, became an endless torrent of energy poured into him. The fortune gold dragon of the human sage roared behind him. In that instant, Li Xian revealed every card he had, save only his last system reserve and the Zhu Xian sword talisman. Under the infusion of boundless power, his body underwent a staggering transformation. The Hundun Lioli sheen of his skin blazed with unprecedented brilliance. Ancient arcane Hundun patterns rose from the depths of his flesh and spread across his body. His frame towered, his muscles swelled. In an instant he became a chaos giant, 10,000 zhang tall, standing upon a sea of blood with the heavens for a crown. This was the true form of his Hundun Lioli body. Break for me, Li Xian bellowed. He raised a chaos arm thicker than mountain ranges and clenched a fist mighty enough to crush stars. There were no flashy spells, no world-shaking treasures. Only the purest, most primal, and tyrannical power. He poured every ounce of strength into that single punch, and then facing the saint's planet-shattering finger, the fist and the colossal finger collided above the Yuming blood sea with a deafening crash. In that moment, time itself seemed to come to a complete standstill. Then a blinding white light, indescribably fierce, burst from the point of impact. A voiceless wave of annihilation spread outward in concentric rings. The first to take the brunt was the Yuming blood sea. Its surface, unmoved for eons, was heaved into titanic waves, soaring countless zhang high. Vast stretches of blood were instantaneously vaporized and obliterated under the terrifying energy. The blood sea's bed was gouged away by tens of thousands of zhang. The space of the entire Yuming realm trembled like fragile glass webbed with cracks, as if on the verge of complete shattering. The distant Xilo clansmen were erased by the aftershock before they could utter a scream, reduced to elementary particles. Even Dizong, protected by Xuanti, was rocked to his core by the impact, spitting blood and he stared at the blast's center in utter horror. Madness. This man was truly mad. He actually dared to take a saint's strike with his bare body. The white light endured for dozens of breaths before slowly fading. The sky's visage at last reemerged. The golden colossal fingers still hovered, but its radiance had dimmed, and a hairline crack had appeared upon it. Beneath the finger the Tongtian chaos giant still stood unbowed. Yet the arm that had thrown the punch was shredded flesh mangled to reveal bleak, chaos-colored bone. The giant had been blasted backward by the massive recoil for tens of thousands of li, plowing a fathomless gouge through the void. But he held his ground. He had borne that blow and not fallen. Though grievously maimed in appearance, his aura had not waned. The indomitable war spirit within made him even more ferocious and daring. His Hundun Liuli body whirred into furious operation, and the mangled arm began to mend at a speed visible to the eye. Cough, cough. The chaos giant coughed violently, spitting forth congealed blood, laced with Hun. He shook his quickly recovering arm, lifted his head, bared a set of stark white teeth, and offered a provocative, scornful grin up at Xuan, his apparition in the sky. A saint's finger. Is that it? The Yuming fell into a deathly silence. Xuan, his avatar, trembled violently within the spatial rift. For the first time, those unfathomable saintly eyes revealed an unmistakable trace of shock. He fixed his gaze on the giant below, whose wounds were healing and who still sneered up at him. A titanic wave surged through his mind. This cannot be. A Daluo golden immortal. How could a mere fleshly body withstand his enraged blow without blemish? What on earth was this junior's flesh made of? Even the ancestral Wu who attained the fleshly Dao had never displayed such terrifying defense at the Daluo realm. This utterly exceeded his comprehension and overturned the Tiandao saints' received doctrines. Xuan Tizwell convulsed through the void, disbelief pouring forth as he involuntarily uttered a sentence that shook the Yoming Yu. What being are you? Who exactly are you? The voice of the revered Saint Xuan Ti, filled with shock and disbelief, echoed in the silent underworld. As a saint of the Heavenly Dao, he looked down upon the myriad geniuses of the vast wilderness, and had witnessed countless prodigies, as well as the formidable physical cultivation of the witch clan. Yet not a single one, not a single being could withstand his finger at the level of the great Luo golden immortal and remain unscathed. This could no longer be explained by mere deep roots. This was a kind of existence that completely transcended the current cultivation system of the wilderness, an unheard of and unseen monster. The towering giant formed by Li Xian grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, his smile brimming with wildness and unruliness. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Not only was he not frightened by the saint's finger, but he was instead ignited by the exhilarating clash, his battle intent thoroughly awakened. Come again, Li Xian shouted, stepping into the void, his massive form charging once more towards the saint's manifestation in the sky. Insanity. Completely insane. From a distance, Dizong watched this scene, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. To withstand a strike from a saint and survive was already an ancient marvel. This guy actually dared to take the initiative to attack the saint. Did he truly not know how to write the word death? Even Saint Xuan Ti was momentarily stunned by Li Xian's reckless challenge. Immediately, boundless rage surged from his heart. As a dignified saint of the Heavenly Dao, he was actually provoked by a mere Great Luo ant. This is intolerable. Ignorant of your own mortality. With a cold snort, Xuan Ti's dim, golden giant finger regained its brilliant glow, preparing to launch a second strike to completely obliterate this audacious lunatic who dared to challenge the saint's authority. However, just as he was about to make his move, buzz! The core of the underworld, the Wheel of Six Realms, suddenly trembled without warning. A force more magnificent, ancient, and compassionate than Xuan Ti's saintly pressure, yet laden with an undeniable will, roared back to life from the deepest depths of the underworld. It was the hoodoo. It was the will of the earth path. Boom. Endless primordial chaos surged forth from the Wheel of Six Realms. In front of Li Xian, it instantly congealed into an incredibly thick and indestructible barrier of laws, completely isolating him from the saint's pressure. Then a hazy yet majestic feminine figure flashed above the Wheel of Six Realms. A thought filled with warning crossed time and space, directly crashing into Xuan Ti's spiritual sea. In the land of the underworld, saints are forbidden to act. Those who cross the boundary shall be met with the earth path's collective wrath. This thought, while not as domineering as Xuan Ti's, carried a resolute finality. As if to say, if you dare to make a move again, the entire earth path's laws will not rest until you are finished. Xuan Ti's outstretched finger abruptly halted in midair. His expression darkened to the point where water could be wrung from it. Hoodoo. This woman who had transformed into reincarnation and should have merged with the earth path still retained such a clear sense of self. Moreover, she had even used the essence of the earth path to warn him, a saint of the Heavenly Dao. Xuan's heart burned with rage, yet he felt helpless. Those saints are powerful, they are not invincible. The 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao derive their authority from the Heavenly Dao, and in the wilderness their words are law. But here it is the underworld, an independent kingdom belonging to the earth path opened up by Hoodoo. Here the laws of the earth path are the supreme rulers. His will descending to bully a great Luo golden immortal is one thing, but if he truly provokes the entire earth path, even he as a saint would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao is aware, and Hongjun Daozu has long established rules. Saints must not interfere arbitrarily in the affairs of the wilderness, and they cannot descend in their true forms. His will descending today, striking a finger, was already a risk of punishment from the Heavenly Dao, dangerously testing the boundaries of rules. If he were to forcefully strike again and attract the attention of the Dao ancestor, the consequences would be unimaginable. After weighing the pros and cons, Xuan could only let out a reluctant cold snort. He gazed deeply at the towering giant, still brimming with defiance, protected by the laws of the earth path. This enmity is now established. With a wave of his hand, Xuan gathered the already severely injured and unconscious Di Zong along with the phantom of the 8 treasures merit pool, which had been largely extinguished by the Yinyang grinding plate. The spatial rift in the sky began to slowly close. Before leaving, Xuan's cold voice echoed one last time in the underworld. Today's events will be recorded by my Western sect. When the mountains do not turn, the waters will. We shall meet again. With his words, the spatial rift completely vanished. The immense pressure of the saint that had suffocated the entire underworld also dissipated into thin air. The sky returned to its original grayness. The sea of blood gradually calmed its waves, as if the cataclysmic battle of saints had never occurred. Li Xian dispelled his towering, chaotic giant form, reverting to his blue-robed Taoist appearance. His complexion was slightly pale, yet his gaze was astonishingly bright. To withstand a finger from a saint, though aided by the home court advantage of the underworld and the protection of the earth paths, well, it was ultimately his own strength that allowed him to endure. This battle had established his prestige. It had forged his fierce aura. From this day forth, his title of Emperor of Fengdu would no longer be an empty title. Instead, it would be one that could repel saints and make the entire wilderness take notice, a true sovereign. Li Xian withdrew his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. The entrance to the Blood Sea, once stirred into chaos by Di Zong and the Azura clan, had now become clear and pristine. The Azura clan had suffered heavy casualties in the recent aftermath. The monks of the Western sect had also been taken away by Xuan. The entire entrance of the underworld was now devoid of any outsiders save for the countless lingering souls who had gathered to pay their respects. He by his own strength had officially cleared the field. From now on, I shall have the final say in this underworld, Li Xian proclaimed with grandeur. However, his swagger lasted only 3 seconds. He looked down at the desolate and dilapidated underworld, and then at the souls who could only worship him, rubbing his chin, suddenly feeling a bit of a headache. The territory has been seized, but there isn't a single ghost to work under me. I can't possibly handle everything myself as the emperor, can I? No, I need to recruit some soldiers and horses. Li Xian stood above the sea of blood in the underworld, gazing at the countless wandering souls drifting aimlessly below. After the retreat of the Xuan, the overwhelming pressure of the saint that commanded the entire underworld dissipated completely. The underworld had entirely become his domain. Yet he was now a solitary commander. In such a vast underworld, there isn't even a single sweeper. Li Xian shook his head. He put away the 12-feathered crown that symbolized supreme authority, transforming into an ordinary Taoist in a blue robe. He took a step forward, descending into the depths of the underworld. At the onset of the underworld, everything was still in gestation. Following the guidance of the laws of the earth, he walked onward. Beneath his feet lay a bumpy dirt path flanked by bright red flowers without leaves. The petals were like blood, exuding a strange, ethereal fragrance. This was the road to the yellow springs and the flowers of the other shore. Ahead, a murky yellow river stretched across the land. The river churned with foul mud, and countless incomplete bones bobbed on the surface. This was the river of forgetfulness. A solitary stone bridge, weathered by time, arched over the river. The bridge of forgetfulness. There were no oxhead and horseface to maintain order, no black and white impermanence to collect souls, and certainly no mangpa brewing soup. Countless wandering souls crowded at the bridgehead, pushing and shoving each other in a daze. Some wandering souls were shoved into the river of forgetfulness, disappearing without a trace, instantly dissolved by the corrosive waters. The entire operation of the underworld resembled a rusty machine poised to jam at any moment. At this rate, reincarnation will inevitably collapse. Li Xian furrowed his brow. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and gently pointed at the void ahead. The authority of the Emperor of Fengdu activated instantly. Decree of the Earth Order. An invisible wave of law emanated from the tip of his finger, sweeping across the entire road to the Yellow Springs and the Bridge of Forgetfulness. The previously jumbled wandering souls were, as if held down by an invisible hand on their shoulders. They ceased their meaningless shoving, the confusion in their eyes slightly receding, and obediently formed a long line, orderly crossing the Bridge of Forgetfulness towards the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back, following the line of wandering souls arriving before the enormous wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The wheel turned slowly, emitting a dull rumbling sound. The wheel displayed 6 massive whirlpools: the path of heaven, the path of humanity, the path of asuras, the path of beasts, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of hell. Each whirlpool exuded a distinctly different aura. Li Xian stood beneath the wheel, carefully observing the fates of the wandering souls. The vast majority of ordinary wandering souls followed the pull of karma, entering the paths of humanity and beasts. But he quickly sensed something amiss. In the air, a trace of extremely subtle fluctuations of karma spread. Li Xian squinted his eyes, following that trace of fluctuation. He observed the whirlpool of the path of asuras in the 6 paths of reincarnation, which at that moment was emanating a peculiar blood-red allure. This allure was very selective. It did not attract those meek, ordinary wandering souls. Instead, it specifically targeted those robust souls brimming with malevolent energy and fierce battle intent. Whenever such a wandering soul approached, blood-red threads nearly invisible to the naked eye would extend from the path of asuras. These threads coiled around the limbs of the souls like venomous snakes, forcibly dragging them into the whirlpool. Such methods are truly despicable, Li Xian sneered coldly. His figure shimmered as he folded space, disappearing from his location. In the next moment, Li Xian appeared at the edge of the path of asuras. This was the border between the 6 paths of reincarnation and the sea of blood in the underworld. Below, the blood waters churned violently, forming a massive blood-red whirlpool. In the depths of the whirlpool, hundreds of asura figures could be faintly seen. They were gripping thick chains forged from foul blood, desperately pulling back. At the other end of the chains were tens of thousands of fierce wandering souls. Though these souls had lost their physical forms, reduced to mere shadows, the violent battle intent and indomitable malevolence etched in their essence could not be concealed. In life, they were undoubtedly battle-hardened warriors. Which clan? Li Xian recognized the origin of these wandering souls at a glance. Since the calamity of the Witch clan, countless of their warriors had perished. These battle souls should have followed the laws of heaven into reincarnation to be reborn. Yet now they had been intercepted by the Asura clan on the way. Li Xian's mind raced, instantly grasping the intentions of the old ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness created the Asura clan precisely to mimic Nüwa's creation of humanity to gain merit. However, the Asura clan was inherently brutal, knowing only slaughter, and could not form a complete ethnic civilization. Now that the underworld was newly opened, the River of Forgetfulness had set its sights on the battle souls of the Witch clan. The battle souls of the Witch clan were naturally aggressive and filled with malevolent energy, making them the perfect materials tailored for the path of asuras. If these battle souls could have their memories washed away and be thrown into the blood pool of the Asura clan for rebirth, it would allow for the mass production of the most elite Asura warriors. What a clever old ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness. Li Xian watched the busy Asura clan below, his killing intent growing stronger. Taking advantage of the absence of management in the underworld to come to my territory and steal troops. And stealing the battle souls of the family members of the Lady of the Earth. If the Lady of the Earth found out, wouldn't she be furious enough to jump out of reincarnation? Moreover, Li Xian was currently troubled by the lack of soldiers. These battle souls of the Witch clan, with their fierce combat power and high loyalty, could easily be transformed into the identity of messengers, making them the ready-made army of the underworld. The old ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness was not just stealing troops. He was outright snatching Li Xian's soldiers. The blood-red whirlpool below spun faster and faster. Several leading elite Asuras were wielding barbed whips, harshly striking those struggling Witch clan battle souls. Hurry up! The old ancestor has ordered that we must capture 100,000 battle souls today. Those who dare to resist will have their souls shattered and thrown into the sea of blood to feed the fish. The battle souls of the Witch clan roared in anger, but without physical forms they could not escape the foul blood chains specifically designed to restrain souls. As more and more Witch clan battle souls were dragged into the depths of the path of Asuras, Li Xian did not rush to act. He stood in the void, looking down at the churning blood waters. In his mind, he recalled the scene from 100 years ago when he burned the sea of blood of the river of forgetfulness, leaving that old man furious. Old grudges and new enmities had come together today. Li Xian slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a gray chaotic flame quietly ignited, distorting the surrounding space slightly. He gazed into the depths of the path of Azuras, a cruel smile curving on his lips as he coldly chuckled. Old man of the river of forgetfulness, I dare to strike even the Western teachings. What are you after all? As Li Xian's voice fell, his figure vanished like a ghost from the spot. At the edge of the Shura path, a blood-colored vortex spun furiously, emitting a deafening roar reminiscent of a giant meat grinder. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Hundreds of elite Azuras stood atop the rolling waves of blood, desperately pulling at the thick, filthy blood chains in their hands. These chains were forged from the sludge deep within the sea of blood, mixed with the souls of the wronged, specifically designed to corrode the soul. Put your backs into it. Drag these brainless brutes in. A horned Azura leader bellowed loudly. The barbed whip in his hand lashed through the air, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. At the other end of the chains, tens of thousands of residual souls from the witch tribe were tightly bound. They let out furious roars, their ethereal bodies struggling wildly. But under the restraint of the filthy blood chains, the more they struggled, the dimmer their souls became. It seemed the foremost batch of residual souls was about to be dragged into the vortex. A large hand wreathed in gray flames suddenly reached out from the void. This hand bore no earth-shattering might, nor did it radiate dazzling light. It simply reached out unremarkably and gave a gentle clap. Boom. The Azura leader, still howling, didn't even have time to scream before his entire body exploded into a foul mist of blood. Immediately, the gray chaotic flames spread swiftly along the filthy blood chains, of fire so domineering that it could even burn through space. Oh, what kind of fire is this? Help! My soul! The anguished cries reverberated throughout the edge of the Shura path. Hundreds of elite Azuras, upon contact with the chaotic flames, were incinerated along with their weapons, leaving not a trace of ash behind. The filthy blood chains meant to restrain souls also shattered inch by inch under the influence of this fire, dissipating into black smoke. The sudden turn of events left the remaining Azuras dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the figure in the sky that had appeared out of nowhere, terror etched in their eyes. Who dares meddle in my blood sea and kill my Azura kin? An Azura general, mustering his courage, shouted sternly. Li Xian didn't even glance at him, merely snorted coldly. The phantom of the 12-feathered crown atop his head flickered and vanished. An unparalleled pressure unique to the Emperor of Fengdu, who wields the laws of the underworld, descended with a thunderous force. Thud, thud, thud. The blood in the Shura path was instantly subdued, becoming as still as dead water. The thousands of Azuras present were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, uncontrollably kneeling to the ground. Their bones creaked under the unbearable weight. They trembled uncontrollably, unable to lift their heads. The pressure was 100 times more terrifying than facing the ancestor of the river of the underworld who had created them. Go back and tell the river of the underworld. Li Xian's voice was icy and bone-chilling, resonating in the ears of every Azura. This realm is now under my control. If you dare stretch your claws across the boundary again, I will personally go to the blood sea and chop off his hands. The Azuras, feeling as if they had received a great amnesty, scrambled and crawled into the depths of the blood sea, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Li Xian turn to look at the group of liberated residual souls from the witch tribe. These warriors, once mighty in the primal chaos, were now reduced to mere transparent shadows. Though they had escaped, their minds had long been lost in the gruesome battles of the Witch-Lich calamity. Their eyes glowed red, devoid of focus. Some wandered aimlessly, while others even began to tear at each other. Only their instinctive rage and confusion remained. Good soldiers are indeed good soldiers, fierce in battle, but their brains aren't quite functioning well. Li Xian stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Just as he was contemplating what method to use to cleanse the murderous aura from these residual souls and recruit them into the underworld's regular army, a familiar and explosively violent battle intent suddenly erupted from the rear of the residual soul group. This battle intent was so pure and domineering. Even if it was just a residual soul, even without a physical body to rely on, this battle intent surged like a legendary sword, unsheathed, piercing straight towards the heavenly dome of the underworld. Stimulated by this battle intent deep within Li Xian's Tongtian, the battle deity manifestation, which had been dormant for so long, suddenly opened its eyes, resonating slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xian's eyes. Few things in the primal chaos could evoke a resonance from the chaotic battle deity's essence. He took a step forward, the laws of space activated, and directly crossed over tens of thousands of residual souls to arrive at the back of the formation. The residual souls ahead instinctively retreated to the sides, clearing a path as they sensed his aura. Li Xian focused his gaze. Ahead on the open ground, an extremely battered massive soul body was tightly bound by a dozen thick, filthy blood chains. Around it, dozens of elite Asuras who had not managed to escape were crazily attacking it with various wicked artifacts. When Li Xian clearly saw the appearance of that soul body, his heart skipped a beat. This soul body had no head. Its massive form had its breasts as eyes and its navel as a mouth. It held tightly onto a phantom giant axe and a broken shield. Even though its soul body was riddled with wounds and on the verge of dissipating like foam, it still fought back fiercely. Kill! 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 The headless battle soul's chest heaved violently, producing a silent, yet deafening roar. It swung the phantom giant axe down violently, cleaving and attacking Asura in half. However, at the same time, it was also struck hard on the back by 3 other artifacts. The soul body trembled violently, its light dimming further. Li Xian stood frozen, a raging storm surging in his heart. He gazed at that familiar yet tragic figure, instantly recalling the scene from 100 years ago at the Buzhou mountain ruins. The one whom he had subdued with sheer physical power, who despite losing wouldn't admit defeat, and ultimately dragged him to guide Ho Tu, Xing Tian the Great, Witch of the Witch Tribe. This fool. Li Xian took a deep breath, his brows tightly knit. He had long anticipated the brutality of the Witch-Lich War. Xing Tian, as the most elite Great Witch of the Witch Tribe, would undoubtedly be at the forefront, fighting to the death. Even his head had been severed, and the formidable Great Witch's physical body was utterly destroyed, leaving only a residual soul drifting to the underworld. Moreover, given his current state, his mind had completely perished, even forgetting who he was. What sustained him without collapsing was merely the indomitable fighting instinct engraved in his bones. Bang! Xing Tian roared, slaying another Asura, but his battle soul had finally reached the limit of exhaustion. The corrosive power contained in the filthy blood chains had thoroughly invaded the core of his soul body. The phantom giant axe formed from his obsession let out a mournful cry and shattered into countless points of light. The massive headless body shook violently, once unable to support itself any longer, and heavily knelt down on one knee. The ground trembled slightly from the impact. Kill! A faint and hoarse roar still emanated from his chest. However, his soul body had begun to transform into specks of starlight, slowly dissipating from the edges. It was on the verge of complete collapse, the soul obliterated. The remaining Asuras showed sinister expressions. This headless ghost is done for. Let's take the chance and finish him off. They raised their artifacts, exuding black mist, aiming for Xing Tian's vital points, ready to deliver the fire. At this critical moment, Li Xian moved. He stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing in front of Xing Tian's massive body. Buzz! The surrounding space froze at that moment. The Asuras, frozen in the act of raising their artifacts with grotesque expressions, resembled insects encased in amber, unable to move. Li Xian didn't even glance at them, only lowering his head to look at the fading Xing Tian. He gazed at this once comradian arms, now reduced to this state. A complex emotion flickered in Li Xian's eyes, which soon transformed into a determined smile. He raised his right hand, and a wisp of gray chaotic fire ignited at his fingertip. Old friend, you can't just dissipate like this. A haze-gray chaos flame curled at Li Xian's fingertip, emitting no scorching heat. Instead, it exuded a deep, devouring abyss that seemed to swallow all things. He did not fling the fire at Xing Tian. Instead, he pressed it back against his dantian. The Wuxiang Hundun Jing churned wildly within his body. Deep in his dantian, the battle demon deity image that had long slept with closed eyes and a spear in hand suddenly straightened. Li Xian forcibly tore a sliver of its utterly pure, tyrannical martial essence. That filament of essence ran up his meridians and instantly surged into his fingertip, fusing perfectly with the chaos flame. Li Xian snapped his finger. The chaos flame, wrapped in the war deity's primal essence, became a gray streak of light and pierced precisely into Xing Tian's headless, riddled chest. Xing Tian's vast remnant soul abruptly went rigid. The filthy blood toxin that had been gouging into his soul and ravenously corroding his root was, at the instant it met the chaos flame, vaporized as cleanly as snow beneath a blazing sun. Then the war deity's primal force detonated within the depths of Xing Tian's soul. This was no ordinary spiritual energy of the primordial world, but the most ancient, pure, chaotic law of battle, transcending even the Heavenly Dao. Xing Tian's soul, once so translucent it was about to dissipate, began to reshape itself before mortal eyes. The phantom form rapidly grew dense and solid. Dark golden veins regrew and braided through his soul, supplanting his original Wuzhu vital blood and propping up his enormous frame. The great axe and shield in his hands shattered into points of light, recondensed, and took form again beneath the infusion of the war origin. A chilling dark golden edge flowed along the axe, heavier and more ferocious than the Wuzhu divine arms he had wielded in life. Xing Tian's violently heaving chest gradually stilled. The chaotic, frenzied shaki that had erupted from his loss of reason began to withdraw, compressing itself into the depths of his soul. In its place came an immeasurable clarity. His mind returned. Xing Tian fixed his gaze upon the blue-robed Taoist standing before him. He was stunned for a moment, his vast body rocking back. In his mind, shattered fragments of memory began to knit themselves together with swift motion. He recalled the savage slaughter of the Wuxiao, wore his flesh torn by the Yao's grand formation, his head severed, the remnant soul drifting into this sunless Yuming Shuahai. Before that lay the ruins of Buzhou Mountain. His proud great Wuzhu body had been struck senseless by this seemingly frail Taoist, felled by nothing but bare fists. It was this Taoist, with a few offhand words of guidance, who awakened Hutizuwu to enlightenment, transforming him into the 6 paths of reincarnation and granting the Wuzhu a slender chance at survival. This was the only man Xing Tian had ever truly revered, the Wuzhu's greatest benefactor. Without a hint of hesitation, Xing Tian fell forward and slammed one massive knee into the ground. The earth rang with visible ripples at the impact. He set down his great axe and shield, clasped his hands, and offered the Wuzhu's oldest and most solemn martial salute. Xing Tian pays homage to his benefactor. Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back and accepted the bow with composed calm. Rise. Li Xian raised a hand, as if supporting something. Your flesh may be gone, but your soul is stronger than before. Xing Tian rose accordingly. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him purer and more violent than it had been in life. He did not know what his benefactor had implanted in him, yet he sensed that his remnant soul had not dissipated. Instead, it had shattered the Wuzhu's taboo against refining the Yuanshan and attained a wholly new realm. The life-saving grace of my benefactor, Xing Tian, can never repay it. He pounded his chest. Li Xian waved a hand and pointed to the surroundings. At the edge of Dao, tens of thousands of Wuzhu remnant souls still drifted aimlessly. They lacked Xing Tian's iron will. Their minds had long ago been ground down by the slaughter of calamity, leaving only instinctual fury. Some tore at one another, others beat the rocky ground with madness. These are the troops you brought out? Li Xian asked. Xing Tian turned, and his fists tightened. In answer, benefactor, these are the sons of the Wuzhu who fell in battle. Shaki has entered them. They have lost themselves, and even forgotten who they once were. Li Xian nodded. The Difu is now under my authority. I happen to be short of man. Quiet them and form them into ranks. Xing Tian asked no questions. The Wuzhu revered only the strong. His benefactor's command was law. He turned to face the tens of thousands of frenzied Wuzhu remnant souls. Xing Tian raised his dark golden great axe, and with all his might smashed it into the earth. A pure, overbearing pressure of the great Wuzhu erupted from him and swept outward in all directions. Wuzhu's sons form ranks. His chest thundered as he let out a roar that pierced the soul, imprinting itself on the true spirit of every Wuzhu remnant. A miracle unfolded. The tens of thousands of frenzied, biting remnant souls all froze the instant they heard that roar. The martial discipline etched into their bones, and absolute obedience to the great Wuzhu overpowered the shaki that had eroded their minds. They turned and advanced in orderly steps toward Xing Tian. No pushing, no disorder. In little more than a dozen breaths, tens of thousands of remnant souls stood behind Xing Tian, arrayed into neat square formations. Though bodiless and armed with shattered phantom weapons, when they stood together, their rising iron blood might disperse the surrounding Yuming miasma. Li Xian watched the silent, rigorously marshaled army of remnant souls and nodded with approval. This was a true army. Compared to the earlier chaos of the Luo, those who only lashed about with whips, this was like heaven and earth apart. Very good. Li Xian moved his intent and invoked the supreme authority of Fengdu Dadi. From the depths of the 6 paths, a dense, Xianhuang merit golden radiance shot skyward, crossed space, and settled into his palm. The Didao laws of the Yuming Difu converged. Golden light and law intertwined and compressed. In a moment, a palm-sized dark golden token congealed in Li Xian's hand. The token's front bore 2 ancient chaotic characters Fengdu. The back bore 2 characters martial. Li Xian flicked his wrist and tossed the token, which radiated inexhaustible underworld authority, straight to Xing Tian. Xing Tian caught the token. The instant it was in his hand, the Yuming Difus Didao laws thundered into response. A black Yuming Qi surged from beneath and climbed up the token to enshroud his form. In the blink of an eye, that mist coagulated outside his soul into a magnificent set of dark golden heavy armor. Not only him. The tens of thousands of Wuzhu remnant souls behind him were likewise baptized by the Didao laws. Their spectral bodies solidified, They were clad in uniform Yinbing armor, and their phantom weapons became keen Yuming long halberds. They were no longer ephemeral fragments prone to dissolve, but recognized by the Dao and commissioned by Fengdu Dadi as the formal army of the underworld. Feeling the indestructible armor upon him, Xing Tian knelt on one knee once more. Benefactor this is. Li Xian, hands behind his back, turned and looked toward the faint Shura hall deep within the blood sea. Take it. From today onward you shall be my underworld's first Grand Marshal. The troops behind you are entirely under your command. Xing Tian rose, clutching the Grand Marshal token, the battle fire in his chest nearly aflame. He hefted his great axe and strode to Li Xian's side. The Grand Marshal accepts the order. Great Emperor, for our first battle whom shall we cut down? Li Xian pointed to the far end of Shila Dao, his tone calm, yet leaving no room for debate. Take your men and cut the Axiluo clan down to the last one. Deep within the nether blood sea, inside the Hall of Azuras, built from towering mounds of bleached bone, the air hung thick with the cloying, unyielding stench of blood. Laozu Mingyi sat cross-legged upon the 12-petaled karmic flame lotus, his countenance as dark and still as stagnant water. Charred scars seared into the lotus's crimson edges a century ago by chaos fire remained unrepaired to this day. Worthless. All of you worthless. With a thunderous slap upon his armrest, Laozu Mingyi unleashed a terrifying quasi-sage aura, tangible, suffocating, sending a gale of scarlet wind roaring through the hall. Below, several Azura generals, freshly fled from the fringes of the Azura realm, knelt trembling on the blood-slick floor. Master, please calm your wrath. It is not that we held back. One general bowed his head repeatedly, voice quavering. That newly appointed emperor of Fengdu is utterly unnatural. Without even lifting a hand, he cast forth a dull, ashen flame, and in an instant hundreds of elite warriors vanished into oblivion. He crushed us beneath his oppressive aura, forcing us to our knees. And then he said. The general swallowed hard, too terrified to continue. What did he say? Laozu Mingyi narrowed his eyes. Crimson light blazed forth like twin daggers. He said, the underworld is now under his command. If you dare stretch your claws across the border again, he will come himself, to the blood sea, to sever your hands. Boom. The scarlet lacquered altar before Laozu Mingyi exploded into dust. Arrogant fool. His laughter, cold, sharp, and laced with fury, echoed through the hall, shaking the very nether blood sea beyond, summoning 10,000-foot tidal waves. A brash youth sprung from nowhere, emboldened only by a sliver of Ho-Tu's favor. Does he truly fancy himself sovereign of the netherworld? Murderous intent flared in Laozu Mingyi's gaze. He had earlier dispatched spies to steal the Wu clan's battle souls, calculating precisely that the underworld newly established possessed no standing army. Even if this emperor of Fengdu wielded authority over the netherways, what could a lone sovereign do against his 100,000-strong Azura host? Yet the enemy not only struck back, but dared utter such brazen blasphemy. Sever my hands. When I ruled the primordial chaos, he was still playing in the mud. Laozu Mingyi rose, his scarlet robes billowing though no wind stirred. The Azura realm governed the clan's future destiny, and those Wu clan battle souls were peerless nourishment. This could not be abandoned. Since the foe refused grace, he would march straight to its gates. Bushuan, Dafan Tian, you say Tian. Laozu Mingyi roared. We are here. 3 overwhelming presences surged into the hall like storm winds. 3 demon generals, monstrous in visage, radiating torrents of slaughterous chi, kneeled before Laozu Mingyi, each bearing the mark of absolute loyalty. They were the Azura clan's 3 mightiest demon generals. Zazai Tian Bushuan, gripping a blood-tinged greatsword, his sinews coiled like ancient iron. Da Fan Tian, face shadowed with grim malice wreathed in dense necrotic energy. Yusei Tian, crowned with blazing crimson hair, eyes ablaze with feral bloodthirsty madness. Each stood at the pinnacle of De Luo golden immortal cultivation, the most trusted blades in Laozu Mingyi's arsenal. Muster 1 million troops. Laozu Mingyi pointed toward the underworld, voice glacial. Level the borderlands. Retrieve every Wu clan battle soul. Should that so-called emperor of Fengdu dare obstruct us, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Let him learn, once and for all, who commands the netherworld. Yes, master. In unison, the 3 generals accepted the order, eyes gleaming with savage anticipation. They had been pent up for too long. Since the underworld's founding, the Azura clan's domain had shrunk relentlessly. Now at last they would fight. Without restraint, without mercy. Bushuan rose, baring teeth like polished ivory. Rest assured, master. This bare-handed emperor, I'll wrench off his head and present it to you as a night pot. I hear the underworld doesn't even keep gatekeepers, Da Fan Tian, murmured, voice dripping with venom. 1 million of us descending. Each spitting once would drown him. Tian ran his tongue across his lips, the taste of those lingering souls. I ache to savor it. Go. Laozu Mingyi waved dismissively. Do not disappoint me. Half an hour later, the Netherblood Sea boiled. 1,000,000 Azura troops assembled, fully armed, clad in crude scarlet armor, wielding grotesque weapons forged from tainted blood. They filled the sky above the sea, a teeming, writhing tide of crimson steel and fury. Their slaughterous chi pierced heavenward, staining the netherworld's perpetual twilight with violent, searing crimson. Advance. Xuan raised his blood-forged greatsword and bellowed. The million-strong host surged forward like a river of blood, rushing straight toward the contested border between the Azura realm and the underworld. En route, the three generals swaggered with unbridled arrogance. Brothers, stand tall. Xuan stood atop a colossal bone dragon of the Blood Sea, rallying his troops. Today we storm the underworld, plunder gold, grain, and lingering souls. Let that Emperor of Fengdu see just how swift an Azura blade truly is. The host erupted in deafening, triumphant roars. To them this was no war, it was effortless plunder. How could a sovereign without soldiers possibly stand against their million-strong legion? The advance was swift. Before long the mist ahead began to part. And there, far in the distance, flowed the dim yellow waters of the river Wangchuan, marking the underworld's frontier. We've arrived. Xuan's eyes blazed crimson as he raised his sword. Full assault. Breach the border. Take every soul alive. The million Azuras charged forward like sharks scenting blood. Yet the moment they crossed the boundary and beheld what lay ahead, Xuan, leading the vanguard, recoiled violently. His arrogance, his exultation, froze instantly upon his face. Not only he, Tian, and the entire million-strong host fell silent, as if strangled, their cheers cut short mid-breath. No barren wasteland stretched before them. No cowering, shivering spirits huddled in fear. Instead, a vast black host stood motionless along the banks of the river Wangchuan, an impenetrable wall of steel and shadow. Tens of thousands of soldiers, uniformly clad in dark gold heavy armor, gripping obsidian-black underworld spears, stood arrayed in perfect, unbroken formations. Not a whisper escaped them, not even the sound of breath. Yet the collective, iron-willed martial aura rising from their ranks, dense, disciplined, unassailable, forcefully repelled the Azura's chaotic, disordered, slaughterous chi. Their discipline was absolute, their killing intent tightly coiled. These were no mere wandering souls. They were veterans forged in endless war, armored to the teeth, honed to lethal perfection. At the very front of that formation stood a figure of staggering stature, headless, his chest serving as both eyes and mouth. He wore imposing dark gold marshal's armor and gripped, upside down, a colossal dark gold battle-axe broader than a palace gate. He stood utterly still, yet his chilling gaze emanating from the twin orbs embedded in his chest locked unflinchingly onto the three charging demon generals. An overwhelming, pure, and tyrannical aura of a great Wu clan warrior surged outward like a physical force. Xuan's blood sea bone dragon let out a wail of terror and collapsed paralyzed, refusing even the lash. What is that thing? Tian drew a sharp, ragged breath, voice trembling. Wasn't it said the underworld had no troops? Where did this army come from? Tian swallowed hard, staring fixedly at the headless giant. That headless one. Why does he look so familiar? His aura. Is he a great Wu warrior? Xuan clenched his greatsword, suppressing shock with sheer will. Whoever he was, any obstacle must be shattered. He refused to believe his million-strong host could not overwhelm mere tens of thousands. Phantom trickery. Xuan stepped forward, blade thrust forward toward the headless giant. I am Xuan, Lord of Zizai, Heaven of the Blood Sea. What manner of abomination dares block the path of the Azura host? The headless giant slowly lifted his massive axe and rested its haft across his broad shoulders. His chest mouth twisted into a cruel, thunderous grin. Commander-in-Chief of the underworld, Tongtian. By decree of the Emperor, Tongtian swung his axe forward in a single, devastating arc, shattering the air with a deafening sonic boom. To sever your heads. Xuan's face turned ashen, fury curdled into bitter, mocking laughter. Arrogant fool. If you seek death, I grant it. Tian. Tian. Attack now. Slay this headless wretch first. All three demon generals erupted with Luo golden immortal peak power, blurring forward in a storm of lethal intent. Tongtian watched them charge, then let loose a contemptuous rumbling laugh from deep within his chest. You maggots think you can kill your grandfather. You worthless wretches think you can make your grandfather die. Tongtian unleashed a guttural, savage laugh from his chest, the sound churning the waters of the Wangchuan River backward. He did not dodge at all. Facing the combined world-shattering strike of the three demon generals, Xingtian gripped the dark golden great axe, wider than a gate plank, and thrust both legs against the ground. Boom! The earth yielded a vast, deep crater. Xingtian's colossal body shot forth like a fired cannonball, crashing straight into the three demon generals. Suicidal. Boxin's eyes flared with sanguine light. His blood-red long blade whipped up a 10,000-foot wave of gore and cleaved toward Xingtian's broad chest. Defantian and Yusishan struck from left and right, death chi and killing intent coalesced into two venomous serpents, sealing every avenue of retreat. All three demon generals stood at the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian. To them, this headless brawler, though once a Dao Wu in life, was now merely a remnant soul. This single blow would be enough to scatter him into nothing. Yet the moment Boxin's blade struck Xingtian, a harsh metallic clang split the heavens. Xuan felt an unimaginable terrifying recoil surge up the blade force, so violent his hand split, and the long knife nearly flew from his grasp. He gaped. The blood knife that could cleave mountains left not even a pale mark upon the dark golden martial armor that clothed Xingtian. Impossible! Xuan cried. Now it's my turn. Xingtian gave him no time to reply. Muscles knotted in his mighty arms as the dark golden axe traced a flawless semicircle through the air, tearing space with a shrill sonic boom as it swung savagely toward Defantian on the right. Defantian's face drained of color. He felt the pure, overriding battle intent woven into the axe, a terrifying principle that stood above the very Dao. He forced his death chi to converge, forming dozens of bone shields before him. Crack, crack, crack. They rose like brittle barricades. Where the great axe passed, those seemingly unbreakable bone shields burst like paper. No! Defantian screamed in a keening wail. The axe fell unimpeded upon his shoulder, shearing half his body into bloody pulp. The flesh of a Luo Jin Xian at its peak proved laughably fragile beneath that strike. Defantian spouted a fountain of blood and flew back like a ruptured sack, smashing into the Ashura ranks and crushing scores beneath him. One blow had grievously wounded a Luo demon general. Silence settled over the field. Yusishan's prepared ambush froze mid-motion, cold sweat drenched his back. Is this a remnant soul? This combat power, 10 times greater than in life, perhaps more. Sons of the Wuzu. Xingtian howled as he sent Defantian flying, never pausing, his axe leveled at the million-strong Axio host as his roar shook the heavens. Kill! 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 Tens of thousands of Wuzu shadow soldiers in dark golden armor exploded in a unified roar. They bore no flashy spells, no dancing treasures. Only the purest instinct for slaughter synchronized with an iron battle formation. Like a precision meat grinder, tens of thousands of shadow soldiers smashed into the million Axiluo host. One side, disciplined regulars of Difu bolstered by the Didao laws. The other, a hastily assembled rabble that knew only brute courage. The instant they met victory, sharp nether halberds thrust in ruthless unison, forward, back, forward again. Each lunge reap hundreds, even thousands of Axiluo lives. Those Axiluo-prized blood-stained weapons struck the shadow soldiers' heavy armor and were deflected by the Didao laws, incapable of breaching their defense. Yet the shadow soldiers' arms ripped through flesh and spiritual sense with ease. Slaughter. This was a one-sided massacre. Under Xingtian's lead, tens of thousands of shadow soldiers were like a searing blade plunged into tallow, instantly splitting the million-strong Axiluo host in two. Limbs and severed arms flew through the air. Wails of torment rang along the Xuan riverbank. The once impregnable Axiluo host utterly disintegrated. They abandoned helmets and armor and fled toward the direction of the blood sea, crying out, "Don't run! Hold the line!" Xuan slashed in a blind fury, cutting down a dozen fleeing Axiluo soldiers, yet even that could not staunch the collapse of his army. Defeat cascaded like an avalanche. He watched that headless giant, a demon god incarnate, rampage through the ranks, and finally fear flickered in his eyes. They could not win. They simply could not. This headless behemoth's power was uncanny, utterly countering the killing aura of the Blood Sea. Worse still, this was Difu. The enemy drew constant power from the Didao laws. The Axiluo here were mired as though in quicksand, constrained at every turn. In the distance, in the void, Li Xian stood with his hands folded behind his back, watching the battlefield below with a faint smile at his lips. No wonder it is the origin of the war god. Paired with Xingtian's battle instinct, they are the perfect match. This Difu army is now truly formed. Li Xian felt satisfaction. With this army in being, the daily operation and security of Difu would no longer require the emperor's personal attention. He need only sit in the shadows and orchestrate the grand design. Below, seeing the tide turn, Yusishan had already slipped to the rear of the host to flee. Xuan clenched his teeth. Today's rout was certain. The million-strong army was shattered. Defantian's fate hung unknown. If he slunk back to the Blood Sea in disgrace, Mingyi Laozu would skin him alive. If you want me dead, I will not let you off easily. A murderous madness lit Boxen's eyes. He halted abruptly, tore off his chest armor, and plunged his hand hard into his own heart. With a wet sound, he tore free a fist-sized blood-red bead that exuded a nauseating, putrid stench. The moment the bead appeared, the surrounding space corroded into vast black holes. Nearby Axlo soldiers vanished without a scream, dissolving into fetid pools of ichor. The Xuehai Benyuan Pearl, an artifact of Blood Sea origin. Mingyi Laozu had forged it from the deepest, foulest source power of the Blood Sea, in poison treasure meant to corrupt other artifacts and shatter a being's Dao foundation. Once it detonated, even a Tai Jin Xian would have their spirit polluted and perish. Xuan had originally planned to use it against that mysterious Fengdu emperor. Now he had no time for subtleties. He spun, his crimson eyes fixed upon the depths of Difu, where the Lu Dao Luanhui slowly turned. If we cannot win, then I will raise this Difu. You bastards will all be buried with me. Xuan roared and poured the last of his cultivation into hurling the Xuehai Benyuan Pearl toward the Lu Dao Luanhui. The pearl became a blinding, blood-red meteor streaking through the sky. Wherever it passed, Difus in Chi vaporized, and space was eaten away by a shocking black fissure. That all-consuming miasma of filth bore down upon the Lu Dao Luanhui. Xingtian snapped, his head around, the eyes on his chest bulged open in alarm. You dare! He bellowed, trying to swing to intercept, but the distance was too great, too late. If that pearl struck the Lu Dao Luanhui, the very foundations of Difu would be utterly defiled. Xuan watched the accelerating pearl and broke into a sick, raving laugh. Huh. Well, die together. Yet, just as the Xuehai Benyuan Pearl was about to smash the Lu Dao, an ice-cold voice detonated at Boxen's ear. You throw rubbish on my territory. Who gave you the gall? Boxen's entire body stiffened. The voice appeared suddenly cold, as if it had crawled out from the depths of... He turned his head sharply. A Taoist in a green robe had appeared in the void between the Blood Sea origin pearl and the 6 paths of reincarnation. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if he were casually picking up a fallen leaf in his own courtyard. Fengdu. Emperor. Boxen's pupils trembled violently. Wasn't he supposed to be behind the scenes? When did he appear? Why was there no hint of his presence? But more than these questions, what terrified him was the Blood Sea origin pearl that was already halfway in flight. That was a treasure personally refined by the ancestor of the underworld river. Containing the foul essence from the depths of the Blood Sea, once it exploded, it would be enough to taint all laws within a radius of 10,000 miles. Even a great Luo Jingxian would face destruction if they came into contact with even a trace. You intend to block it with your physical body. Seeking death. Huh. The fear on Boxen's face was instantly replaced by madness. There's no time. Once the Blood Sea origin pearl is unleashed, even the ancestor himself cannot retract it. You standing there is useless. Touch it and die. Today this underworld will either be destroyed along with me, or... Li Xian couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He didn't even raise his hand. He just looked down for a moment. The next second, buzz, a lotus flower slowly rose from the void beneath his feet. 12 petals, pure white and flawless, each exuding a soft light like jade. Ancient Dao patterns swirled around the petals, layer upon layer, as if the first breath of fresh air from the opening of the heavens had crystallized. The 12-petaled pure world white lotus. As the white lotus bloomed, a force completely opposite to the Blood Sea origin pearl roared outward. It was the purest power of purification. Non-aggressive, devoid of killing intent, simply returning all impurities to nothingness. The rapidly approaching Blood Sea origin pearl emitted a sharp wail at the moment the white lotus light swept across. The layer of boiling blood-colored liquid on the surface of the pearl seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The corrosive black hole in space vanished. The nauseating stench disappeared. Even the foul essence within the pearl, capable of destroying a great Luo Jingxian, rapidly shrank under the light of the white lotus. Like snow meeting the blazing sun. 3 breaths. The Blood Sea origin pearl, painstakingly refined by the ancestor of the underworld river, shrank from the size of a fist to that of a fingernail, and finally transformed into a wisp of black smoke, completely dissipating in the world. Not even a trace was left. The entire scene fell silent. Boxen maintained a crazed expression, his entire being frozen in place, as if someone had pressed a pause button on him. Only one thought remained in his mind. The Blood Sea origin pearl is gone. Just like that. Gone. That was a treasure refined by the ancestor over countless yuan meetings. If placed outside, even a Zhuanxing would think twice before dealing with such a ruthless item. It was purified by a broken lotus flower. No. This is impossible. Bashan's lips trembled as he retreated several steps. Li Xian withdrew his gaze. The 12-petaled pure world white lotus disappeared back into the void. He looked at Bashan as if observing an ant that was already dead but unaware of its demise. Are you finished? Bashan trembled all over. It's my turn now. Li Xian raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and lightly flicked. There was no earth-shattering noise. A nearly invisible spatial crack swept past Bashan's body at a speed surpassing light. Bashan looked down. He saw his body was splitting apart from the middle to the sides. It wasn't a simple cut, but was being completely shredded by the laws of space at the molecular level. No. Ancestor. Save me. Before he could finish his words, the peak Great Luo Jinxian Azura demon general free from Tian Buoshuan turned into a mist of blood under this flick. His soul, body, and power all returned to nothingness. There wasn't even a trace of escape left. In the distance, Xingtian, who was chasing the remnants of the army, turned his head for a glance, letting out a muffled laugh from his chest. Refreshing. Li Xian clapped his hands as if brushing off dust from his fingertips. He glanced at the battlefield. The million-strong Azura army had completely collapsed, with the survivors desperately fleeing towards the Blood Sea. Xingtian's ghostly army chased after them like herding ducks. Da Fan Tian, half dead, was being dragged away by the remnants. Yu's Tian had long since vanished without a trace. Li Xian did not order a pursuit. Leaving a few survivors to return and report was more useful than killing them all. Emperor. Xingtian approached with his giant axe. Should we pursue? I can catch up. No need. Li Xian shook his head. Let them return to report to the underworld river. Tell that old thing that I'm not going to his territory today. It's out of respect for him. Next time he stretches out his claws, I won't just be cutting off his hands. Xingtian grinned, fully understanding. Deep within the Blood Sea, Azura Hall. Yu's Tian rushed into the main hall covered in wounds and in a state of utter disarray. He knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, even struggling to speak. Ancestor. Defeated. Completely defeated. Bashan is dead. Da Fan Tian is severely injured, and a million-strong army. Only 1 in 10 survives. The ancestor of the underworld river's expression was emotionless, his knuckles cracking. Speak, how did you lose? That Fengdu Emperor. He has a white lotus. Yu's Tian desperately recalled, 12 petals completely snow-white. The Blood Sea origin pearl you gave to Bashan was purified into nothingness in 3 breaths. Then he flicked his finger, and Bashan. Not even a trace was left. The ancestor of the underworld river's complexion changed drastically. He suddenly stood up from the flaming red lotus, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say? 12-petaled. Pure world white lotus. The ancestor of the underworld river's voice trembled, but not from fear, rather from an emotion even more terrifying than fear. Rage. In his mind, the scene from 100 years ago flashed by in an instant. A figure whose face he could not see had burned away a large portion of his Blood Sea with a strange gray flame, even injuring the foundation of his flaming red lotus. In that battle, he had been searching for the identity of the culprit, yet he had found no clues. Now, the 12-petaled pure world white lotus. Chaotic fire. Fengdu Emperor. These 3 pieces of information collided wildly in the ancestor of the underworld river's mind, ultimately piecing together a conclusion that drove him nearly insane. It's him. The ancestor of the underworld river overturned the blood-colored table before him, an overwhelming killing intent uncontrollably erupting from his body, shaking the entire Azura Hall. That bastard who burned my Blood Sea back then. New grudges and old hatreds, and it's the same person. The ancestor of the underworld river's eyes turned completely crimson, his jaw clenched tightly. He slowly turned around, looking towards the 2 blood-colored long swords radiating immense malevolence deep within the hall. Yuan too. Abi. Very good. The ancestor of the underworld river's voice calmed down, but that calmness was more terrifying than rage. Since you delivered yourself to my door, don't blame me for taking action personally. The Shura Hall trembled. The ancestor of the underworld river stepped deeper into the hall, each step causing the bone floor beneath him to be crushed into powder by his quiescent's pressure. Yuan Tu and Ubi. 2 blood-red swords hovered within a crimson pillar of light, exuding a chilling ferocity. These were the companion treasures of the underworld river, born and grown together with him, having traversed the primordial chaos for countless epochs without ever failing. The underworld river reached out, grasping 1 sword in each hand. Buzz! In that instant, the entire sea of blood surged violently. From the deepest depths to the surface, billions of miles of blood simultaneously erupted into towering waves. Kneeling on the ground, the lustful sky felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descend upon him, rendering him unable to breathe, forcing him to lay flat on the ground with his forehead pressed against it. He had followed the ancestor of the underworld river for countless years and had never seen him in such a state. This was not anger. This was a resolved intent to kill. Ancestor, are you going to do it yourself? Shut up. The ancestor of the underworld river's voice was terrifyingly calm. From now on, the sea of blood is sealed. No one is to enter or exit. I will use the great formation. The lustful sky stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply. The blood sea great formation. That was the ultimate killing move of the ancestor of the underworld river, using the entire sea of blood as the base, Yuan 2 and Ubi as the formation eyes, and the accumulated resentment and killing intent over countless years as the source. Since the birth of the sea of blood, this formation had only been used once during the primordial calamity of the Longhan era, when the 3,000 demon gods battled. Today, the ancestor of the underworld river intended to use this formation solely to kill a great Luo golden immortal. He strode out of the Shura hall, standing above the sea of blood with his swords raised high. Yuan 2 emitted a scarlet glow. Ubi swirled with dark, deathly energy. The two swords in his hands hummed simultaneously, sending out visible ripples of blood. The great formation of the blood sea of the underworld. Activate. The ancestor of the underworld river thrust his swords forcefully into the sea of blood beneath him. Boom! The entire sea of blood exploded. Endless blood no longer surged passively. Instead, it began to flow backwards, gather, and rise in a manner that defied the laws of nature. At that moment, the vast sea of blood transformed into a living entity. The blood water coalesced into towering walls, madly advancing towards the underworld. Not one wall, 10 walls, 100 walls, 1,000 walls. A dense blood-colored tsunami surged forth like an army, overwhelming the borders of the underworld. Each wave contained the foulest essence from the depths of the sea of blood, the vengeful spirit's relentless desires, and the killing laws of the ancestor of the underworld river at the pinnacle of quasi sainthood. This was not an attack. This was annihilation. In the underworld, by the banks of the river of forgetfulness, Tongtian was gathering the ghostly soldiers, clearing the battlefield. The corpses of 1,000,000 Azuras lay strewn across the banks of the river of forgetfulness, while the dark golden ghostly army stood in formation, awaiting the next command from their grand marshal. Suddenly, Tongtian raised his head sharply. His chest heaved violently, and a trace of unprecedented gravity flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the skyline was changing color. The originally dim underworld sky was being engulfed by a blood-red hue at a visible speed. This was not ordinary red, but a dark red so thick it seemed to drip. A strong, fishy stench began to permeate the air. What is that? One ghostly captain instinctively looked towards the distance. In the next moment, all the ghostly soldiers saw it. The horizon. A massive blood-red wall towering tens of thousands of feet was crashing down towards the underworld with unstoppable force. Behind that wall were the second, third, an endless number. The entire sea of blood was pouring into the underworld. All troops retreat. Fall back to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tongtian reacted quickly, swinging his giant axe and issuing a thunderous command. The ghostly army immediately sprang into action, withdrawing in perfect unison. But the advance of that blood-red wall was too swift. The first wave had already crossed the river of forgetfulness. Boom! The waters of the river of forgetfulness were directly swallowed by the sea of blood, mixed into endless filth. The flowers of the other shore along the yellow springs road instantly withered, turning to ashes. The ancient stone bridge on the Nüwa bridge began to crack, shaking violently. The laws of the underworld cried out in agony under the forceful influx of the sea of blood. The laws of the underworld clashed violently with the killing intent of the sea of blood, sparks flying. But the volume of the sea of blood was too great. The underworld river wielded the entire sea of blood as a weapon. Even the strongest laws of the underworld could not withstand such a brazen approach. This was not a battle of laws, it was a contest of volume. The underworld river was using the simplest and most brutal method: drowning. Drowning the underworld with the sea of blood, corrupting the underworld with filth, corroding the cycle of reincarnation with killing intent. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation were tainted by the sea of blood, the foundation of reincarnation, transformed by the Earth Sovereign, would be shaken. And the authority of the Emperor of Fengdu, derived from the underworld, if the underworld were suppressed. Li Xian's position as the Emperor of Fengdu would be forcibly stripped away. This was the underworld river's scheme. He did not compare fists or magical artifacts with you. He simply crushed you with the entire sea of blood. Can your pure world white lotus purify a pearl of the essence of the sea of blood? Fine, then he'll give you an entire sea of blood. Let's see if you can purify it. Li Xian stood above the 6 paths of reincarnation, gazing at the overwhelming tsunami of blood in the distance. He was not panicking, but his brow did furrow slightly. This old man really is ruthless. Li Xian could sense that the Blood Sea Great Formation contained all the cultivation of the ancestor of the underworld river at the pinnacle of Kwasa Sainthood. With Yuan Tu and Ubi as the formation eyes, they continuously fueled the power of the Sea of Blood. The core of this formation was not in the underworld. It was deep within the Sea of Blood, at the position of the underworld river himself. This meant that as long as the underworld river did not stop, the Sea of Blood would continue to surge into the underworld. Even if Li Xian used the pure world White Lotus to purify, it would be merely a drop in the bucket. You might purify 1,000 miles, but he would flood in 10,000 miles. To break this situation, there was only one way. To attack directly. To strike at the heart. To eliminate the formation eyes, or eliminate the underworld river himself. The second wave of tsunami had already crossed the Yellow Springs Road, and was approaching the outskirts of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation trembled violently, emitting a heavy humming sound. The surface of the wheel began to show fine blood-colored patterns, a sign of corruption beginning to seep in. If this continued, it would take no more than a stick of incense for the 6 paths of reincarnation to be completely polluted. Great Emperor, Tongtian rushed over. This subordinate will lead the troops to hold the front. You can't hold it. Li Xian shook his head. This is the entire Sea of Blood flooding in. Even if you throw yourself in, it won't help. Tongtian clenched his giant axe anxiously, but knew this was the truth. He could chop down 1,000,000 Azura troops, but how could he cut through an entire Sea of Blood? Li Xian took a deep breath. He glanced at the 6 paths of reincarnation behind him, and then at the endless tsunami of blood in the distance. Forget it. He had old scores to settle with the underworld river. 100 years ago he burned his Sea of Blood, and he had chased him for so long. Today was just right for a clean slate. Li Xian turned to Tongtian with a calm expression. Watch over the home, it'll be back soon. Tongtian was taken aback, then his pupils dilated sharply. He saw Li Xian step forward, directly entering the overwhelming waves of blood. Alone, without magical artifacts to clear the way, without protective golden light. He simply walked in. Tongtian opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. He could only watch that figure in a blue robe being swallowed by the towering waves of blood. Then he disappeared in the direction of the core of the Blood Sea Great Formation. Deep within the Sea of Blood, the ancestor of the underworld river stood between Yuan Tu and Ubi, hands forming seals controlling the entire formation. The cold corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cruel arc. Here he comes. He sensed it. That aura he had hated for a century was actively approaching the core of the Sea of Blood. Foolish, the ancestor of the underworld river whispered softly. Do you think your White Lotus can hold out in my Sea of Blood for long? Once you enter here, even a Kwasa Saint, I have confidence in grinding you down. Moreover, just a great Luo. Li Xian stepped into the torrential blood waves. The sound of the wind vanished in an instant, replaced by the anguished howls of countless vengeful souls. Thick, dark red blood surged from all directions, carrying an intensely corrosive property. Li Xian did not resort to the 12-grade pure world White Lotus. He merely focused his mind, and the chaotic glazed body beneath his azure robe rumbled into action. A faint halo of chaotic colors emerged, adhering to his skin. The source of the blood sea, capable of instantly turning a great Luo golden immortal into pus, collided with the chaotic halo, producing a piercing sizzle sound, yet it could not even touch a single hair of Li Xian. No method could invade him. Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely in this blood sea formation that could devour even light. Boom. The blood surged violently. The ancestor of the underworld river clearly sensed Li Xian's intrusion. The operational speed of the formation skyrocketed in an instant. Countless blood-colored blades formed from pure malevolent energy charged towards Li Xian like a storm. Each blade carried the laws of slaughter at the Kwasa Saint level. Li Xian did not dodge or evade. The blade struck against his protective halo, shattering one after another, transforming into a mist of blood. He looked up towards the depths of the blood, his gaze seemingly piercing through the endless filth. Is this all you can do? Do you think you can wear me down? Li Xian scoffed, taking a step forward. The spatial laws activated. His figure flickered wildly within the blood sea, each appearance covering a distance of tens of thousands of miles, heading straight for the core of the formation. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure of the blood sea became. Eventually, the surrounding blood had solidified into a substance resembling dark red divine mountains, crazily pressing towards Li Xian. The concentration of malevolent energy here was more than 10,000 times higher than that of the outside world. Even Li Xian's chaotic glazed body began to emit faint sounds of friction. I've arrived. Li Xian halted his steps. He could distinctly sense two extremely terrifying auras lurking not far ahead. Those were the auras of the Origin Slaughter and the Abyssal Twin Swords. They were the absolute core of the Blood Sea formation. just as Li Xian prepared to act directly and forcibly tear through the core of the formation. A crisp mechanical notification sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at the core of the Underworld Blood Sea Formation special sign-in point. Would you like to sign in? Li Xian was momentarily stunned, then the corners of his mouth rose wildly. The system's timing was impeccable. Signing in at the heart of the enemy's strongest killing array. Sign in. Li Xian silently thought. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received an exquisite reward source of the Slaughter Demon God. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a critical hit reward source of the Destruction Demon God. Hearing these two names, Li Xian's heart jolted violently. Double jackpot. Two extreme violent demon god sources. Before he could react, two incomprehensible terrifying powers erupted deep within his Dantian. One red, one black. The red was pure slaughter, more ancient and advanced than the slaughter laws practiced by the ancestor of the Underworld River. The black was unreserved destruction. There was no life, only the dominance that reduced everything to utter nothingness. Boom. The Wuxian Chaotic Sutra within Li Xian's body instantly operated at an unprecedented limit. Deep in his Dantian, the 10 chaotic demon god manifestations, which had already taken form, roared together, shaking the heavens. Demon god of power, demon god of space, demon god of battle, demon god of devouring, demon god of yin and yang. They cheered, welcoming the arrival of their new companions. Two brand new demon god manifestations rapidly condensed into shape amidst the red and black radiance. The slaughter demon god, wielding two blood-colored short blades, was enveloped in endless malice. The destruction demon god, stepping on nothingness, had eyes that seemed capable of seeing through the end of all things. 12 chaotic demon gods. At this moment, the miniature myriad immortals array within Li Xian's body finally reached a perfect balance. The sources of the 12 demon gods intertwined, producing an incredible qualitative change. Although Li Xian's cultivation was still at the mythical true immortal realm, his aura began to rise wildly in a frenzied manner without any limits. His bones thundered. His blood boiled. Ancient patterns of dark red and pitch black intertwined appeared on the surface of the chaotic, glazed body. What was even more terrifying was that these two demon god sources were an absolute match with the surrounding Blood Sea environment. What is the Blood Sea? It is the navel of Pangu, gathering all the filth, malevolent energy, and slaughter of the primordial chaos. And now the true ancestors of slaughter and destruction have descended. The Blood Sea source, which had been crazily pressing and attempting to corrode Li Xian after sensing the trace of slaughter and destruction emanating from Li Xian's body, actually stopped. It was as if it had encountered a natural enemy or had seen a true king. The thick blood water around began to tremble uncontrollably. They no longer attacked Li Xian. Instead, they transformed into the purest energy, frantically flowing into Li Xian's body. Li Xian was like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring the power of the Blood Sea formation to nourish the newly awakened two demon god manifestations. So refreshing. Li Xian couldn't help but let out a low roar. The feeling of using the enemy's power to upgrade himself on the enemy's territory was simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the Blood Sea, inside the Azura Hall, the ancestor of the Underworld River sat cross-legged beneath the Origin Slaughter, an abyssal twin, swords fully exerting the formation. He could not see the situation within the formation, but he could sense that the Great Luo Golden Immortal who had intruded into the formation was already trapped in the core area. If you don't know how to die. A cruel smile appeared on the ancestor of the Underworld River's face. He extended his vast quasi-saint divine sense into the formation, his voice reverberating like thunder in the Blood Sea. Kid, daring to venture alone into my Blood Sea formation, your courage is indeed commendable. But this is where it ends. Within this formation, I am the heavens. Even if you are a great Luo Golden Immortal, in less than a moment you will be turned into a puddle of pus, unable to escape even your true spirit. The ancestor of the Underworld River's maniacal laughter penetrated layers of blood water, clearly reaching Li Xian's ears. At the core of the Blood Sea, Li Xian, who had been frantically absorbing the power of the Blood Sea, slowly halted his movements. He raised his head. His once clear eyes had now undergone a strange transformation. The left eye had turned blood red, pure slaughter. The right eye had turned a deep pitch black, pure destruction. He stared in the direction from which the ancestor of the Underworld River's voice came, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth, 100 times more ruthless than the Underworld River. Is that so? Li Xian's voice was low, yet carried a terrifying law that made the entire Blood Sea tremble. Then open your eyes and see clearly what true slaughter looks like. The ancestor of the Nether River, hearing Li Xian's words, laughed in fury. Discussing slaughter with me? What are you even worth? He frantically formed seals with his hands in front of his chest, and his wide, blood-red robe billowed without wind. The Yuan Tu and Abi dual swords hovering in midair erupted with blinding blood light, shooting straight towards the dark heavens. At that moment, the entire Blood Sea Great Array went completely berserk. Countless tons of viscous blood water crazily gathered above and below Li Xian's head, coalescing into two enormous blood-red grinding discs that were too large to see their edges. The grinding discs moved up and down with the force to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth, ruthlessly pressing down towards Li Xian in the middle. The surface of the discs was covered with dense, blood-red blades. Each blade was entwined with the principles of slaughter that the ancestor of the Nether River had cultivated over countless epochs. This power was enough to shred the physical body of even a pinnacle de Luo golden immortal along with their true spirit into pulp. The surrounding space was completely sealed off, leaving not a single gap. Endless vengeful souls wailed at the edges of the grinding discs, attempting to disturb Li Xian's mind. The ancestor of the Nether River's eyes were filled with cruel delight. In this Blood Sea Great Array, even a mighty being at the early stage of Croissant would not dare to take this blow heeded. A mere de Luo golden immortal, no matter how many trump cards he had, was destined to die. Die for me. The ancestor of the Nether River shouted fiercely. The blood-red grinding discs instantly closed in. The violent blood water completely engulfed Li Xian's figure. The ancestor of the Nether River let out a cold laugh. Just as he prepared to retract his power, his expression suddenly changed. The core of the Blood Sea Great Array was stuck. The two enormous blood-red grinding discs halted just 3 feet away from closing and suspended in midair. No matter how crazily the ancestor of the Nether River squeezed his internal power, nor how the formation emitted unbearable roars, the grinding discs simply could not descend an inch. In the center of the grinding disc, Li Xian stood motionless, showing no intention of evading. The Wuxiang chaos scripture within him operated at its peak. Deep within his Dantian 12 chaotic, demonic divine forms let out earth-shattering roars. The miniature 10,000 immortals array erupted with unprecedented, terrifying fluctuations. Li Xian slowly raised his right hand palm, facing upward, gently supporting the enormous grinding disc descending from above. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound resounded. Li Xian's palm collided with the blood-red grinding disc, unleashing a visible shockwave. The crimson light in Li Xian's left eye surged intensely. The essence of the slaughter demon god was released without reservation. A wave of slaughtering aura, older than the Blood Sea and purer than the Nether River by countless times, erupted violently around Li Xian. As soon as this aura appeared, the swirling blood water around instantly fell into dead silence. The blood-red blades containing the Nether River's principles of slaughter trembled violently, as though they had seen their king. Crack! Crack! The blades shattered inch by inch, transforming into the most primordial blood energy, instead rushing into Li Xian's body. The originally violent Blood Sea Great Array eerily fell silent upon encountering this slaughtering aura. It was as if a ferocious wolf had suddenly encountered an ancient Tyrannosaurus, frightened to the point of collapsing to the ground. The ancestor of the Nether River's expression changed drastically. He was horrified to discover that his control over the Blood Sea Great Array was rapidly slipping away. The principles of slaughter he left in the formation were actually trembling in fear. In submission. This is impossible. The ancestor of the Nether River exclaimed in shock. He was recognized as the ancestor of the Path of Slaughter in the Primordial Era, the founder of the Azura Path, who besides the Heavenly Dao saints could surpass him in the principles of slaughter. Yet now the principles he took pride in seemed utterly laughable before this man in the green robe, akin to a 3-year-old child playing house. This was fundamentally a power of a different dimension. It was a dimensional strike. His principles of slaughter were derived from postnatal enlightenment, while the slaughter erupting from Li Xian was the most primal slaughter from the dawn of chaos. What exactly have you done? The ancestor of the Nether River frantically urged his power, attempting to regain control of the formation. Li Xian smiled coldly. He looked at the blood water around him that had ceased attacking and even begun to bow before him. I said I would show you what true slaughter is. Li Xian's right hand suddenly clenched. Bang! The enormous blood-red grinding disc instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Following that, the pitch-black light in Li Xian's right eye flashed fiercely. The essence of the destruction demon god erupted. There were no flashy light effects, only absolute void. Li Xian clenched his right fist and aimed it at the endless blood sea, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A destruction principle that could not be described in words poured forth from Li Xian's fist. The space did not shatter, for it was directly annihilated. The blood water did not churn as it instantly transformed into nothingness. The formation did not collapse, for it along with its foundation vanished. With this punch, Li Xian forcefully created a passage of absolute vacuum that pierced through the core of the Blood Sea Great Array, for billions of miles. Within the passage there was no spiritual energy, no killing intent, no principles. Only destruction, a realm that even the Heavenly Dao would not dare to tread upon. The seemingly indestructible Blood Sea Great Array was torn open like paper before this wave of destructive principles, creating a massive rift. The remnants of the Azura clans situated far at the edge of the Blood Sea witnessed that black void piercing through heaven and earth, their legs going weak as they all knelt down into the blood water. The backlash force from the ruptured formation instantly rolled back. Deep within the Blood Sea, the Azura palace shook violently. The white bone tiles collapsed extensively, and the thick pillars of the hall shattered one after another. The blood-red dome at the top of the hall exploded open, and countless fragments of bones fell like rain. The ancestor of the Nether River let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his chest had been struck by lightning. He staggered back 3 steps, a trace of dark red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The pinnacle body of a Quasi Saint had actually sustained light injuries due to the backlash from the formation. He stared fixedly at the figure in the green robe approaching step by step through the vacuum passage. Li Xian's pace was slow. He had his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely. But with each step he took, it was as if he traveled thousands of miles. The blood water around desperately tried to surge into that passage to fill the void. Yet the moment it touched the residual aura of destruction, it reverted back into nothingness. Li Xian walked upon the absolute void, disregarding all obstacles of the Blood Sea, and arrived before the Azura Palace. He halted, looking up at the pale-faced elder in blood robes inside the hall. "Your formation is too fragile." Li Xian's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable dominance that resonated throughout the entire Blood Sea. The ancestor of the Nether River stared at Li Xian intently. The disdain and arrogance in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by extreme shock and an unrestrained hint of fear. This, the Luo Golden Immortal, not only shattered his Blood Sea Great Array, but also slapped his face fiercely with a purer principle of slaughter than his own. The ancestor of the Nether River pulled out the Yuan Tu and Abi dual swords embedded in front of him. The pinnacle cultivation of a Quasi Saint erupted without reserve. A tremendous blood light surged into the sky, again shattering the crumbling Azura Palace completely. He held the dual swords and pointed them at Li Xian, his hands trembling slightly. "What kind of evil technique are you cultivating?" Li Xian looked at the trembling hand of Ancestor Mingi and scoffed. "Evil magic. You who plays with blood accuse me of practicing evil magic." Li Xian took a step forward, completely stepping out of the vacuum passage and standing on the shattered ruins of the Shura Palace. "You are simply too weak." This statement was like a resounding slap, striking Ancestor Ming's face hard. Ancestor Mingi had lived through countless epochs. He had heard the Dao in the Zixiao Palace and had established a sect in the Sea of Blood, priding himself as the top tier below the saints, a supreme power of the primordial age. Today he was scolded as weak by a great Luo Golden Immortal. Seeking death. Ancestor Mingi fell into madness, his eyes bloodshot. What if the formation was broken? What if the laws were suppressed? His strongest trump card was never a broken formation. It was these 2 innate treasures in his hands. Yuan Tu and Abai. These 2 swords were born in the deepest part of the underworld Blood Sea, inherently carrying an intense aura of slaughter. There is a strict law in the primordial age. Killing people entangles karma, and those entangled in karma bear heavy karmic burdens. But Yuan Tu and Abai are different. Killing does not entangle karma. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal, if scratched by these 2 swords, would be instantly shredded by the innate murderous intent, unable to enter reincarnation. "Today I shall gut you alive." Ancestor Mingi moved. The peak speed of a Quasi Saint erupted to its limit, leaving no afterimages. The space was cut directly by the sword energy of Yuan Tu and Abai. 2 glaring blood-colored sword lights, one to the left and one to the right, intertwined into an impenetrable net of death. Before the sword net even descended, the Blood Sea beneath the Shura Palace had been pressed out into 2 bottomless trenches. In the distance, Yusei Tian lay in the blood water, desperately lifting his head. His face was filled with fervor, trembling with excitement. The ancestor is serious. This kid is dead for sure. Under Yuan Tu and Abai, even the ancestral witches from back then wouldn't dare to take it heed. The sword light arrived in an instant. Less than half an inch remained from Li Xian's brow. Ancestor Mingi stared intently at Li Xian's face, hoping to see panic on that calm visage. But there was none. Li Xian didn't even blink. He did not retreat. He did not summon the 12-petal purifying white lotus. He didn't even raise a magical shield. He simply stood there quietly with his hands still behind his back. "Arrogant. You are seeking death." Ancestor Mingi felt ecstatic. He didn't care about what trump cards Li Xian had, as long as he was hit by Yuan Tu and Abai, his body would surely be destroyed. PFF. The green robe ripped apart. The Yuan Tu sword struck fiercely against Li Xian's left neck. The A by sword accurately stabbed toward Li Xian's heart. Ancestor Mingyi was already prepared to savor the scene of blood spewing forth. The next second, clang, a deafening sound of metal clashing exploded on the ruins of the Shura Palace. The noise was so loud it directly overturned the surrounding blood water for thousands of miles. The violent shockwave swept outward. Yusei Tian was sent reeling, blood spurting from his ears, screaming as he covered his head and rolled in the blood water. Sparks flew. Ancestor Mingyi felt his arms go numb. A terrifying countershock force surged madly into his body through the sword handle. The bones in his wrists creaked under the unbearable burden, and his tiger mouth cracked open, blood flowing freely. Ancestor Mingyi widened his eyes, staring intensely at the place where the sword blade had fallen. Li Xian's green robe had been cut open, with 2 large gashes revealing skin glowing with a chaotic hue beneath. The blade of the Yuan Tu sword struck against Li Xian's neck. The tip of the A by sword pressed against Li Xian's heart. No blood, no wounds. Not even the faintest white mark was left. This is impossible. Ancestor Mingyi screamed in disbelief, his voice turning sharp. This was an innate killing sword. A full-force strike from a peak Kwasa saint. Even the 12 ancestral witches renowned for their physical strength back then would be left bloodied and battered from such a sword strike. What is this kid's body made of? An innate treasure. Li Xian slightly tilted his head, feeling the weak force coming from his neck. Chaos glass body. It had absorbed the essence of 10 chaos demon gods and had just swallowed the essences of slaughter and destruction. The miniature 10,000 immortals array was operating wildly within him, constantly refining his body with the laws of chaos. His current body had long surpassed the norms of the primordial age, let alone Yuan Tu and Abai. Even if the sword of extermination wielded by Tongtian Jiao Zhu was not set in a sword formation, it might not even be able to cut through his skin now. Is this all the strength you have? Li Xian looked down at Ancestor Mingyi, his tone filled with disappointment. Haven't you eaten? Ancestor Mingyi felt a buzzing in his head. He refused to believe it. He could not accept this reality. Die, die, die. Ancestor Mingyi completely went mad. He drew his twin swords and furiously slashed at Li Xian. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of iron striking echoed in the depths of the blood sea. In an instant, Ancestor Mingyi unleashed over 10,000 sword strikes. Each sword strike accurately targeted Li Xian's vital points. Neck, heart, brow, temple. Sparks illuminated the surrounding blood sea. The sword energy unleashed by Ancestor Mingyi did not harm Li Xian in the slightest, yet it shattered the surrounding blood sea into pieces. The underwater reefs were flattened. The towering blood waves were cut in half. Even the spatial barriers of the underworld were torn apart by this violent sword energy, creating numerous black cracks. The violent countershock force surged back through the sword handle repeatedly. Ancestor Ming's arms were already bloodied and mangled, even his hands gripping the sword trembled violently. But he could not stop. Like a madman, he poured forth all his power as a peak Kwasa saint. Li Xian simply stood there. Not dodging, not evading, not fighting back, allowing those 2 top-tier primordial killing weapons to strike him wildly. Li Xian felt the force of the sword strikes landing on him. It was as if someone was giving him a deep tissue massage. The chaos glass body became even more active under the stimulation of the innate killing intent. The essences of slaughter and destruction that had been absorbed just now accelerated their integration into his limbs and bones under this external force. What Ancestor Mingyi was doing was not killing him. This was clearly helping him refine his body. After chopping for half an hour, the sound of iron striking finally ceased. Ancestor Mingyi panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He held Yuan Tu and Abai in both hands, the blade still resting on Li Xian's shoulders. Li Xian's green robe had turned into tatters hanging on him. Yet his skin still radiated that faint chaotic glow. Perfect and flawless. Not even a single hair was lost. Ancestor Mingyi watched this scene, and his Dao heart completely shattered. His proud blood sea great array had been penetrated by a single punch. His proud laws of slaughter were suppressed to the point where he could not lift his head. Now he had even used his strongest innate treasure chopping for half an hour, yet he couldn't even break through Li Xian's defenses. What good was this? An unprecedented fear instantly enveloped Ancestor Ming's heart. Escape. He must escape. This kid was not a great Luo golden immortal at all. He was definitely an ancient monster in human skin. Ancestor Mingyi suddenly jerked his arms, trying to retract Yuan Tu and Abai to create distance. Can't pull them back. Ancestor Ming's face changed drastically once again. He exerted all his strength to pull back, but the 2 swords seemed to have grown onto Li Xian, remaining completely motionless. Li Xian slowly drew out his right hand from behind his back. He raised his hand, fingers spread wide. He directly grasped the unmatched sharp blade of the Yuan Tu sword. Ziz. The skin of the chaos glass body rubbed violently against the innate killing sword, sparking a dazzling shower of sparks. Still there was no blood. Li Xian's fingers tightened suddenly. The Yuan 2 sword let out a sorrowful wail, the blade being squeezed into a slight curve. Ancestor Mingyi was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, and he instantly released his grip on the sword, desperately retreating. Li Xian did not pursue. Grasping the blade of the Yuan 2 sword, he forcefully pulled the top-tier killing weapon before him. He looked at the terrified Ancestor Mingyi, a cruel smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Finish chopping. Li Xian's voice was not loud, but it felt like a death sentence. It's my turn now. Fear. An unprecedented dread like an invisible hand clenched the heart of the Mingyi ancestor. He had lived through countless eons, priding himself as one of the mightiest beneath the saints. Never had he known his very spirit to tremble so. He stared at Li Xian's hand that gripped the Yuan 2 sword's blade, without leaving so much as a mark, and at that young face wearing a cruel smile. Only one thought remained in his mind. A monster. This was no great Luo golden immortal. This was a chaotic demon god wearing human skin. No, you cannot. The Mingyi ancestor's soul recoiled, trying to beg to utter anything to buy time. But Li Xian was no longer willing to grant him any chance. Too noisy, Li Xian said, and the 5 fingers clutching the Yuan 2 sword's blade tightened with sudden force. A low resonant hum. The Yuan 2 sword emitted an agonized piercing wail. This innate killing treasure that had accompanied the Mingyi ancestor for countless eons was bent and warped by Li Xian's bare hand. The innate Dao runes along the blade cracked inch by inch, and its spirit howled in frantic pain. PFT. Struck as if by lightning, the Mingyi ancestor spat a great mouthful of his core blood. The Yuan 2 was linked to his spirit. As the sword suffered, he himself was grievously wounded. He could no longer care for any treasure. Releasing his grip on the Abi sword, his form became a streak of bloodlight as he retreated desperately, trying to dive into the depths of the sea of blood. If he could return to the sea of blood, he might have a chance. As long as the sea of blood remained, Mingyi could not die, his greatest reliance. Yet he was fast, Li Xian was faster. Or rather, Li Xian had never intended to pursue. You still think to run before me? Li Xian released the twisted, deformed Yuan 2 sword, letting it, and the Abi sword fall impotently into the blood sea below. He slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the frenzied streak of fleeing bloodlight. The next moment, a sudden change erupted behind Li Xian. Boom. The first demonic avatar shot up from behind him. It was a towering figure wielding a colossal axe, muscles knotted like braided cords, an unparalleled presence that seemed ready to split heaven and earth. Merely the hint of its breath froze the whole sea of blood. The demon god of strength. Boom. A second demonic avatar emerged, its form blurred, as if it existed in the past, present, and future all at once. The surrounding space twisted, folded, and shattered beneath its pressure. The demon god of space. Boom, boom, boom. One towering, earth-shaking specter after another rose behind Li Xian, blotting out the nether sky. The demon god of war, spear in hand, and war fury soaring. The devouring demon god, a black hole maw that swallowed all. The fired demon god, treading chaotic lotus flames that consumed the 8 wildernesses. The Yin-Yang demon god, wrapped in the twin airs and manifesting the Taiji. At last, 2 newly formed avatars, their auras most savage of all, thundered down. One was shrouded in endless bloodlight, its eyes crimson, its mere gaze made distant Azura clans' hearts burst and their spirits fracture. The killing demon god. The other black as void, and wherever it stood all laws grew silent, and everything returned to nothingness, as if it represented the universe's ultimate end. The destruction demon god. 12 chaotic demon avatars arrayed themselves behind Li Xian, forming a terrifying tableau that could move even a saint. Each demon exuded the ancient breath of laws that transcended the Heavenly Dao. 12 distinct yet perfectly interwoven chaotic laws converged around Li Xian, forming a dreadful field of force. The Mingyi ancestor, fleeing madly, suddenly froze. He felt as though he had struck an invisible wall. No, not a wall, but an entire chaotic world. He was pinned midair, unable to move. Terrified, he turned and beheld a scene capable of crushing any living being's Dao heart. 12 demon avatars exuding chaotic aura. Pangu. The Mingyi ancestor's mind went utterly blank. That was the only name he could summon. Legend said the great Pangu had been formed from the essence of 3,000 chaotic demon gods, yet what stood before him now were plainly 12 living chaotic demon gods descending. This lay completely beyond his comprehension. No. Impossible. How could such a thing exist? Li Xian paid no heed to his muttering. Within him, the miniature myriad immortals formation reached an unprecedented perfect balance the moment the 12 demon gods took their places. Endless power surged from the formation's depths into his limbs and bones. Li Xian slowly raised his right fist. As he moved, the 12 demon avatars behind him also lifted their arms in unison. The law of strength blessed the punch with world-shaping might. The law of space entwined it, making the blow indifferent to distance and obstacle. The law of war burned, infusing the strike with unyielding will. The law of slaughter seethed, locking onto the enemy's every scrap of life. The law of destruction coalesced, vowing to reduce the target to absolute nothing. 12 chaotic laws were perfectly ground and compressed at that moment, all converging upon the seemingly unremarkable knuckle of Li Xian's fist. Li Xian's fist bore no light, only a gray murk, as if chaos had not yet opened. He looked at the Mingyi ancestor, frozen midair and full of despair, and calmly uttered 2 words. "It's over." As the words fell, the punch came. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic flash. This blow seemed to swallow all sound, all light, all law. At that moment, time lost its meaning. Space before the fist became void. The Mingyi ancestor saw only that gray fist growing ever larger in his sight. He tried to flee, but his body was locked by 12 chaotic laws. Not even a finger could move. He tried to defend, but his vaunted quasi-saint body was like thin paper before that fist. He could not even scream. The fist imprinted itself on his chest. PFT. A soft sound as if puncturing a soap bubble. The Mingyi ancestor looked down and saw a gray void widening in his chest. Gray cracks spidered from the wound, spreading across his body. At the peak of quasi-saint, his supposedly indestructible flesh that had weathered 10,000 calamities could not hold even a moment under that blow. Bang! With a dull explosion, the Mingyi ancestor's entire body, along with the nascent soul within, was blasted into a vast mist of blood, shattered to pieces. Spirit sundered. Above the sea of blood there remained only the 12 towering demon avatars, and the green-robed figure who had withdrawn his fist and stood with hands clasped behind his back. Yet the next moment, countless blood mists in the churning sea of blood began to recondense. A voice of extreme hatred and madness rose simultaneously from every corner of the sea of blood, making the entire nether realm tremble. "Ha! You cannot kill me." The waters roiled as the Mingyi ancestor's form coalesced again. Though his breath was feeble to the point of collapse, a morbid, crazed grin clung to his face. "See it. This is the sea of blood. So long as this sea does not dry, I, Mingyi, shall live forever and never die. You shatter me once, I am reborn once. I want to see how many times your power can sustain killing me." The Mingyi ancestor pointed to the boundless sea of blood beneath him and raged. "Come on. Continue. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me." The roar of the eldest ancestor of the Mingyi echoed above the sea of blood, filled with the madness of having survived a catastrophe and the arrogance of being unafraid. He stared fixedly at Li Xian, his eyes filled with resentment and pleasure. What if his physical body was shattered? What if his primordial spirit was crushed? As long as this sea of blood entwined with his life remained, he could be reborn infinitely. This was the greatest trump card he had as the master of the sea of blood. He did not believe that this monstrous figure before him had boundless magical power. To shatter him once required immense magical power. What about shattering him 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times? There would surely be a time when he would be exhausted to death. By then, everything this kid had would become his spoils. 12 primordial sources of the chaotic demon gods. Just thinking about it made the eldest ancestor of the Ming's heart burn with excitement. Really? However, in the face of the eldest ancestor of the Ming's taunts, there was not a hint of seriousness on Li Xian's face. Instead, a peculiar smile appeared. That smile made the eldest ancestor of the Mingyi feel uneasy. "What are you laughing at?" he shouted with a fierce look, though his heart was trembling. "I laugh at you." Li Xian shook his head as if looking at a pitiful fool. "Even at the brink of death, you still take pride in the thickness of your coffin board. You say that as long as the sea of blood remains, you will never die, right?" Li Xian raised his right hand palm up. "But what if this sea of blood runs dry?" Before his words could finish, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! A lotus flower pure to the extreme slowly rose from the palm of Li Xian, blooming with resplendent light. 12 petals, flawless and warm as jade, seemed to be formed from the most pure purification laws of heaven and earth. The 12-grade pure world white lotus. As soon as this white lotus appeared, the thick and foul sea of blood around it emitted a piercing, hissing sound, as if it had encountered a nemesis. Wherever the light of the lotus shone, the endless filth, resentment, and malevolent energy contained in the blood water were instantly evaporated clean, as if they were snow under the blazing sun. A stream of the purest innate Ren water energy was extracted from the blood water, transforming into sweet rain that dissipated in the underworld. The pure world white lotus. The eldest ancestor of the Ming's pupils constricted sharply, but he soon sneered. "Useless. Although your pure world White Lotus restrains my sea of blood, what can it do? This sea of blood is boundless. Even if you purify it for 100,000 years, you will never completely cleanse it. You are wasting your effort. Really? Li Xian's smile grew even wider. Who told you that I only have one lotus? Just as his words fell, the shadow of the devouring demon god behind him, with its eyes as deep as black holes, suddenly lit up. With a thought, Li Xian unleashed the primordial power of the devouring demon god to its utmost limit. Boom! A gigantic black vortex suddenly appeared at the very center of the sea of blood, without warning. The vortex was as black as ink, unfathomably deep, as if it connected to an indescribable void world. A terrifyingly immense devouring power erupted explosively from the center of the vortex. Glub, glub, glub. The once relatively calm sea of blood instantly erupted. Hundreds of millions of tons of blood water, as if finding an outlet, transformed into massive blood-colored tornadoes, uncontrollably pulled and devoured by the black vortex. This was not purification. This was the simplest, most brutal gluttony. If the purification of the pure world White Lotus was a refined extraction of impurities from a table of food, then the devouring of the devouring demon god was like flipping the table, taking the table and chairs along with it, and chewing everything up before swallowing it whole. The wild laughter on the eldest ancestor of the Ming's face instantly froze. He stared in terror at the unbelievable scene before him. On one side, the sacred White Lotus blossomed with towering, purifying light, rapidly wearing down the quality of the sea of blood. On the other side, the terrifying black hole spun violently, barbarously extracting the quantity of the sea of blood. Both approaches were in action. The water level of the sea of blood was rapidly decreasing at a visibly shocking speed. Originally boundless and unfathomable, in just a dozen breaths the sea level had dropped by several hundred feet. Some white bone mountains long submerged beneath the blood water were now exposed. No, this is impossible. The eldest ancestor of the Mingyi finally felt a genuine fear. He could clearly feel that as the source of the sea of blood dwindled, the power of his newly reshaped body was rapidly declining. He was bound to the sea of blood. Their fortunes rose and fell together. The sea of blood being devoured meant his own source was being consumed. Stop! Please stop me! The eldest ancestor of the Mingyi, in a fit of madness, desperately urged his magic power, trying to regain control of the sea of blood and halt the loss of his source. But he was horrified to find that his control over the sea of blood was being forcibly stripped away by a higher law. That was the chaotic law of the devouring demon god. Before the true ancestor of gluttony, he, the master of the sea of blood, was nothing but a joke. No, as the water level of the sea of blood continued to drop at an even faster rate, already dried up by nearly 1/10, the Dao heart of the eldest ancestor of the Mingyi collapsed completely at that moment. His once proud physical body was shattered with a single punch. The laws he relied on for survival were mercilessly crushed. Now his last trump card, the foundation of his immortality, was being drained before his very eyes, bit by bit. This kind of despair, watching himself walk toward death, yet being powerless to stop, it was 1,000 times more painful than being killed directly. Thud! The eldest ancestor of the Mingyi could no longer hold on. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily into the void. He had no trace of the majesty of a Quasi-Saint powerhouse left, like a stray dog desperately bowing to Li Xian, his voice filled with pleading and fear. Don't devour anymore. I beg you, don't devour anymore. I was wrong. I truly. Looking at the blood sea beneath his feet, which had dried up by nearly 1/3, revealing large, terrifying seabed landscapes, the eldest ancestor of the Mingyi completely broke down. He raised his head, his face covered in snot and tears, no longer resembling the master of the sea of blood. Great Emperor, spare my life. Great Emperor Fengdu, spare my life. The eldest ancestor of the Mingyi cried out madly while bowing. I am willing to submit. I am willing to serve you for eternity. The Azura clan and the entire sea of blood belong to you. I only ask you to grant me a way to live. Great Emperor, spare me. I am willing to submit. The desperate pleas of the Mingyi ancestor echoed eerily across the vast blood sea. He knelt in the void, continuously bowing his head towards Li Xian, his posture lamentably humble, devoid of any trace of the former grandeur of a Quasi-Saint. Countless Azura behind him had long been terrified by the scene before them, where their creator, their supreme ancestor, was groveling like a dog. Meanwhile, the blood sea, their home of survival, was visibly drying up and disappearing. It was unclear who led the charge, but all the Azura, regardless of age or gender, knelt in unison, desperately bowing towards Li Xian. Great Emperor, spare us. We are willing to submit. Forever servitude in the underworld. The cries of surrender merged into a chorus filled with despair and fear. Li Xian hovered in midair, watching everything with an expressionless face. With a thought, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, which was madly purifying the blood sea, slightly dimmed its glow. The enormous black vortex that devoured everything gradually slowed its rotation. Seeing this, the Mingyi ancestor's eyes flashed with a glimmer of ecstatic hope, believing that his pleas were having an effect, and he bowed even more vigorously. Thank you, Great Emperor, for not killing me. Thank you, Great Emperor. However, Li Xian's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Submit. Li Xian scoffed, his gaze as cold as ice without a hint of emotion. Mingyi, do you think I do not know what you are? You, an old coin that has lived countless epochs, have filled your Dao heart with selfishness and cruelty. Your so-called submission is merely a delaying tactic. Li Xian's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every being. If I let you go today, within a century, you will undoubtedly seek revenge by any means necessary. If you dare not seek me, you will go after my fellow disciples, my students, and all those related to me. Li Xian stated, I am not one to leave trouble for myself. Li Xian slowly raised his hand, the laws of space beginning to wildly converge in his palm. Thus, to eliminate future troubles, it is best for you to die. The ecstasy on the Mingyi ancestor's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror and despair. No, you cannot kill me. I am the appointed Lord of the Blood Sea under the Heavenly Path. If you kill me, the Heavenly Path will surely retaliate. He roared frantically, trying to use the Heavenly Path to intimidate Li Xian. The Heavenly Path. Li Xian laughed a laugh filled with derision. If it dares to come, I will devour it as well. As his words fell, Li Xian's palm suddenly waved. There was no earth-shattering killing move. Only billions of nearly invisible silver threads like a heavenly net instantly enveloped the Mingyi ancestor's body. Those were space fissures compressed to the extreme. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A series of excruciating cutting sounds erupted. The Mingyi ancestor didn't even have time to emit a scream. His recently reformed quiescent body was instantly dissected into countless pieces of flesh under the cutting of billions of space fissures. Each piece was only the size of a fingernail, yet contained a trace of the Mingyi ancestor's indestructible true spirit. As long as one piece escaped, he could rely on the power of the blood sea to be reborn once more. But would Li Xian give him that opportunity? Earthly Dao? Decree. Seal. Li Xian, bearing the heavenly command, directly invoked the supreme authority of the Fengdu Emperor. Boom. The entire underworld responded to his command. Deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation, streams of pure earthly Dao power surged into the sky, transforming into tens of thousands of pitch-black chains. These chains pierced through the void, accurately wrapping around every piece of the Mingyi ancestor's flesh. On the chains, ancient and esoteric earthly Dao runes emerged, sealing the trace of true spirit within the fragments. No. From each fragment emanated the Mingyi ancestor's resentful and unwilling roar. Yet he was powerless. Before the earthly Dao laws representing the will of the entire underworld, his mere quiescent cultivation was utterly insignificant. Subdue. Li Xian uttered once more. The tens of thousands of chains entwined around the pieces of flesh suddenly plummeted towards the now mostly dried-up depths of the blood sea. Boom, boom, boom. At the bottom of the blood sea, the numerous springs that had once gushed forth with filthy blood water were now completely dried up. The yellow-black chains dragged the pieces of flesh, accurately stuffing each piece into a spring. Immediately thereafter, the earthly Dao laws erupted, forming a massive steel made of earthly yellow energy above each spring. The steel bore only one word: subdue. This seal shall last for 10,000 years. Li Xian's voice, like the final judgment of a god, resonated throughout the entire blood sea. Within 10,000 years the blood sea shall not recover, and the Azura shall not rise. After 10,000 years, should you harbor benevolent thoughts, you may see the light of day once more. If you remain obstinate, you shall fall into eternal perdition with no hope of redemption. As the voice fell, the earthly Dao laws roared. The entire blood sea, and indeed the entire underworld, engraved Li Xian's decree into the most primordial of laws. Thus the fate of the underworld was sealed. The Mingyi ancestor was shredded into countless pieces, each repressed beneath the springs of the blood sea, forever unable to rise. The Azura clan, leaderless, lay trembling in the dried-up basin of the blood sea, utterly stripped of all will to resist. The Azura Dao, the most defiant puzzle piece in the 6 paths of reincarnation, was forcibly integrated into the territory of the underworld by Li Xian in the most domineering and thorough manner. Li Xian retracted the pure world white lotus and the devouring vortex. He glanced at the terrified Azura below, then at the 2 swords Yuan Tu and Abi that lay in the blood-soaked ground, their spiritual light dimmed. With a casual gesture, he drew the twin swords into his hand, erased the marks belonging to the Mingyi ancestor, and then tossed them into his sleeve. Having completed all this, Li Xian clapped his hands, as if having accomplished a trivial task. He turned and took a step, his figure slowly dissipating in place. A voice laced with a hint of laziness and contentment drifted back. All done, time to go back and divide. Mission accomplished. Time to return and divide the spoils. Nas Li Xian's figure reappeared before the sixfold wheel of reincarnation. He was greeted by thunderous cheers. Hail the Emperor's triumphant return. Led by Xingtian, tens of thousands of shadow soldiers clad in dark gold heavy armor knelt on one knee, their voices merging into a single earth-shaking roar that pierced the nether skies. Their eyes burned with fervent adoration. Alone he had marched into the sea of blood and forced the ancient patriarch Mingi to reverse the flow of the netherworld itself. Then he entered the sea of blood once more, draining 1/3 of its boundless crimson waters, and shattered that primordial demigod who had existed since the dawn of chaos, imprisoning his fragmented essence for 10,000 years. What divine majesty! What peerless dominance! Rise all of you. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over this nascent legion, then nodded in quiet satisfaction. With a single step he materialized at the heart of the netherworld. This place had once lain barren, but at Li Xian's mere thought the Tao principles of the earthly path converged, and a grand solemn palace rose instantly from the void, radiating an overwhelming aura of eternal reincarnation. Upon its plaque hung 3 ancient calligraphic Taoist characters, Sunluo Palace, and Xingtian. Seated upon the imperial throne at the hall's center, Li Xian spoke. I am here, your majesty. Xingtian strode into the hall and knelt with a resounding thud. From this day forth you are appointed supreme marshal of the netherworld's armies, commanding all military affairs, guarding the sixfold wheel of reincarnation, and subduing both the Yellow Springs and all realms beyond. Do you object? Li Xian's voice resonated with sovereign authority. I accept the decree. I shall serve the emperor unto death. Xingtian trembled with exhilaration and bowed his head deeply. Li Xian nodded, then turned his gaze outward. Though the Azura clan bears guilt, they remain sentient beings of the 6 realms. Let them select 1 million elite warriors led by Yu Tian to form the Azura Legion, stationed along the Sea of Blood's frontier, to atone through meritorious service. The rest shall remain confined within their newly granted territory for 10,000 years to recuperate and nurture life. Outside the hall, Yu Tian, who had just been brought from the Sea of Blood, heard these words and prostrated himself frantically. Your humble servant, Yu Tian, bows in gratitude for your majesty's boundless grace. He had never dreamed he would escape punishment, let alone receive such a monumental appointment. This new sovereign of the netherworld wielded absolute power, yet administered justice with unwavering fairness. After issuing these decrees, Li Xian surveyed the vast, empty Sunluo Palace, and shook his head. Na Lone's sovereign commanding an army did not constitute a complete netherworld. Judges, ghostly constables, Oxhead, and Horseface, the 10 Yama kings. None could be spared. Where then would he find so many trustworthy and capable hands? Li Xian stroked his chin, and instantly a host of familiar figures flashed across his mind. Na faint smile curved his lips. Such unparalleled fortune belonged to no one but his own. With a flick of his finger, a beam of arcane light, bearing the seal of his personal disciple, shattered the boundary between the netherworld and the mortal realm, traversing millions of miles across space and time toward Janeo Island in the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea, upon Janeo Island, within the Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu sat in silent meditation, when suddenly his spirit stirred and his eyes snapped open. He reached out, and the arcane light settled into his palm. As he sensed its familiar, beloved resonance, this celestial sage, master of the Heavenly Dao, could not suppress an eruption of pure, uncontainable joy. It's Xianer. And instantly he sent his divine consciousness into the light. And after a moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu froze, then burst into laughter that reverberated throughout the entire Bo Palace. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Truly excellent, my brilliant disciple. What a sovereign of Fengdu. What a lord of the netherworld. Tongtian Jiaozhu paced wildly across the hall, muttering ecstatically. He had assumed Li Xian descended into the netherworld merely to claim merit and heavenly fortune, never imagining his cherished disciple would seize the entire netherworld outright. And, on top of it all, subdue his old rival Mingi. This was a celestial revelation beyond all expectation. Summon my disciples. Tongtian Jiaozhu commanded, radiant with triumph. Duo Bao Doran Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao sisters, his most esteemed disciples, immediately assembled before the hall. Master, what auspicious matter brings such joy? Asked Zhao Gongming, curiosity alight in his eyes. Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed upon his accomplished disciples, and with a sweeping gesture declared boldly, your younger brother has forged for our GS sect an immortal legacy beneath the netherworld. The netherworld has just been established, countless duties await and manpower is desperately needed. In Zhao Gongming, the 10 heavenly generals, we are here, master. In Zhao Gongming and the 10 masters of formation art stepped forward in unison. I hereby command you set aside all current affairs, relinquish your former names, and descend immediately to the netherworld. There you shall serve under your younger brother, and assume sacred offices within the netherworld, guiding the wheel of reincarnation for our GS sect. Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly generals exchanged stunned glances, then erupted into elation. And to govern reincarnation itself. In what supreme authority, and what extraordinary karmic fortune. We accept the decree. Soon under Tongtian Zhaozhu's own veil of celestial concealment, 11 core disciples of the GS sect, led by Zhao Gongming, departed Janeo Island without trace, following Li Xian's beacon directly into the Sunluo Palace of the netherworld. When they beheld Li Xian, robed in imperial splendor, seated upon the throne, they stood utterly speechless. And, little brother, you truly are the sovereign of Fengdu. In Zhao Gongming pointed at Li Xian, stammering. And Li Xian smiled and nodded, senior brother Gongming. Long time no see. He then began the investiture ceremony in, I hereby appoint Zhao Gongming of the GS sect as Lord of the First Court, the Qin Guangwang, overseeing human lifespans, fortunes, and calamities. I appoint Qin Wan of the GS sect as Lord of the Second Court, the Chu Jiangwang. I appoint Dong Quan of the GS sect as Lord of the Third Court, the Bian Shengwang. None by one edicts imbued with the earthly Dao's sovereign authority were issued, whereupon Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly generals donned majestic Yama robes, and torrents of earthly Dao fortune surged into their bodies, propelling their cultivation to ever higher realms. The GS sect's golden dragon of fortune swelled dramatically, in feeling the torrential powers surging within, and the supreme authority to govern the reincarnation of countless sentient beings. Zhao Gongming, now robed as a Yama king, flushed with exhilaration. He stroked his beard, gazing at the 10 heavenly generals similarly adorned, and burst into unrestrained laughter. And ha ha ha. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. After his laughter subsided, he sidled up to Li Xian, lowered his voice, and winked slyly in, little brother, does this count as stealing the greatest talent pool in all of chaos, right beneath the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Dao and the other sages? Junior brother, are we not under the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Dao and those sages carving out the largest corner in the vast primordial chaos? Hearing Zhao Gongming's question laced with pride and secret joy, Li Xian chuckled wryly. Senior brother Gongming, one cannot put it that way. Li Xian corrected solemnly. We are following the will of heaven and responding to the people perfecting the earthly path. This is a great merit and benevolent act benefiting countless beings in the primordial chaos. How can it be called undermining? Zhao Gongming was momentarily stunned, then seeing Li Xian's sanctimonious expression and exchanging glances with the 10 heavenly lords, they all burst into hearty laughter. A great benevolent act. Replacing the most vital 10 Yama kings of the underworld with their own people, seizing the entire underworld's control without bloodshed. If that's benevolence, then there would be no villains in the primordial chaos. Yet the feeling was indescribably exhilarating. Junior brother is right. We shall diligently serve the underworld and all sentient beings. Zhao Gongming stroked his beard, suppressing his laughter, speaking with a righteous demeanor. After appointing the 10 Yama kings, Li Xian selected hundreds of composed and calculating disciples from the outer disciples of GS sect, appointing them as various court officials and ghost messengers. Simultaneously, he used the power of the earthly past laws to enlighten countless shadow soldiers, creating the two specialized soul-reaping races, Oxhead and Horseface. By the banks of the Wangchuan River, he found a lingering soul of a deeply attached female immortal, transforming her into Meng Pa, who is in charge of brewing the potion that erases the memories of the dead. Thus, the official system of the underworld was basically established. From Fengdu Great Emperor to the Grand Marshal of the Army, then to the 10 Yama Kings, various judges, Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White impermanent shadow soldiers, a vast institution with clear divisions of power and duties, officially commenced operation. As the last divine position was filled, boom, the entire netherworld, underworld, and even the whole primordial chaos trembled violently. Above the 9 heavens, the sky darkened ominously. Endless swirling Xinhuang Qi surged like a breached celestial river, converging wildly from beyond the 33 heavens, forming a pillar of merit golden light of unimaginable magnitude. This pillar of merit light was over 10 times larger than when Nüwa created humanity, or Ho-Tu transformed the cycle of reincarnation. Perfecting the underworld and establishing the order of reincarnation completed a crucial link among heaven, earth, and man. The merit accrued was beyond all imagination. The merit pillar tore through the void, ignoring all obstacles, pouring directly into the netherworld underworld. The golden light first split into 30%, evenly showering upon Xingtian, Zhao Gongming, the 10 heavenly lords Meng Pu, and all other divine officials of the underworld. Blessed by this merit, their cultivation aura surged instantly, and their foundational stability became unparalleled. Especially Zhao Gongming, who was already just a step away from semi-saint. Under the push of such immense merit, his bottleneck loosened abruptly, showing signs of instantly slaying corpses and breaking through to semi-saint. Yet he forcibly suppressed this impulse, dedicating all the merit to refining his own foundation. Because the remaining 70% of the merit was flooding overwhelmingly toward the figure seated on the Luo Hall throne. Li Xian, as the prime contributor to establishing the underworld order, monopolized a full 70% of this boundless merit. Well deserved. A gleam flashed in Li Xian's eyes without hesitation. Unlike others who used the merit to enhance cultivation or forge merit spiritual treasures for him, practicing the mythological Luo system, the Heavenly Dao merit was merely a form of energy. And now the only place where he most needed energy was one. Li Xian willed all the 70% merit enough to make any semi-saint envious to madness to flow entirely into his Dantian and Qi Si. Boom. Deep in the Dantian, the miniature array of 10,000 immortals guarded by 12 chaotic demon gods erupted into dazzling brilliance the instant it encountered this vast merit. The great array operated madly, decomposing and purifying the Xinhuang merit qi, transforming it into the most primordial chaotic qi. And deeper within the array, the 100 chaotic demon god embryos silent, since Li Xian devoured Ho-Tu's merit, sensed this enormous energy and all emitted greedy desire. Devour for me. Li Xian guided the chaotic qi, pouring it unreservedly into the 100 embryos. Dong, 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 dong. The 100 demon god embryos began violently pulsing like activated hearts. Each beat swallowed vast amounts of chaotic qi. Their size rapidly expanded, and on the grayish shell surfaced mysterious innate Dao patterns. Vaguely signs of breaking out from the shell appeared. As the 100 embryos ravenously devoured and fed back purer and grander chaotic primordial power returned from them, merging into Li Xian's limbs, bones, and meridians. Li Xian's chaotic glazed body underwent a new metamorphosis. His mythological true immortal realm was completely perfected under this overwhelming force. His foundation was profoundly solid, his magical power exquisitely pure, reaching an inconceivable level. Without exaggeration, he now had the confidence to utterly obliterate any semi-saint before him with no more than 3 punches. Only one opportunity away from breaking the shackles and ascending to a higher mythological, celestial, immortal realm. While tremendous changes unfolded within Li Xian's body, the immense aura fusing earthly path merit and chaotic demon god power inevitably leaked a trace, stirring a tremor deep within the Heavenly Dao. In the Zixiao Palace, those eternal, unchanging eyes seemed about to open. But in the next moment, from the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a faint, gentle sigh sounded. An equally vast and boundless earthly path will kindly enveloped and soothed that leaked aura, completely concealing all heavenly secrets. The tremor in Zixiao Palace subsided as if nothing had happened. After an unknown interval deep in the Luo Hall's secluded chamber, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of chaotic divine light flashed past, piercing through the void ahead, creating 2 tiny black holes. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging power within, as if capable of shattering stars, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. This journey to the underworld had yielded far beyond his expectations. Not only did he completely resolve the hidden danger of the Nether River, securing a lasting foundation for Jia Sect, but his own strength had also undergone earth-shattering enhancement. The underworld has been settled, affairs of the Nether Realm are finally resolved. Li Xian stood up, his gaze piercing through the endless netherworld, looking towards the vibrant primordial chaos continent. Images flashed in his mind. The 3 teachings sealed investiture list, the tragic end of his master, the heavenly sovereign, and the final breaking of the 10,000 immortals array, leading to Jia Sect's destruction. Calculating the time, the grand drama sweeping the 3 realms is about to unfold. Li Xian murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If so, it is time to return and see for myself. Since this is the case, it is time to return and see for myself. As Li Xian's words faded, ripples shimmered across the air within the secluded meditation chamber of the Luo Hall, where he had been cultivating. He took a single step forward, and in that instant his figure crossed the intangible boundary between the realms of Yin and Yang. All affairs of the netherworld had already been entrusted entirely to his subordinates. Xingtian, wielding supreme military authority, drilled the Yin troops and Azura legions, suppressing the Blood Sea and the Yellow Springs, thereby fortifying the Netherworld's physical defenses. Zhao Gongming and the 10 celestial lords presided over the 10 Yama courts, regulating the cycle of reincarnation and channeling the Taoist fortune of the earthly path unceasingly to the Jia sect. The entire Netherworld now functioned like a precision-engineered mechanism, operating autonomously, no longer requiring his personal oversight at every turn. In the next breath, Li Xian materialized atop a desolate mountain on the Honghuang continent. Yet the moment he appeared, an indescribable wave of searing heat slammed into him, as though his very being had been cast into a colossal alchemical furnace. Li Xian's brow furrowed faintly. The Netherworld was perpetually frigid, its temperature vastly divergent from that of the mortal realm. Yet his chaos-glazed body had long transcended such earthly extremes, impervious to cold or heat, fire or frost. For him to perceive even a trace of heat meant the ambient temperature of the mortal realm had soared to an utterly preposterous degree. He lifted his gaze and froze. There, suspended in the heavens where only one sun should have reigned, hung not one, but 10 radiant golden suns blazing with boundless light and infernal heat, each a colossal fireball positioned at different points across the sky. They poured forth devastating mountain-melting, sea-boiling heat without restraint. The air itself warped and shimmered, his vision blurred into undulating hazy ripples. The barren mountain beneath his feet bore not a sliver of green. Its rocks glowed crimson, radiating blistering heat. Some low-melting stones had already begun to liquefy, oozing slow rivers of molten scarlet magma. Distant rivers lay parched and cracked, their beds fissured by grotesque gaping chasms. Countless fish and shrimp lay charred into brittle black husks fused to the desiccated riverbed. Silence reigned across the land. Forests once teeming with life now stood as skeletal groves of jet-black charcoal, still curling faint tendrils of gray smoke. Innumerable fragile creatures, birds, beasts, insects, perished before even a single cry could escape their throats, reduced instantly to desiccated mummies strewn across the fractured earth. Even celestial immortals and minor deities of shallow cultivation found themselves overwhelmed by this apocalyptic heat, retreating into their mountain grottos to endure the torment. The protective wards surrounding their grottos trembled violently under the relentless scorching of solar true fire, emitting anguished, shuddering groans. The entire Honghuang continent had become a vast living hell. Calamitous qi, thick, impenetrable ink-black calamitous qi, swirled across heaven and earth. The 10 golden crows of the Yao clan. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. Clarity struck him instantly. This was the spark igniting the final confrontation of the Wu Yao calamity. The 10 sons ascended. The 10 sons of Emperor Jun, arrogant in their lineage as solar golden crows, had defied all warnings and fled unbidden from Tonggu Valley. They cavorted freely across the Honghuang continent, treating their solar true fire as mere toys for amusement. They likely never imagined that their heedless play would unleash such cataclysmic devastation upon all living beings. Yet cause and effect had already crystallized. Li Xian's divine sense slowly unfurled, enveloping countless millions of miles. Within its scope, he beheld countless souls perishing in utter despair. Their resentment, death-key, and hatred surged skyward in torrents, pouring directly into the roiling calamitous qi, intensifying the cataclysm's ferocity beyond measure. He even perceived the ancestral lands of humanity along the eastern coast of the East Sea, where conditions remained comparatively stable, shielded by the grand arrays of the Jia sect and sustained by legions of Jia sect disciples who voluntarily maintained the formation against the searing heat. Even so, the land beyond the array's outer perimeter had turned wholly to desert. Any clansman venturing too close risked immediate scorching. The 3 ancestral sages of humanity, Zhaoshi, Yukashi, and Ziyishi, stood anxiously at the array's edge, gazing upward at the 10 blazing suns, their faces etched with profound worry and helplessness. Li Xian withdrew his divine sense, his expression serene. Unlike other beings, he felt neither fear nor fury toward the 10 suns blazing overhead. To him, this so-called apocalypse was merely the dawn of another profound opportunity. Within him, the primordial essence of the god of flames stirred, resonating with an eager hum upon sensing the exquisitely pure solar, true fire permeating the world, as though a famished soul had just beheld a sumptuous feast. Li Xian's gaze pierced through the distorted air, fixing upon those 10 arrogant, radiant suns. To his eyes, they were neither celestial bodies nor golden crows. They were 10 walking, peerless elixirs of ultimate potency. A subtle, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of Li Xian's lips. His chaos-glazed body, immersed in heat sufficient to melt mountains and rivers, felt no discomfort whatsoever. only a soothing warm comfort akin to soaking in a gentle hot spring. He could even sense his body spontaneously absorbing the ambient solar true fire, transforming it into the most refined energy, nourishing every fiber of his physical form. Emperor Jun, your 10 sons are truly exceptional specimens. Li Xian stretched lazily, his bones cracking with crisp rhythmic snaps. He did not hasten toward the ancestral lands of humanity, nor did he contemplate rescuing the wailing, dying multitudes. Within the grip of a cataclysm, all are but insignificant ants. He was no saint. His compassion had limits. His sole interest at present lay in transmuting this catastrophe into tangible personal gain. Li Xian's figure gradually dissolved where he stood, fading into an almost imperceptible breeze drifting eastward. The 10 Sons Ascendant was indeed a calamity of cosmic magnitude. Yet for Li Xian, a cultivator of the unmanifest chaos scripture and bearer of the primordial essence of the devouring god, it was nothing short of a celestial banquet. Solar true fire ranked among the most yang-dominant, fiercely potent flames in the Honghuang realm, its primordial essence second only to the legendary chaos fire. Should he succeed in consuming the primordial essences of all 10 golden crows, his divine form of the god of flame would undergo a revolutionary metamorphosis. Even the 100 dormant god embryos, ravenous and awaiting nourishment, would reap abundant benefits. Just as I've reached the pinnacle of mythical immortal realm, yet lack the catalyst for breakthrough. Li Xian mused inwardly. These 10 little birds arrive at precisely the right moment. His eyes gleamed ever brighter, a hunter's fierce excitement and rapacious hunger kindling within them. What others perceived as Armageddon, he saw as a stairway ascending to higher realms. Li Xian's form vanished completely, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed there at all. Only a low wry whisper, laced with anticipation and amusement, lingered briefly in the scorching air before dissipating. 10 little birds. No, they are peerless primordial essences of flame. 10 sun crows. This is the supreme essence of fire itself. Li Xian's figure dissolved into a formless, intangible yin-yang qi, gliding low across the scorching earth as he sped eastward. His speed reached its absolute zenith. The laws of space rippled around him. With each step, he traversed billions of miles. Every atrocity along his path unfolded before his eyes. Yet his heart remained still as still water, utterly unruffled. The war of the Wu and Yao was ordained by the Heavenly Dao, a self-purging cycle of the primordial world of Honghuang. The true spirits of those who perished in this calamity would be guided to the netherworld and reborn through the 6 realms of reincarnation. Thus, by establishing the netherworld, Li Xian had in fact granted them the most merciful endowment. Therefore, not a trace of burden weighed upon Li Xian's mind. His purpose was clear: locate the nest of the 10 sun crows, the Fusang divine tree on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The 10 sun crows circled freely above the Honghuang continent, their positions ever shifting. Yet even they, when weary of play, would inevitably return home to rest. And the Fusang divine tree, one of the 10 primordial spirit trees of Honghuang, was another vital objective of this journey. Before long, Li Xian crossed endless mountains and scorched wastelands, arriving at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Far in the distance, a divine tree of unimaginable scale stood rooted at the mouth of the sea. Its trunk and branches gleamed with radiant gold, its foliage luxuriant and boundless blotted out the heavens. Each leaf shimmered as though forged from pure flame, radiating sacred, blazing light. Indeed, the primordial spirit tree, the Fusang tree. Atop its canopy, the 10 arrogant, untamable sun crows gathered noisily together. They appeared to be boasting of their day's achievements. Elder brother, did you see that mountain just now? With one breath of true fire, I melted it utterly. Ha ha ha, how delightful. What's that worth? Just moments ago, I flew over a great river and dried it up completely. The fish and shrimp leaping helplessly on the cracked riverbed were truly amusing. Humans are the most entertaining of all. They run so slowly and scream so shrilly. I especially love watching them char into blackened husks. A young yet most brazen sun crow flapped its wings triumphantly as it spoke. These sons of Dijun had dwelled for eons in the celestial Tonggu Valley of the heavenly court, sheltered beyond measure. Their natures were as blank as unmarked paper, yet as savage as wild beasts. They possessed no concept of life, to them all destruction was but a game. Beneath the Fusang tree, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals had long since been reduced to ash. Only a few high-cultivation dragon clan aquatic beings survived, hiding deep beneath the ocean's waves. Relying on the waters of the 4 seas, they had erected grand formations, barely clinging to existence, yet groaning under unbearable strain. Li Xian remained hidden within the void, observing the 10 chattering birds with icy detachment. His gaze betrayed no flicker of emotion. He did not strike immediately. Instead, silently and seamlessly, he harmonized his form with the surrounding space through the laws of spatial manipulation. He drew near, slowly imperceptibly, to the roots of the Fusang divine tree. The instant his presence touched its vast ancient root system, the long-absent voice of the system finally echoed within his mind. Ding! Host has arrived at one of the 10 primordial spirit trees of Honghuang, the Fusang divine tree born alongside the sun star's essence. In this location contains boundless primordial solar fire and the vitality of wood. Proceed with sign-in. Sign-in, Li Xian commanded inwardly. Ding! Sign-in at the Fusang divine tree successful. And congratulations, host. You have acquired primordial solar fire essence chaos deer. Note this essence is condensed from the sun star's core flame law, surpassing in quality even the solar fire within the sun crow's bodies, and will further refine your fire deity manifestation. An exquisitely pure, intensely blazing golden essence, imbued with a faint aura of primordial chaos, surged instantly into Li Xian's body. Within his dantian, see the illusory form of the fire deity, standing atop a chaotic lotus of flame, suddenly opened its eyes the moment the essence made contact. Without sound it roared, a silent, thunderous cry, and opened its maw to swallow the entire chaos deer's solar fire essence. With a resonant boom, the fire deity's ethereal form solidified visibly. Petals of the chaotic flame lotus unfurled layer upon layer, their Dao patterns growing ever more ancient and arcane. A torrent of flame law energy, over tenfold stronger than before, flashed once from Li Xian's body, then vanished perfectly suppressed and concealed by the miniature myriad immortals formation. Exhilarating, Li Xian murmured inwardly. Merely signing in had vastly amplified his fire. What then if he were to consume all 10 sun crows? His gaze returned, calm calculating, to the 10 frolicking birds atop the Fusang canopy. He resembled an experienced farmer surveying 10 plump luscious cabbages in his own field, pondering which to harvest first. You shall be first. His gaze locked onto the youngest, most vociferous sun crow, the one whose arrogance burned brightest. One plucks the softest fruit first. Li Xian disturbed no one, not even shifting his stance. He merely willed it, and within his dantian, see the illusory form of the devouring deity. Its aura, now profoundly deepened after its recent feast, slowly opened its eyes. An intangible, timeless, space-transcending law of devouring flowed silently from Li Xian's gaze, locking onto the young sun crow without a whisper. In the deepest core of the young crow's being, where its primordial essence resided, a microscopic black vortex materialized smaller than dust by infinite magnitudes. It emitted no sound, stirred no energy. It simply rotated, silently, inexorably, and began. The sun crow's innate, proud solar fire essence, its birthright, poured forth like water through an invisible breach, flowing wildly, yet noiselessly into that infinitesimal void. Mid-bragging to its brothers, the young crow suddenly felt a wave of profound weakness. Huh, ninth brother, why have you dimmed? A nearby sun crow asked curiously. The one called ninth brother looked down, and saw his brilliant golden flames fading dull and lifeless. Nothing, perhaps I'm simply exhausted from today's play. He shook his head, dizzy and disoriented, his wings barely holding him aloft. His primordial essence was being siphoned away, stolen in a manner utterly incomprehensible to him. And yet high in the Lingxiao palace of the heavenly court, neither Di Jun nor she he sensed a thing. For Li Xian's law of devouring was not destruction, but pure seamless transfer. He merely relocated the crow's essence into his own body. To the heavenly Dao and karmic threads, the young crow's life force remained intact. It had merely plummeted, from peak vitality to sudden severe debilitation, as though struck by grave illness, triggering no parental resonance. Within mere heartbeats, every trace of the young crow's primordial essence had been drained. Its flames extinguished entirely. Its golden feathers turned ashen and brittle. Its eyes lost all luster, reduced to a common, even grotesque firebird. It still lived, but its consciousness was gone. Only the barest instinct to fly remained, leaving it hovering limply in midair like a puppet bereft of strings. Yet none of its brothers noticed their siblings' transformation, still cheerfully debating where next to recap. Li Xian savored the newly acquired sun crow essence, rolling its flavor upon his tongue. Though far inferior in quality to the chaos deer solar fire essence awarded by the system, its sheer volume proved invaluable. After transmutation by the devouring deity, part of this energy merged into the fire deity, strengthening its aura once more. The remainder dispersed evenly among his 100 embryonic deities. One yielded such bounty. 10 combined shall yield extraordinary results. Confidently, Xian prepared to repeat the process upon the second sun crow. At that very moment, boom, A deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted from the western horizon. A furious, primordial, wrath-charged aura of the Wu clan surged toward the eastern sea like a cataclysmic storm, devouring heaven and earth. The earth trembled. The eastern sea roared. Upon the Fusang tree the 9 remaining sun crows froze mid-chatter, terrified, trembling, their cries cut short. They gazed westward in terror, and beheld a titan striding across the heavens, closing the distance with steps that chased stars and moons. He wielded a colossal peachwood staff. His bare torso bulged with mountainous muscles, each footfall carved a bottomless crater into the land. His eyes blazed crimson, filled with incalculable fury and hatred, locked unerringly upon the 9 sun crows in the sky. Before he arrived, his voice preceded him. A thunderous bellow, like 10 million lightning strikes detonating at once, shook the entire eastern realm of Honghuang. Feathered vermin, your lives are forfeit. You beast, come and face me. The voice contained boundless rage, as if it could ignite the entire sky. The one who came was the supreme shaman of the Wu clan, Fu. He watched helplessly as his tribe members turned to cinders under the scorching flames of the 10 golden crows. He witnessed countless friendly beings get roasted alive, and the sorrow and fury in his heart had already reached its peak. At this moment he cast aside everything with only one thought in his mind: to kill these 10 beasts and avenge the billions of lost souls. Not good. It's a madman from the Wu clan. The leading golden crow on the treetop shrieked. As the eldest among the 10 siblings, it had the broadest experience and immediately recognized Fu's identity. Run! The 9 golden crows, along with the puppet drained of its essence, were terrified and fled in a panic. They no longer had their previous arrogance, scattering in 9 beams of golden light in different directions into the sky. Nowhere to run. Fu roared, throwing his peachwood staff fiercely. The staff grew in the wind, transforming into a massive mountain range that blocked the golden crow's escape route. A shocking chase ensued. Li Xian hid in the void, watching this scene with great interest. He did not continue to act against his next target. Fu chasing the sun was a crucial part of the great calamity of the Wu and Yao clans. He did not want to create any unpredictable variables due to his involvement. After all, none of those 9 golden crows could escape. He only needed to be a quiet spectator waiting for the final outcome. The scenes that followed were no different from the myths in Li Xian's memory. Fu, with the body of a great shaman, chased the 9 golden crows across half of the vast wilderness. He was extremely thirsty, having drained the Yellow River and the Wei River, yet he could not extinguish the flames burning within his body. Ultimately, just as he was about to catch up to the golden crows, he collapsed from exhaustion and died. His enormous body fell to the ground, transforming into an endless range of mountains. The peachwood staff turned into a lush peach grove. At the moment Fu fell, another great shaman emerged from the ancestral land of the Wu clan, filled with boundless sorrow and determination. He was tall, bearing an ancient red bow on his back and a quiver of white arrows at his waist. He was Hui. Hui did not chase after the 9 golden crows. He simply walked quietly to the center of the wilderness, to the peak of Kunlun mountain. He gazed at the 9 suns, still radiating immense heat in the sky. He looked down at the scarred and charred earth beneath him. Tears of blood streamed from his fierce eyes. Fu, brother. Hui let out a heart-wrenching roar toward the sky. Then he slowly drew back the divine bow in his hands. Buzz! There was no arrow on the bowstring. But as the bow was drawn, the endless malevolence of the wilderness, the earth's murky energy, and the overwhelming resentment of countless lost souls frantically converged towards the bowstring. A black arrow formed purely from hatred, and the laws of destruction slowly took shape on the bowstring. Demon race, you shall be exterminated. With a furious shout, Hui released the bowstring. Whooshed! The black arrow disregarded the distance of space and appeared before one of the golden crows in an instant, carrying the power to pierce through everything. The golden crow barely had time to let out a scream before the black arrow pierced through its entire body. The endless malevolence and resentment attached to the arrow instantly detonated the sun's true fire within it. Boom! A loud explosion. One of the suns in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of fire that fell from the heavens. The corpse of a 3-legged golden crow fell from the flames, crashing heavily to the ground. One arrow. Shot down. The wilderness trembled. Countless beings struggling in the extreme heat cheered at this scene, celebrating their survival. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Di Jun, who was in a meeting in the Lingxiao Palace, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. My son. Di Jun let out an incredibly sorrowful roar. However, this was only the beginning. At the peak of Kunlun mountain, Hui's expression was cold as he drew the divine bow once more. The second black arrow took shape. Whooshed! Boom! The second sun in the sky exploded in response. Whooshed! Boom. Whooshed. Boom. Hoi's actions of drawing the bow and shooting arrows were as swift as lightning executed in one continuous motion. In the sky, those once mighty suns burst and fell like brilliant fireworks one after another. The mournful cries of the golden crows echoed through heaven and earth. The demon gods of the Yao court went insane. They wanted to rush down to the mortal realm to save the prince, but were firmly held back by the ambushing forces of the Wu clan. Li Xian quietly watched this scene. He knew that when Hoi shot the first arrow, there would be no turning back for the Wu and Yao clans. A final battle sweeping across the three realms and shattering the entire wilderness was about to erupt, and he needed to leave a final retreat and embers for himself as well as for the Jiejiao and the human race before this catastrophic war broke out. Li Xian no longer hesitated. His figure instantly vanished from the shores of the East Sea. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the human race. Looking at the human race below, which was firmly protected by the Jiejiao's great formation, yet still filled with panic, Li Xian's gaze softened considerably. This was the place of his birth. These people were his kin. No matter how strong he became or how his identity changed, he had never forgotten the title of the Holy Master of the human race. Very well, let me do something for you once more. Li Xian stretched out his hands, palms facing up. With his left hand, the power of space laws converged frantically, transforming into strands of silver threads exceedingly profound. With his right hand, he forcibly drew a vast amount of earthly fortune from the newly established underworld as the Emperor of Fengdu. This fortune merged the powers of reincarnation and the underworld, and even contained a hint of will belonging to Huda, heavy and immense. With space as the bone, with the earth as the veins, with the fortune of the human race as the soul. Li Xian chanted, his hands beginning to sketch and weave in the void. Countless silver space threads intertwined and fused perfectly with the earthy fortune in his hands. This power formed an invisible net covering the entire ancestral land of the human race, extending outwards for millions of miles. This great net connected the 9 heavens above, the 9 hells below, and tightly linked with the entire land, even reaching deep into the veins of the earth. The 9 provinces barrier initial form. Condense. Li Xian pressed his hands down vigorously. The invisible great net instantly sank into the void, disappearing from sight. From the outside, the ancestral land of the human race showed no signs of change. But only Li Xian knew that from this moment on, this land had been transformed into an almost absolutely safe, pure land by his supreme magic. Unless a sage personally intervened, even a peak quasi-saint could not break this barrier and harm the people within it in the slightest. This was the true insurance he prepared for the human race to survive the great calamity. Just as the 9 provinces barrier was completely established, merging with the land of the wilderness. In the sky, the 9th golden crow exploded under Hoi's 9th arrow. 9 suns across the sky, only one remained. Only the last golden crow, the great golden crow, trembled in fear under the world-destroying aura of Hoi, its soul, on the verge of fleeing. At that moment, a roar filled with boundless sorrow and murderous intent finally erupted from above the 33 heavens in the Yao clan's heavenly court. That voice belonged to the Yao Emperor Dijun. Wu clan, I, the Yao court, will not coexist with you. Activate the great Zhou star array. Which clan? My demon court stands against you. Activate the celestial star formation. Emperor Jun's piercing and frenzied roar echoed like the final war horn, resounding throughout the vast world of Honghuang. Boom. The 33 heavens trembled violently. The countless stars hanging outside the heavens seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance. Thick beams of starlight as sturdy as heavenly pillars fell from the depths of the endless star sea. They converged outside the southern heavenly gate, forming an unparalleled grand formation that enveloped the entire heavenly court and even spread out toward the Honghuang continent. Within the formation, the star river rolled back, and the sun and moon lost their light. 365 great Luo demon gods of the demon race each held a star banner, standing on their corresponding star thrones. The demon master Kunpeng holding the He Tu and Luo Shu stationed at the formations. I summoned the power of the celestial stars. Demon Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai stood atop the sun star and moon star in the center of the grand formation. The two brothers combined their breaths, driving the power of the entire formation to its utmost limit. The celestial star formation. This was the protective grand formation relied upon by the demon race to suppress the fate of Honghuang, standing in defiance against the 12 heavenly god-slaying formation of the Witch clan. At this moment, it fully activated without reservation. Meanwhile, on the land of Honghuang, 12 gigantic flags towering to the heavens surged upward from the ancestral grounds of the Witch clan's 12 tribes. Dijiang Zhurong Gong Gong Xianming. One by one the ancestral witches with wild breaths and bodies strong enough to tear apart the heavens and earth emerged from their secluded places, letting out earth-shattering roars. Demon race. Battle, battle, battle. The 12 heavenly gods slaying formation moved in response. Endless foul air from the earth was drawn in. Behind the 12 ancestral witches, a terrifying giant shadow holding a giant axe and seeming capable of reopening chaos slowly materialized. The true body of Pangu. The witch and demon clans, two primordial overlords that had been at odds since their inception, finally tore away all facades at this moment after countless conflicts and accumulated hatred over the epochs. A battle of races to the death officially erupted. The millions of demon soldiers under the enhancement of the celestial star formation transformed into rolling demon clouds pouring down from the 9 heavens. Countless great witches and clansmen of the witch clan under the protection of the true body of Pangu transformed into a tide of malevolence flowing upward from the earth. The 2 streams capable of destroying the world crashed violently beneath the once supporting divine mountain of Buzhou. Boom! The indescribable terrifying collision erupted between heaven and earth. At that moment time seemed to stand still. Then came the energy storm that could annihilate the heavens and the earth, sweeping wildly in all directions. The surrounding mountains of Buzhou Mountain under the impact of this energy storm were instantly flattened like sand castles. Space shattered and obliterated in chunks, revealing the pitch-black chaos void. The laws wailed and the great Dao trembled. At this moment, whether it was the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain or the Jain and Zhuanti of the west, or even the Nüwa of the Nüwa Palace, all the saints of the Heavenly Dao simultaneously closed their mountain gates, sealing their sanctuaries with their saintly powers, cutting off all external contact. With the calamity arising, even saints could not easily get involved. This was the iron law established by Hongjun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace. The entire Honghuang transformed into a massive and bloody meat grinder. Every moment, thousands of warriors from both the witch and demon races fell in brutal combat. The great Luo golden immortals on such a scale of battlefield were like ants easily torn into pieces by the violent energies. Blood stained the earth and severed limbs piled high like mountains. The entire battlefield of Buzhou Mountain transformed into a hell of azuris. However, right at this forbidden place that even saints were reluctant to step into. At the very edge of the battlefield, a breeze woven from the dual energies of yin and yang quietly drifted along the blood-soaked earth. This breeze was none other than Li Xian. Watching the extremely brutal scene before him, there was not a trace of sympathy or compassion on his face. Instead, his eyes shone with excitement. Like a beggar who had gone hungry for 3 days and nights, suddenly crashing into a top-notch banquet not open to the public. My heavens! This is simply paradise. Li Xian was so excited that he almost lost his disguise. On the battlefield, those fallen beings were not corpses in his eyes. They were walking super treasure troves brimming with pure bloodline essence. Boom! In the distance, a demon saint with 9 heads as large as a mountain was besieged by 3 great witches, its massive body forcibly torn into pieces. Zhouing. This demon saint, who once attacked Li Xian at Shouyang Mountain, ultimately could not escape the calamity, just as its body shattered and its essence was about to dissipate into the world. Whoosh! The breeze transformed from Li Xian instantly appeared in that blood rain. The devouring law quietly activated. An invisible vortex flashed by, swallowing all the bloodline essence that Jiao Ying released upon its fall, along with a fragment of its undying true spirit entirely devoured. Not bad, although not as good as the ancestral witches, it's still top-level Great Luo bloodline. Li Xian smacked his lips. Within his Danshan's Qi, 100 demon god embryos cheered in unison, dividing this essence, causing the Dao patterns on several eggs to become much clearer. He then shifted his gaze to another direction. There, a powerful witch was battling 3 equally ranked demon gods, ultimately outnumbered and crushed by a powerful innate spiritual treasure that shattered half of its body. A large chunk of pure Panga blood essence fell from the sky. Good stuff. Li Xian's eyes brightened, employing the same trick again. Activating the spatial law, he instantly appeared beneath that piece of essence. With a gentle shake of his sleeve, the precious ancestral witch blood essence, more valuable than gold, disappeared without a trace, not wasting a single drop. Thus, as the witch and demon clans fought fiercely, blood flowing like rivers, Li Xian, the human saint recognized to have fallen in Honghuang, the 5th direct disciple of the Goddess Sect, the behind the scenes master of the underworld, transformed into the most diligent scavenger at the edge of the battlefield. Wherever a great demon fell, he would go to collect the corpses. Wherever a great witch shed blood, he would go to pack it up. He moved like a ghost, frantically roaming the edge of the brutal battlefield. Using his exquisite control over spatial laws and his elusive, devouring power, he frantically gathered the bloodline essence of top-tier powerhouses. These treasures, which could provoke countless powerful beings to fight over in the outside world, were strewn about like garbage on this battlefield. A corpse of a bifong bird at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Collected. Its wings can be used for crafting, and its essence can nourish the embryos. A severed tail of a quasi-saint Great Demon Xin Yuan. Good stuff. It contains toxic essence. Collected. A drop of pure blood essence spilled by the ancestral, which Zhu roamed during battle. Jackpot. This is pure fire essence. Hurry and collect it. Li Xian was busily occupied and thrilled. The 100 chaotic demon god embryos within him were growing at an unprecedented speed in this unprecedented feast. 1 egg, 2 eggs, 3 eggs. Increasingly more egg shells began to display clear and complete innate Dao patterns, even starting to pulse violently, as if they might hatch at any moment. Li Xian looked at the mountain of trophies piled up in his sleeve universe. He also sensed the increasingly lively demon god embryos in his Tongtian, grinning widely, his joy immeasurable. He raised his head to glance at the battlefield center, where the battle had reached a fever pitch, with laws flying chaotically and divine abilities swirling. His gaze was filled with encouragement and anticipation. Keep fighting. Fight hard. The food for my 100 demon god embryos depends entirely on you. Go on, strike hard. My 100 demon god embryos depend entirely on you for sustenance. Li Xian thought, inwardly delight dancing in his heart, while his hands continued the scavenging motion without pause. For the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, this great war between the Wu and Yao clans was an apocalypse, an all-consuming calamity. Yet for Li Xian it was nothing short of an unprecedented harvest. He was like a diligent gardener feverishly reaping the richest, most succulent fruits from the field fertilized by the lifeblood and sacrifice of both Wu and Yao tribes. As time advanced, the battle grew ever more savage. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the 2 supreme killing formations of the primordial chaos, the Zhou Tian Star Formation and the 12 Primeval God Devastation Formation, clashed with ultimate ferocity. Starlight and primordial miasma entwined, cosmic laws collided with divine might. Each strike alone could obliterate a quasi-sage cultivator, shattering both form and spirit. At last an ancestral Wu fell. Shizi, the ancestral Wu of lightning, was ensnared by the river chart and Luo riding during his duel with the Yao patriarch Kuan Peng, and ultimately ground to dust by endless starlight. Zhu Meng, the ancestral Wu of which, sacrificed himself to shield his brethren, absorbing the full force of the Eastern Sovereign Bell with his own body. His colossal frame, and his true soul, shattered into countless fragments scattered across the heavens. Brother. Second brother. Grief-stricken roars erupted from the remaining ancestral Wu. The Yao clan too paid a devastating price. Of the 365 great Luo Yao deities, nearly half had already perished. Emperor Jun's right side was torn open by Di Jiang, the ancestral Wu of space, golden Yao blood raining across the sky. The Eastern Sovereign Bell atop Tai Yi's head rang incessantly under the combined assault of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Its radiance dimmed, its resonance trembling. Hatred had drowned all reason. All of you die. Gong Gong, the ancestral Wu of water, descended into utter madness upon witnessing Zhu Meng's gruesome death. His eyes burned crimson. The surging floodwaters swirling about him turned from azure to black, the color of absolute annihilation. He abandoned all defense. Like a black meteor hurtling through heaven, he charged frenziedly toward the heart of the Yao formation. Emperor Jun himself. No, stop him. Tai Yi's face paled. Hastily he activated the Eastern Sovereign Bell to intercept Gong Gong's suicidal strike, but it was too late. Zhu Rong, the ancestral Wu of fire, and Gong Gong's lifelong rival, now wrapped his own body around the Eastern Sovereign Bell, pinning it down with unyielding resolve. Gong Gong, avenge our second brother. Zhu Rong bellowed, letting the bell's crushing force grind his Wu body into dust inch by inch. Zhu Rong. Gong Gong watched as Zhu Rong, who had bought him precious time, dissolved into ashes. His final thread of sanity snapped utterly. A howl of absolute despair tore from his throat. His attack was ultimately blocked by the combined efforts of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Yet he himself was hurled backward by the recoil of the Zhou Tian Star Formation. His bones shattered, his true soul fissured beyond repair. Defeat. All his brothers fallen. The Wu tribe broken. Floating midair, Gong Gong gazed upon the still-turning Zhou Tian Star Formation, upon the exalted Emperor of the Yao. Sensing one by one the fading life essence of his kin, the light in his eyes faded into a desolate ashen gray. Boundless despair and remorse flooded his heart. We were born from the sacred blood of Father Pangu, yet we cannot protect this primordial chaos. How dare we remain in existence? Father Pangu, your son has failed you. Gong Gong cried out, a lament echoing across the void, as he abruptly turned his gaze toward the sacred mountain behind him, Mount Buzhou. Born from Pangu's spinal column, the spiritual totem of the Wu. If they could not defend this land, if they could not avenge their blood-soaked grudge, then let everything burn. Let the heavens collapse. Let the earth sink. Let the exalted Yao celestial court perish alongside this world. Ha! June. Tai, you think you've won? Then I'll make you win. Gong Gong laughed wildly, blood and tears streaming down his face. In the next instant he became a celestial sapphire light piercing heaven and earth, charged with irrevocable resolve with the fury of total self-annihilation, and slammed into that eternal pillar holding up the cosmos. No. In that moment, whether Emperor Jun and Tai of the Yao, the few surviving ancestral Wu, or the holy sages observing from their distant abodes, all paled in horror. They sought to intervene, but it was already too late. None had foreseen that at the very end Gong Gong would commit such an act of utter madness. Boom, crack, a thunderous roar, beyond description, as if the entire chaotic void itself trembled, resounded across every corner of the primordial chaos. Time froze utterly. Silence swallowed all. Every clash, every roar upon the battlefield ceased, abruptly, absolutely. All living beings, Wu and Yao alike, stared upward, dazed toward that celestial pillar supporting. Thereupon Mount Buzhou, towering countless millions of Zhonghai, impervious since the dawn of creation, a hairline fracture slowly appeared where Gong Gong had struck. Then, like a spreading spiderweb, the fissure raced upward and downward across the mountain. Crack, crack, crack. The grating sound of shattering stone became the sole voice of heaven and earth. Before the horrified, despairing eyes of all living things, that pillar, which had upheld the heavens and earth since creation, began to tilt. Then with a boom that shattered eternity, it snapped cleanly in two. Boom! The heavens collapsed. The upper half of Mount Buzhou, bearing apocalyptic might, crashed down, vanishing somewhere across the primordial chaos. And in the sky above, the colossal rift once sealed by Mount Buzhou's peak now gaped wide open, a bottomless black chasm rending the firmament. From the ninth heaven above the world-ending waters, the nine heavens' weak water, poured forth like a celestial river unleashed, transforming into a cataclysmic waterfall spanning heaven and earth, flooding violently through the breach. Wherever it surged, Wu and Yao alike, mountains and rivers, all dissolved into oblivion. The end of the world. True absolute Armageddon had arrived. Despair, boundless suffocating despair, engulfed every living being's heart. Yet as all fled in terror, trembling before this apocalyptic calamity, only one figure advanced, unflinching. The Yinyang Qi manifestation of Li Xian did not retreat. Instead, his eyes blazed with unprecedented brilliance. His gaze locked onto Mount Buzhou, collapsing, fracturing into countless shards. The spine of Pangu, the supreme material for artifact forging in the primordial chaos. If he could seize even a fragment, no, seize as much as possible, his fortune would be made. Without hesitation, Li Xian acted. He plunged forward into the torrent of nine heavens' weak water, capable of erasing all existence into the rain of Mount Buzhou fragments, each heavier than a star, undaunted, unwavering. His voice cut through the maelstrom of elemental fury, brimming with unrestrained exhilaration and greed. These ruins of Mount Buzhou, the supreme forging material of the primordial chaos, must not go to waste. These shattered walls and ruins of Buzhou Mountain are first-rate forging materials of the prehistoric age. They must not be wasted. Li Xian's voice rang out amid the raging torrent of elemental chaos. He was filled with uncontrollable excitement and greed. The nine heavens' weak water bore the weight of 10,000 Jun and dissolved on contact. Even a great Luo golden immortal touched by a single drop would have flesh dissolved and the nascent soul eroded. This water was among the most perilous things in the prehistoric world. Yet how formidable was Li Xian's Hundun glazed body. The weak water that could melt Innate's spirit treasures only hissed as it washed over him. White mist sprayed up, not a single hair on him harmed. Braving the cataclysmic flood, his figure streaked like a black lightning bolt fighting the current. He headed straight for those fragments that split the widest, whose auras were most archaic and redolent of Pangu. He drove the Qiankuan divine art within his sleeve to its utmost. The sleeve cuff seemed to become an endless black hole. Collect. A mountain mass 10,000 li across he drew into his sleeve. Collect more. A divine stone shimmering with deep yellow light, clearly formed from Pangus' spinal marrow, he accepted without ceremony. Li Xian busied himself like a mouse in a granary, eyes shining with delight. Just as he was in high spirits preparing to pack away a broken peak, half the size of a small star. From heaven and earth descended several terrifying, unfathomably vast saintly pressures. A long-distant sigh sounded as if carried from the remotest ages. A venerable figure riding a blue ox staff in hand appeared to the east of the rift in the firmament. Taiching Laozu. He gently tossed a Taiji diagram from his hand. The diagram unfurled in the wind and became a golden bridge spanning heaven and earth, instantly stabilizing the churning earth-water fire and wind below. "Umph, you wretched scourge." With a cold snort, a middle-aged Taoist bearing the three treasures Jade Rui, standing upon a 9-rank merit golden lotus, appeared in the south. Yuanshi Tianzuan. He glanced at the ravaged prehistoric land, disgust flashing in his eyes. With a wave, the Panga banner unfurled, tearing the chaos and forcibly stabilizing the collapsing space. Then from the west, great golden light surged. The saints Jane and Xuan arrived together, each unleashing their powers to help subdue the rebellious laws. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately concealed all trace of his aura. He melded perfectly into the shadow of a floating fragment and dared not move. Ridiculous. Before 4 saints to act wantonly would be courting death. Yet inwardly he muttered, strange, where are the main forces of the repair of heaven? Why has Lady Nüwa not arrived? As if in answer, a 7-colored radiance flashed. Clad in court robes and wearing an expression of compassionate sorrow, the Saint Nüwa, holding a red embroidered ball, and the Shanha Sheiji too, finally appeared beneath the tear in the firmament. Brethren, I thank you for your toil. Nüwa inclined her head to the 4 saints, her face grave. Sister, you are too polite. The mending of heaven is the mandate of the Tao. We must assist, Taiching Laozu replied lightly. Nüwa fell silent and invoked the Qiankuan Ding, beginning to gather the elemental quintessence from across the prehistoric land to refine the 5-colored divine stones for the repair. Piece by piece, ores imbued with pure 5 elements essence rose from the earth and were cast into the Qiankuan Ding. Yet as more stones were collected, Nüwa's brow grew ever more furrowed. She counted with her fingers, and her complexion instantly turned sour. How could one be? With Yuanshi Tianzan's keen sight, he instantly discerned the problem and frowned. Younger sister, has some misfortune occurred? Nüwa's face was extremely solemn, edged with anxiety. My divinations show that to mend the Tao completely requires 36,500 5-colored stones. Now the other divine stones have all been found, yet the most crucial one is missing, the Hongmeng Wucai stone, meant to bear the laws of the Tao. What? At her words, all the saints present were struck with alarm. Without the central cornerstone, even if countless 5-colored stones were forged, heaven could not be perfectly mended. At best, they could patch the rift temporarily. In time, it would become a grievous calamity. The Hongmeng Wucai stone was formed at the dawn of chaos, where Hongmeng purple qi fused with the essence of the primordial 5 elements. It is a marvel to be found, perhaps unique across the entire prehistoric world. Where is it now? Xuan asked urgently. Nüwa closed her eyes to divinate. When she opened them, her face was full of helplessness and bitterness. The heavenly mechanism is in confusion. It seems to have been swept into the void maelstrom of Buzhou Mountain's collapse, and is now lost to all knowledge. It's over. Everyone's hearts sank. If even the saints could not find it, was the mending of heaven truly impossible? As Nüwa burned with anxiety, and prepared even to use her utmost treasure, the Shana Sheiji, to forcibly repair the sky. A voice tinged with mischief and a hint of peddler's guile slipped silently through a subtle spiritual thought and entered her divine consciousness. Lady Nüwa. Nüwa was taken aback. Her saintly divine sense swept the void, but could locate no source. Who? Don't be alarmed, your grace. It's me, a humble scavenger. The voice sounded again, amused. Is the Hongmeng Wucai stone like this? In the next instant, a fist-sized phantom of a divine stone wrapped in Hongmeng purple qi and suffused with multicolored rays and innate Tao resonance appeared within Nüwa's consciousness. It was the very Hongmeng Wucai stone she had sought in vain. Nüwa's breath quickened and ecstatic joy surged, yet as a saint she calmed at once and asked warily, "Who are you? How do you possess such an object? What do you want?" "Hey, your grace has clear insight," the voice replied. Li Xian's voice dripped with feigned sincerity as he rubbed his hands and sent the thought sound. "In my youth, I wandered Buzhou Mountain and accidentally picked up this stone. It looked pleasing, so I kept it about me. Who would have thought it was a treasure tied to the fate of the prehistoric world? I understand righteousness. Naturally, I am willing to donate this treasure to help your grace complete the mending of heaven and save the myriad beings." But Li Xian shifted tone, and his mercantile flavor could no longer be concealed. "My cultivation is low and my means meager. This treasure has been with me for years. Though it has no merit, it has borne hardship. You see, with the heavens collapsing, I too am a victim. My grotto submerged, my possessions destroyed. Truly pitiful. You as a saint of compassion, should not you offer some recompense to a loyal servant who understands the greater good? Nüwa. As a saint of the Tao, she had never before encountered such shameless cheek. At such a crucial moment when the fate of heaven and earth and billions of lives hung in the balance, someone dared to haggle and exploit a saint's distress. A surge of fury mounted to her brow. Nüwa was almost ready to strike then and there, drag out this skulking rascal and crush him to dust. But she looked at the phantasmal Honghuang World stone in her mind, then at the ever-widening hole in the heavens, and the prehistoric land below, drowned by weak water and filled with wailing. Her anger finally gave way to stifled grievance and helplessness. Speak. What do you want? Nüwa gritted her teeth and forced out the words. Li Xian chuckled inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. Not much, not much, his thought sound took on exaggerated humility. I dare not ask for grand things. Merely that since your grace has many treasures, you might bestow one upon me, so I might have a greater chance to survive the coming calamities. I would be forever grateful. You. Nüwa's saintly form trembled with anger. Not trying to be immodest. Demanding a saint's treasure outright. Why not just rob it then? In truth, he was already stealing. Drawing a deep breath, Nüwa suppressed her fury. Disaster relief was paramount. With a flick of divine thought, a resplendent relic like a painted scroll radiant with myriad dawn hues appeared in her hand. It was her twin-born spirit treasure, the supreme innate artifact, Xuan Sheji 2. Li Xian's eyelids twitched. He thought, is she truly going to use that and possibly take me with it? Just as Li Xian prepared to flee at any moment, Nüwa did not activate the Xuan Sheji 2. She merely cast a cold glance at the scroll, momentarily reluctant. At last, she gritted her teeth and drew a sliver of spiritual light from it. Then she removed a golden hairpin from her coiffure. The pin seemed ordinary, yet it radiated dense merit gold light and creative chi. Clearly no mundane trinket. Nüwa infused the sliver of spiritual light drawn from the Xuan Sheji 2 into the golden hairpin. Without another glance, she hurled it forcefully toward the void where Li Xian hid. Take it and be gone. Nüwa's icy voice cracked through Li Xian's mind. Bring me the Honghuang World stone. If you dare trick me again, it'll risk Daoic backlash itself to obliterate your spirit. Li Xian caught the flying golden pin in one hand. It felt warm and smooth. A vast tide of creative chi and the power of mountains and rivers surged into him, invigorating his spirit. What a treasure! Grinning, he wrapped the genuine Honghuang World stone within spatial law and silently presented it. Your grace is magnanimous. Of all under heaven, you are most compassionate and beautiful at heart. Li Xian's thought sound overflowed with sycophantic flattery. Nüwa accepted the Honghuang World stone, and without so much as glancing at him, tossed it into the Qinquanding. Yet her cold phoenix eyes seemed to pierce the void and fix unblinkingly upon the spot where Li Xian had hidden moments before. Her gaze seemed to say, bold one, I will remember this debt. Li Xian chuckled and sent the thought sound. Your grace is too kind. Attend to your matters, I shall not distract you from saving the world. Having spoken, he tucked the golden pin into his breast. With a flick, his form became a mote of dust, and he vanished into the chaotic void streams. Ridiculous. After stealing from a saint, he would flee. Did he expect no reckoning? No sooner had Li Xian's figure vanished than a thunderous boom sounded. Within the Qinquanding, 36,505 colored divine stones were finally refined, erupting in a dazzling corona of five-hued light. Nüwa, cradling the stones, ascended and began her grand work of mending heaven. Elsewhere, Li Xian, already billions of li away, hid within a spatial fissure and gleefully withdrew the golden hairpin. He could sense that the pin contained not only Nüwa's merit of creation and creative chi, but also a trace of the Xuan Sheji 2's primordial power. It was no mere merit relic, it had acquired part of the power of a supreme innate treasure, truly a rare artifact. Haha, this haul is a windfall, pure profit. Li Xian smiled broadly. Yet as he prepared to study the treasure closely, his divine sense swept downward to the land submerged by weak water, where a group of familiar figures struggled in despair. Could they be the Wuzu? And the one leading them seemed to be the great shaman Jiufeng, whose bloodline was among the purest and whose strength stood above most. Li Xian's eyes lit up in an instant. Li Xian's eyes lit up in an instant. Is that someone from the witch clan? Li Xian's gaze pierced through the ravaging weak water and chaotic primordial energy, landing on a high ground below that was rapidly being submerged. Tens of thousands of witch clan warriors back to back formed a massive circular formation. They were drenched in blood, covered in wounds, and their weapons were already battered, yet their eyes still burned with indomitable fighting spirit. Among them stood a stunningly beautiful woman in colorful attire, exuding a heroic aura, desperately supporting a wavering azure light barrier. She had 9 heads, but now only one main head remained to sustain her magical power. The other 8 heads appeared weak and listless, clearly having sustained heavy injuries in the previous battle. She was none other than Jiufeng, one of the top witches among the witch clan, second only to the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, Jiufeng and her tens of thousands of elite witches faced an unprecedented dire situation. The sky has collapsed, the Buzhou mountain has fallen, and their spiritual totem is gone. The ancestral witches have perished, some dead, some injured, and one has even crashed into a mountain. The backbone of the witch clan is completely broken. And now the weak water descending from the heavens was about to completely drown their last bloodline. Weak water is merciless, specifically adept at destroying both body and soul. Although the witch clan is physically strong and does not cultivate their souls, they felt profoundly powerless in the face of such overwhelming natural forces. The barrier supported by Jiufeng was visibly thinning under the onslaught of weak water. In just a little more than a stick of incense's time, once the barrier shattered, the last remnants of the witch clan would be completely dissolved by the weak water, leaving even their true spirits unable to enter reincarnation. Great Witch, let's fight it to the end. A one-armed giant of the witch clan brandished his broken bone axe, shouting with bloodshot eyes. Yes, even if we die, we will die standing. The witch clan has no cowards. Kill. Tens of thousands of witch clan warriors roared in unison, their murderous aura soaring, pushing back the surrounding weak water by a third. Jiufeng looked at her fearless clansmen, a bittersweet smile appearing on her beautiful face. Fight. What can we fight with? This is not facing the demon clan, not facing an enemy. This is a natural disaster. Heaven seeks to destroy my witch clan. Everyone stop talking. Jiufeng shouted sternly, her voice trembling slightly. Everyone conserve your energy. Hold on as long as you can. As long as we have one person alive, the witch clan's legacy cannot be severed. She said this, but her heart was filled with despair. She knew she could not hold on much longer. Just as Jiufeng prepared to burn her last essence to buy her clansmen a bit more time, an unnoticed divine thought quietly descended. Tsk tisk, how pitiful. Li Xian floated above the 9 heavens, observing the struggling remnants of the witch clan below, stroking his chin. Logically speaking, the calamity between the witches and demons, where both races perish together, is the natural order. He should not interfere. Watching the last elite of the witch clan drowned by weak water was the most in line with the heavens' will. But Li Xian thought of Hutu, that one who transformed into reincarnation, handing over half of the fortunes and powers of the underworld to her ancestral witches. Before her transformation into reincarnation, her greatest obsession was the continuation of the witch clan. Li Xian also thought of Xingtian, that simple-hearted man whom he saved and appointed as the Grand Marshal of the underworld, now diligently guarding the underworld for him. If he knew that he was watching tens of thousands of his compatriots perish without taking action, that guy would probably come at him with an axe, right? Forget it, who told me to be kind. Li Xian sighed with a face of helplessness. For the sake of Hutu and Xingtian, let's break the rules and be a savior today. Of course, he had his own calculations. After all, these are tens of thousands of elite witches. And there's also Jiufeng, this top witch. If he could save them all, pack them up, and send them to the underworld, giving them to Xingtian to train, wouldn't the strength of his underworld army multiply several times on the spot? An army of Yin soldiers composed of elite witches would be terrifying to even think about. Such a good thing. As for the Heavenly Dao, Li Xian glanced up at Nüwa, who was repairing the sky, and the other 4 saints guarding beside her. Right now, all the saints' attention was focused on the great task of repairing the heavens. Who has the time to care about a few little ants drowning in this flood? This is the best opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters and operate behind the scenes. It's decided. Li Xian's eyes flashed with determination, no longer hesitating. He did not reveal himself directly, as that would create too much noise and easily attract the saints' attention. He wanted to execute this rescue in a more advanced, secretive, and shocking manner. Li Xian took a deep breath, his hands changing the incantation. In his dantians, Qi, the chaotic demon god, representing the laws of space, suddenly opened its eyes. Spatial laws sequence folding. Li Xian let out a low shout, his hands gently slicing toward the area submerged by weak water below. Buzz! An invisible, yet supreme force of law immediately descended. Jiufeng and the tens of thousands of witches struggling below suddenly felt the surroundings change. The weak water that had originally surged from all directions, carrying an endless aura of destruction, seemed to be forcibly cut in half by an invisible hand. The high ground they were on, along with the surrounding space for 100 miles, seemed to transform into an independent canvas. The surging weak water turned into a background outside the canvas. The flood continued to roar, yet it could no longer touch them in the slightest. It was as if, in a great river, an absolute vacuum bubble suddenly appeared. The river could only flow around the bubble, but could never enter it. What is happening? All the which, Jiufeng widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She could clearly feel that the space they occupied had been separated from the entire chaotic world by an incomprehensible great power. What a terrifying spatial divine ability. Even the ancestral, which Di Jiang, who masters the laws of space, might not be able to achieve such an incredible feat. Which senior expert has come to our rescue? Jiufeng came to her senses and immediately bowed respectfully to the void above, calling out loudly. However, the void was silent with no response. Just as Jiufeng and the others were filled with uncertainty. Boom! The sky above their heads suddenly darkened. A gigantic black heavens cape blocked all light. The heavens cape continued to expand, as if an ancient beast with its mouth wide open was going to swallow them along with the separated space in one bite. Not good. A witch clan warrior cried out in terror. Don't be afraid. Jiufeng sternly halted her clansmen's unrest, looking up at the encroaching darkness, her eyes not filled with fear, but rather a glint of enlightenment and determination. She knew that the mysterious senior was about to take them away. This darkness was not destruction, but a path to life. All witches heed my command. Jiufeng's voice resonated across the small island. We owe the senior a life-saving grace, and we have no way to repay it. This journey ahead is uncertain whether life or death, but no matter what, we must not resist, and must not lose the etiquette of our witch clan. Yes, tens of thousands of witches responded in unison. The next moment, that immense darkness completely engulfed them. Li Xian gently shook his sleeve. Jiufeng, along with her tens of thousands of elite witches and the land beneath their feet that had been cut out by the laws of space, vanished from their location in an instant. From start to finish, not a single saint in the 9 heavens was alerted. After completing all of this, Li Xian clapped his hands, hiding his achievements and fame. He could feel that within the independent space in his sleeve, Jiufeng was leading tens of thousands of witches, kneeling and bowing, shedding tears of gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed senior. Jiufeng of the Witch Clan is willing to lead the remnants to serve the esteemed senior, not hesitating to die. Li Xian's lips curled into a satisfied arc, and a faint divine thought was transmitted into that space. No need to thank me. Your lives were exchanged for by Hutu and Xingtian. Go to the underworld, he is waiting for you there. In the space within his sleeve, upon hearing the names Hutu and Xingtian, Jiufeng was first taken aback. Then her beautiful figure trembled, her eyes bursting with disbelief, joy, and excitement. Brother Xingtian. Is he still alive? Hutu ancestral witch. She. Li Xian did not respond further. He simply packed this batch of new employees' information along with a spatial coordinate and sent it to Xingtian, who was far away in the underworld. He could already imagine the excitement and tears of gratitude on Xingtian's face when he saw Jiufeng and tens of thousands of elite brothers alive and well before him. The prestige of himself as the Emperor of Fengdu would likely be raised several levels in his heart. Having made a windfall and gathered a group of subordinates, this calamity was a complete windfall for him. He looked up at the sky. Nuwa's repairs had entered the final stages, and the huge hole was slowly, and between heaven and earth a dense, inescapable black aura was wildly spreading. That is the aura of calamity. The witch and demon clans, with billions of beings perishing, had produced an ocean of resentment, death, energy, and murderous aura converging into the ultimate and most delicious dessert of this calamity. Li Xian's throat involuntarily rolled. The 100 chaotic demon god embryos within him, upon sensing this aura, emitted a greedy desire, pulsing vigorously. Calamity Chi. The battle between the witch and the undead has come to an end. What pervades the heavens and the earth is an unprecedented and terrifying calamity, Chi vast enough to make even the saints' hearts tremble. This is the collective resentment, malevolence, and death energy left behind after countless elites of the witch and undead clans perished in endless hatred and slaughter. This black aura is like a thick, heavy fog enveloping the entire primordial land. Wherever it passes, life is extinguished and all things wither. Even the sky, which had just been mended by Nüwa, appeared somewhat gray under the erosion of this calamity Chi. High above the 9 heavens, Nüwa, who had just completed the great undertaking of mending the sky and was exhausted and drenched in sweat, looked down at the rolling calamity Chi, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. As long as the calamity Chi remains, the primordial world will be unsettled. Laozi of Taching, holding his crutch, sighed softly. This is the residual wave of the calamity, not something the saints can easily resolve. We can only wait for time to pass and let the heavens and earth cleanse themselves. Yuan Shi Tianzun displayed a look of disdain. He directly summoned the Pangu banner, creating a clean space around himself, unwilling to be tainted in the slightest. Such filthy Chi is useless to keep It will only breed evil spirits and cause endless harm. Yet the Saint of Xunti's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, as if he thought of something. However, glancing at the several Eastern saints who were watching closely, he ultimately suppressed the thought of converting this calamity chi and resentment to the West. For the saints, this calamity chi is poison trouble and something filthy to be avoided. Even a trace of it could affect their Dao hearts and invite unnecessary karma. However, what they did not know was that in a highly secretive crevice of the primordial void, there was a person watching the calamity chi with sparkling eyes nearly drooling. My heavens! This is simply a supreme restorative elixir. Li Xian hid in the temporary space he had opened, trembling with excitement. He could clearly feel that within his Dantian's chi, the 100 chaotic demon embryos had gone completely insane. They were wildly thrashing about. They were fiercely striking against the thin eggshell, expressing their ultimate thirst for energy. Since he absorbed 70% of the merit from the underworld and scavenged many top-tier bloodline origins on the battlefield of the witch and undead, these 100 demon embryos had reached the critical point of hatching. They were like 100 babies about to be born, just missing that final bit of assistance. And the calamity chi that enveloped the entire primordial world was the last and most crucial induction soup. Others may fear you, but I do not. A glint of madness flashed in Li Xian's eyes. The Wuxian Chaos Sutra activate for me. He no longer held back or concealed himself, completely unleashing his body and mind. In the next moment, he seemed to transform into an infinite black hole. Boom. The overwhelming calamity chi which the saints viewed as filthy and avoided found an outlet. Transforming into thick black chi dragons, they wildly surged towards the crevice in which Li Xian resided. If this scene were to be witnessed by the outside world, it would surely drop the jaws of all mighty beings. Someone actually dared to actively absorb the calamity chi. Were they not eager enough for death? However, the terrifying calamity chi that could instantly transform even quasi-saints did not cause any discomfort when it surged into Li Xian's body. Instead, like rivers returning to the sea, it was effortlessly decomposed, purified, and transformed by the miniature 10,000 immortals array within his Dantian and the 12 chaotic demon avatars guarding the Great Formation. The terror of the Wuxian Chaos Sutra was fully revealed at this moment. It was the foremost scripture of chaos, emphasizing the unity of all things formless chaos. Regardless of merit, spiritual energy, malevolence, or calamity, chi none held any distinction before it. They were all simply the purest energy. Excellent. Bring me more. Li Xian felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. All 36,000 pores on his body opened up so comfortable that he nearly moaned. A massive amount of calamity chi was transformed into the purest chaotic energy. Then, without reservation, it was fully infused into the 100 demon embryos that were eagerly awaiting nourishment. Crack! A clear, crisp sound, as if an eggshell was breaking, rang out in Li Xian's Dantian chi. Following that, the sound ignited like the fuse of firecrackers, instantly connecting into a chorus. Crack! 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 At this moment, the 100 chaotic demon embryos simultaneously hatched. Roar! A whoa! 100 roars, some high-pitched, some low, some violent, some cold, resonated simultaneously in the world within Li Xian's body. From the shattered eggshells, 100 terrifying figures emerged, each exuding supreme, divine. Some demons had 3 heads and 6 arms, controlling the past, present, and future. These were the time demon gods. Some demons, like phantoms, toyed with the lives of beings in their grasp. These were the fate demon gods. Some demons wielded the threads of causality, manipulating the destinies of myriad worlds. These were the causality demon gods. Some demons burned with the karmic flames that consumed all. These were the karmic flame demon gods. 100 chaotic demon gods, along with the 12 already formed demon gods of power, space, fire, battle, devouring, yin-yang, slaughter, destruction, and others. At this moment within Li Xian, there were a total of 112 chaotic demon god avatars. Although these newly born demon gods were still very weak, far inferior to the 12 seasoned demon gods. Yet what they represented were 100 new complete chaotic laws that pointed towards the Great Dao. 112 chaotic demon god avatars, in an incomprehensible formation, occupied the chi of Li Xian's Dantian. They were interconnected, resonating with their laws, forming a far larger, more complex, and more terrifying internal circulation system than the previous miniature 10,000 immortals array. Boom! As the 100 demon gods returned to their positions, Li Xian's body shook violently. An unprecedented power so great that it made him feel palpitations surged forth from his limbs and bones, from the depths of every single cell. His chaotic, glazed body was undergoing a fundamental transformation, progressing towards a higher plane of life under the onslaught of this power. His cultivation realm skyrocketed, as if he were riding a rocket breaking through the already tenuous bottleneck. The realm of true immortal myth initial stage. The realm of true immortal myth mid stage. The realm of true immortal myth high stage. The realm of true immortal myth peak. Finally, with a sound resembling the complete shattering of the shackles of the great Dao, Li Xian's aura firmly settled upon a new realm, the very one he had longed for. The realm of true immortal myth perfection. Boom. Just as Li Xian completed his breakthrough, the heavens above trembled violently, once more the Dao of heaven, which had just regained a semblance of calm. In the palace of purple clouds, those ancient closed eyes seemed poised to forcibly open. They wanted to see just which anomaly dared to create such a stir after the calamity. But this time, before the will of the earthly Dao could act, the 112 chaotic demon god avatars within Li Xian all let out a cold snort. A supreme will mixed with over 100 chaotic laws soared into the sky. It directly pushed back the probing heavenly will. This is my territory, you dare to spy. The tremors of the palace of purple clouds came to an abrupt halt, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. In the crevice of the void, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze there was no divine light, no anomaly, only a depth and calmness akin to chaos. Yet merely by sitting there, the surrounding space incessantly warped and reconfigured, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure brought forth by his very existence. Is this the power of true immortal myth perfection? Li Xian clenched his fist. He felt that now, with a single punch, he could not only explode a quasi-saint. Even facing a saint, as long as it wasn't the true body of a heavenly Dao saint in person, but merely an avatar. He had confidence to wrestle with them. Refreshing. A single word encapsulated his feelings at this moment. In this calamity of the witch and undead, he had been the biggest winner from start to finish. Just as Li Xian reveled in the thrill of his powers surging, he suddenly felt a pull, lifting his head to glance in the direction of Golden Ao Island. He sensed that on the island there was a gaze that seemed to have awaited him for a long time. That gaze was filled with longing, worry, and also grievance. It was Yin Xiao. Li Xian's heart softened inexplicably. It's time to go back, he murmured to himself. This great calamity had brought in enough gains. So much that he needed time to digest and settle. Golden Ao Island is undoubtedly the best place for seclusion. It is time to go back. Li Xian's figure silently vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was already at the eastern shore. Above the vast island enveloped by endless celestial light, Jinao Island. At this moment the primordial world was in ruins, with the two tribes of Wu and Yao annihilated. The position of the sovereign of the primordial world was now left vacant. The heavens and earth were desolate, with remnants of calamities scattered everywhere. Li Xian's divine sense swept across. He discovered that not long ago the Zixiao Palace had issued a decree appointing the disciples Hao Yan and Yao Qi under the Dao ancestor to take over the heavenly court as the new emperor and empress governing the three realms. The newly appointed emperor Hao Yan was troubled by the lack of personnel in the heavenly court, finding it empty. Meanwhile, the great powers of the primordial world were mostly licking their wounds, retreating into seclusion, where they were busy seizing the territories and resources left behind by the retreating Wu and Yao tribes. The entire primordial world had entered a brief and delicate, peaceful development period. None of this concerned Li Xian. He only wanted to return to his cave dwelling and have a good sleep. Then, to tally his spoils. Li Xian's figure did not disturb anyone. He directly passed through the island's protective array and descended before his cave dwelling. At the entrance, under a lush green banana tree, a white figure was quietly sitting on a stone bench. She stared blankly at the eastern sky, seemingly lost in thought. It was Yin Xiao. As if sensing something, Yangxiu's body trembled slightly, and she suddenly turned her head. When she saw that familiar face which had already been engraved into her soul, her eyes, which had always maintained a cool and calm demeanor, instantly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ultimately, she could not hold back, and two streams of clear tears flowed down her flawless cheeks. You have returned. Yangxiu's voice was slightly hoarse and trembling, carrying a grievance that had been suppressed for too long. From the day the sun hung in the sky to the battle between the Wu and Yao and the subsequent calamities, too many events had transpired in this short span. Each earth-shattering change tightened her heart. She did not know where Li Xian had gone or what he had experienced. Even less did she know if he was safe. All she could do was wait here day after day. Seeing Yangxiu's tear-stained face, Li Xian felt a pang in his heart. Final ending: his fiancée stolen, his fortuitous encounters seized, and he himself was cleaved into drifting ashes by a thousand words ultimately condensed into these simple 4 words. Yin Xiao could no longer hold back and suddenly leaped into Li Xian's embrace. She buried her head deep into his chest, crying loudly. It was as if she wanted to vent out all the fear, longing, and grievances she had endured over these days. Li Xian said nothing. He simply held her quietly, allowing her tears to soak his clothes. After a long while, Yangxiu's cries gradually subsided. She lifted her head from Li Xian's embrace, her pretty face flushed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, I lost my composure. No, this is very good. Li Xian smiled and pinched her nose. While I was away, did you miss me? Yangxiu's face turned even redder. She softly replied with a faint mim, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The two embraced, quietly enjoying this hard-won warmth and tranquility after the calamity. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Li Xian announced that he would undergo a perfect seclusion. This time the seclusion served two purposes. One was to thoroughly consolidate his mythic true immortal realm. The second and most important point was to carefully tally the spoils from this calamity between the Wu and Yao. Within the cave dwelling in the secret chamber, Li Xian sat cross-legged, and with a thought the items in his sleeve world poured out like beans falling from a pot. Boom. In an instant the entire secret chamber was filled with various treasures. Glorious lights radiated everywhere. If outsiders were to see this, they would surely go mad on the spot. A small mountain of a Baifeng bird's corpse, its feathers still burning with the raging flames of the Nanking leaf fire. A fragment of the Qin Yuan tail exuding a deadly toxic aura, its poison patterns vividly visible. A drop of pure Zhurong blood as translucent as a ruby exuding terrifying heat. The essence and true spirit fragments of the 9 infants devoured by him after their fall were now reformed into a blood-red orb. Additionally, there were various severed limbs, essence, and origins of other famous and obscure great demons and powerful witches. It was simply an exhibition of top-tier biological materials from the primordial world. Among them, the most eye-catching was a large pile of debris from the Buzhou mountain, each piece radiating a rich Pangu aura. These were all transformed from Pangus backbone, the finest materials for refining artifacts in the primordial world. I've struck it rich this time, it's for real. Li Xian looked at the heaps of treasures and smiled like a foolish landlord weighing 300 pounds. He did not rush to refine these items. Instead, he focused his mind on his internal world. At this moment, his Danshan's Qi Si could no longer be called a Qi Si. Here it had evidently evolved into a rudimentary chaotic world. 112 chaotic demon gods forms stood like guardian deities of this world. Each occupied a corner repressing the chaotic earth, fire, water, and wind. With each breath they inhaled and exhaled chaotic energy, maintaining the operations of this world. In the center of the world, the miniature array of 10,000 immortals guarded by 12 ancient demon gods had expanded more than 100 times. It had transformed into a true chaotic furnace capable of evolving all things. It's time to add some ingredients for you. Li Xian's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, he directly tossed that drop of Zhurong blood into the chaotic furnace. Boom. The fire demon god form erupted with a cheer. It opened its mouth to inhale, devouring that drop of blood along with the fragments of fire laws within. His form instantly solidified threefold. The chaotic fire lotus beneath his feet bloomed even more vibrantly. Li Xian then threw in the blood orb of the 9 infants' essence. The water demon god and another newly emerged demon god who controlled the toxic laws brightened at the sight. They rushed forward and devoured it completely. Next came the Baifeng's corpse, the Qin Yuan's severed tail, and the origins of all other powerful witches. One by one, piece by piece, Li Xian categorized and accurately fed them to the corresponding chaotic demon gods. 112 demon gods were like fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment. In this unprecedented feast, they grew wildly. Their power through that mysterious internal circulation system was also returned to Li Xian himself. Li Xian's chaotic, glazed body under this daily nourishment began to slowly transform towards a new direction he could not even predict. His aura was also approaching the legendary realm of mythic true immortal at an extremely slow but undeniably steady pace. Finally, Li Xian's gaze fell upon the mountain-like pile of Buzhou mountain debris. He pondered for a moment and chose not to refine it into any artifact. He had a bolder, crazier idea. The Jiuzhou barrier with space as its bones, the earth's veins as its marrows, and the fate of the human race as its soul. Now it still lacks a true backbone. Li Xian's eyes burst with brilliant divine light. He intended to drive the Buzhou mountain debris transformed from Pangus backbone deep into the earth veins of the primordial continent. To completely merge it with the prototype of the Jiuzhou barrier he had previously laid out. Let this Panga backbone become the true pillar supporting the human race's future. This undertaking was enormous. But Li Xian had all the time in the world. He closed his eyes and began to use supreme mana to refine the mountain-like Buzhou mountain debris. Time slowly passed in this tedious, yet fulfilling seclusion. The The primordial world knew no years. When Li Xian opened his eyes again, a century had already passed. All the spoils within him had been completely digested. The chaotic world constructed by 112 chaotic demon gods had become remarkably stable. Moreover, it had begun to spontaneously evolve mountains, rivers, vegetation, sun, moon, and stars. Although his physical realm had not broken through, its strength had increased by more than tenfold compared to a century ago. He was confident. Now, even if facing the Eastern Emperor Bel, he could rely solely on his fists to compete. Heaton. Li Xian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This turbid air transformed into a gray chaotic airflow directly piercing through the walls of the secret chamber, creating a bottomless small hole. It's time to exit seclusion. Li Xian stood up and stretched lazily. His entire body cracked with a series of crisp sounds. I wonder how Yunxiao and Master are doing, he thought to himself as he pushed open the door of the secret chamber. Outside, the sunlight was just right. Yunxiao was still guarding outside the cave dwelling, speaking with Xiao and Bai Xiao. Upon seeing Li Xian exit seclusion, the three women joyfully rushed over. Junior brother, you finally came out of seclusion. However, before Li Xian could say a few words to them, a golden communication talisman suddenly tore through the void, rushing towards him in a hurry. Li Xian frowned and reached out to catch it. When he sensed the familiar aura belonging to Zhao Gongming on the talisman, along with the urgent imprint, an ominous premonition surged within him. He probed his divine sense into it. Moments later, snap! The communication talisman in Li Xian's hand was crushed into powder. A chilling and bone-piercing murderous intent, almost freezing the surrounding space, flashed across him. Xiao and Bai Xiao turned pale from the fright of this killing intent. They staggered back several steps. Only Yunxiao, suppressing her discomfort, anxiously asked, Junior brother, what happened? Li Xian slowly raised his head. The eyes that had just been filled with warmth now held only a cold glint. Hao Ian wants to rebuild the heavenly court, and there is no one to use you. I can understand this. That old fellow Yuan Shi Tianzuan wants to extend his hand into the heavenly court, is seizing the fate of the Dao. Oh, I can't be bothered to care. But Li Xian's voice was terrifyingly calm. He should never under any circumstances have set his sights on my netherworld. He looked at the scenes described by Zhao Gongming in the communication talisman. Tai Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect, under the orders of Yuan Shi Tianzuan, forcefully invaded the netherworld. He stayed in the city of wrongful death under the pretext of enlightening the souls of the Yellow Springs, alleviating the burdens of the netherworld. He brazenly propagated the teachings of the Xuan sect, attempting to implant the Xuan sect's influence and share the merits of reincarnation. He even openly boasted in front of the 10 Yama kings. He claimed that the position of the Emperor of Fengdu should be held by the virtuous, and that those under the Xuan sect could also sit therein. Li Xian's lips curled into a cold arc. He recalled a century ago during the teachings of the 3 sects. The figure that had hastily fled burned bare by his 9 dragons' divine fire. Tai Jinren, last time I just burned your 9 dragons' divine fire shield. You didn't learn your lesson, did you? The cold, killing intent in Li Xian's eyes could no longer be suppressed, boiling over. This time I will burn you and your people together. This time I shall burn you and everything you stand for to ashes. Li Xian's voice was low yet saturated with a murderous intent so profound it could freeze heaven and earth. Before him stood the 3 Yunxiao sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, each seized by an icy dread that surged from their souls straight to the crown of their heads, as if their very blood were turning to frost. They had never seen Li Xian like this. In their memory, this younger junior brother, though decisive and ruthless in battle, usually wore an air of gentle indolence, serene, detached, utterly untroubled by worldly affairs. To witness him now, his killing intent blazing forth without restraint, not even a sliver of concealment, was unprecedented, a first in all their years. Elder sister, brother, please do not act rashly. Xiongxiao, ever forthright, trembled beneath Li Xian's glacial gaze, yet summoned her courage to plead. That is Tai Jinren, the peerless immortal among the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect. And behind him stands none other than Yuan Shi himself. Yuan Shi. Li Xian let out a cold, mirthless laugh, then turned his gaze upon Xiongxiao and asked, each word deliberate and sharp, sister, tell me, when I perished atop Shouyang Mountain and our master enraged stormed the celestial court, shattered the southern heavenly gate, and nearly razed the demon sovereign's lair, what pray was Yuan Shi doing at that moment? Xiongxiao froze mouth agape, speechless. And she knew, of course. When Tongtian Jiaozhu rose in vengeance for Li Xian's death and laid waste to the celestial court, Yuan Shi Tianzuan offered no aid, not a single word of support. Instead, he later condemned his own brother, accusing him of disgracing the sage's dignity and recklessly provoking the grand calamity. It was then the three pure ones began their irreversible schism. And, I ask you again. Li Xian's voice grew colder still, when the three pure ones divided, and our Goddess Sect disciples were banished from Kunlun Mountain, forced to seek refuge in this barren eastern sea. Did Yuan Sherbo ever once honor the bond of shared cultivation? He did not. And this time it was Yun Xiao who answered. And gently she clasped Li Xian's hand, its palm colder than 10th sandier black ice. With her own warmth, she sought to thaw his chill, murmuring softly, "Brother, we all know. The Xuan sect and our Goddess Sect have long been united in form alone. Yuan Sherbo is no longer our elder brother in spirit. And, you speak truth," Li Xian breathed deeply, slowly drawing back the storm of killing intent within him. He was not acting on impulse. And he was consumed by fury. Fury at the Xuan sect's shamelessness, fury at Yuan Tianzuan's insatiable greed. And the netherworld was Li Xian's own creation, from nothingness to sovereign dominion built by his hands alone. He had faced down Zhuanti Shengran in open combat. He had subdued Mingyi Laozu. He had restored the wheel of reincarnation itself. And what sacrifice had he made? What peril had he endured? Indeed, every stone of Fengdu's imperial throne, every seal of the 10 Yama kings, every name inscribed upon the roster of ghostly soldiers and underworld officers, all bore the mark of Li Xian. This was his domain, his sovereign ground. And this was the unshakable foundation he had forged for the Goddess Sect, destined to endure 10,000 generations. And now, Yuan Tianzuan dared dispatch a disciple to seize it, and to claim a share of what he had bled to build. And worse, to uproot it entirely. And such audacity defied cosmic justice. Tai Zhenren, what is he but dust beneath my heel? Na vanquished foe. A century ago I reduced his 9-dragon divine fire cauldron to ash, and left him bald. Na century hence I shall reduce him to ash, and leave nothing behind. Brother. Yun Xiao's heart clenched at Li Xian's unvarnished menace. Hurriedly she interjected, I know your cultivation is peerless, but Tai Zhenren is a disciple of a sage. To slay him would incur immense karmic retribution, and Yuan Tianzuan would surely descend in person. And, would he dare? Li Xian cut her off, a cruel smile curling his lips. His eyes locked onto hers as he spoke slow and certain. Sister, do you truly believe the netherworld remains the lawless wasteland it once was, where any cultivator could tread unchallenged? No. Today the netherworld belongs to Ho Tu Nyang, the realm governed by the Earthly Dao's immutable laws. Nas Fengdu Emperor personally enfeoffed by Ho Tu Nyang, and blessed by the Earthly Dao's sovereign fortune, this domain is mine, my sovereign ground. Even if Yuan Tianzuan is a celestial Dao sage, if even Hongjun Daozu himself descended here to wreak havoc, he must first ask Ho Tu Nyang's permission, and the entire Earthly Dao's assent. The netherworld forbids entry to sages. In these 8 words once uttered by Ho Tu Nyang's will to repel Zhuanti now emerged from Li Xian's lips, not as decree, but as absolute unassailable sovereignty. Yun Xiao stood speechless, awestruck by Li Xian's overwhelming aura, and she gazed dazed at the man before her. 100 years apart, and yet this younger brother felt profoundly alien, immeasurably deeper, more inscrutable than before. Nan authority radiated from him, one that made even her tremble. It was no celestial authority, no divine mandate, not even the solemn power of a sage. It was the sovereign authority of one who stands above heaven and earth, master of life, death, and the eternal cycle of reincarnation. But what of Janeo Island? And Master, In Bixiao voiced her lingering concern. I shall speak to Master myself. Li Xian gently patted Yun Xiao's hand, offering her a look of quiet reassurance. Rest easy. I go not to fight. In Xiao and Bixiao exchanged identical skeptical eye rolls. You stride forth radiating slaughter lust, practically wearing, I am about to kill someone upon your brow, and claim you're not going to fight. I go to reason, Li Xian declared deadpan. And, though my reasoning may require fists, for only then will they truly listen. With that he ignored the 3 sisters' stunned silence and soared toward Bo Palace, to report to Tongtian. After all, his target was Yuan Tianzuan's own direct disciple. In protocol, and filial duty, demanded he inform his master first. More crucially, he sought something from his master, a talisman, one that would empower him to unleash chaos in the netherworld on an unprecedented scale, yet render Yuan Tianzuan unable, or unwilling, to intervene directly. Watching Li Xian vanish into the distance, Qiong Xiao nudged Bixiao, and whispered, Sister, do you feel it too? That Tai Zhenren is about to meet utter ruin. Bixiao nodded fervently, still shuddering. I feel it too. Nor younger brother. He has truly lost his temper. Only Yun Xiao remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the horizon where Li Xian had disappeared, her eyes shimmering with awe. And softly she murmured, he is not merely angry. He is a sovereign enraged. whose wrath shall bury 1,000,000 corpses and stain rivers crimson with blood. Inside Bo Palace, Tongtian Zhaozhu's face darkened like scorched iron upon hearing Li Xian's report. Excellent. Magnificent Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Magnificent Chan Sect. Crack. Tongtian slammed his palm onto the jade altar beside him, shattering the ancient immortal jade table into fine dust. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. Fuming Tongtian paced the grand hall. At the great schism, he humiliated me. And now with the grand calamity concluded, he dares humiliate me again. Does he take Tongtian for clay? Does he think the Jie sect has no warriors left? Li Xian stood motionless, eyes lowered, silent, knowing his master needed release. Sure enough, after venting his fury, Tongtian abruptly halted, pivoted, and fixed Li Xian with eyes burning with lethal intent. Xianer, how do you intend to proceed? Act without restraint. And should anything arise, I, your master, shall bear the consequences. And if Yuanshi dares stoop to bully a junior, my Zhuxian sword array shall teach him humility. Thank you, master. Li Xian bowed deeply. This was precisely the affirmation he awaited. Yet his expression shifted to feigned hesitation. Master, I do not fear Tai Jinren. Yet, my mission represents not only the netherworld, but the dignity of our entire Jie sect. Should I inadvertently slay him, Yuanshi Sherbua's wrath may ignite sectarian war, and place you, master, in an untenable position. Tongtian frowned. And therefore Li Xian continued, voice sharpening, his true intent unveiled. I humbly request your eminence grant me an imperial edict. An edict? Tongtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Na sly glint flickered in Li Xian's eyes. An edict appointing me Jie sect envoy to the netherworld, granting me full authority to manage all netherworld affairs on behalf of our sect. Thus every word I speak, every action I take there shall be the voice and will of the Jie sect, and of you, master. Should Tai Jinren dare defy me again, he insults not merely me, but our entire sect, and you, master, personally. Then when I discipline him, it shall be righteous purification of our sect's ranks. And even should he perish by accident, it shall be his just deserts, disrespecting a sage, inviting his own doom. How then could Yuanshi Tianzuan dare demand retribution? Tongtian stared dumbfounded. Then slowly comprehension dawned. This clever boy had spun an elaborate web, not to act alone, but to enlist him and the entire Jie sect as shield and banner. Yet, Tongtian stroked his chin, pondering further, a growing grin spreading across his face. And this plan was nothing short of brilliant. Ha ha ha! Tongtian burst into unrestrained laughter. Excellent. My finest disciple. Devious. Shameless. You carry my old spirit in full measure. With a sweep of his hand, a blade of azure sword energy, imbued with his sage's will, coalesced into a formal edict and settled into Li Xian's palm. And take it, and go. Tongtian's eyes blazed with fierce anticipation. Let me watch, and let Yuanshi watch, how my Jie sect disciple reasons. Li Xian accepted the edict, a faint knowing smile playing at his lips. In victory. Clutching the scroll, he recalled Zhao Gongming's message, and Tai Jinren's arrogant sneer. Tai Jinren, slipping the edict into his robe, Li Xian's gaze hardened with lethal frost. Last time atop Kunlun Mountain, I burned your 9-dragon divine fire cauldron, merely stripping you of face. This time upon my sovereign ground, you had best beware, and do not by accident lose your life along with your pride. Tai Jinren, this time I will burn you and your people together. Li Xian's cold words echoed in the air above Janeo Island. His figure had already transformed into a barely perceptible ripple in space, instantly crossing vast distances to silently arrive within the realm of the netherworld. As he stepped into the netherworld, a familiar and comforting immense power surged from all directions, actively merging with the authority of Emperor Fengdu within Li Xian. The entire netherworld seemed to pay the highest respect to him, the true master. However, above the city of the dead, an extremely discordant light of jade clear was casting its shadow. Thus all things have spirits and hearts inclined towards the Dao, yet their origins differ and their destinies vary. Those born in the wet, those adorned with fur and horns, even with opportunities, find it hard to glimpse the true form of the great Dao. This is fate. An arrogant and clear voice echoed in the sky above the city of the dead. Tai Jinren sat cross-legged atop a 9-ranked jade clear cloud with auspicious clouds rolling above his head, 3 flowers faintly visible, and divine light surrounding him, resembling a true immortal. Holding a whisk, he spoke eloquently to the millions of bewildered souls below, preaching his doctrine of following heaven and complying with humanity. Behind him, a golden edict of the primordial Saint hung high, radiating an undeniable pressure that turned the sky above the city of the dead into a golden hue. This pressure was like an invisible mountain firmly suppressing everything around. On the walls of the city of the dead, Zhao Gongming, dressed in the robe of King Qin Guang, had a grim expression, his fists cracking within his wide sleeves. The 10 heavenly officials beside him also glared with wide eyes, their gazes seemingly spewing fire. This is too much. This guy is simply too arrogant. The hot-tempered Dongquan King Bianxing gritted his teeth and growled. This is not about saving souls. He is clearly digging at the foundation of our Jiejiao and insulting our disciples. Tai Zhenren's words consistently revolved around origins and destiny, each word insinuating Jiejiao's principle of universal teachings. He praised those extraordinary souls as those destined for the Dao meant to enter the gates of the teaching. And he disparaged the ordinary souls, even those transformed from beasts, as bound by karma, destined to suffer the pains of reincarnation. This blatant discrimination and division drove Zhao Gongming and others who had long established an equal reincarnation order in the netherworld to the brink of fury. Brother Gongming, we cannot let him continue speaking like this. Qinwan King Chujiang said anxiously. If this goes on, the reincarnation order we painstakingly built will be disrupted by him. The Emperor. Endure. Zhao Gongming squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed on the golden edict, filled with frustration and helplessness. With the Primordial Saint's edict here, if we act, we will be defying the Saint, giving him a legitimate excuse to intervene in the netherworld. We can only wait, waiting for the Emperor to return. This was the only thought in the minds of all Jiejiao disciples. They believed that their Emperor Fengdu, the man who created countless miracles, would never stand by and watch his foundation be trampled upon. Tai Zhenren looked down at Zhao Gongming and others, expressions of suppressed anger, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Before the entire netherworld, he aimed to slap Jiejiao hard in the face. After the calamity of the witch and the demon master, Primordial Tianzuan calculated the heavenly secrets and spoke of a significant change in the authority of heaven and earth. Heavenly court and the netherworld were the gathering places of fortunes. Since Hao Yan occupied the heavenly court, his teaching naturally aimed to firmly grasp the netherworld. As for that so-called Emperor Fengdu, a figure who emerged from nowhere, hiding away for 100 years, perhaps already dead in some corner. Even if he were not dead, facing his teaching, facing the edict of the Primordial Saint, he would have to obediently relinquish his throne. A group of those born in the wet daring to control reincarnation. Simply absurd. Tai Zhenren sneered disdainfully in his heart. His gaze swept below, noticing the pure merits gathering above the heads of those souls, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. These were immeasurable merits for establishing the order of reincarnation. If he could seize a portion of it, his cultivation would surely advance further. With this thought, he ceased his chatter and laughed aloud. You souls, since you have hearts inclined towards the Tao, I shall use the supreme methods of my teaching to guide you, which also serves to alleviate troubles for the netherworld. Saying this, he really reached out his hand, transforming into a vast divine hand enveloped in heavenly light, reaching down towards the merit clouds that gathered immense reincarnation merits. Saying this, he really reached out his hand, transforming into a vast divine hand enveloped in heavenly light, reaching down towards the merit clouds that gathered immense However, the golden edict flashed, and an even more terrifying pressure from the saint came crashing down, nailing them in place, unable to move. Tai Zhenren, seeing this, laughed even more madly. A group of ants dares to strike at me. Today this merit of reincarnation I will surely take. He seemed to envision himself absorbing the merits, greatly increasing his cultivation, and then logically taking over the netherworld, becoming the new Emperor Fengdu, completely expelling Jiejiao's influence from the netherworld. He laughed with immense pride and satisfaction. The entire city of the dead resonated with his piercing laughter. In the void, Li Xian coldly observed this, seeing his gaze as calm as a still pond. Beneath that calm lay boundless murderous intent, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. He did not act immediately. He was waiting for Tai Zhenren's hand to truly touch the merit clouds that belonged to the netherworld, that belonged to him, Li Xian. For those on the brink of death, Li Xian never hesitated to let them experience the utmost despair of plummeting from heaven to hell. As the divine hand was about to touch the merit clouds, Zhao Gongming and others had already despairingly closed their eyes. At that moment, a pale, slightly delicate hand emerged, as if reaching out from another dimension, grasping tightly the wrist of Tai Zhenren, who was intent on claiming victory. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Tai Zhenren's wild laughter abruptly ceased, as if a duck with its throat gripped was silenced. The smugness and greed on his face instantly solidified, turning into endless astonishment and rage. A furious roar erupted from Tai Zhenren. Who dares to be outrageous before me? Who dares defy me so brazenly? Tai Jinren's roar thundered with indignation, interrupted in the midst of his affairs, and imperious disdain. He whirled sharply, following the arm that gripped his wrist, his gaze searching for the fool who dared pluck the whiskers of a Jiejiao golden immortal beneath the decree of Yuanshi. Yet the moment his eyes fell upon the stranger's face, he froze, struck rigid, as if struck by lightning. It was a visage he knew too well, and hated beyond measure. A face he believed long reduced to ash, yet now stood before him with cruel, undeniable clarity. Upon that face rested a faint, enigmatic smile, half mockery, half sorrow. Tai Sect nephew, a century has passed. Are you well? A voice sardonic and glacial drifted slowly into the air. Li Xian. Tai Jinren's eyes bulged from their sockets. His voice cracked with sheer shock and terror, shrill and dissonant. You're not dead. At Mount Shouyang, he had watched Li Xian's primordial essence shatter his soul, obliterated his very being, dissolved into nothingness. Tongtian Shirshu had stormed the celestial court over it, causing the three pure ones to sever ties forever. The tale had spread across the primordial chaos, known to every immortal, every demon, every spirit. How could a corpse stand breathing before him? And that aura emanating from him, profound, boundless, as deep and fathomless as the abyss itself. Even his own great Luo golden immortal cultivation could not pierce its veil. Ghost, you are a ghost. Tai Jinren recoiled, instinctively wrenching his wrist free. Simultaneously, his other hand summoned his whisk broom, preparing to unleash the jade purity divine thunder. Yet the hand gripping his wrist held fast, as unyielding as a clamp forged from chaotic, mysterious iron. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it did not budge. A ghost? Li Xian's smile deepened. Indeed, in my domain I am king over all ghosts. Henceforth, you shall address me as Emperor. As those words settled, the supreme authority and majesty of the Fengdu Emperor, long concealed, erupted forth without restraint. Boom! An oppressive force far more resonant with the netherworld, and infinitely vaster, surged like an awakening primordial leviathan, sweeping across the entire city of the wrongfully departed. The jade purity celestial radiance hovering above the city dissolved instantly, like frost under noonday sun, washed away without trace. The decree of Yuanshi suspended high in the heavens trembled violently, its golden light dimming as though suppressed by a higher tier edict. Emperor, it is the Fengdu Emperor. Long live the Emperor's return. Upon the city walls, Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords paused, stunned by the familiar pressure. Then euphoria, overwhelming and absolute, flooded their hearts. They cast aside even the weight of a sage's decree, kneeling on one knee toward Li Xian. With every fiber of their being they cried out, their voices trembling with reverence and exultation. We humbly welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Fengdu Emperor. Their chant swelled into a roaring tide, echoing across every shadowed corner of the netherworld. Countless soldiers patrolling the streets, judges presiding over trials, souls enduring torment, all felt something stir within them at once. As one they bowed low toward the city of the wrongfully departed. The entire underworld knelt, welcoming back its true sovereign. Tai Jinren stood paralyzed, utterly dumbfounded before this spectacle of 10,000 ghosts paying homage and the underworld bowing in submission. His mind went blank. Only one thought spiraled wildly. Li Xian is the mysterious Feng. How is this possible? A direct disciple of the Jiejiao sect, an immortal sage to humanity, yet also lord of the underworld. Each title alone would shake the primordial chaos to its foundations. Now all three converged upon a single being. Fear, unprecedented, icy, suffocating, engulfed Tai Jinren's consciousness like a tidal wave. He finally understood he hadn't kicked a mere iron slab. He had struck a mountain, forged from chaotic divine metal, anchored to the very fate of humanity and the netherworld. No, impossible. This cannot be. Tai Jinren's face paled to ash. He shook his head, frantically shrieking with hollow bravado. Li Xian, cease your charade. You perished long ago, your Dao extinguished. You are but a lingering wisp of soul usurping the throne of the underworld. Today I shall fulfill my master's decree and utterly annihilate this abomination, restoring order to the netherworld. Desperate, he clung to the last vestige of hope, the decree of Yuanshi Tianzuan. With a surge of will, he channeled his full cultivation into the golden edict. The decree blazed with incandescent gold. A pure colossal will of a sage descended, coalescing into an invisible greatsword, and cleaved down upon Li Xian's crown. Emperor, beware! Zhao Gongming and the others cried out in alarm. This was the sage's will unleashed in full force. Even channeled through a decree, it could effortlessly crush a great Luo golden immortal. Yet Li Xian did not even raise his eyelids. He simply released Tai Jinren's wrist. Then with deliberate calm he reached into his robes, and withdrew an object. A cerulean edict sharp as swordlight humming with lethal intent. A sage's decree. Li Xian weighed the cerulean edict in his palm, then curled his lips into a scathing, contemptuous smile. Apologies. I have one of those too. Before the words fully faded he tossed the cerulean edict, not toward the ground but straight into the path of the descending golden blade. Shrine. A piercing, sky-piercing sword cry echoed across the 9 nether realms. The cerulean edict expanded with the wind, transforming instantly into a colossal sword spanning heaven and earth. Upon its blade flowed 4 ancient arcane sigils: Zhu Lu Xianzhu, slay, slaughter, trap, annihilate. An unstoppable, lawless, tyrannical sword intent erupted, so fierce it seemed poised to pierce a hole through the heavens themselves. The Jia Jiao Sect's decree of Tongtian. Boom. The cerulean and golden sword lights collided high above the city of the wrongfully departed. No explosion, only silent absolute annihilation at the level of cosmic law. 2 opposing sage wills, both standing at the apex of the primordial chaos, clashed directly. The Yujiao Sect's doctrine of obeying heaven versus the Jia Jiao Sect's doctrine of severing heaven. They held, barely, for less than a single breath. Crack! A delicate fissure appeared upon the golden sword's surface. Then, like a spiderweb, it raced across the entire blade. Bang! Before Tai Junren's incredulous gaze struck, the golden sword shattered, showering into motes of fading gold light. The cerulean sword merely dimmed, then reformed into an edict, drifting gently back into Li Xian's waiting hand. The verdict of the sage's decrees was unequivocal. Spurt. Tai Junren staggered backward, blood erupting from his mouth. His cultivation collapsed. He tumbled from his auspicious cloud, landing in a crumpled heap upon the ground. His greatest safeguard, his final trump card, had been crushed with effortless ease. Silence descended upon the city of the wrongfully departed. Thick, stunned, absolute. All stood frozen, dumbstruck by the awe-inspiring spectacle. Li Xian sheathed his decree, then descended, step by measured step, from the heavens as if treading invisible stairs, until he stood before the prostrate, trembling figure of Tai Junren. He gazed down upon his former enemy, pale-faced, quaking, his expression utterly still devoid of triumph or wrath, only cold, infinite indifference. Now, Li Xian spoke, his voice glacial, emotionless, final. Let us settle the account from Now let us settle the score from a century ago. And Li Xian's voice was icy like a frigid gale sweeping up from the 9th netherworld, so chilling that Tai Junren's very soul trembled. A score? And what score? And was it the humiliation he suffered at the 3 sects' demonstration of arts, when Li Xian had devoured his 9-dragon divine fire, forcing him to flee naked and disgraced? Or, and Tai Junren shuddered violently. And he dared not think further. His gaze locked upon Li Xian before him, whose aura dwarfed even that of a sage. In an instant, every shred of pride, every drop of venomous resentment within him dissolved, replaced by boundless, all-consuming terror. And run. And he must flee this place, immediately. Back to Kunlun Mountain. And back to the Jade Void Palace. Only under his master's protection could he hope to survive. And this thought erupted like rampant weeds, overwhelming his entire mind. Li Xian, you dare not gloat. And Tai Junren forced himself upright from the ground, his voice strained and hollow. Nas, he roared defiantly. He secretly formed arcane seals with his fingers. I am one of the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect, and a direct disciple of Yuanshi Tianzi. If you dare harm me today, you declare war upon the entire Xuan sect, and upon a sage himself. And can your Jia sect bear the consequences? He sought to buy time by invoking the names of the sage and the Xuan sect. Yet Li Xian merely stood still, watching him in silence, his gaze as cold and dismissive as one might regard a clown leaping absurdly upon a stage. Now, a flash of cunning and ruthlessness gleamed in Tai Junren's eyes. Ni's entire cultivation surged forth in a single explosive burst. In whoosh, Ni's body transformed into a dazzling, yuching golden light. Without hesitation, he shot toward the spatial barrier of the netherworld. Racing at the swiftest speed his cultivation could muster, desperate to escape this suffocating realm. Seeing that panicked golden streak, Zhao Gongming and the others cried out in alarm, Your Majesty. He must not be allowed to escape. Yet Li Xian remained rooted where he stood. Not a muscle stirred. Not even the expression on his face shifted. And he simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible. Yet at that single delicate resonance, the entire netherworld underwent a cataclysmic transformation. An invisible and tangible, but utterly unbreakable barrier instantly enveloped the entire netherworld. In the ethereal silhouettes of the 6 realms of reincarnation, slowly rotated across the celestial vault. The Tao of the earth manifested as countless chains, billions of them, sealing every inch of space. In that moment the netherworld became a supreme inviolable prison, a sanctum where even sages dared not tread. Bang! Na heavy muffled impact echoed. In the blinding Yuqing golden light, moving faster than thought, slammed headlong into the invisible barrier like a fly striking glass. The golden radiance shattered instantly, revealing Tai Junren's disheveled, humiliated form. Na force beyond resistance hurled him backward. He tumbled through the air like a severed kite, spinning violently over a dozen times, before crashing onto the ground in a grotesque, undignified heap. In poo. Another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Ni's face had paled to the hue of bleached rice paper. In struggling to lift his head, he stared at the spatial barrier pulsing with the supreme authority of the Earth Tao. His eyes brimmed with utter despair. Sealed. The entire spatial expanse of the netherworld had been sealed, utterly, irrevocably. What terrifying dominion was this? What tyrannical mastery was this? This transcended mere divine arts or arcane techniques. It was the law of utterance, words becoming reality, the rewriting of heavenly and earthly laws within one's own sovereign domain. Thinking of running, Li Xian approached slowly, looming over him. Na cruel predatory curve lifted the corner of his lips. Did I give you permission to run? Tai Junren recoiled violently, scrambling backward on trembling limbs, as if confronting the most horrifying demon god imaginable. What do you intend to do? Li Xian, I warn you, my master will never forgive you for killing me, and kill you. Li Xian chuckled softly, as if hearing the most absurd jest imaginable. He shook his head, smiling wryly. No. To kill you would be far too merciful. You love speaking of origins and destined fate, do you not? You believe yourself born superior, entitled to trample upon others' dignity without consequence. Li Xian's voice dropped glacial and final. Today I shall let you taste what it feels like to plummet from the heavens into dust and become the very insect you once scorned most contemptuously. At the last word, divine light flared within Li Xian's eyes, once more activating the decree of the Fengdu Emperor. Edict of the Earth Tao stripping. In the space within 100 li of Tai Junren convulsed violently. Then something unspeakably horrifying occurred. He felt it. This world itself was rejecting him. The spiritual energy permeating the air, the very chi sustaining life, seemed to receive an unseen command. It fled his vicinity at a frenzied pace. Within a single breath, the 100 li radius around him had become an absolute spiritual vacuum. His cultivated power surged outward uncontrollably, like floodwaters bursting a dam, desperate to fill the void, yet hopelessly insufficient. No, my cultivation, Tai Junren shrieked in terror. He could feel it. The immortal cultivation he had refined over countless eons, evaporating at an alarming rate. He tried casting the simplest protective charm, only to find he couldn't even gather a trace of chi. He attempted to circulate his arcane art to seal his fading power. But his meridians lay desiccated, his nascent soul withered, no recourse remained. He was like a mortal cast into the heart of a desert, his vital essence relentlessly evaporating. His great Luo golden immortal Tao fruit trembled precariously, on the verge of collapse. In clutching his head, Tai Junren unleashed a shrill, despairing wail. To watch one's lifetime of cultivation drain away, helplessly, inevitably, was 10,000 times more agonizing than death itself. Upon the city ramparts, Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly generals stared, dumbfounded, breaths drawn sharply in awe and dread. What divine art was this? To strip an entire region of spiritual energy, reducing even a great Luo golden immortal to powerlessness. Such a feat defied all precedent. Unheard of, unimaginable. Their gaze upon Li Xian had shifted, from reverence to profound reverent awe. Their sovereign's methods were beyond comprehension, tyrannical, unfathomable, and utterly terrifying. No, I cannot fall like this. I still have. I still possess the supreme artifact bestowed by my master. His final desperate surge of madness, a last spark of vicious resolve ignited in Tai Junren's eyes. He opened his mouth wide, and spat forth a torrent of pure vital heart blood. Most of it dissipated instantly upon contact with the spiritual vacuum. Yet the remnant struck precisely upon an object before him. Na golden radiant artifact, shimmering with prismatic brilliance shaped like a dome, erupted from his body and soared skyward. 9 lifelike divine dragons coiled upon its surface, radiating heat potent enough to scorch heaven and boil oceans. This was none other than the 9-dragon divine fire cauldron, a peerless primordial spirit treasure reforged by Yuanshi Tianzuan's supreme divine arts. Li Xian, Entai Jinren's eyes burned crimson, his demeanor unhinged. In with his last vestige of strength, he screamed, raw, guttural, unrelenting, you forced this upon me. This is what you force upon me. As Tai Jinren let out a shrill, frenzied roar, the newly forged nine-dragon divine flame cauldron, having absorbed his last drop of heartblood, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Roar! 9 earth-shaking, netherworld-rending dragon roars detonated in unison. From within the cauldron surged 9 colossal flame dragons, each 10 times thicker and more formidable than those summoned earlier at Kunlun Mountain. These 9 dragons were no longer mere congealations of fire. Upon their scales flickered slender threads of golden, Yuqing divine flame, holy fire imbued with the Tao resonance of a celestial sage. Bestowed personally by Yuanshi Tianzuan, this sacred flame dwarfed the previous Samadhi true fire in power by over 100-fold. The 9 dragons wreathed in Yuqing divine flame descended with apocalyptic fury, their combined might manifesting as a celestial net of annihilation designed to purify and obliterate all existence, closing in upon Li Xian from above. Where they passed, the void itself cracked and splintered under searing heat, emitting anguished groans. In that instant, the temperature across Wangxi City surged to a terrifying level, sufficient to melt even the immortal body of a golden immortal. Great Emperor, brother beware! Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao, watching remotely from Janeo Island via a water mirror, both cried out in alarm. They sensed unmistakably the 9-dragon divine flame cauldron reforged by Yuanshi Tianzuan himself now approached the threshold of a primordial supreme treasure. Especially the Yuqing divine flame burning upon those 9 dragons carried a sliver of the sage's will, specifically attuned to subdue all demons, heretics, and malevolent forces. To them, Li Xian, though sovereign of Fengdu, governed dominions steeped in cold authority. Thus, confronting such supreme yang force, heaven-forged sacred fire, he would surely suffer overwhelming suppression. Yet before this cataclysmic strike, capable of turning even a quasi-sage pale with dread, Li Xian's face bore not the faintest trace of tension. He did not retreat so much as half a step. With a casual wave, he reassured Zhao Gongming and the others not to worry, then lifted his gaze, watching the 9 roaring dragons approach with amused curiosity, and a faint wry smile curled at the corner of his lips. Repeating old tricks. Tai, it seems that beating you a century ago still failed to instill wisdom. Li Xian shook his head with a soft sigh, as if mourning his opponent's sheer folly. In the next moment he moved, not invoking any divine art nor deploying any artifact. He simply stepped forward, unhurried and serene, walking straight toward the 9 world-shattering flame dragons. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Will he withstand the 9-dragon divine flame with bare flesh? All observers, GS sect cultivators of Diu, even Tai Jinren himself, believed Li Xian had gone utterly mad. To confront a supreme primordial spirit treasure, reforged by a celestial sage, with mere mortal flesh. This was no longer confidence, it was arrogance bordering on delusion. He seeks death, then let him perish, no blame shall fall upon me. A venomous glint of triumph flashed in Tai Jinren's eyes as he poured his essence into the cauldron, driving it to its utmost. He already envisioned Li Xian reduced to ashes, soul and spirit incinerated utterly beneath the Yuqing divine flame. Yet what followed shattered his very perception. His eyeballs nearly burst from their sockets. Li Xian neither evaded nor flinched, allowing the 9 dragons to fully engulf him. But the anticipated spectacle, of flesh consumed to cinders, never materialized. Instead, within that blazing sea of Yuqing divine flame, a radiance erupted. So brilliant, so crystalline, it resembled flawless lapis lazuli. Roar! 112 primordial roars, echoing from the depths of chaos, thundered simultaneously within Li Xian's body. His chaos lapis body surged to its absolute zenith. Force, space, time, fate, causality, destruction, slaughter. 112 laws of the chaos deities wove intricate, ineffable Tao patterns across his skin. He stood transformed. No longer a sovereign, but a chaos deity incarnate, striding among the Yuqing divine flame, capable of reducing a great Luo golden immortal to cinders, touched his flesh and inflicted not a single wound. Instead, it recoiled like prey before its predator, emitting desperate, sizzling whimpers, then dissolved, devoured and transmuted by the chaotic radiance shimmering across his form. What kind of body is this? Tai Jinren was utterly stunned, his entire worldview shattered, and greater horrors awaited. Within the inferno, Li Xian slowly raised both hands, swirling with primordial chaos, each palm seeming to cradle the universe's inaugural power creation itself. With effortless reach, he intercepted 2 roaring flame dragons mid-flight, moving faster than space or time allowed, seizing their necks barehanded. Roar! Instantly, the 2 dragons, forged from Yuqing divine flame infused with the sage's Dao resonance, let out terrified shrieks. They writhed violently, spewing intensified flames in frantic attempts to break free, but all struggle proved futile. Annoying. Li Xian's gaze turned icy. His fingers clenched. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp glass-shattering sounds echoed clearly. Before Tai Jinren's horror-struck eyes, those 2 invincible flame dragons, symbols of divine supremacy, were crushed into oblivion by sheer physical might. Their essence exploded into countless shards of dying embers scattering like stardust. No! Tai Jinren screamed, a cry of utter despair. But this was only the beginning. Having pulverized 2 dragons, Li Xian paused not a heartbeat, stepping forward in a single stride to stand before the 9-dragon divine flame cauldron itself. Ignoring the remaining 7 dragons lunging wildly at him, he simply balled his right fist, and this blow bore no cosmic spectacle, no arcane law, only pure ultimate primordial force. The strength of 112 chaos deities converged into that single fist. Dong! A deep, resonant boom, like the first collision of heaven and earth at creation's dawn, shook the entire netherworld. Li Xian's fist struck the cauldron's surface with unyielding finality. Whoa! The cauldron shrieked, a sound of unbearable agony, as its entire form convulsed violently. The 9 dragon reliefs carved upon it twisted as though contorted in anguish. Then, crack! A stark, jagged fissure bloomed outward from the point of impact, spreading across the surface of this supreme, primordial spirit treasure. That fracture, like a grotesque scar, shattered the artifact's perfection and sanctity. Pooh! As the treasure sustained grievous damage, Tai Jinren, bound to it by spiritual resonance, suffered catastrophic backlash. He vomited not blood, but fragmented organs. His vitality drained entirely, his breath collapsed into feebleness. He crumpled helplessly onto the ground, unable even to remain upright. Staring blankly at the cauldron, cracked, dimmed, plummeting lifelessly from the sky, then at Li Xian and scathed, not even a hem singed. His eyes held only hollow desolation. Defeated. Utterly. Absolutely. As he sat dazed and broken, a shadow fell over him. Li Xian appeared before him, effortlessly as if teleporting, then seized his throat and hoisted him aloft like a helpless chick. A voice, cold, detached, utterly devoid of emotion, whispered beside his ear. Is this all the progress you've made? Is this all you've accomplished? Li Xian's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it struck like merciless hammers, shattering the last remnants of dignity and pride within Tai Jinren. With Li Xian's hand gripping his neck lifted in the air, Tai Jinren felt an unprecedented suffocation and humiliation. His magical power had long been depleted, and his primordial spirit was weak. He could not even move a finger. The hand that held his neck, though fair and slender, contained a terrifying power that rendered him unable to resist. It felt as if the other party could crush his neck along with his primordial spirit at any moment if they so desired. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over him. No, don't kill me. Facing the absolute threat of death, Tai Jinren completely broke down. All his arrogance and dignity vanished. His voice trembled as he began to plead incoherently. Li Xian. No. Master Li. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have come to the underworld. I shouldn't have coveted the position of Emperor Fengdu. This was all my master's command, while I was merely following orders. If you let me go, I swear I will immediately return to Kunlun Mountain and never set foot in the underworld again. My sect will never interfere in the matters of reincarnation again. Please, for the sake of our shared origins with the 3 pure ones, for the sake of Hongjun, Daozu, spare my life. Listening to Tai Jinren's humble pleas, Li Xian's expression remained utterly unmoved. Spare his life. If he hadn't returned in time today, if his strength hadn't been sufficient, who would be kneeling and begging for mercy now? Would it be Zhao Gongming? Would it be the 10 heavenly lords? Would it be the disciples of the Goddess Sect in the entire underworld? Did Tai Jinren ever think about sparing them? Now you realize